Chapter 1. One Love in Silence or Transformation in Silence. A love may suffer cracks, and both parties must bear the responsibility. Some growth arises from acknowledgement. I have finally extricated myself from resentment and hatred. In youth, one often relishes in debate, desiring others to follow my script. It is only after enduring numerous wounds that I come to realize that sorrow stems from mutual distrust. Tears cascaded down my cheeks, rendering the screen before me increasingly blurred. Though it is the height of summer, the sweltering heat outside has failed to thaw the ice within my heart. It has been 3 months since I arrived on the Naxxramas server. Yet, why does my mind remain preoccupied with the figure of one who once betrayed me and the entire guild? Am I still unable to forget him? I mindlessly maneuver my character up, down, left, right. 2 hours elapsed, and I found myself still wandering the long bridge of Thunder Bluff as the sky unexpectedly opened up, showering down rain. Even WoW seems to comprehend my emotions. Wiping away the tears from my face, I mounted my little warhorse and leaped from the highest point of Thunder Bluff, watching the scenery rush past me. I pondered, if I were to die like this, it might not be such a misfortune after all. As the saying goes, if one does not fall in love in silence, one transforms in silence. It seems I have indeed transformed. With a resounding bang, a prompt appeared, offering the option to release my soul. Clicking the mouse, I began my indifferent corpse run. This marked the 20th time today, and I was already well acquainted with the route. At that moment, another dialog box materialized on the screen. Numb from my experiences, I clicked the left button without even reading the words, and suddenly, darkness enveloped me, as if I had lost consciousness, just as depicted in novels. 2. Is this the fabled interdimensional crossover? How absurd. Thank the holy light, she has awakened. Holy light? Thankful? Wait, has my 3-day fast induced auditory hallucinations? After a moment of composure, I slowly opened my eyes. What? This appearance. Is this the legendary elf? Has some nuclear radiation infected the globe? And this sensation, could it be the fabled grass? Shouldn't I be seated in my plush computer chair? Where is my beloved Tsuji Tussi pillow? I traded 50 game coins to acquire that. 50. That was half a month's allowance. Thank the holy light, you have finally awakened. Beside me stood an elven maiden. May I ask where this is? Who are you? After a brief mental lapse, I inquired of the elven maiden. This is the end of the Scar of Death. You fought against the undead to protect our caravan and were injured. Do you not remember? The maiden gazed at me anxiously. Sigh, she's truly a naive girl, and I managed to extract information from her so quickly. Of course I remember. I just didn't respond right away. I stammered. My memory is still stuck in the battle against the undead. Oh God, forgive me, I did not intend to deceive such a kind-hearted and innocent maiden. Seeing you injured and unconscious almost frightened me to death. Fortunately, I have learned a little about the holy light, and I managed to treat your wounds. However, you are not fully healed yet, so you mustn't move around carelessly. As she spoke, she made a silly face at me, and I couldn't help but feel how adorable she was. Wait, stop right there. I'm a woman. Maiden, I just sustained an injury, and my memory seems a bit muddled. Could you enlighten me about our current situation? For instance, where exactly are we, and what are we doing? Is it just my illusion, or did she glance at me with a "you poor thing" expression before she began to recount the events? About an hour later, I finally grasped my current predicament. The absurd plot of interdimensional crossover from novels had manifested in my life, and it was indeed an interdimensional crossover. At this moment, I had traversed into the game. We were at the very edge of the Scar of Death, closest to Silvermoon City. Before I arrived, this Bodis owner had been serving as a mercenary for a caravan, but just as they approached their destination, the undead scourge appeared. I had exhausted all magical power to protect the caravan, and fortunately, we were near the main city, where patrolling guards assisted us in repelling the remaining undead. From the maiden's narration, I learned that I was a magum. A mage? Isn't that the same class I play in the game? Could this interdimensional crossover merely be a swap between my reality and my game character? Is this a case of consciousness traveling? Everything is so chaotic, I need to ponder this thoroughly. Seeing me silent, the maiden assumed I was fatigued, perhaps due to my incomplete recovery. After bringing me some food and water, she departed. I reclined once more on the grass. If it were anyone else, they might have been utterly petrified by this experience. Alas, for me, perhaps a swift demise is the best option. Moreover, this interdimensional crossover is hardly noteworthy. Whether it involves consciousness remains to be seen. After nibbling on some bread and water the maiden provided, I drifted into a drowsy slumber once more. Since I have come this far, I shall make peace with it. When I awoke again, the maiden and the caravan had vanished, leaving me with only a bag and several silver coins. I suppose my task has been completed. However, the NPCs here are vastly different from those in the game. They can laugh, speak, and sing, resembling real, living beings rather than mere convoluted data. Such NP snow, such individual imbue me with a comforting sensation. Having crossed into this realm, especially since it is the homeland of the Blood Elves, I cannot let this rare opportunity slip away. I resolve to rise and visit Sunstrider Isle. With determination, I packed the leftover food into my bag and set off towards the novice village. At this moment, I felt like a low-level character without any allies, clad in rudimentary attire, lacking the funds to hire someone for assistance. Besides, this is not the game. Should I perish, I might not be able to resurrect. It would be best to find someone to confirm this. Traversing the long corridor bridge, passing through the ruins of Silvermoon City, I entered the Dawn's Road. Nearing Sunstrider Isle, my heart began to race with excitement. Suddenly, I noticed someone lying on the ground ahead, sleeping in the middle of the road in broad daylight. Were they inviting trouble? Or perhaps this was some special profession soliciting business. Wait, there's no such setup in the game. Fine. I shall proceed with caution. As I approached, the figure became clearer, and an unpleasant odor began to permeate the air, causing my heart to leap. Could this be a corpse? Not a sack of flour? Not a box? For real? I pinched my nose and cautiously approached. A female elf's lifeless body lay before me. Judging by her garb and the sword discarded nearby, she must have been a member of the knightly order. Recalling the identification steps taught by Conan, I surmised this elven maiden had been deceased for over 5 days. Moreover, there was nothing around her, save for a bag, to verify her identity. All right, I admit, I just made up the Conan reference. Could this be the legendary messenger of the bento? The stench is truly unbearable. A melodious voice echoed in my ears. I looked up to see a stunning elven maiden before me, her silver hair tied into a simple ponytail cascading down her back, adorned with an elegant silver crown hairpin. Although she wrinkled her nose in distaste, she exuded an aura of divine elegance. Are you also here for the quest to find the missing messenger? The maiden gazed at me with wide, curious eyes. I did not receive that quest. Are you searching for this bag? I diverted the conversation, handing the bag to her. From the content of her inquiry, she does not seem to be a mere NPC. NPCs typically assign tasks to players rather than undertake them personally. Could it be that I am not the only one who has traversed into this realm? A faint smile involuntarily graced my lips, as the situation appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing. I am called Yubao, a player from WoW, and I am a mage. What about you? I inquired with an innocuous expression, as outward appearances serve as the finest psychological tools for persuasion. I am Xiao, a priest. Are you also a player? How delightful it is to encounter such innocent young women in this world, and I have been fortunate enough to meet one. Yes, I am. Are you undertaking this quest alone? Typically, a regular girl would be in tears in such a predicament. To be so leisurely engaged in a task implies there must be some undisclosed secret behind it. How I relish secrets. Oh, not all. How could I possibly be alone? I was in the midst of a random dungeon when I suddenly lost consciousness and awoke in this state. I hardly have the spirit to embark on any quests. I felt as though I might die. Were it not for encountering a rogue, I would likely already be meeting my maker. The girl began to pour out her woes. A rogue? Could it be that there is some affair afoot? Xiao, please disregard my wild imaginings. Your information is simply too scant. Nevertheless, they are a duo, which should provide a significant advantage over my solitary endeavors. Moreover, I have yet to ascertain the critical information regarding whether one can resurrect after death. Instead of groping in the dark alone, it would be far more advantageous to leverage their company. As Chairman Mao once articulated, many hands make light work. With that thought in mind, I timidly addressed the priestess. It's wonderful that you have a companion. My situation is far more dire. I am all alone and have sustained injuries upon awakening. Might I join your party? Upon finishing, I feigned a few coughs to emphasize my feeble state. The priestess, demonstrating her kind-hearted nature, immediately donned a sympathetic expression upon hearing of my injuries and solitary plight. She readily accepted me into her fold and generously employed her holy light to heal my wounds. What a splendid girl she is, though alas, she has crossed paths with me. My dear, I perceive that you wield your holy light with remarkable proficiency, and your level appears to be quite high. I feel as though my wounds are healing rapidly. Did you possess this ability upon your arrival? I curiously inquired. In truth, I did not master it from the outset. It was merely that the rogue was rather inept. To this day, he can only stealth and hurl daggers haphazardly, injuring himself in every encounter. I have merely honed my skills through necessity, she replied with a wistful sigh. I truly sympathize with your plight. By the way, I have yet to meet this rogue. Where is he? Oh, he mentioned he would practice throwing daggers while searching for some food and then slipped away. In a shadowy corner, a rogue named Guiding Xiaochuan sneezed. Achoo! How unfortunate, one shouldn't make a sound while in stealth. Such unprofessionalism. For life or death? This is a question worth pondering. Xiao Chun, have you not eaten anything yet? I have some bread and water here. If you don't mind, please help yourself. I assure you, the bread has not been bitten, it was torn by hand. I retrieved the bread and water given to me by the merchant girl. Although the quantity was limited, it should suffice for the night, assuming that rogue successfully locates food. Yet, I must not harbor overly high hopes after all. We have only just arrived in this world, and aside from knowing that we are in Azeroth, we are entirely in the dark. The most pressing matters at hand, aside from finding food, are learning to protect oneself. Until I ascertain whether soul healers exist in this realm, it is prudent to avoid injuries. The priestess' mastery of holy light ensures her self-preservation, while the rogue may be somewhat inept. His stealth is a rather dubious and unsettling skill. Thus, it appears I am the only one yet to grasp any abilities. Although the merchant girl mentioned that I had previously released skills, she is unaware that this body has a new owner. Clearly, I must devise a plan. Xiachun, do you have any further tasks to undertake? If they do not require excessive difficulty, I shall proceed to my profession quest. In an effort to dissuade her from following me, I told a small fib. Well, I still have a quest to heal 5 individuals, and with you, that makes 4. I still need 1 more. What task are you undertaking? Is it dangerous? If so, I might as well accompany you. This is a mage's profession quest, and it can only be undertaken alone. Therefore, it would be best for you to remain in the city. If you encounter anyone in need of healing, you can complete your quest. How kind-hearted she is. Very well, do take care of yourself. The rogue and I have agreed to meet in the largest room at dusk. You should join us there. Understood. I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to the priestess, I strolled thoughtfully, contemplating how I might manifest my magical abilities. Reflecting on the fantasy novels I had previously read, I resolved to attempt the methods described therein. In a secluded and deserted corner, I quietly settled down, closing my eyes as described in the novels, and began to sense the magical power within me. Mages are classified into 3 schools: fire, arcane, and frost. Logically, these 3 distinctly different styles of magical power should be easily discernible. However, I found the magical forces within me to be rather chaotic, with icy coldness and searing heat clashing and colliding within, consuming my internal organs. The excruciating pain compelled me to open my eyes, beads of cold sweat trickling down my forehead. This won't do. I lay on the grass, attempting to calm myself. It seemed that controlling and casting spells as effortlessly as in the game was beyond my current capabilities. Wait a moment. If this were a game, there should be a mage mentor around. I had been so preoccupied with figuring things out on my own that I nearly overlooked this possibility. With a mentor combined with my exceptional talent, I could surely achieve twice the results with half the effort. With that thought, I promptly set off towards the rendezvous point indicated by the girl. If memory served me right, the largest building housed the mage trainer. The air on Jurid Island was refreshingly crisp, with birds joyfully singing in the trees. Everything was so tranquil and harmonious that I squinted my eyes, basking in the warm sunlight, savoring this moment of serenity. Suddenly, a man's terrified scream pierced the air not far ahead, startling me. What was happening? Could there be some unexpected drama unfolding in broad daylight? Lowering my breath, I quickened my pace towards the source. Not far ahead, a figure was swaying, and I stealthily advanced a few steps, hiding behind a tree to observe the battle unfolding before me. Before me stood a male blood elf, hands shielding his face, and not far in front of him, an enraged griffin was charging towards him. How fortunate for me. This individual could potentially validate my greatest curiosity. Since I was unable to cast spells at the moment, it would be better to quietly observe the situation rather than risk trouble by intervening. As the griffin's claws drew nearer, the man suddenly flung out a series of spells. Arcane missiles? Would a novice player be capable of employing such advanced skills? Moreover, his level seemed no trivial matter. Although he did not perish, I found myself intrigued by this unassuming male mage. Perhaps he was more worthy of my study than unraveling those other mysteries. While I was contemplating this, the male mage collapsed to the ground, likely overwhelmed by fright. After all, he had come perilously close to meeting his end, and by a creature that did not even attack proactively. How pathetic. Clearly, he was a rookie mage. The novice seemed astonished by his own casting of arcane missiles, staring incredulously at his hands. After a moment's thought, he rose and extracted the heart from the griffin. How gruesome. Then, rather slyly, he ambushed a few isolated griffins, extracting their hearts as well. Before sauntering off, humming a tune, I quietly followed him and observed as he conversed with a richly dressed man. This must be the legendary mage Mentor. I surmised. Surrounding them were about a dozen unconscious blood elves, likely players who had traversed here. It seemed this matter was far from simple. Was someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes? All of this was shrouded in mystery. After the novice mage and his mentor exchanged a few mutterings, the mentor handed him a pair of gloves. Equipment. This mentor seems quite generous towards his student. The novice mage donned the gloves, though his expression was one of reluctance. Humph, how ungrateful to be choosy when receiving equipment. Nevertheless, it appeared that he was promptly dispatched by his mentor to attend to some task, due to the distance. Their conversation was only intermittently audible, but it seemed they aimed to awaken the unconscious individuals. The mage approached the group of unconscious figures, opening his mouth wide to inhale deeply. Instantly, I felt a faint energy flowing through the air around us, continuously drifting towards him as if drawn in. So, it was a racial skill, arcane torrent. However, I had no desire to employ such a technique in front of others. The movements were far too ungraceful and would tarnish my image. By the time the novice mage roused the group, it was already evening. Remembering that the priestess was still waiting for me, I decided to leave and return once matters were settled. Arriving at the assembly point, I found Xiachun and Guidi already waiting for me. Guidi, this is Fish Baby, a mage. Baby, this is the rogue I mentioned earlier. Guidi. I nodded at the rogue as a form of introduction. Then I pulled Xiachun aside and told her, Sister, I found the mage trainer today. I might be attending his lecture tonight, so you and the rogue can rest without waiting for me. After bidding them farewell, I stealthily returned to the place I had visited earlier that afternoon. As twilight descended, I cautiously approached the gathering, only to see that the group had split into two factions. The novice mage stood alone on one side, while Guidi stealthily slipped away to investigate the commotion. Remember, maintain your distance and do not engage, I cautioned before leading the priestess to hide behind a tree that was farther away. What was happening? Where was Selong? Peeking from behind the tree, I saw the novice mage frozen in place, then struck by a gust of wind, followed by a massive fireball. Even if he could occasionally unleash high-level arcane missiles, he could hardly withstand the onslaught from so many adversaries. Soon, he collapsed to the ground, and the crowd, seeing him down, eagerly closed in, preparing to claim their prize. I smirked at the sight. This water mage had a card up his sleeve that they had yet to play if they thought they could harvest him so easily. They were sorely mistaken. Sure enough, in the next moment, he unleashed Arcane Torrent. the power far exceeding what he had demonstrated earlier when awakening those individuals. Even from this distance, I felt my own magical energy being uncontrollably drawn towards him. The novice mage, likely at his limit for absorbing magical energy, struggled to rise, exerting every ounce of strength to release the energy he had gathered. The surrounding crowd, unprepared for the sudden explosion, found themselves caught off guard, suffering severe injuries, while the water mage himself succumbed to unconsciousness due to exhaustion. As I witnessed the group struggle to rise, I noticed that the one who had collapsed was already unconscious. I hurriedly pulled the priest and dashed outside. The stealthy maneuver was concluded. Upon seeing us unscathed, those individuals, already gravely injured, sensed their disadvantage and fled in disarray. Priest, I entrust the mage to you. Keep him from succumbing to death. I shall seek out the trainer. This group appears formidable, and at our current level, we are no match for them. After locating the trainer, we swiftly made our escape. Stealth, you remain beside the priest for contingencies. Having given my instructions, I ran out as swiftly as possible. Curse you, Ancelon. Your student is on the brink of demise. Where on earth are you? Fortunately, Sunstrider Isle is not extensive. Half an hour later, I discovered Ancelon gathering herbs beside a small hill. After briefly recounting the situation, the four of us, along with the injured mage, hastened towards Silvermoon City, finally arriving in and outside the city just as dusk fell. Noticing the late hour and the priest, Xia Chun, having expended much holy light energy to heal the wounded mage, we decided to take a brief rest at the inn to recuperate. Moreover, we were now quite close to Silvermoon City, surrounded by heavy guard. Even if those individuals pursued us, they would stand little chance, which alleviated our concerns significantly. The mage remained in a deep unconsciousness, so the kind priestess stayed by his side to administer healing. To be cautious, I instructed the rogue to also remain near the priest, while I distanced myself to seek out Ancelon. After all, the priest lacked offensive capabilities, and the rogue had yet to master many skills. If I were to be completely inept, encountering danger would become troublesome. As I pondered these matters, I found myself standing before Ancelon's door. Hesitating momentarily, I knocked. "Come in, child. I knew you would seek me out," Ancelon said, startled. I pushed the door open and entered. "How did you know I would come looking for you?" I asked, gazing at the sage's perceptive eyes in astonishment. "If you had the ability to prevent it, I believe my student would not be lying here, gravely injured and unconscious." Ancelon replied with a smile, "That I can sense the magic within you. Though powerful, it is quite chaotic," seeing that I remained silent. Ancelon continued, "Child, you possess remarkable talent and aptitude. All right, I admit I have an advantage. Though you are not my student, you surpass them in capability. However," Ancelon paused, "you must remember that casting spells as a mage involves drawing upon mental strength. This means you must rely on your will to control the magical forces within you, allowing them to manifest, while continuously practicing to enhance the potency of your mental strength. The stronger your mental power, the greater the damage of the spells you cast." Ancelon resumed his initial smile. "You possess the talents of both frost and fire. However, you can only choose one to your current level. You lack the capacity to adequately control two opposing elemental magics. I have two necklaces here that can help suppress one of your elemental affinities without hampering your ability to cast spells that it is up to you whether you wish to suppress frost or fire." Ancelon retrieved two necklaces from his robe and placed them before me. After contemplating for a moment, I responded, "I choose fire." Ancelon regarded me with a look of approval and handed me a dark green necklace. "Wear this, child. From now on, aside from basic fire spells, you will no longer cast other fire spells, which will also help to suppress your fiery affinity, allowing you to better utilize frost spells." Once I had donned the necklace, Ancelon continued, "In addition to mental control, the most crucial aspect is your mastery over mana. You must efficiently utilize your limited magical resources to maximize your offensive capabilities. Remember, in battle, a mage's mana is finite, and it must never be wasted. Additionally, the shaping of mana and the nuances of spell casting are equally important." Having absorbed Ancelon's guidance, it was now deep into the night. Upon returning to my room, I found the priestess had exhausted herself from using too much mana and had already fallen asleep. The rogue was yawning repeatedly, so I switched places with him, sitting beside the priestess and gazing at the unconscious mage. Still vividly recalling Ancelon's significant glance towards this room, laden with meaning that a subtle smile curved my lips. It seemed this person was far from ordinary. After draping a blanket over the priestess, I stepped out of the room. Theoretical guidance must be complemented by practical experience. The night air was thick with mist and carried a slight chill. In contrast to my inner excitement, I paid little heed to these external conditions. Reflecting on Ancelon's words, I once again settled into a meditative state to sense my magical energy. The necklace proved quite effective. I felt the fiery power within me diminish significantly, while the frost energy surged forth. No longer clashing chaotically. Focusing my mind, I sought to control my magical essence. Remember, mana is limited. Learn to achieve maximum damage with minimal magical expenditure. I sat in stillness. I envisioned my mana as a tangible value, responsive to my needs and under my control, though the process was somewhat arduous. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I realized I could now freely manage my mana consumption. Next, I needed to cast a spell. I attempted to gather some frost energy in my palm. Ancelon had mentioned that magic could be shaped according to my thoughts. Since it is a frost arrow, the arrow shape certainly seems most fitting. As I envisioned the arrow in my mind, I endeavored to mold the frost energy into that form. Shaping proved to be exceedingly challenging, and after failing more than 10 times, I still could not achieve the desired effect. Was my judgment erroneous when selecting my affinity? A sense of agitation and panic began to stir within me. Child, Ancelon's voice echoed. I have said that a spellcaster must remain calm, lest excessive emotions disrupt their spell casting. Otherwise, mana may spiral out of control, leading to failed spells or worse outcomes. Startled, I turned to see Ancelon had appeared beside me without my notice. In the dead of night. You could at least announce your presence. Teacher. I am quite calm, yet why can't I achieve the desired shaping effect? I inquired. Ancelon pondered for a moment before replying. Try adjusting the flow of the frost energy. This will stabilize its properties and make it easier to shape as you desire. The old sage smiled. In truth, practice serves to help you master the rhythm of spell casting to gain more insights. You must rely on your body in real combat. What you need to do is focus and remain calm. Only by believing in yourself can you better harness your magic. Ancelon handed me a finely crafted staff. Take this. You will find it useful one day. You have worked hard these days not force yourself. Rest is paramount. By the way, tomorrow is the review ceremony in Silver Moon City, and everyone is required to attend. I imagine you are unaware of this. With that, Ancelon turned and walked towards the inn. A review ceremony? What is that? I mused, but decided to set it aside and return to sleep. Not wishing to contemplate further, I was awakened by Ancelon's knocking. Rubbing my sore head from the pillow, I realized everyone else had already risen. The priestess remained diligently administering holy light healing to the mage, and I still felt a slight headache, perhaps from a lack of sleep. Groggily, I approached the priestess' side. Observing her skillfully using holy light to tend to the mage, I at my imagination. Or does this man's face seem to bear more expression? I wondered. That's enough for today. My holy light has been depleted. You have truly worked hard, priestess. His wounds are nearly healed. Fishy, why not apply a few bandages on him? The rogue inquired, glancing at the mage. I'd rather not. Look at him grinning like that, I replied with a hint of wickedness. Seeing the deceased man's smile. Little rascal, don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Ancelon stood nearby. Expressing his gratitude to us, I said to the mage, Hey, don't pretend to be asleep. The priestess has used so much holy light that you won't be kicking the bucket anytime soon. With that, I suppressed my smile as the others quickly gathered around. The seemingly lifeless mage finally opened his eyes. But they wandered restlessly, fixating on me, making me feel somewhat self-conscious. I quickly turned away, silently plotting how to give him an unforgettable memory. Just as we were chatting, Ancelon had quietly stepped out to prepare a large bottle of bright red healing potion for his beloved pupil, Gout de Quan. Observing Gout de Quan's complexion, pale with a hint of red, my mind instinctively leaped to thoughts of revenge. This could be entertaining. just as I was encouraging the priestess and the rogue to hold down his feet while Ancelon prepared to administer the potion. A loud bang resonated from downstairs, disrupting our plans. Thus, we ceased our activities and hurried down to witness the spectacle. In the grand hall, 3 bovine creatures were engaged in a face-off with a specter. Exchanging electric glances, could this be the legendary act of crashing a party, or rather, planting a flag? Quite amusing, indeed, I observed as the specter spoke. Before my transformation into the Darkwing Seraph, I was a professional flag planter at the gates of Orgrimmar. Do not presume, you 3 dull-headed beasts, that a 1v3 would intimidate me. Come at me. Immediately, the 3 bovine beings erupted in fury. So single-celled, how utterly adorable they were. I felt an irresistible urge to pet them. From their banter, I discerned their classes: a warrior, a shaman, and a druid. Oh, a druid. I wonder if he can transform into a quail. I adore plump quails and wish to adopt one as my companion. Ahem. Thinking of the plump quail distracted me. However, I could not stand idly by during a 3-on-1. Alas, it is in my nature to be chivalrous. Just the right opportunity to find a target and practice my skills. Testing the results of my training from the previous night. What does a 3-on-1 even mean? For heaven's sake, cease your antics, I shouted towards the trio, 1 warrior, 1 shaman, 1 druid, and you dare to bully a solitary undead priest. Is this how you conduct yourselves? If you have the audacity, then come forth, little mage. The bovines began to taunt me. Bring it on. We shall strike. I seized the ear of a rogue attempting to stealthily approach and stood before the bovines. How do you wish to engage? The warrior bovine asked with a hint of pride. Whatever you like, but this space is rather cramped. Are you brave enough to step outside? I retorted, refusing to back down. Ha! Sister, do you think I am foolish? As a mage, this terrain is certainly disadvantageous for you. I hadn't anticipated that the bovines possessed a bit of skill. Yet, ignorance is ignorance, an unalterable truth. I'm not afraid of you. But you are all Tauren, melee fighters, and our blood elf architecture is quite compact. Are you not concerned about getting stuck while charging? I inquired with a smile. Though I intended to use it, I felt it disrespectful. So I opted for him. The warrior bovine turned to converse with his companions in their native tongue. However, they were rather endearing, and I felt reluctant to unleash my full strength. The space was indeed limited. Let us go outside, then. So easily deceived, how delightfully charming. Fear not, I will ensure your demise is a peaceful one standing before the inn's courtyard. I inhaled deeply, focusing my mind, channeling my mana through sheer intent. Practicing was merely to hone my casting rhythm. To attain greater gains, one must engage in real combat to grasp concentration and composure. Remembering Antheron's words, I began to gather the chilling energy within me. Enveloping my form. Moo. The warrior charged at me, his gleaming sword arcing toward me. Alas, my icy mist thwarted his strike, and as his initial attack failed, a surge of rage emanated from him. Let us see how long you can endure. Another strike descended upon me, this one imbued with greater force due to its proximity, and I sensed the surrounding chill dissipate significantly. I could no longer withstand this. Melee combat was not my forte. I had to maintain my distance, that I cast an ice spear and promptly retreated to keep the warrior at bay. Although my speed had diminished, the warrior relentlessly pursued me. Meanwhile, the shaman faced off against the priest, and the druid was nowhere to be seen. He must be in stealth. I needed to hold back until the druid revealed himself. I fled. I unleashed minor fire strikes upon the warrior to inflict slight damage. Determined not to let him close the GAP that moment, the undead priest suddenly dashed toward the shaman. Was this to prevent the druid from focusing his attacks? Now, I was the only one isolated. The druid must be poised to act soon. I ceased my incantations and gradually closed the distance to the warrior, who was closing in on me. Dear druid, I refuse to believe you will not make a move. As expected, in this chaotic scenario, the druid indeed emerged to strike beside me. Point one fundamental rule of combat. The first to cast a skill is often the unfortunate one. That a victorious smile graced my lips as I conjured an icy arrow, swiftly forming a sphere of cold energy in my hands, ready to unleash the spell that had eluded me the night before. Poor shaman, you have only your 2 companions. legendary short-legged classes, to blame. The shaman, realizing his impending doom, frantically called for help from the others, while the warrior charged toward us once more, nearing my position. Suddenly, a flurry of white powder appeared out of nowhere, striking the warrior's eyes. This unexpected ambush threw him off balance, momentarily disrupting his focus. The previously overlooked participant finally made a move. I exchanged glances with the priest, and my almost formed icy arrow was launched toward the shaman. The warrior, now disoriented from the earlier assault, found himself temporarily incapacitated, while the pot bottom was engaged in a skirmish with the druid. Facing me and the priest, the severely wounded shaman was clearly at a disadvantage. This battle was ours to as the icy arrow neared the shaman's form. A golden halo suddenly enveloped him. Just as I pondered what was happening, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, rendering me immobile. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered a dramatic shift in the battlefield. The shaman and warrior had been rendered powerless and lay discarded to the side. The priest and druid, though battered, stood united. What on earth was happening? Had a divine intervention occurred? Following their gaze, I beheld the pot bottom, battered and bruised, collapsed at the feet of a knightly maiden. It dawned on me that I had been struck down by the knight's judgment. Wow, a sneak attack from behind. I had thought knights to be honorable. Little did I expect them to resort to underhanded tactics. To dispatch 5 individuals with such ease while remaining unscathed. Surely this individual must possess a formidable level. Her equipment appeared far superior to ours, fresh players. Furthermore, I had expended considerable magic during my clash with the warriors, and, at my current skill level, I was utterly outmatched by this knight. Perhaps, if I teamed up with the priest and druid, we might stand a chance, but the knights seemed to recognize this, hence my incapacitation. How exceedingly vexing. Were they all traversers as well? What is your name? The knight inquired, pride brimming in her voice. Why should I tell you? I retorted, a hint of defiance in my tone. What is so impressive about overpowering with equipment? Don't get cocky. You think you're the world as police just because you have numbers, the druid interjected, equally indignant. But it was only I who struck first. The knight shot back without flinching. The poor druid was utterly adorable, shedding tears of disappointment. This skirmish, incited by the beautiful knight, came to an abrupt end. After a brief respite, we set forth toward the fabled review ceremony. I am a healer. I wish to join your guild. Welcome, but you must bring ample supplies. A system prompt chimed. Bring plentiful supplies to join the guild. It seemed my charm was quite potent, as a mere statement granted me entry. When will we hold activities, esteemed guild leader? I am eager to observe how the sister follows along. Right now, indeed, we shall embark on a 10-man TOC. With myself, the vice president, and the esteemed guild leader at the helm. Oh, splendid. Let us set forth. Bring potions, herbs, and provisions. Now let us issue the task. We have 4 DPS, 2 tanks, and 2 healers. A commendable composition. Hear us how we shall proceed. Guild leader, may I interject? It seems you've miscounted 2 individuals. Healer, you are new, thus unfamiliar with our guild dynamics. Do not be deceived by that hunter with a GS of 6,000. He is, in fact, a fool, lacking skill and awareness. A complete rogue. Any competent individual would outdamage him, so we do not factor him in. The other is our guild leader. Do you truly wish to send our lovely leader into battle? This is madness. You cannot exclude a 6,000 GS from consideration. Why own 4,500 GS? Will that suffice? All right, prepare to commence. Buff up, check your potions. The plugin displayed. Only one person has potion effects. Wait, what? Am I the only one consuming potions? Healer, your performance has been commendable. What are the rest? Do you wish to continue playing? Not even a single potion brought along. Guild leader, I apologize. I forgot to remind that I will go buy some immediately. What on earth are you all doing? A newcomer has more awareness than you. Do you not know we have an event today? What are they thinking? Fortunately, I brought ample herbs. After all, I'm a master alchemist. Guild leader, I have potions. I'll distribute them. 0.8 potions are a mere trifle. Our stock is plentiful. Healer, I deduct 5 points from you. Wait, guild leader, I lose points for distributing potions. Do you look down upon me and the guild leader? Of course not. I respect you both. Respect, you say? Why did you not provide us with potions? This is bewildering. It turns out the entire team does not bring potions when embarking on a dungeon run. Team leader, I apologize for forgetting to provide you with mine, but since the guild master is not engaging in battle, perhaps we should refrain from giving her any. Do you wish to incur another 5-point deduction? No, I will bring them. Please spare me this time, considering it is my first group activity. Yet again, 2 potions. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. All right, everyone, let's charge forward together. Tank, DPS, unleash your full might upon him. And healers, keep a vigilant eye on the tank. Team leader, are you ready? Reviving. Healer, I noticed you had something to say to me earlier. What is it? Team leader, I meant to say you had not equipped your gear before charging in, and just as I intended to remind you. You were taken down. In fact, the team leader has been directing us while completely unarmored. Healer, are you foolish? It's only natural to face defeat during our first dungeon run. How else can we overcome it without experiencing failure? Bringing gear would only invite repair costs. I'm at a loss for words. This guild master is simply too wise. Everyone, quickly recover and let's attempt it once more. Thus, our team faced annihilation repeatedly. And miraculously, after over 50 defeats, we finally succeeded. I spent over 300 gold repairing my gear, while the guild master stood behind us, laughing. It seems she was merely here for amusement. Indeed, regarding your performance, I sense great potential within you all. Especially you, healer. A commendation is in order, aside from your slightly lower damage output, your positioning errors, and your technique lagging behind. You performed admirably otherwise. Thank you for the praise, team leader. I am thrilled to receive acknowledgement on my first group outing. Does this mean in my daydreams? Yes. Do practice your skills and enhance your gear. Remember, we have a 25-man TOC tomorrow, and do not forget to bring potions. And no problem, boss. I won't forget that ITS for 25 people as potions. Right? Team leader, does that mean we won't be bringing potions for all 25? I shall do my utmost. Goodness, today it's 10 people, tomorrow 25. How many herbs must I gather? Oh heavens, never mind. Gathering herbs now is the way to go. The next day, the team leader announces, there are 26 members online. All must join the group, and you, whoever you are, please wait outside. Healer, I realize you are quite essential to the guild. Once the dungeon is completed, I shall promote you, really, guild master. I don't consider myself that exceptional. To be promoted already. My charm truly knows no bounds. Even the team leader cannot escape it in my daydreams. By the way, healer, have you brought the potions? Distribute them to everyone. What are you waiting for? Oh dear, you truly expect me to distribute potions for 25 people. Team leader, I gathered herbs all night and merely managed to concoct a little over 10 potions. Perhaps everyone should purchase some themselves. Have you distributed them yet? Potions distributed. Goodness, you were told to prepare potions for 25, yet couldn't team manage it. What were you doing? Do you still wish to play? Sigh. The team leader is far too accommodating for the ladies that know. Team leader, spare me your excuses. Prepare for the dungeon. You, whoever you are, enter the dungeon and prepare for action. Curse you all to wipe until dawn. My potions. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Forget it. Let us take a break for the sake of the ladies. Silly Banana Cow has logged in. Team leader, my apologies for being late. Hey, and I'm a girl. Silly Banana Cow, what is the matter? The group is full now, so go do something else outside. Healer, I have a task for you. Help Silly Banana Cow with her signage. Yes, team leader. I'll accompany the lady. You all can continue your wipe fest. Hey, Silly Banana Cow, where shall we go to play? Let us head to the heroic new 3 dungeons. That sounds perilous. Perhaps we should go elsewhere. That place is unapproachable without 5,000 GS. I only have 4,500. How dare I go there? It's not dangerous. I go there every day. What is your GS? 5,300 GS. What is the matter? Are you going or not? If you're not, I'll go alone. I'll go. How could I not? We're off, for the sake of wooing the lady. Even if it means climbing a mountain of knives, I shall endure. A few days later, the guild announces, activity time. Those online form a group. Healer, are you available? Silly Banana Cow. No worries, I'm quite free. However, aren't you joining the guild activity? I'm not going. I don't wish to be wiped repeatedly. Come with me to a random dungeon instead. Haha, it seems this lady is interested in me. She skips the guild activities just to invite me for a dungeon. Are you in? In truth, I'm not that handsome. The night is deep. Most WoW players have retired for the evening. Of course, silly banana cow and I are still chatting. To woo her, I would willingly sacrifice sleep. Lady, you see my skills are lacking and my gear is subpar. Could you teach me a thing or two? In truth, asking her to teach is a pretext. I mainly wish to converse with her via voice chat. Oh, I've played D. You should do it this way, and then that way, understand? Yes, 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 thank you so much. You are truly kind. Hee, your voice is delightful. Lady, since you're helping me so much, how about I offer myself in return? Do you wish to know my answer? Yes. It's intriguing, if you wish to know. Just wait. Don't log off, and I will tell you shortly that, is it merely waiting? I shall wait. I won't sleep either. The sun has risen to its zenith, yet I have not slept. I am still waiting. I know it's a bit challenging to have a pure-hearted lady agree to a lifetime commitment instantly. It requires contemplation. However, half a day has passed, and still, no response from her. I shall wait a little longer. Suddenly, a dizzy spell washes over me. What is happening? Am I sleep-deprived, or am I simply hungry? Suddenly, a small window pops up on the screen. To the death of the horde. Below, there are options for yes and no. How strange. When did we start having this kind of public opinion poll? I'm currently anxious for the lady yes reply, so I'll just select one at random, and I quickly choose yes. Then a wave of pungent odor hits me, and my vision fades to black as I faint. Point 2. I have traversed realms. Rise and shine. What manner of lazy students are you? Lounging about in our Tauren tribe. Itchem, let me sleep a bit longer. I am quite fatigued, and that lady is yet to reply. Wait a moment. I shot up suddenly. How did I fall asleep? I was still waiting for her. I cannot sleep here. If she agrees and cannot see me, she would surely be heartbroken. Thus, I hastily get up and exit the tent. Why am I sleeping in a tent? Where am I? Stepping outside, I see a group of individuals. No, they are Taurens. Why are you all dressed like that, resembling Tauren? Quite dashing. Oh, is that distant sound of weeping? Did I say something wrong, or is it merely my overwhelming charm? Look at yourself before commenting on others. What has happened to me? I am in shock that I have transformed into a Tauren. How tragic do MY students commence today as morning class? Hold on. Let me inquire. Have we indeed traversed realms? You've only just realized. Have ye been here for quite a while? I slump onto the ground. My lady, wait, my crossing signifies she must have crossed as well. As long as I find her, all will be well. Healer, why are you doing this? Do not interrupt the teacher. Speak only nonsensical phrases. Are you the legendary NPC? I glance up at this old bull. NPC? What is that? I'll tell you, it's because you woke up late and did not listen. Now you are punished by not being allowed to have lunch. Why would I need breakfast? This handsome figure is turned into this. Glancing at the distant weeping cow provides a smidgen of comfort. Perhaps she was once a beautiful lady. I shall take my leave. I'm off for a stroll. Goodbye, NPC. I am so hungry. I've walked quite a distance and have no idea where I'm going. Only vaguely recalling directions from the game. I need to find something to eat. Perhaps I shall graze on grass, for I remember that my family as cows eat grass. This is absurd. How can something that looks so beautiful taste so dreadful? I am starving. Having transformed into a Tauren, I realize my appetite has grown immensely. Previously, I could skip a meal without issue, but now I'm famished after just one. It seems I'm destined to starve. Lying in the grass, gazing at the sky. Am I merely dreaming? Are you hungry? Here, eat this. It will alleviate your hunger. What is it? Grassroots. Quite sweet, rather delicious. Who are you? A Tauren has appeared before me. Me? I'm a herbalist. My name is Kemi Bingi. What brings you to lie here? If you have nothing to do, assist me with weeding. All right, since I have nothing better to do, and given this person has offered me such delightful food, I must repay their kindness. Without hesitation, I begin to help, which mainly involves gathering herbs and pulling weeds. What was that sweet thing you let me eat earlier? Just now, that was called Daijin grass, a type of herb known to yield numerous items for those who engage in the alchemical arts. Daijin grass, albeit a low-grade herb, suggests that this herb should be silverleaf grass, as you have astutely noted. Indeed, you are quite perceptive and talented, being a druid. Here, take this. You may find it useful in the future. What is this? This is a starleaf seed, a rare item utilized by the great druid Malfurion Stormrage to resurrect the fallen. I stumbled upon it by chance, but since you're a druid, I bestow it upon you, hoping you can resurrect the warriors who perished in battle, just as Malfurion does. I understand this seed is used by the level 80 government. But since it has been gifted to me, I cannot refuse. Thank you. Thus the afternoon passed, and you have been of great assistance to me. I will provide you with a letter to seek out the Master Alchemist in Thunderbluff, indicating that I referred you to him. He will understand the context. Very well. I will ensure it reaches you. My efforts this afternoon were not in vain, as I also acquired a small quest, which is quite rewarding. Additionally, before you seek out the Master Alchemist, you should visit Silver Moon City, as Prince Kael that is to hold a review ceremony as a member of the Horde. You ought to witness it. Thank you, Commander Icehorn. I shall go. Now I realize this cow appears remarkably amiable, and most importantly, I'm certain that Xiaobin will be there, and I must seek her reply. As I departed, I suddenly recalled something and turned back. Why have you returned? I intended to inquire about the route. It took all night to reach Orgrimmar, where I boarded the Zeppelin to Undercity, arriving late in the evening. There I encountered things I had never seen before, the Forsaken. Surrounded by a horde of skeletons, a chill ran down my spine as I understood why there were so few passengers on the Zeppelin at night, and why only desire was to flee swiftly. Reaching the teleportation orb as quickly as possible. The teleportation orb was crowded, with all races of the Horde present. Observing the Orcish maidens made me chuckle, while the Troll maidens were so amusing that my stomach ached from laughter. Watching them and then glancing at myself lifted my spirits significantly. Even waiting in line for the teleportation orb was necessary, as it seemed many were attending the review. In front of me stood a Forsaken, repulsive, lacking a chin. Thankfully, I had chosen to be a blood elf, and I eagerly anticipated meeting her at that moment. I suddenly heard a loud sound behind Forsaken. How foul a stench! What had he consumed? Glancing back at the queue, I endured. Never again would I stand behind Forsaken. Finally, it was my turn, and in a flash, I arrived at the northern city of Silvermoon. Although it was night, sleep was not an option. Xiaobin awaited my reply in the unknown distance ahead, so I hurried along. However, the beauty of the Blood Elves was striking. After observing individuals from other races all day, seeing the elves was akin to gazing upon celestial beings. Those few radiant elven maidens laughing joyously must have been even more enchanting in days past. Never mind, I truly feel fatigued. I shall find a place to rest. The following day, sleeping on the ground was indeed uncomfortable. Alas, who could blame me for arriving late yesterday? With the inn already closed? I shall book a room shortly, and then seek out Xiaobin. I am hungry. I must find something to eat. The streets are bustling with people engaged in all manner of activities, greeting one another, chatting, and even brawling. Goodness, there's someone kneeling and begging for mercy. Upon closer inspection, it is that infamous scoundrel who scams for a few coins. He deserves the public humiliation. I settled down to observe the review of the troops. Waiting for Xiaobin. She would undoubtedly attend this inspection task, while I, weary, preferred to abstain from quests. I felt ravenous, and I still had some Daijin grass to munch on. Should you ask why I do not consume meat, I shall tell you. 1. I am a Tauren and live on a vegetarian diet. 2. If you beheld these Forsaken, you would likely lose all appetite. Look at that Forsaken, drool spilling from his belly. How revolting. How does he even consume food? Having eaten, I felt a bit parched and sought something to drink. Just then, a female Tauren approached. Hello, beautiful. Do you have any milk to spare? I am quite thirsty, smack. I clutched my already swollen face. If she wouldn't share, why strike me? Perhaps she was also distressed about her transformation into a Tauren. Anyway, to the matter at hand. Where is Xiaobin? What might she look like? How shall I find her? Never mind. I shall focus and see how this review proceeds, while also admiring the maidens of various races. For the Horde, Regent Lord Lorthamar Theron proclaimed, waving his hand with a commanding presence. Loktar. The Orc and Troll players responded in unison, their voices brimming with strength. Moo moo meow. Next, the Tauren players shouted in their native tongue, replete with rustic charm. Ugh! This was the collective half-dead moan of the Forsaken players, sending shivers down the spine. Selamash Lenore. Finally, the Blood Elf players responded with fervor. Now, I declare the Horde's spring review ceremony concluded. I was taken aback. I had barely witnessed it before it ended. These high-ranking officials certainly knew how to be dramatic. "Hey, brother, what are you doing?" a troll squatting beside me inquired. "I am conducting research. Kindly move aside and do not obstruct my view." "Darn, you are blocking my view of the maidens." "Oh, I see, brother. Actually, I am a reporter, hoping to understand your situation and document it for future reference when I traverse back." Goodness, what a fool this individual is. How tiresome. Alas, all the maidens have departed, and I have yet to locate Xiaobin. I must hurry after them. By order of Prince Kale, that's all rangers are to validate their registration. Do not hinder me. I must catch up with the throng of maidens. At that moment, I noticed a group of blood elves assembling about 30 meters away. The blood elves at the back were casting some skill on the 10 knights in front, transforming them into a shimmering gold. We kindly ask all rangers to use these 10 knights, blessed by the light, as targets for your skills. We shall record your skill strength and register your specialties for the benefit of the Horde's leaders in selecting talent. A distant orc resembling a herald announced. How dull. I possess no skills to display. I must find Xiaobin post-haste. Wait, you have yet to register. You cannot leave. Do I really have to register? I lack any offensive skills. Must I even strike a punch to register? Very well, how embarrassing. But if it means I can leave swiftly, so be it. After all, few know me. Name? Profession? I require sustenance. Druid. What specialties do you possess? Ah, this is a challenge. I have many specialties. How can I discern which to present? Since I have traversed here, I should mention the specialties of this world. As for my specialties, darn it, why must you be so infuriating? Such difficult questions without a moment to consider. That I can gather herbs, I can resurrect. I glanced at the Daijin grass and starleaf seed in my bag. Why is the recording officer noting boasting? Does possessing a level 10 resurrection skill truly equate to boasting? If only I could cast a skill and be on my way. Finally, I reached the last step. It seemed only a little time had passed. Yet, watching the maidens in the square dwindle a number made me anxious. Can I hit anywhere? I glanced at the blood elf knight pose for a photo and thought, yes, unleash your most powerful skill upon me. Once this is done, I can leave, sure. Then I felt reassured. It was merely a matter of striking him. As the maidens departed, I too needed to hurry. I looked at my hands, then at the knight's beautiful face. This would be my most powerful output since traveling here. Smack! Do not obstruct me. I shall strike him until he no longer recognizes himself. Brother, you clearly stated any target was acceptable, yet now you blame me. Fine, I shall dodge first. Upon exiting the square, I realized I had no clue where the maidens had fled. Where could I find them now? Glancing over by the trees, I spotted a lone elven maiden standing nearby. Yes, this was the moment to approach decisively. Hey, maiden, you dropped your paper. I could not conjure any better lines. Ah, you rogue, surely you jest. Do I resemble a rogue? I struck a pose that I deemed most charming. However, the expression of fear in her eyes was palpable. With a cry, she began to weep. Oh, not come closer. You beast. Oh dear, I wish to return home. What is your name? I mean no harm. I am a kind soul. Really, alas, this maiden is too innocent. Come, let's find a place to sit and converse. That I plopped down. Yet she gradually retreated. I gazed at my hands and feet, recalling the horns atop my head. Indeed, in this form, I would surely frighten anyone I encountered in the past, and no wonder this little maiden is terrified. In truth, I was once human as well. Yet now, as I watched the young lady approach me step by step, my spirits began to lift. To be precise, I am Chinese. While playing a game, I suddenly felt dizzy and, upon awakening, found myself transformed in this manner. Are you really Chinese? Yes, young lady. Are you not? I am at a loss. I have never been one to play computer games. A friend of mine enjoys them. And one day, while she was playing at my home, I found myself watching. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming dizziness, as if sleep were overtaking me. When I awoke, I found myself in this unfamiliar world, unable to locate my family or my home. Surrounded by frightening strangers, that I am terrified. Since you are Chinese, you must help me return home. Alas, poor girl, since fate has brought us together, we cannot simply ignore it, especially given your beauty. Very well, young lady, come with me. I shall find you a place to stay while I seek a way to return you home. Without waiting for her consent, I took her by the hand and led her towards an inn, ensuring she had food and shelter, even using the money that Kemi-en had given me. Suddenly, I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. My emotions were a chaotic mess, yet conversing with the young girl helped me gain clarity. I am no longer the charming figure adored by all. Even if I were to find a sweet girl, what would she think of me in this state? After all, it is merely my imagination that she might grow fond of me through our game together. I called out to the distance, "I am such a fool. Let this all come to an end. Let me awaken from this dream that on the third day, sleeping outdoors was truly cold. What should I do now? Should I chat with that young lady? Perhaps not. My appearance might frighten her. Having entered this world, I must abide by its rules. The first order of business is to find a guild to join, then equip myself, and finally, take the young lady back to the world I once knew." With that in mind, I set off towards the city. However, I must say, the city of the Blood Elves is truly magnificent. I made my way to the trade district, recalling that it had been the most bustling place the day before. Indeed, the crowd was diverse, with individuals from all walks of life. Hero, I see you possess a noble bearing and a glimmer of wisdom in your eyes. You must be a celestial being descended from the heavens. Is he referring to me? Ha! I am hardly that exceptional that my charm is simply beyond compare. Hero, why not join our guild? Here you shall find your home. I must admit, your keen eye for talent is impressive. I will reluctantly join. May I inquire your name, profession, and primary skill? I am called Naishui Yao Duo, a druid, and my skill? I can resurrect. The other party stared at me for a moment before asking. You can resurrect? Yes, what of it? It is my only skill. Do you look down upon my lack of abilities? I watched apprehensively, fearing they might dismiss me for having but one skill. Then show me. Very well, let me demonstrate. You may self-destruct, and I shall bring you back to life. With a swift motion, the pen in his hand snapped and toot. How dare you ask me to self-destruct if you cannot resurrect me? I would be doomed. Do you take me for a fool? There are only a handful of individuals capable of resurrection. Who do you think you are? Now be gone, and find somewhere cooler to linger. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback that if what he said were true. I glanced at the starleaf seeds in my bag and froze. This is a treasure indeed. I shall keep it safe. Brother, care to join the guild? Yes, I shall join, though I lack skills. I'm in a good mood. Even without skills, I feel content. Oh, I hear a female voice. Please state your name. What a beautiful lady. I nearly drooled that I'm called Naishui. Splendid. We have a healer among us. I had only uttered a few words, yet somehow I found myself joining the one-top guild. Reflecting on those days, I recall reaching level 60 when my brother dragged me into the world of WoW. At that time, he was already at max level, serving as a vice president of a guild, and I still remember the name of that guild. Soul of Heroes. I opened the character creation interface. He suggested I play a druid, as the guild currently needed healers. That I agreed, but my gaze was fixated on the mage class. Unsurprisingly, I abandoned the druid before reaching level 20 and began my journey as a mage, a necromancer draped in rotting flesh. After enduring countless trials, I finally reached max level, embarking on dungeon raids with friends, battling in the battlegrounds, and teaming up against foes in the wild. During that time, we never questioned whether we could succeed or if our gear was inadequate. Instead, we simply laughed and said, "No worries, we just weren't paying attention. Let's try again." At last, we reached level 70, ready to venture into new lands. Though some friends had drifted away, many remained, and we continued to level up, complete quests, and raid dungeons together. Triumphing over bosses and capturing memories with joyous photos, I still remember the countless corpses beneath the feet of Elune and the steadfast Howren before the prince. However, as time passed, the names on my friends' list began to fade, and the guild grew increasingly sparse. When the Sunwell opened, I left the guild to join a newly formed one, thinking it would be like before, filled with exhilarating activities. Yet this guild altered my fate. During a raid in the Black Temple, as it was late in the TBC expansion and gear was overwhelmingly powerful, we swiftly encountered Illidan. Defeating him with almost brutal efficiency, in that moment, I laid eyes on the staff I had long yearned for. Zaldar's staff of the Devourer. That time, few in the group expressed interest. Yet just as the leader was about to speak, a priest chimed in, "Ha, this one is mine." Indeed, I'd only recently joined the guild and lacked DKP, but glancing at my S2 staff and then at the Kara Crystal Tower in their hands, I dare to ask, could you spare it for me? I still have my S2. I should never have uttered those words. Oh what? I had been actively participating in guild activities since its inception, and I had earned my DKP. Besides, isn't it great for a mage to wield S2? Though it seemed trivial, for some unknown reason, it felt as though years of resentment had erupted within me. I had no wish to argue, for I understood the leader's struggles. Yet, curiosity about human nature seized me, prompting me to act in a way I never had before since entering WoW. That I whispered, "Leader, please grant me the staff. I will give you 5,000 G." But the screen fell silent for a moment. Whose ribs has obtained Zaldar's staff of the Devourer, upon seeing that icon appear in my inventory. A myriad of emotions overwhelmed me. Delete, Hearthstone, leave the guild, and no matter how they bombarded the chat with messages, I had made my decision. I would no longer set foot in a dungeon. Henceforth, I became a casual player, embarking on my true PvP journey. From that day forward, apart from daily dungeons, I never again entered one. That I began participating in battlegrounds and arenas, and whenever I had time, I would venture to the gates of Orgrimmar to engage in PK battles, seeking out skilled opponents or those with better gear to hone my abilities. That my skills improved remarkably, and my gear also saw upgrades. Eventually, I resolved to venture into the Alterac Valley. I had always hesitated, wondering if I would be seeking trouble in this unpredictable era of WoW, where such a large-scale battleground required 40 players to work in perfect harmony and possess individual awareness. Today, however, I decided to take a look. Curious about the battleground where my friends and I once fought valiantly, laughing heartily together, and how it had changed as I stepped onto the icy ground of Alterac Valley, I was taken aback. What I beheld was not the chaotic swarm of headless flies I had imagined, but rather a disciplined army. They moved in unison, executed coordinated maneuvers, established a solid defense, and I could see the fervent determination in their eyes. In that moment, I glimpsed hope. I saw the only pure land in this world, and I found my home. "Brother, I haven't seen you before. Are you new?" an orc warrior inquired. "Yes," I replied, unsure of what else to say. "Interested in joining the fight in Alterac?" "Sure, UT. What UT? Nowadays we use YY. Oh, thus I entered the war in Alterac Valley, amidst the smoke of battle, forging friendships with many. That I eventually became the commander of the national team, teaming up with Dan Yin, XD, and Piao Yao, to form the JJC squad. Together with my comrades, we fought fiercely on the battlefield, sharing in the joy of victory, as if I had rediscovered the happiness of yesteryears. Yet a lingering heaviness remained in my heart, as though a fog settled there, casting a shadow over my spirits. Thus, we persevered through to WLK, reaching the Arctic, still battling together and reveling in our camaraderie. And so, we reached level 80, striving for JJC, aiming for S7.1 day. As I was pondering whether to queue for a solo battleground, a prompt suddenly appeared. "Fight to the death for the Horde." When did the battleground queue change to this? I recalled my enduring conviction to fight for the glory of the Horde. Without hesitation, I chose yes. Remarkably, at the same time, a faint sensation of a headache enveloped me. As if my chest were about to explode, consciousness gradually blurring. When I awoke, I found myself lying in a coffin, confronted by a spectral figure, grotesquely adorned with decaying flesh, who greeted me with, "Ah, you're awake. We almost thought you wouldn't make it and nearly buried you. Wait, why does this scenario feel so familiar?" It soon dawned on me. I had transformed into an undead, and this was the birthplace of the undead. The town of Deathneld. I could distinctly sense an inexplicable force surging within me, coursing freely through my body. I surveyed my surroundings. More corpses began to emerge from their coffins. Oh no, I suppose they should be referred to as the undead. Although it sent a shiver down my spine, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What in the world is this place? My goodness, what are these things? Help me. The sight of the bodies in a heap, making strange sounds, struck me with unexpected humor, and I couldn't help but smile faintly before turning to leave. Exiting the tomb, I was greeted by a desolate little town, the air thick with an eerie silence. Strangely, I could vividly perceive the energy flowing through the atmosphere, accompanied by a restless force stirring within me. Eagerly, I approached a large tree, attempting to unleash an ice arrow. I firmly believed that I had a connection with the mages. Closing my eyes, I slowly gathered the energy within me into my hands, visualizing the ice arrow's form. With a swift motion, a blue light shot forth from my hand, piercing through the trunk and shattering the rocks behind it. Next, I experimented with Fireball, Arcane Explosion, Blink, Frost Nova, and Ice Barrier, achieving decent results. However, the instant casting of spells still required refinement and practice. While I was pondering this, a raspy voice called from behind. "Hey, come here for a moment. I have a task for you, Dut." I turned to see a ragged undead pointing at me. What is it?" "I've received intel that the Scourge will soon launch a large-scale offensive, purpose unknown. Here is a letter. Please deliver it to Lady Sylvanas." That I thought to myself, so I'm just a messenger. Nevertheless, since it's labeled a task, it should come with a reward. All right, but what isn't it for me? Here, this money could be your travel expenses, and I also have a pair of shoes. Take them. Sigh. New player tasks really do offer little. As I walked along, I reflected on my awakening in the birthplace of the undead. Currently, aside from high-level skills like Frostfire Bolt or Ice Lance, I couldn't cast anything of significance. However, Blizzard and Wind Fury were indeed skills for level 20 and above, with Ice Barrier requiring talent points. This suggested that there might not be a concept of levels here. I wondered what extent I could achieve in battling monsters now. Just then, I spotted a pale blue dog leaping at me from behind a tree. Although I dodged quickly, I was still scratched, its claws snagging a piece of rotting flesh from my body. Sensing danger, I instinctively cast Frost Nova and fled, launching an ice arrow that struck it down, leaving it motionless on the ground. Despite having slain countless such creatures in the game, I still felt a twinge of fear. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I realized that existing here meant facing the specter of true death at any moment. This was the battlefield I had long sought, my true home. I decided to rest for a moment before continuing my journey to Undercity. Suddenly, I heard a voice beside me. I turned to look, but there was no one there to— "Oh, I'm sorry," I thought as a curled-up undead slowly materialized before me, a dagger hanging at its waist. Given the prior scenario, I deduced it was a rogue. "How did you manage that?" "You mean that dog?" "Yes, when I awoke, I found myself in a graveyard, and I understand now. You were frightened, right? Then you ran out?" "I fled into the forest, saw a group of people starting a fire, and thought I'd found a large party. So I approached them to greet them, only to nearly get killed. I barely managed to escape. Am I right?" "How did you know?" "Of course, those people were from the Scarlet Crusade. You undead, so they'd naturally want to kill you. Just as I was about to be caught, in a panic, I somehow went invisible until I saw you." "All right, enough of that. What should I call you?" "Oh, my game ID is 400 Ani. Just call me 400. You can call me Ribs too. Instead of wasting time here, why not accompany me to Undercity? You seem to lack skills right now. So it'll be safer with me. Thank you so much. Turned out that the journey from Deathnell to Undercity was not as swift as it was in the game. That we faced monsters along the way and only reached the outskirts of Undercity on the third day after my arrival in this world. During our conversations, I learned that 400 had recently transferred to this server and had no friends here, merely participating in random dungeons and casual raids. I wondered if I would have been like him had I not chosen PvP. As I thought this, I couldn't help but chuckle at the self-mockery. In this world, it mattered little, and my goal was to survive and eradicate the enemies of the Horde. As for this rogue, his chest and abdomen were already decayed, revealing a few rows of yellowed ribs, with remnants of rotting flesh on his arms and thighs. His voice carried the distinctive rasp of the undead, and it was impossible to discern his gender from his exterior. However, his face bore little sign of severe decay, confirming that he had been quite handsome in life. That I chose not to pry further. Nor did I wish to. After arriving in this world, we had fortuitously found each other, and over the past few days, I had trained him in some rogue skills. Though clumsy, he could survive as a rogue rather than merely lurking as a stealthy one. When we reached the outpost, we found it deserted, littered only with scattered bones. This place has been attacked. "What is going on?" "ISNT, this supposed to be a lookout," 400 exclaimed in panic. I didn't respond, but took a couple of steps forward to scrutinize the remnants of the corpses. There were clear marks from sharp weapons, and some glaring holy light remained in the traces. I immediately realized that this place was perilous. Stealth. I shouted to 400 Huh? What's wrong? He clearly had not yet grasped the danger here. No time for chatter. Hurry. I concealed myself behind a tree, quietly observing my surroundings. Oh, hey, do you see that fire over there? Huh. Where? Oh, I see it. What is up? Go check it out. See if there are any paladins around. Stay hidden. Prioritize survival, having grown accustomed to commanding in-game. I couldn't shake off that tone now. 400 seemed oblivious. I asked their problem? Of course. Can't you see? Just go. After my outburst, 400 appeared somewhat aggrieved, but stealthily crept away after what felt like an eternity. I began to think that too much time had passed without any sound. Surely, he wouldn't run into trouble. However, I was growing impatient. Hey, Ribs! That voice startled me, and I instinctively began to gather energy. Blue light already coalescing in my hand. Wait, don't. It's me. It turned out to be 400. You scared me, trying to frighten me while hiding. Are you looking for trouble? Thank goodness I managed to stop myself. Calm down. Look at this, 400 excitedly said. You were right. There's a knight-like human leader over there, followed by a group of minions. When his minion stepped away, I knocked him on the head with a club. I found a dozen gold coins in this. Well done, quite resourceful. A letter to I believe someone in Undercity will need it. I should report the situation here. Standing before the gates of Undercity, I could imagine how magnificent it once was, though now it lay in eerie ruins. Upon entering the interior, I could faintly see a few undead that resembled players, while the majority were likely NPCs. Suddenly, I recalled 400's reaction upon first encountering the undead, and I couldn't help but ask, are you still afraid of these undead? 400 chuckled calmly, not really. I'm still somewhat unaccustomed, but it's much better than being chased by those humans wielding swords and axes. Ha! Iacint, ironic. Upon encountering Lady Sylvanas, I presented the 2 letters I had been holding. Her face lit up with evident joy. Excellent, young ranger. Not only have you delivered crucial intelligence regarding the Scourge, but you have also captured the movements of the Scarlet Crusade. This is my duty, Lady Sylvanas. She then spoke with a grave tone. I need you to remember the meaning of the Forsaken. We are neither the living nor the dead. We will be forgotten by both the living and the deceased. We have returned to a world we once bid farewell to, yet we can never return to the days we lived, nor to the side of those we once loved. That we are both an existence and a curse. Hence, we forget the past, and the past forgets us. Indeed, these words originated from her lips that we shall remember. 400 and I replied in unison. Very well. I now grant you the privilege to partake in the Ranger-S review. Through the teleportation orb in the side hall, you may proceed directly to Silvermoon City. Go forth, brave warriors. I have every confidence in your abilities to pass this assessment, after which you shall truly become members of the tribe. For the tribe. With that, she saluted, and we hastily returned the gesture before making our way back to the bank to organize our belongings. Regarding the Ranger-S review, 400 inquired, will players from the entire server be transported here? If so, will Silvermoon City not be teeming with people? Given the current situation, it seems so. Piao Yao and Dan Yen. How are you faring? As we circled around, we discovered this place was significantly larger than in the game, bustling with various NPCs. Some engaged in conversation, others on guard duty, and a few were even wounded or napping. To our surprise, there were no actual class trainers here. Instead, each area was overseen by supervisors, generals, and some high-ranking sorcerers. After conversing with them, we learned about the comprehension of skills and the definition of talents in this world. However, this damned information had a fee attached to it. After some deliberation, we decided to pursue secondary professions. 400 headed to the leatherworker, while I made my way to the Engineer-S Guild, agreeing to meet at the bank afterward. Hey, Ranger over there! Turning around, I saw a merchant-like skeleton speaking, surrounded by a variety of goods. I am Felicia Duan. Could you assist me with a task? After some thought, I concluded that the review must be a main quest. Apologies, but we are en route to Silvermoon City. Oh, splendid. The Masterland in Silvermoon City has ordered a hunting rifle from me. Yes, you can see. I'm alone in the shop, so could you deliver it for me on your way? Here, a necklace. I believe you may find it interesting. Upon arrival in Silvermoon City, you will receive a reward for your trouble. Since I was headed that way anyway, It seemed a good deed to do, and I could acquire a necklace as well. All right, I will ensure it is delivered. Upon donning the necklace, I felt an instant surge of magical energy coursing through my body. Unfair. All the benefits are yours. It appeared 400 had completed her task as well and began to complain to me that IT enhances intelligence. It's of no use to you. Why not try it on? I casually handed the necklace to her. 400 cautiously placed it around her neck, but her expression quickly soured. I feel nothing at all. After returning the necklace, she curiously asked, "What about you? Any sensations?" It's peculiar. I sense my magical power has increased, and my body feels lighter. She nodded thoughtfully. All right, let us hurry. We promised to assist someone. Standing before the teleportation orb, I wondered how to use it. In the game, you just need to click it, but this is merely a sphere. Sphere. Take a closer look. Its light is unlike that of a light bulb. Come, let us both place our hands within this halo. As we raised our hands, with a whoosh, the desolate ruins before us transformed into a magnificent palace. Silver Moon City. Would the Rangers already be here? With that thought, I said, "You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." Where to? I'm unfamiliar with Silver Moon City. Then just circle around to familiarize yourself. If not, ask someone that we agreed to reconvene at the bank shortly. Just as I turned my head, I spotted a goblin. Goblin Technology's latest invention. The Oaken Amplifier, 10 seconds of recording functionality, can loop automatically. Only 998 copper coins, and it can't get any cheaper. A must-have for the champions of Azeroth. Wait, I immediately called out to 400. What is the matter? How much do we have left? After deducting the cost for bags, tools, and learning skills, we have about 5 gold left. SOEV spent over 10 gold today. It can't be helped. Our bags alone cost over 7 gold. They say the number of rangers has surged recently, leading to a shortage of goods. All right, let us take out 2 gold. I have needs. Hey, can you lower the price of that Oaken Amplifier? What? Are you insane? You really want to haggle with a goblin? Fine, here is 1 gold. No change necessary. Since everyone has arrived, they should also be here, and the most urgent need now is for a team, as one cannot survive alone in this world. Sigh, I suppose I'll be unscrupulous just this once. Fellow warriors of the Aosh Mountain National Team, gather here. I'm the commander, Firefox Rib. Hearing the hoarse voice from the trumpet, my gaze drifted slightly, my mind blank, as if I were truly just a lifeless corpse. Rib? Is that really you? Who are you? It's me, Windwalker. This is Asa. And here is Tasha? Wait, wherein to you AFK? How did you end up here? I don't know. I just wanted to log in and take a look that I fainted for some reason. And when I woke up, I was already on Sunstrider Isle, and I happened to meet these two. It's been over a year. I never expected our reunion to be in the game world. Rib? Could be Danyan. What? No way. You recognized me. Of course. Who else could it be but the all-white white cow with those little horns? Exactly. That's the signature. Reuniting with long-lost comrades filled my heart with immense joy. One by one. More friends from the past gathered here, with countless words to share and untold hardships to recount. Judging by their battered appearances, it must have been quite a journey to arrive here. This solidified my resolve. Come everyone, gather around. I have something to say. Okay, those present here are all former comrades. I believe there are no cowards among us that we have come to this world, and we must fulfill our mission. There may be students, police officers, workers, and doctors among us. Some may have had wives and children in the original world, while others haven't even graduated from middle school. Yet, I have led us through countless battles in the past. Therefore, I hope to continue guiding everyone in this world. Any objections? No. All right, I now ask one thing of you all. Unity. Any objections? No. Very good. Some of you may already understand that in this world, there are no angels, no resurrection points. Thus, our task is to survive. Unity shall be our greatest strength. I want you to remember, I will not allow any member of the Aosh Mountain team to abandon their comrades. Understood? No abandonment. No giving up? Good. Now, let us proceed to participate in the review. Due to the number of participants, we will be free to form groups afterward for training. We will reconvene at the bank in Undercity in 15 days. And everyone must at least master the basic skills of their respective professions, after which they can choose a specialization. Should there be any uncertainties, feel free to ask me or consult the trainers of your professions. Though it seems there will be fees involved. By then, I do not wish to see anyone lag behind. Thus, following that exceedingly tedious review ceremony, we formed free groups. FS Windwalker, FS Asa, QS 400 DZ, and Danyan D, creating a 5-member team determined to undertake quests in the Barrens. A place brimming with memories. Given the current strength of the monsters in the Shadowlands, the Barrens' difficulty was more suitable for our team. Furthermore, with players congregating in the Shadowlands, mobility was quite inconvenient. In our team, Windwalker and 400's abilities were still lacking. 400 had grasped the skills I trained her in, but her damage output was minimal. Windwalker only knew some fire spells, and she hadn't yet learned the only self-defense skill, Shockwave, at the early stages of fire magic. After all, the difficulty of tasks here was worlds apart from those in the game. However, Asa, Danyan, and I were comparatively stronger, so it was feasible to lead them to the Southern Barrens for some quest. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Hey, Rib, I just looted a wand from that bear creature. You should take it. A wand? I already have one. Windwalker seems to be using a branch. Let her have it for now. As we spoke, a shout echoed from afar. Help. Turning around, I saw 400 rushing towards us in a panic. I accidentally snapped a twig while looting earlier, and the chieftain noticed. I've run out of my flash powder and attracted a horde of monsters. To explain, since 400's damage output had not significantly improved, I assigned her a money-making task, which became our primary source of income. Asa, go help her. Danyan, provide backup. With that, a golden light spread out beneath Asa's feet, scorching the bear creatures, who furiously charged at him. Due to their overwhelming numbers, Asa could only passively defend with his shield, and it appeared he was on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a female blood elf appeared before him, and she conjured a dragon head from flames, unleashing a powerful blaze that sent the bear creatures spinning in terror. While a faint green glow enveloped Asa, a smile of understanding graced my lips as I summoned the frosty power within me, conjuring a tempest of countless ice arrows above the hulking bears. Before long, the creatures lay sprawled on the ground. Goodness, you are utterly unreliable, Asa jested, addressing Ba, their camaraderie having deepened over the past few days. No, I just came across a finely crafted crescent dagger on a bear shaman, its hilt adorned with a sparkling gem radiating a cerulean glow. This hardly seems like something you would wield. It appears more akin to a mage's weapon, I remarked, taking the dagger into my hands, feeling its magical essence distinctly surpass that of my previous gear. Indeed, it is a mage's dagger, so it's of no concern to you. Right? After all that effort, it turns out to be a mage's weapon? Enough complaints. Let us resort to our usual method, a game of rock, paper, scissors. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Liquida, it's mine, Feng Xing exclaimed with excitement. I exchanged glances with Danyan, who, with a hint of melancholy, lamented, "Why do we always lose? It seems our luck doesn't compare to others." That moment, Asa interjected, "All right, tomorrow marks the day of assembly. We must swiftly complete these 2 tasks in the southern part of Felwood, and then hasten to Orgrimmar to reach Undercity." Upon returning to Orgrimmar, despite having visited several times, the grandeur of the city struck me anew. After organizing our bags and convening at the bank, we set forth towards the great gates of Orgrimmar, heading for the Zeppelin station. This fellow looks remarkably familiar, especially with that face resembling a ghastly grin. I feel I've seen him before, I mused as a blood elf approached, clad in what appeared to be the garb of a mage or warlock. Me? I am Hohuzi Paigu, but you can simply call me Paigu. It's Paigu. I'm Gao Dakian. Do you remember me? The mage who fought alongside you in the city siege. Gao Dakian, I recall now. You re the one who fell into the water while gazing at the stars. What brings you to Orgrimmar alone? Seeking someone? Not at all. I was sent out by a particularly annoying and tight-knit NPC for training, and as I wandered, I found myself here. But enough about me. What are you all up to? We are preparing to rendezvous with our comrades in Undercity, but if you have no other matters, would you care to join us? Well, that sounds good. I would appreciate your guidance, my friend. No need for the formalities that I in this world. Having one more friend means one more chance of survival, does it not? Let's be off. Paigu, I have a question. Gawadakian turned, a puzzled look on his face. What is it? How do we get to Undercity? Of course, we take the Zeppelin. Or do you wish to swim there? The Zeppelin? That infernal contraption costs 1 gold per person. 1 gold. Is that a lot? See, how much do we have left? Well, after deducting travel and meal expenses, we still have 327 gold. Brother, how do you earn such wealth? Please enlighten me. Ah, that's a secret. Now onward. Our destination, Undercity. You worthless fool. I scoffed at Hohozi Paigu. Even in death, our fighting spirit must not wane. With your current demeanor, how can you even speak of battlefield command? With a glance behind, I noted approximately 300 Forsaken warriors still standing in our ranks. Forsaken warriors, heed my command. The Alliance has just claimed a victory, and their morale is high. They will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly, aiming to annihilate us. However, we must counterattack if we hope to reclaim Terran Mill. We lack the robust physiques of orcs, the sharp senses of humans, and the wisdom of gnomes. But we possess the most formidable gift of all, the indomitable will of the Forsaken. Every battle we have fought since our resurrection has been for the triumph of our queen. Think of those who battled against the Scourge in the Scarlet Crusade. Has there ever been a time when the Forsaken fled the battlefield? Now, we must exploit every advantageous condition to launch a counteroffensive against the Alliance. I paused, recognizing that the Alliance had abandoned the coastal stronghold, turning it into a baited trap, while still deploying an impressive array of heavy weaponry. This indicated that their supply lines must be nearby. Mainfong, I pointed to a Forsaken mage among us. You and the rogue Duo must locate and destroy the Alliance's rear supply lines. That it is imperative that their supplies run dry, particularly their artillery ammunition. Destroying these will cripple their tactical advance. I trust that you, a seasoned gladiator of the 3rd season, will not disappoint me. Leave it to me. Await the good news, Mainfong replied, departing alongside Duwu Fingyu, riding their skeletal steeds. This rogue and mage duo should have no trouble dealing with a few guards at the rear of the Alliance. Amused, gazing ahead, I observed the Alliance's artillery gradually closing in, their cavalry and infantry providing cover in the front lines. If the Alliance forces pushed us back to the hillside, their heavy artillery would soon rain destruction upon us. And this cave would likely not withstand the onslaught for long. We must abandon this encampment and retreat towards the Alterac Mountains, utilizing the narrow valley roads to prevent the Alliance's artillery from advancing. If any cowardice arises during our retreat, I shall toss them into the void to feed my shadow beast. Onward, I commanded. First, the members of the One-Top Guild began to retreat northward, followed by other orcs, Tauren, and Blood Elves, with the Forsaken warriors bringing up the rear. After about half an hour, we had fully retreated to the Alterac Mountains. Now facing the Alliance forces descending from Hillsbrad, we held a favorable vantage point. The Alliance advanced, yet our numbers were vastly inferior. However, throughout history, battlefields have always favored the living over the dead. As Forsaken, we have lost our lives, our families, and even our memories. Shall we also forsake our final honor? No. Today, we shall prove the glory of the Forsaken with the blood of our enemies. Fight until death. Fight until death. Behind us lies the dark city of Lord Darren. If we fail here, who will protect our queen? Kill, for the queen's victory, for the glory of the Forsaken. I raise my staff high, for the queen's honor. Defend Undercity. The fighting spirit of the Forsaken surged, clearly ignited by my words. What about us? Gout Dakian inquired cautiously. You need not do anything. Simply observe the battle. I replied gently. We have been resisting the Alliance in the south and the Scarlet Crusade in the north for many years. Such a minor skirmish will not faze us. What? You want us to be mere spectators? Are you looking down on us orcs? 2 orc warriors, brandishing their massive axes, stood defiantly. We shall fight alongside you. And I, Yanmi, will ensure my tally of Alliance kills surpasses that of any Forsaken here. The orc warrior named Yanmi declared, pointing at me. Very well. I have heard that orcs consider dying in battle the highest honor. Let us witness it today. We Tauren shall also fight, a Tauren shaman named Yuling declared, shedding his earlier boyish demeanor for a more formidable presence. We Blood Elves, too, wish to join the fray, Gout Dakian proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Excellent. It is a great pleasure to fight alongside you all on the battlefield. Let the blood of our enemies be the wine of our celebration. Kill. The wolf riders of the horde charged down the hill, their bloodlust ignited by my earlier exhortation, their eyes ablaze with a desire for vengeance. The wolf cavalry, descending from their elevated position, swiftly created a breach in the Alliance cavalry ranks, charging directly towards the heavy artillery positioned at the rear of the Alliance forces, caught off guard by our reckless assault after suffering a significant defeat. The Alliance infantry faltered momentarily. The tide of battle shifts rapidly. Sometimes, a mere second is enough to alter the course of an entire conflict. As I surveyed the battlefield from the hillside, I saw just a handful of Orc cavalry open a gap in the Alliance formation. The Forsaken and Troll archers prepared to aim at a 45-degree angle, ready to unleash their arrows. The Alliance cavalry, clad in heavy armor, wielded massive shields to block incoming attacks with their left hands while brandishing long spears for thrusting at their foes with their right. In the middle were the ordinary infantry, and should the enemy breach the front line, countless infantry would surge forth like a tidal wave, ready to dismember their adversaries. Finally, at the rear, the artillery awaited. This formation, when deployed on flat terrain, is an exceedingly formidable tactic, capable of withstanding simultaneous assaults from dozens of hellfires. However, at present, we find ourselves in a commanding position, utilizing the advantageous terrain to launch arrows from our archers, targeting the infantry at the heart of the opposing camp. This strategy also paves the way for our cavalry to charge unimpeded toward the Alliance's artillery. Look, Tar, Ogre, the Orc wolf riders surged forward. And just as the Alliance infantry prepared to dismember a few of them, they were suddenly showered by a multitude of arrows from above, causing chaos among the ranks of the Alliance. I observe a one-armed knight at the rear of the Alliance, next to whom stood a human female knight who began to signal. The formation of the Alliance started to shift, with the knights at the front rearranging into a concave shape. It was evident that the Alliance's commander possessed exceptional tactical acumen, swiftly devising a countermeasure. This was alarming. They intended to consolidate their forces to eliminate these wolf riders. Should they succeed, all my meticulous plans would come to naught, leaving us without any recourse. The Blood Elves and the mages of the Forsaken surged into the fray, unleashing every spell at their disposal to impede the Alliance's formation. The mages charged forth, casting Frost Nova, Ice Lance, Water Elementals, Blizzard, and all manner of slowing spells upon the heavily armored knights at the forefront of the Alliance. I could see that moment. The movement of the Alliance's formation began to falter, with signs of retreat emerging in some areas. Suddenly, I noticed a figure trembling at my back, refusing to advance. It was Gao Dagwang, "Oh, you seek death?" I exclaimed. "If we hesitate now, we will all perish." With that, I seized the collar of Gao Dagwang and, channeling the power of shadows, hurled him into the center of the Alliance formation. Alas, in my moment of anger, I misjudged the distance and flung him too far. It appeared he would be left in pieces. While we fear not death on the battlefield, we still do not wish to witness needless sacrifices, despite his usual cowardice. Suddenly, I observed Gao Dagwang's form beginning to transform. His back grew increasingly hunched, his eyes slowly disappeared, his chin shrank, and his clothing began to alter. He became increasingly reminiscent of a Forsaken. Moments later, the transformed Gao Dagwang had entirely become a Forsaken. Sporting an exaggerated green, explosive bald hairstyle, hollow eye sockets, a gaunt chin, clad in warrior garb, and wielding an iron staff. Immediately, this Forsaken mage, once Gao Dagwang, began to unleash a dazzling array of spells. Frost Nova, Ice Spike, Shockwave. These spells, typically mundane in the hands of ordinary mages, became potent instruments of control and destruction due to their impeccable timing, causing dozens of the Alliance infantry to fall in an instant. Gazing at Gao Dagwang's transformed visage, I realized he was none other than the legendary Forsaken Master who had embarked on a long expedition to Northrend, vanishing for years. Why was he here? Possessing Gao Dagwang's body, casting his splendid spells? Surely, the seasoned veterans who had battled across Azeroth were familiar with this Forsaken mage, his name echoing along these roads, if one were to translate his name from this world into the most commonly used language of another realm. It would be Vertin. In the skies over Dalaran, serenity was a fleeting notion. Riel gazed upwards at the overcast sky, letting out a sigh. ever since the Kirin Tor Council voted to relocate Dalaran to the icy heart of Northrend. The dismal weather had persisted, with dark clouds shrouding the city, as if the Lich King were ever watchful over this uninvited settlement. A discomforting notion for Riel, who hailed from the south. The mage Riel, with his raven hair and stern facial features, bore an air of seriousness, his dark eyes perpetually reflecting anxiety, and his physique appeared somewhat frail, resembling more a potion maker than a battle mage of Dalaran. At this moment, his brows furrowed in concentration as he focused intently on the crystal ball before him. As the commander of Dalaran's battle mages, Riel maintained a vigilant watch over the events unfolding around him. Yet in this tumultuous season, excessive caution proved more beneficial than negligence. From the gates of Encourage 3 years prior to the recent events at Ulduar, Riel had witnessed too much death, causing him to cherish his comrades all the more. He vividly recalled the gates of Encourage, facing an overwhelming swarm of insects, where the previous commander sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of others, unleashing a fiery storm before being torn to pieces by the oncoming aberrant scorpions. At that time, he had merely been a novice mage recently inducted into the ranks of battle mages. We are battle mages. We are the strongest wall of Dalaran. This declaration had been made by the former commander as they entered the Sunwell. Tragically, he himself fell victim to a hellhound's ambush, draining his mana during the chaos, in pursuit of vengeance. The then vice-commander Riel incinerated that hellhound along with dozens of surrounding demons, shaking his head to dispel the haunting memories. Riel refocused his attention on the crystal ball, seeking to discern the malevolence lurking within the ice-ground glacier. Hundreds of ghouls roamed the frozen ground, skeletal engineers hurriedly crafted abominations, and above, the ships, Breaker and Hammer of Orgrimmar, exchanged cannon fire, as the Alliance and the Horde vied for more support from Dalaran to confront each other, a gaggle of fools. In this time of rampant scourge, they still clung to their petty grudges, particularly that brazen warmonger Garrosh Hellscream, who openly provoked the Alliance in High Lord Tyrion Fordring's arena, igniting an unnecessary dispute. Riel vowed that should he have the opportunity, he would transform that troublemaker Garrosh into a clucking hen that Riel's consciousness traversed through the crystal ball, swiftly gliding over the frozen earth of Iceground, pausing above the icy crown where the Argent Crusaders were pushing a massive siege engine against the gates of Iceground Citadel. Yet Riel paid them no heed. His gaze was fixed upon the distant throne, upon the figure clad in skeletal armor, emanating an eerie blue glow. The Lich King. You again have come. Insignificant mortal point. Two distinctly different yet united voices reverberated in Riel's ears. This encounter was a daily occurrence, and he found himself growing impatient. Continue your barking. Arthas, justice has arrived at your doorstep. The day of reckoning is at hand. Riel responded, bearing the immense weight of pressure. Ha ha ha, the Lich King laughed. Frostmourne hungers that I hope that when you stand before me, your soul can satisfy its appetite. Sir? A voice interrupted Riel's thoughts. The gates of Iceground had swung open. Then, Riel grasped the staff and spell blade upon the table, summoning the battle mages to assemble. With a smile, one that belonged to a predator, he declared, "Let us confront Arthas. In the name of Dalaran, the autobiography of Duke Riel by Duke Riel, prologue. My name is Duke Riel. A mage in the 2nd Division of Naxxramas on the national server, a mage with commendable agility and a DPS level that I take pride in among most of my peers. Well, this is merely a game, but I have traversed to the world of Rielne's Wellington. If you ever show such disrespect to your elders again, I shall transform you into a rat and cast you into the sewers. Do you understand? Timar, the stern black-haired uncle who had once languished in Dalaran's prison, and also my mentor since my induction into Dalaran from the Northshire Mage Academy, reprimanded me. Rielne's Wellington is my current name, and I am perplexed as to why it differs from my in-game name. This uncle, who once served as a daily taskmaster, certainly carries an imposing demeanor, I muttered under my breath in criticism, yet feigned compliance, responding obediently. Little did I know, the uncle's expression shifted, and he unleashed a fireball towards me. You dare to insult me in your thoughts, you little brat. As the fireball hurtled towards me, I instinctively raised my hands, casting a protective barrier around myself. Bang! The fireball struck my barrier with force, causing me to stagger back a few steps. Thankfully, the barrier absorbed the impact. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to a charred chicken today. However, matters were not as simple as I had anticipated. Not bad. Then let's see how you fare against this. Timar pressed on, revealing a maniacal expression as he conjured a fireball the size of a person, radiating an overwhelming wave of heat. Timar, are you serious? Boy, if you can catch this, I shall overlook this incident. The peculiar old man spoke while directing the fiery orb towards me. Goodness, it appears this eccentric fellow is also a battle enthusiast. If I cannot confront him, at the very least, I can evade him. Hastily, I performed a blink spell to distance myself from my previous position. To my astonishment, the fireball took a sharp turn, as if possessed by a life of its own, and hurtled directly towards me. Ice barrier. I promptly invoked my life-saving spell. The colossal fireball collided with the icy wall, releasing a cloud of steam that enveloped me entirely. I had pledged not to hold a grudge over today's events. Timmel, observing my frozen state after the barrier dissipated, chuckled. However, as a lesson for you to remember, you are to remain in your dormitory today, transcribing the principles of all fire spells. Come see me tomorrow morning with your notes. Furthermore, if you dare to curse me in your heart again, a chill ran down my spine upon hearing this. Although I had narrowly escaped today, thanks to the ice barrier, such life-preserving spells should not be relied upon frequently. After the spell's dissolution, I found myself completely frozen. Surely this must be the low-temperature effect from the game? If you were to launch another fireball like that, I could not guarantee my survival. Teacher, although that eccentric man claims this matter ends here, I fear that if I do not comprehend how he discerned my thoughts, such unsettling incidents may recur. You wish to inquire how I know what you're thinking. I am known as the Seer Timmel, a member of the Kirin Tor, and my specialty lies in the art of divination, the old man said with a smug expression. Now go and transcribe your notes. Tomorrow marks the day of your graduation, that if you fail to complete it, I shall not allow you to graduate. Resigned, I trudged back to my dormitory, begrudgingly beginning the transcription of the principles. However, I thought to myself, it shouldn't be too lengthy, right? After all, it is a well-established fact. The fireball spell is a fundamental incantation for all mages, with the prevailing explanation being, the caster transforms the arcane energy from the air into fire elemental energy and focuses it at a single point to release it forward. However, Intonit believed, Timmel, you insufferable pervert. 10 minutes later, I held the tome I had extracted from the bookshelf, thicker than a dictionary, titled On the Principles of Fire Magic, and let out a plaintive wail towards the heavens. What do you think? Quite promising. It seems we can nurture his potential that if necessary, we may assign him to lead a squad for a trial run. Lead a squad? I suppose I could delegate that task to him and see if he can accomplish it. In the dimly lit hall, 5 shadowy figures discussed my journey in Azeroth, which had only just begun to dream a dream. I traversed into Azeroth, and due to my exceptional talent, I was absorbed into Dalaran, accompanied by an eccentric old man who claimed to be my mentor. What a strange dream. Wait, what time is it now? I flipped over and climbed out of bed, surveying my surroundings in a daze. The violet-hued floor and ceiling, a beautifully crafted desk facing the bed, a bookshelf overflowing with tomes to my left, and near the head of the bed, a wardrobe in the center of the room stood a small dining table adorned with intricate carvings, upon which rested a freshly brewed pot of black tea. Everything around me confirmed that this was no ordinary dormitory akin to my university's disheveled quarters. Excellent. I surmised that this is not a dream. A series of knocks interrupted my reverie, that I opened the door to behold a graceful figure with elongated ears, a male high elf, who also served as the dormitory administrator. I beg your pardon for my impudence. Mr. Wellington, but you have missed this morning's class. You are half an hour late. Master Timmel instructed me to convey this message to you, should you fail to reach the classroom within 5 minutes. You may look forward to conversing with the sewer rats. This elf delivered an exceedingly vexing announcement with an elegant tone. Damn it, did I scramble to don my robe, hastily tidying my appearance before dashing out of the dormitory. This was a city of scholars. The Violet Citadel loomed above the city like a giant, appearing particularly magnificent under the morning light. The violet rooftops and cobblestones bestowed a warm, cultured, and tranquil ambience upon the city. The streets were impeccably clean, reflecting the refined qualities of Dalaran's mages. Nearby shops were devoid of raucous shouts and the clamor of haggling. Customers and merchants seemed to share an unspoken understanding, speaking in hushed tones to avoid disturbing one another's lives. The children of the Dalaran orphanage, under the guidance of their teachers, learned various subjects on the grassy lawns of the garden, their faces radiant with joy. My envisioned utopia must resemble this, I mused. Yet this was hardly the moment to admire the local culture. Could someone please tell me how to reach Timmel's classroom? Relying on memory, I navigated the streets, only to realize I had become hopelessly lost. Recalling that I had always been directionally challenged, I had no choice but to ask for assistance. May the holy light guide you, sir. Could you direct me to Master Timmel's classroom? I stopped a gnome mage clad in a black robe. May the holy light guide you, sir. You need to proceed straight ahead, then take the first left at the fork, continue onward, then take a right at the third fork. The little gnome chattered on. Could you escort me there? I'm quite directionally challenged, I implored, feeling dizzy from the gnome's instructions. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. The gnome nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, by the way. I inquire your name? I asked gratefully, Doe. I am the illustrious summoner, High Warlock Wilfred Fizzbang. Surely, you have heard of me? Goodness. So, it was this infamous fellow, and no wonder he looked familiar. I stared in disbelief at the gnome who had previously summoned a hellfire in Felwood only to attract a hellish chicken, and who had summoned the death dragon of Galakron during the Crusaders' trial. Are you all right? Would you like to try my newly developed healing potion, Exquisite? The gnome asked with feigned concern, or perhaps anticipation. No. Thank you, I wish to live a little longer. I hastily declined. What a pity. I have long sought a test subject. Although my potions have been lethal to lab rats, humans and rats must differ in some respects. Right? The gnome paused in front of a house. Here we are. This is my residence. If you have the time, do visit to see my genius experiments. It seems the rumors about gnomes being quite mad are indeed true. I quietly accepted the note handed to me by the gnome, thanked him, and hastily stepped into the house, wishing to spend no more time in his company, upon entering this exquisitely decorated yet elegantly simple abode. I couldn't help but admire Timmel's taste. However, that sentiment was fleeting. Upon inquiring with a servant about Timmel's whereabouts, I promptly made my way to the garden. Reurnus, you finally arrived. You are half an hour late today. How should I punish you? Timmel asked, seated on a chair in his garden, savoring his tea. Well, teacher, I was up late transcribing the principles yesterday. You see, Timmel took the massive tome I handed him, resembling a dictionary, weighing it in his hands before tossing it into the wastebin. Enough of that morose demeanor. Timmel waved his hand, gesturing for me to sit. I summoned you today to discuss your future path. You see, all mages graduating from Dalaran are elite. Moreover, you are graduating under my tutelage, albeit for just 3 months. Nevertheless, you are undoubtedly one of the most gifted mages I have encountered. Timmel smiled, producing a piece of parchment from his pocket. In light of your outstanding performance, I believe you can find a satisfactory position within the combat mage corps. In fact, the council has decided to cultivate you as the next commander. Doe. I raised an eyebrow. Of course, not immediately. You will undergo a period of assessment, during which you must gain the council's approval. Otherwise, this opportunity will elude you. However, we will arrange for you to lead a unit. You mean a combat mage unit? Indeed, approximately 200 individuals. Similarly, attaining the position of unit leader requires assessment, for many vie for this role. Each will receive different tasks, though the difficulty will be comparable. Timmel handed me the parchment. Task assignment. The missing marshal, a solemn and monotonous voice echoed in my mind. Reward. Scepter of command. I was taken aback, startled by the voice. Don't dawdle. Reurnus, this task has been commissioned by the Alliance High Command. Naturally, they will also send assistance. Now, let us discuss another matter. Tamir's expression was grave. I quickly tucked away the parchment and sat upright, pondering what this peculiar uncle was up to this time. This time, Tamir did not take any action, but merely shot me a glance. What I am about to share with you are secrets that only a select few talented mages who have graduated from Dalaran are privileged to know. AS magic education has become increasingly dogmatic and spells more formulaic. These secrets have grown ever more precious. First, answer me this. What is magic? I replied. It is an omnipresent energy field, stronger in some places and weaker in others, yet always existing. That I considered this merely a simple introductory concept. Both the question and answer were straightforward. Very well, he continued. We mages are a collective that harness this energy, storing it within ourselves for utilization. This energy is akin to water. It can be wielded according to your imagination, rather than being confined to the mere dozens of spells we teach. For instance, why must you transform the surrounding arcane energy into a fire element solely to unleash a fireball spell? You are entirely capable of creating your own spells, such as conjuring a wall of fire. Remember, a knife is merely a knife. Its efficacy ultimately depends on the skill of the wielder, but a surge of elation coursed through me as I realized that, contrary to my previous belief that I could only use a handful of spells available in the game, Tamer's words suggested I could indeed create my own. Although the task would be daunting, at least there was hope. Very well, let us conclude this discussion. Prepare yourself. We shall depart for Stormwind early tomorrow. We have arranged for an elven ranger from the Night Elves to serve as your guide. Tamer smiled, adding, of course, congratulations on successfully graduating from the Dalaran Academy of Mages. As per tradition, you will receive a set of mage gear and a small scholarship, which will be delivered to you shortly. I rose and bowed to Tamer. Thank you for your guidance. Master, he waved his hand dismissively. Go now, and make preparations. Upon returning to my dormitory, I began to organize my belongings. And soon, the gear and scholarship arrived. To my surprise, the monetary award amounted to a mere 5 gold coins, while the appearance of the gear turned out to be the Windwalker set. I tried it on and found it significantly enhanced my magical effects and mana recovery. I could distinctly feel my mana regeneration, spell control, and spell efficacy elevated by at least 1 tier. It appeared to be a splendid set of equipment. Additionally, there was a spell sword inscribed with my name, adorned with runes. However, one thing troubled me. As a duke, I possessed only 100 gold coins. If the prices in this new world mirrored those in the game, I feared this scant fortune would leave me homeless on the streets. I had always believed that Dalaran was the most beautiful city in Azeroth, a dazzling gem suspended in the frigid heart of Northrend, a source of pride for me. Even on my journey to Stormwind, I had not encountered a city more exquisite. That was until I laid eyes on Stormwind. I rented a griffin from the flying platform in Dalaran and soared to the port of Howling Fjord. From there, I boarded a ship bound for Stormwind. When the magnificent city basked in the morning light came into view, I was utterly entranced. This was a city of gold and silver. The walls shimmered in the dawn's glow as though polished by its lord, and the rooftops gleamed like silver, leading one to believe they were crafted from countless gemstones. The golden banner of the Alliance fluttered in the gentle morning breeze. Though still at dawn, the city was already bustling with life. Dock workers busily unloaded cargo, and steam tanks stood in neat rows nearby, as if awaiting the king's inspection. Stormwind has arrived. Attention passengers disembarking. The ship's first mate had risen early to rouse the sleeping travelers. Ensuring none would miss the chance to disembark, I slung my pack over my shoulder and leisurely stepped off the ship. With 34 hours remaining before my rendezvous with the unfamiliar Elven Ranger, I had ample time to explore the majestic city of Lions. Entering the Cathedral of Light located in the square, I found priests and monks engaged in morning prayers. I quietly took a seat in the last row of pews. Listening intently to the ethereal and distant hymns, as the melody concluded, I was left yearning for more. After departing the cathedral, I wandered into the Blue Recluse and within the Mage Quarter, where I spent 2 copper coins on a specialty beverage. Savoring its unique flavor, I lingered until about half an hour remained before my meeting time. I ventured into the bustling trade district. The cacophony nearly deafened me, shattering my tranquil mood, gritting my teeth. I pressed into the crowd, only to discover throngs of individuals wielding loudspeakers. Hogger Hunt task, come forth. The Azure Sea Guild is recruiting. Bring your 5,000 GS. Hey, Juan, your buddy Juan Lei is calling you home for dinner. It was then that I realized I was not the only one who had crossed over. Players from all realms seemed to be present. The raucous crowd wielding loudspeakers appeared to be engaging in a self-made trading channel. GS. Haven't you all been played enough by GS? Surely you understand that being able to deal damage and exhibit awareness is what truly matters. I silently berated the loudspeakers, but gathering intelligence remained paramount. Especially since I had just switched realms 2 hours prior and was essentially a rogue without a faction. "Excuse me, good sir, may I ask you a question?" I stopped a wandering dwarf who bore a sign around his neck, indicating he was seeking employment. "Make it quick," he replied impatiently. "Are there any players who have come from Dalaran?" "Dalaran? Are you joking? The only players here are from Ironforge, Darnassus, and Exeter. You should be calling them rangers now." In any case, ordinary quests have become exceedingly difficult. Even a quest to slay a princess could claim several lives. Dalaran? Going to Northrend is no different from seeking death. So, I am still an outsider after all. Amused. "What exactly is this GS?" I inquired further about that. "You should speak to the human male, standing on that makeshift platform over there, resembling a Redguard. He'll assess it for you. It's akin to a degree certificate now." Following the dwarf's indication, I spotted a human male atop a makeshift stage of crates, delivering an impassioned speech. "GS is the foundation of every player, the cornerstone of guilds, and we exist to serve the public." I steadied my emotions, suppressing the urge to throttle him, and approached the speaker. "Excuse me, could you help me assess my gear?" I managed to stammer out. "Let me take a look." "Wait, what is this?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scrutinized my equipment. "Sir, your GS is estimated to be between 5,900 and 6,200, and that is a conservative estimate. I have a list of several high-tier guilds. You may choose one to join. Individuals of your caliber. I'm afraid I'm not interested." I quickly interjected, hastily retreating from that contentious place. It seemed Dalaran's basic equipment configuration far surpassed that of other regions. I couldn't help but reflect on this. Although fewer in number, the inhabitants were undoubtedly elite, bolstered by exclusive advanced equipment and magical technology. It was no wonder both the Alliance and the Horde sought greater support from there. Dalaran's ability to survive independently within the Lich King's domain suddenly made sense. After all, an organization capable of existing autonomously from both the Alliance and the Horde must possess extraordinary qualities. Having evaded the clutches of the GS crowd, I settled into a secluded corner of the Golden Rose Inn. Ordering a small cup of coffee, I listened to the surrounding conversations regarding current events while awaiting the arrival of the Elven Ranger. "Have you heard? That guild, the Golden Rose, managed to defeat the Defias Brotherhood and capture Van Cleef," a dreamy-eyed shaman remarked to his companions. "Indeed, it seems the king has heeded the advice of Lady Prester, allowing the Golden Rose's leader, Caecilius, to establish the Moonstream expedition." It appeared that this guild was quite capable. Amused to myself, though I couldn't help but note that they had just mentioned Lady Prester. A chill crept up my spine as I recalled the name of the noblewoman who sought to rescue Marshal Blackrock. Lady Katerina Prester. Very well. I believe I now understand the adversaries I faced. I thought to myself. Thus, it seemed that my equipment, far superior to that of the average player, was intended to compensate for the disparity in strength. Just as I was lost in contemplation, a male knight elf entered the inn. He scanned the room briefly before striding directly to my table. He has arrived. I lifted my still half-full coffee cup and took a sip while assessing the elf who sat across from me. The silvery strands of long hair cascaded over his shoulders, complementing his visage, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a wolf, leading me to believe that this individual must be a formidable character. However, whether it was an illusion or something else, I couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a cunning merchant. "Presumably, you must be Rielni's Wellington, am I correct?" The night elf spoke. "Indeed. And you are?" "You may refer to me as Alfred Moonshadow." The night elf summoned a serving boy to bring forth a glass of Stormwind ale. "I suspect you too are a traveler from another realm," which shouldn't come as a surprise, given that players from the former Naxxramas are now ubiquitous on the streets. Yet, I remain baffled as to why I find myself in Dalaran rather than Stormwind. Such transitions likely occur at random. Several of my friends have emerged in Moonlight Glade, becoming members of the Cenarian Circle, while others have landed in Ravenholt Manor, joining the Brotherhood, and some have even directly enlisted with the Silver Hand. There appears to be no discernible pattern. Returning to the matter at hand, I shall escort you to the Blasted Lands, where Marshal Maxwell will provide us with our next instructions. The night elf rose, draining his glass of ale as a fee for my services. "I surmise that your expenses for lodging and sustenance during this time will be covered by you." "My Lord Duke, Should you have any objections, feel free to lodge a complaint with the Dalaran Sentinel Corps. I imagine you might receive a response within a century that, of course, you may refuse to pay. But should you choose that route, I shall decline to act as your guide. Without a guide, how far do you think this direction-only challenged mage would get? Very well. It seems this is not merely an illusion. I fixed the night elf with a murderous glare and silently covered his drinking debt. Upon exiting the inn, we procured a horse from the stables, costing me 3 gold coins. In truth, prices after the transition remain quite reasonable. Common daily necessities can be acquired for mere coppers, while moderately upscale items are merely a few silver coins. Only larger purchases, such as mounts, luxury goods, and high-quality magical materials, require gold. Oh, you not require a mount? I mounted the brown gelding. My mount is right there. Alfred gestured toward a rather imposing night saber. Night's Song, my steed, is also my beloved companion. This arrangement saves a considerable sum on feed. I found myself utterly outmatched. 4 or 5 days later, I stood atop a hill in the Alliance camp, gazing at the distant, vaguely discernible Blackrock spire and the grimly foreboding blasted lands. This place is desolate yet teeming with life. It is desolate in that apart from a few extremely heat-resistant plants, it consists solely of rolling hills and occasional eruptions of lava for the crevices that it is filled with life due to the ongoing warfare. The Blackrock dwarves are engaged in battles against the Alliance against the Old Horde against the Blackrock dwarves, creatures against elements, and even rumors suggest that the Black Dragons have become embroiled in the conflict. When Alfred and I arrived here, this was the state of the blasted lands, resembling a tangled ball of yarn, defying any attempt to untangle it. The myriad possibilities stemming from this convoluted situation seem endless. I shook my head, rousing myself from my reverie once again. Now is not the time for idle thoughts. It has been 2 days since we arrived in the blasted lands. Yet, there remains no inkling of a plan to rescue Marshal Windrunner. The crux of the issue lies in the number of individuals involved. According to the Game-S narrative, Marshal Windrunner is imprisoned in a cell within Blackrock depths. If that is the case, then Alfred and I alone should suffice to effect an escape. However, in reality, only Marshal Windrunner possesses the ability to decipher the 2 tablets that expose Onyxia. Therefore, the Blackrock dwarves will undoubtedly keep him under strict surveillance, employing severe measures to extract information. Hence, it is clear that Alfred and I cannot successfully rescue the Marshal and obtain the deciphering tablets, and we might even fall victim to traps ourselves. Yet, despite my indecision, Marshal Maxwell seemed entirely unperturbed. A resounding explosion erupted near my tent, completely disrupting my thoughts. I paused for a moment, quickly recalling the cause, and hastened toward my tent. Are you attempting to use explosive shots and traps again? Must you obliterate my dwelling to satisfy your curiosity? As I summoned water to extinguish the flames, I chastised the perpetrator. Furthermore, if you insist on experimenting, why not find an uninhabited location instead of my quarters? There are dangers lurking all around this camp. I have no desire to become the first hunter among our Naxxramas players to be taken out before even drawing my bow. Moreover, if an accident were to occur during your experiment, there would be no need for me to clean up the mess, would there? A certain hunter, who seemed unfazed by his blunder, remarked as he picked up a balance scale from the table and resumed measuring gunpowder. I have completed the development of the special arrows for explosive shots, while the explosive trap is still in the works. Clearly, too much gunpowder was used just now, resulting in such a loud noise. But why did only you come running at the sound of that explosion? For the past couple of days, the sounds of explosions have been incessant. Nearly everyone in the camp is aware that you are conducting experiments here. My quarters are not near the exit, so no one suspects an enemy attack. That I extinguished the last remnants of the fire, and, as I emerged from the tent, I inquired whether you had devised a plan for the rescue. No, several potential solutions have been dismissed, but the most significant flaw remains unresolved. I see. Alfred lifted his gaze from the experimental table, still clutching a strangely crafted trap. Just now, a group of people, around 30 or 40 in number, arrived at the camp, led by 4 rather intriguing individuals that I surmise they must belong to a guild undertaking a quest point for intriguing individuals. What do they look like? The leader is a human male with a scarred face, long black hair, and 2 large blades, Exuding an air of arrogance. Point 1 is a night elf druid wielding a stag-headed staff, with antlers sprouting from his head. Strange indeed. Another is a blood elf clad in red, brandishing two green daggers. When did the Alliance begin to permit members of the Horde to stroll openly within its territory? The last is a robust dwarf clad in armor, unremarkable in appearance. Are those four still here? I leapt from my chair, my excitement palpable. Yes, they should still be in Marshal Maxwell's tent. Hey, where are you going? To find them. If that man is indeed who I think he is, I believe I may have a solution to this deadlock. Will you not accompany me? No, it's best if you handle the negotiations with them. I shall continue with my experiments. Alfred placed a trap on the ground and stepped back, remotely triggering a mechanical dummy to step on it. With a resounding boom, the dummy was obliterated, while the surrounding tents and haphazardly stacked crates remained unscathed. That moment, I had just arrived at Marshal Maxwell's command tent. I was just about to send someone to inform you of your arrival, my Lord Mage, Marshal Maxwell remarked. Surprised to see me, he then respectfully introduced me to a dwarf standing behind him. This is the mage who accepted the commission, Rielnes Wellington. Is this the mage dispatched by the Kirin Tor, to whom I entrusted that task? The dwarf scrutinized me. His gaze seemed to possess a penetrating quality, as though he could see right through me. This scrutiny, combined with Marshal Maxwell's deference and the dwarf's gleaming brass-like beard, led me to a realization that my mentor had mentioned that my task was commissioned by the high-ranking officials of the Alliance. It dawned on me who he must be. I extend my greetings to you, King Magni Bronzebeard. I had not anticipated that this task was personally entrusted by you. Magni Bronzebeard, the ruler of Ironforge, regarded me with surprise. How did you recognize me, young man? My mentor, Master Timel, informed me that my task was commissioned by the Alliance's upper echelons. Moreover, you mentioned that you were the one who issued this commission. Secondly, the aura you exude is characteristic of someone in a position of power, something only those who wield authority possess. Coupled with Marshal Maxwell's respectful demeanor towards you, it is evident that this respect is not merely formal. It is imbued with genuine reverence. It seems that a person who commands such esteem from a high-ranking officer cannot merely be an ordinary noble. Considering these factors, I believe it is not difficult to deduce your identity. King Magni chuckled. Based on that, I could very well be the formidable Lord Fostad of Eagle's Nest Mountain. Tell me, young lad, what truly confirms my identity? Your beard, I replied hesitantly. I recall from Dalaran's literature on dwarves that only those of royal lineage from the Copperbeard clan possess such a thick, vibrant, brass-colored beard. I expected King Magni to erupt in fury, yet he burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, young lad, indeed. Only the dwarves of royal blood from the Copperbeard clan can have such resplendent beards. There are only 3 of us who inherit this beard, myself and my 2 brothers. Though Muradin is currently unaccounted for. This. Magni's expression grew somber, while Bran seemed solely interested in historical texts and artifacts. Very well, it appears I must seek a capable mage from the Violet Citadel. He continued. Thank you for your kind words, but I suspect your presence here is not merely to discern what manner of individual Dalaran has sent. Of course not. For this mission, I believe you have realized that a well-trained, appropriately sized team is essential. Therefore, I have brought a few companions to assist you in your task. King Magni smiled. Let me introduce Gresh, and these 2 beside him are Bran Bearskin and Valina. Good evening to you all. I offered a bow to the 3 individuals, discreetly observing the human named Gresh. Greetings, Mr. Wellington. In contrast to the courteous gestures of the 2 elves, this man merely nodded, revealing an air of arrogance that further confirmed my suspicions. I require that you take them with you to complete this task, and upon its conclusion, proceed to Stormwind with Reginald. May I inquire why? I asked. King Magni did not respond to my question, stating, You shall understand in due time. Let us not dwell on this now. I suspect you and Marshal Maxwell are quite curious about the identities of these 3 and the reason for their presence. Now I can share that this gentleman named Gresh is none other than the recently missing King Varian Wrynn of Stormwind. King Magni cast a fleeting glance at Maxwell and me. You may be surprised, but this is the truth. Marshal Maxwell leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Impossible! His Majesty returned a month ago and has been in the royal city since. This gladiator merely bears a striking resemblance to His Majesty. Moreover, moreover what, Maxwell? Consider this. Since the so-called king's return, has he addressed a single matter of import? The Blackrock dwarves are poised to sever the transport line at the Salder Bridge, and the Moonstream Brigade station at South Sea Town is engaged in a solitary struggle against the Forsaken. Such crucial affairs have been neglected. He is hardly the decisive leader who prioritizes his people's welfare. But perhaps His Majesty is simply fatigued. Just as the two argued fervently, a blinding light suddenly illuminated their vision, interrupting their dispute. Gentlemen, this is not the time for discord. The priority is to uncover the truth. Otherwise, the future of the Alliance hangs in the balance, I declared, dispelling the magical effects. The most prudent course of action is to confront Gresh and the King of Stormwind directly. However, that is not our immediate concern. If we linger here, Marshal Windsor's safety will be jeopardized. My words proved effective, as the two ceased their quarrel. Maxwell, I understand your skepticism regarding this matter. Yet this mage speaks wisely. Rescuing Reginald must take precedence to as I previously suggested. Once this mission concludes, Gresh, his companions, and this mage will escort Reginald back to Stormwind, where truth can be discerned. King Magni proposed, I have no objections, Gresh remarked coolly. Nor do I added, as we all turned to await Marshal Maxwell's response. After a moment of silence, he slowly conceded, very well. Once the rescue mission is complete, we shall address this matter. I smiled. Excellent. Now, let us devise a rescue plan. The weather that evening was dreadful. The smaller of the twin moons was obscured by thick clouds, while the larger one remained veiled, lending an air of gloom to the night. What a dreadful night, grumbled Bran Bearskin, the night elf. I chuckled as I prepared the spell matrix. Indeed, for a poet who relishes the night sky, it is so. Yet for our mission, tonight, the Pale Lady lends us considerable assistance. Bran glanced at me. You seem entirely unfazed by our identities. Enlighten me. Why? As a student of magic, my perception surpasses that of others. Furthermore, I can lower my voice to confide that Gresh exudes a potent, ancient magical aura. I cannot discern the source or the purpose of this magic, but I am certain of one thing. Whoever cast this spell upon him harbors ill intentions. Bran stared at me, astonished by my perceptive abilities. That in truth, I had merely echoed words spoken by Jaina regarding Gresh's return, slightly altering them for effect. But of course, how could they know? I inwardly chuckled like a tea that moment. A red figure silently materialized among us. Valina, what is the situation? Quite dire. The Blackrock dwarves have dispatched numerous sentinels. It seems the Alliance's recent offensives have heightened their vigilance. I see. In that case, we shall employ an alternate strategy. I smiled at Alfred. Signaling him, Alfred drew a specially crafted arrow from his quiver and loosed it skyward. The arrow erupted in a thunderous explosion, reverberating across the fields. With the signal arrow launched, Alliance soldiers ambushed Blackrock Tower, their war cries echoing. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We five stood upon a magic circle, and as I uttered the incantation, the teleportation spell transported us to a concealed boulder before the tower. Hurry, we have but half an hour. If we exceed this time, the Blackrock dwarves will realize this is a feigned assault, and our situation will become precarious. I spoke. I cast an invisibility spell upon myself and sprinted toward the tower, while Alfred activated his newly acquired disguise, blending seamlessly beside me. Bran transformed into a cheetah, stealthily racing ahead, while Gresh slipped into the tower like a wraith, and Valina stealthily entered through the door. Not following us, Valina would handle any messengers attempting to alert the tower, ensuring we did not encounter reinforcements from the Blackrock dwarves. However, time was of the essence. If we lingered too long, the enemy would catch on. Before long, we four arrived at the entrance to Blackstone Prison, where 2 Blackrock dwarf corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Gresh was searching one of the bodies for a key. Your skills are impressive. Your Majesty, I remarked. Until I have clarity regarding the situation, please refer to me as Gresh. His tone was resolute, revealing his regal essence. That I took the key from him, cracking the door ajar, and Bran, in his cheetah form, silently leaped within. With barely audible sounds, he re-emerged at the entrance, signaling us to enter. Upon entering the prison area, the sight before me left me aghast. Cramped spaces housed 4 or 5 prisoners each. both alliance and horde. The inmates wore vacant expressions, hardly acknowledging our presence. The punishments meted out by the Blackrock dwarves are truly horrific, Alfred pointed out, gesturing toward a dazed human woman in one of the cells. There's no time for lamentation. We must locate the cell where Marshal Windsor is held, swiftly. Time is of the essence, I urged. Are you searching for the human named Windsor? Save your breath, human. A coarse voice emanated from the cell to my left. I turned my head and beheld an orc. This orc was marred with wounds, clearly having endured unspeakable torment, yet his eyes lacked the despair and confusion that others might exhibit. He appeared to be a hardened warrior. Return, human, he spoke, before you are discovered. Do not end up like me, confined within a cage, subjected to daily tortures, living without any semblance of honor. The orc continued, I regret to inform you that we must ascertain his location. For this matter concerns the very survival of the entire alliance. You know where he is held? The orc chuckled at the mention of the alliance's survival. What concern is that to our tribe? Why should I assist you? I inhaled deeply, fully aware that persuading this orc was the only path to rescuing Marshal Wintersall, that I hope you understand that we are confronting a force intent on annihilating all of Azeroth. In the face of such power, both the Alliance and the Horde appear feeble, but if we continue to fight amongst ourselves, we shall all meet our doom, will we not? But I am trapped here. What can I possibly do? Your tenacity in the face of such torment indicates that you are a brave and resolute orc. Those around you have lost hope, yet you have not wish to step beyond these prison bars and reclaim your honor. Beyond this door lies a new world awaiting you. After saying this, I fix my gaze upon the orc. Even if you refuse to tell me, I shall search each cell until I find him. This is my mission, and if I fail, what honor shall I have left? The orc fell silent, offering no response. Disappointed, I turned away to continue my search. Walk straight ahead to the end, then turn right. You will find an interrogation room, and the person you seek is there, the orc said, not even glancing at me. As if conversing with the air, I nodded in gratitude. There are still some who have not lost hope here. If you could liberate them, it would greatly aid you. That I promise to free you all after I rescue them. I assured him, swearing upon my honor, go forth. May the spirits of your ancestors be with you. I never imagined you to be such an orator, Alfred jested as we hurried along. Indeed, once this matter is resolved, perhaps you should deliver a speech in Dolaris. Brunel added, not be foolish. I possess no such talent. I merely reformulate some stirring lines from scripts I have perused in the past. As we spoke, we arrived at the corner, only to discover 3 black iron dwarves standing before the interrogation room door. Eliminate them swiftly, and without raising an alarm. Alfred, you take the one farthest from us. I will handle the one in the middle. Brunel, use your druidic magic on the one closest to us. Prepare yourselves and charge. We inhaled deeply and suddenly dashed around the corner. Alfred's arrow struck the target's throat the moment we emerged, the dwarf collapsing silently. One dwarf, sensing the peril, prepared to sound an alarm, but I had already blinked behind him, delivering a fiery blow that severed his neck. After dispatching these 2, I turned to the 3rd dwarf only to find him ensnared by a mass of vines, which constricted around his neck, rendering his face an alarming shade of purple before he succumbed. With the final obstacle removed, we approached the interrogation room's entrance, where a woman's sharp voice pierced the air, accompanied by a man's authoritative tone. Cease your futile resistance, Wintersall. Confess the secrets of these 2 tablets, and perhaps I shall offer you some comfort. Foolishness, which I shall never divulge anything, even unto death, still so obstinate? Or do you cling to the hope that your compatriots outside will rescue you? Do not delude yourself. No one can breach the impregnable Blackrock depths, not even those black dragons who have taken the upper Blackrock spire. No one could defeat the Master's minions. Diminish your so-called Master. The Alliance shall never cower before him, and he shall ultimately fall at our feet. You wretched infidel, I shall make you aware of the consequences of opposing the Master. Come now, what do you have in store for me? A branding iron, a whip, a cacophony of screams erupted from within. Alarmed, I rushed to the small window in the iron door, witnessing the interrogator extend a finger towards Marshal Wintersall, dark magical energies surging forth from her, engulfing him and eroding his very essence. The marshal, evidently unprepared for such agony, screamed in anguish. The surrounding black iron dwarves watched with glee as their superior tormented the unfortunate soul bound to the chair. "Speak, reveal your secrets. No one can withstand the master's might." The woman cackled madly. In that moment, I recognized her. The interrogator Gastern, the chief antagonist of the Blackrock depths, that we must devise a plan, Ragish exclaimed. "At this rate, Reginald will perish." I contemplated for a moment. Our only option was to charge in and rescue him. Upon entering, I would occupy the madwoman, while Alfred and Brunel dealt with the black iron dwarves. "Ragish, you must swiftly free the marshal. Should this lunatic or anyone else sound the alarm, we shall be doomed. We have 10 minutes until the scheduled time. We must hasten. No problem. Let us create chaos." At that moment, Gastern, reveling in the marshal-esque screams, noted with surprise that the interrogation room door had inexplicably swung open. "What is happening? You lot, go check." A few black iron dwarves approached the door, only to be struck down by a volley of arrows. 4 of us then surged into the chamber. As I entered, I unleashed a fire blast aimed directly at Gastern. Taken aback, she stumbled backward. Her robes ignited. In that time, all the black iron dwarves had been cleared away by Brunel and Alfred. "Ragish, quickly! Cut those ropes!" Ragish wielded his twin blades before Wintersall, swiftly severing the ropes that bound the marshal. "Hurry!" Ragish urged, seizing Wintersall to flee. I watched anxiously as the marshal called out, "The tablets!" He pointed toward a nearby table. Not forget the tablets." My heart leapt with joy, eager to retrieve them, but a sudden jolt of pain coursed through me, eliciting a cry as I summoned a shield to confront the source of my agony, the culprit behind my suffering. You possess great courage to infiltrate here to rescue him. However, your actions end here. Now all of you shall perish. Gastern's body twisted, growing larger until a colossal faceless being materialized before us. Wait a moment, director, this scene was not in the script. What is this creature? Brunel dodged a chair hurled by the faceless one. I have seen this monster's illustration in the Dalaran library. It is a minion of the old gods, I declared. Let us vanquish it first and ponder later, lest we all perish. Ragish charged forth with his blades drawn. This was no mere game. Alfred readied his bow, launching 3 specially crafted explosive arrows. The faceless one deflected one of the incoming arrows, while the other 2 struck true, exploding upon impact and spilling black ichor. The beast let out a roar, its long tendrils striking Alfred, sending him flying, while Ragish closed in on the monstrous entity, raising his weapon to strike without inflicting any significant damage. Yet he adeptly rolled aside, evading a tendril aimed at him. "Die, heretic, for the master's glory," the faceless one uttered in a garbled voice. "This damned creature has tough skin. Brunel, Rielnes, cannot either of you use magic to assist?" Ragish dodged yet another attacking tendril, shouting, "Brunel, check on Alfred's injuries. I will deal with this behemoth." As I spoke, I raised my hands, flames igniting upon them. With a gentle pull and a push, a fireball soared towards the faceless one, striking him squarely on the head, causing him to scream in agony as a large patch of skin was seared. Success. One more for him. Not yet, though. What is this wretched creature's skin made of? That last shot should have been sufficient to roast a mammoth. Yet it merely charred a small area. After dodging the faceless one's shadow missile aimed at me, I called out, "Bruno, how is Alfred faring?" "He is all right. I have treated him, and he is mostly unscathed." "What now? This creature won't grant me the time to cast high-damage spells like Flame Burst, and using Bruno's fury would obliterate us all. It appears I have no choice but to take a risk with that." My mentor inquired about a certain spell that I decided to throw caution to the wind. Magical energy surged wildly through my hands. This was my first time casting a spell not from the game, and it unsettled me that if something were to go awry, I would be doomed. Let us see how you fare against this, you abominable hybrid of an octopus. I thrust my hands forward at a golden fire phoenix, accompanied by searing heat, surged towards the behemoth at blinding speed, piercing through him and shattering the wall behind him, leaving a gaping hole. Success! You did it! Now is not the time for celebration. Grab the slate and all the keys to the cells. and let us retreat quickly. My recent display likely alerted everyone. We gathered our belongings and fled the interrogation room with Marshal Windsor. In the distance, the clatter of steel echoed ominously. It seemed the Black Iron Dwarves had begun their assault. Open all the cell doors. The more people we have, the greater our chances of breaking free. We pressed forward, unlocking the cells along the way. A few hopeful souls emerged, and under their leadership, most prisoners followed suit. With each step forward, our numbers swelled, and the resolve of the people grew stronger. We reached the entrance, and I spotted the orc who had guided me earlier. I promised I would return to free you. I unlocked his cell door. Daha. It seems you are a man of your word. He glanced at Marshal Windsor, acknowledging him as a formidable figure. May I ask your name? Goshak, the orc replied, that I am the commander of the Kargath expedition. And most of the tribesmen here are my subordinates. I am Raelnys Wellington, a battle mage from Dalaran. This is Alfred, a ranger from the Night Elf Sentinel Corps, along with Druid Bruno and human ranger Lagash. The orc welcomed all true warriors, but added, now is not the time for camaraderie. We are in the same boat. Whether we become foes or allies in the future, we must unite and break free now. Logtar, the orc picked up a Black Iron Dwarf battle axe from the ground. Indeed, unity is paramount, I replied, gazing at the orc, that we led the prisoners out of the prison, with Bruno effortlessly subduing the approaching Black Iron Dwarves with his spells. The prisoners armed themselves with weapons, as most of those in prison were soldiers from both the Alliance and the Horde. Armed, they formed a formidable fighting force, coupled with the leadership of Windsor and Goshak. Our army's combat effectiveness significantly increased. Thus, when we appeared at the gates of Blackrock Spire, the Black Iron Dwarves, engaged in battle with the Alliance forces, were taken aback by our formidable presence. Charge, Alliance warriors. Attack, children of the Horde. Fight for the glory of the Alliance and the Horde. I never imagined that upon seeing Stormwind once more, a profound sense of nostalgia would wash over me. The fierce battle beneath Blackrock Mountain had transpired days prior, with the Black Iron Dwarves soundly defeated by the joint forces of the Alliance and the Horde, temporarily retreating to the depths of Blackrock Abyss. After bidding us farewell, Goshak led the remaining tribal soldiers back to Orgrimmar to report the events that had transpired to Thrall. You are the bravest humans I have ever encountered. Perhaps we shall face each other as enemies in the future. Nevertheless, I must convey my respect to you, warriors. May your blades forever remain sharp. I hope Goshak's blessing proves fruitful, for we are about to confront the mastermind behind it all. Onyxia. For the past 2 days, I had been lethargic and unwilling to move, primarily due to the immense magical drain from the spell I unleashed in the prison. It was my first time casting a self-created spell, and I had neglected to consider the mana consumption. While the power was indeed formidable, it had been excessive. I had left myself no leeway, which is perilous in times of crisis. That I named this new spell Phoenix Flame Wave, inspired by a similarly named technique from an anime I had once watched. This self-created spell ignited a spark of inspiration within me. Since I could create magic on my own, and now possessed first-hand experience, I could fashion more intricate combat spells in the future, which would greatly benefit my battles ahead. We have arrived. Raelnys. Alfred roused me from my reverie. I lifted my gaze to behold the majestic Stormwind before me, the 5 statues of heroes steadfastly standing at the entrance, tall, solemn. What a magnificent city it is it not? Marshal Windsor remarked. It is worth our lives to protect it. The battle at Blackrock Mountain was indeed heart-pounding. Brother, thank you for everything. Now allow me to share a secret as a token of my gratitude. The Dark Lady lurking within the city harbors sinister intentions to undermine our alliance with her schemes. She is none other than Countess Katarina Prester, the Black Dragon Princess Onyxia. Aside from me and Alfred, the other 3 were taken aback. Now, heroes, let us unite to unearth this vile Black Dragon. For Stormwind. For the Alliance, we accompanied the Marshal along the road of Heroes Vale. Despite having completed this quest numerous times in the game, each experience moved me profoundly, touching countless Alliance players as well. This is why. When Blizzard announced the cancellation of this questline, countless Alliance players spontaneously gathered to bid farewell to our Marshal one last time. Reginald, you know I cannot let you pass. General Marcus Jonathan, the commander of Stormwind's defenses. blocked our retreat with a contingent of soldiers. Jonathan's face bore the marks of resignation. He clearly did not wish to engage with his old friend. You must do what you believe is right. Marcus, that we once served under General Terralion together, fighting against the savage horde. You now believe my loyalty to the Alliance has wavered. Have I brought shame upon our heroes? Regardless, I must put an end to Countess Katerina Prester's schemes against the Alliance. Wake up, Marcus, and see the truth. The Marshal's words left Jonathan speechless. You fill me with shame. Old friend, go. Do what you must. Fall back, soldiers. Do you not see the heroes standing with us? Jonathan commanded his soldiers to kneel on either side of the bridge in Heroes Vale. Honoring the Marshal, as we entered the trade district, soldiers saluted the Marshal, while passing rangers cast astonished glances in our direction. You are the courage of Silver Moon. Long live Marshal Windsor. I come, armed with righteous judgment. In comparison to the excitement of the Stormwind soldiers, the surrounding rangers were whispering amongst themselves. Look, someone is undertaking the Black Dragon quest, an excited level 60 ranger exclaimed. Indeed, while I may be late to the game. Every time I undertake this quest, I find myself moved to tears, said a level 70 player. What quest is this? Inquired a level 80 player. Some rangers trail behind us, hoping to witness the unfolding events firsthand. We accompanied the Marshal through the trade district, and in the distance, the gates of Stormwind keep loomed closer. My friends, perhaps I shall meet my end here today, but with heroes like you beside me. I shall die without regrets. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day, one that will forever be recorded in the annals of the Alliance. Upon entering the Stormwind Keep, we discovered that a masquerade ball was underway. Our group, fully armed, immediately captured the attention of the nobility. Did Jonathan not apprehend you, Windsor? It seems he is indeed a traitor, much like yourself. The Countess Katerina Prester removed her mask and gazed at us. Traitors? Capture them? What are you saying, Katerina? Duke Bolvar for Dragon looked at her in astonishment. This is none of your concern, Bolvar. Your Majesty, I implore you to order the arrest of these traitors, she directed at the man clad in formal attire, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Laghash. Very well. Summon the guards, Varian commanded, preparing to call forth the soldiers. Father, you cannot do this. Prince Anduin interjected, blocking the advancing guards and shouting at Varian. Your Highness, he is not your father. He is not King Varian. The true monarch would never so blindly obey another, especially not this shameless black dragon deceiver. The Marshal exclaimed, But Windsor, do you truly believe your words hold weight? Do you think you can insult a noble and a king and walk away unscathed? You and your accomplices will be sentenced to death for treason. When your lifeless body hangs from the gallows like a shattered doll, I shall take genuine pleasure in the demise of a foolish madman. Is that so? The Marshal brandished 2 stone tablets, believing the symbols inscribed upon them to be some sort of code, when in fact they were merely ancient draconic script. Now, reveal your true form. Black Dragon. A golden light swept over Countess Katerina Prester's body. Her form began to contort and twist as 2 nightmarish black wings sprouted from her back. The true visage of the Black Dragon Princess. Onyxia finally materialized before us. That I am curious. Windsor, have you contemplated the consequences of exposing me? If not, allow me to enlighten you. Your fate is sealed. The dragon's voice rumbled ominously, and with a swift motion, she clawed at the Marshal. The dragon's talon pierced through the Marshal's body, and with a powerful toss, Onyxia hurled him against the wall. The events transpired so swiftly that almost no one could react in time. Soldiers of the Alliance. Attack, Varian commanded, seeking vengeance from Marshal Windsor. You impostor, what right do you have to command the warriors of the Alliance? Listen well. I am King Varian Wren of Stormwind. Laghash shouted at Varian. You are the king? Spare me the jest. You are most likely a spy for this damned black dragon. Perish, impostor. The 2 doppelgangers drew their weapons and clashed. Ha ha, continue your futile skirmish. I shall not indulge you any longer. Dragonkin, attack. Annihilate them. Onyxia extended her claws and seized Prince Anduin, unfurling her wings to soar out of Stormwind. Anduin, Varian, and Laghash instinctively charged towards Onyxia, only to be thwarted by the timing of their actions. If there is time to be stunned, how about we eliminate these dragonkin first? I affixed a living bomb to one of the dragonkin and unleashed a shockwave that sent several assailants sprawling. The prince was captured, but he would not be in immediate danger. We, however, were not so fortunate. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the palace, while outside, a ranger shouted, "Where did these fiends come from?" as he pointed to the dragonkin entangled with the guards. Soon, they discovered that the streets were teeming with black dragonkin, launching an offensive against the rangers, warriors of the Alliance. The capital is besieged. Repel the invaders. General Jonathan, the commander of the city's defenses, demonstrated his worth. Calmly orchestrating the defense of Stormwind, in an instant, the entirety of Stormwind transformed into a battleground, with combatants clashing in the streets. The fighting persisted for over 2 hours, thanks to the efforts of the rangers and guards. The majority of the dragonkin were vanquished. Yet, General Jonathan remained vigilant, personally leading a unit to seek out the remaining dragonkin throughout the city. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, I must rescue Anduin. Varian and Laghash exclaimed in unison, momentarily pausing before casting disdainful glances at one another. "You imposter! Stop mimicking my speech! You are the one imitating me." They prepared to brawl once more. All right, the both of you," I interjected to mediate. "You sorcerer! Are you also a pawn of this impostor? Let us unite. Step aside. Rielnes, I shall cleave this impostor today. Gentlemen, I shall remain impartial in this matter. I am an envoy from Dalaran, and I trust you both understand Dalaran's policy of neutrality, regardless of who the true king may be. Your Majesty, this mage speaks wisely. Now is not the time for conflict. We must prioritize rescuing the prince." Duke Verdragon urged, "Humph, I shall not engage with you further. Bolvar, instruct the 7th Bureau to locate the Black Dragon's lair. Once confirmed, contact the gnomish airships and have General Jonathan assemble the troops that I will make Onyxia regret her actions," King Varian declared, sheathing his sword. "As an envoy from Dalaran, I shall assist you to the best of my ability, Your Majesty. However, I recommend a thorough discussion with this doppelganger. You may be astounded to find how remarkably alike you both are." With that, I bowed and departed alongside Brino. "Alfred and Valera D. Oh, you genuinely believe those two can reach an understanding?" Brino inquired. "Rest assured, though Varian and Laghash are prideful, they are not obstinate. They will find common ground. Now, I must contact my mentor. This forthcoming journey will be perilous." That a day later, the 7th Bureau delivered their intelligence, showcasing their remarkable efficiency as operatives and intelligence agents. Consequently, King Varian led the army forth. However, to everyone's astonishment, he brought along Laghash and his companions, a move that surprised all but myself and Alfred. Fear not. Though Laghash's origins are shrouded in mystery, he is certainly no minion of the Black Dragon. Given his concern for Anduin, it is only fitting he accompany us, were the king's exact words. Thus, the airship carried us towards the distant shores of Kalimdor. Throughout the journey, Varian and Laghash exchanged jovial banter, leaving all in a state of disbelief. "He gives me the impression of being another version of myself," was their mutual assessment. After approximately a day of flight, we arrived at Theramore Isle. The Black Dragon's lair lay not far from Theramore. Within the Dragon Shrine Marsh, the king planned to regroup his forces at Theramore before launching a direct assault on the Black Dragon's den. It was also here that we encountered the illustrious Mistress Jaina Proudmoore. When she appeared before us, even Valera, a blood elf renowned for her beauty, was rendered speechless. She was indeed the woman who had ensnared the hearts of both the dashing Arthas and Kaeldats. Additionally, the mage contingent dispatched by my mentor had arrived. Due to Jaina's frequent visits to Dalaran, a dedicated teleportation circle had been established at Theramore, allowing for seamless travel between the two locations. They also brought with them the Council's endorsement of my mission, confirming my status as the duly appointed commander of the Combat Mage Battalion. This force of 200 mages would now be under my command, half of whom specialized in fire magic, likely due to my own expertise in that element. My reward for the mission was also delivered through them, a crystalline red staff, renowned as the most exquisite staff, known as the Apostle of Argus. Radiating a potent magical aura. It was said to be crafted from the finest magical wood and crystal from the Crystal Song Forest, adorned with the blessing of the Red Dragons. It was no secret that Dalaran maintained close ties with the Red Dragons in Northrend. The weapons wielded by the 7 mage commanders of Dalaran all bore the blessing of the Red Dragons. Thus, as the newly appointed commander, I too enjoyed this privilege. The battalion comprised a majority of blood elves and humans, with only a few gnomes among them. It included both male and female mages, some of whom were fellow players like myself. Although blood elves and humans found themselves in a state of enmity, such tensions were nearly non-existent in Dalaran, despite the Silver Covenant and the Sunstriders exhibiting some bias towards their respective factions when addressing issues. However, in reality, once the interests of Dalaran are involved, they will unhesitatingly rally behind it. Just as I was intensifying my familiarity with my mage group, Jaina invited both Ragnaros and Varian into the mage tower. After a brief moment, I felt a surge of formidable arcane energy emanating from within the tower. After a while of patient waiting, Ragnaros and Varian emerged, each wielding an elegantly crafted elven sword, their faces beaming with smiles. It was confirmed. He and I were both Varian. We were one and the same. Varian's words were astonishing. This was the work of that vile black dragon. This time, we would settle old scores and new grievances with him. Ragnaros said, filled with resentment. Jaina mentioned that these 2 swords were a pair of twin blades, perfectly suited for Varian and me. Tomorrow, I shall make it drink deeply of Onyxia's blood. Tomorrow, the black dragon will pay for her transgressions. On the 7th day, as the thin morning mist still shrouded the swamp of sorrows, a valiant cavalry bearing the Golden Lion banner set forth from Theramore Island, heading towards the Dragon Marsh. The army of Stormwind would eliminate those troublesome dragonkin. Varian, Breno, Alfred, my son, would soon be free from you. Along the way, Ragnaros laid out strategic plans, for after Ragnaros and Varian had separated into 2 individuals, most of the military acumen resided within Ragnaros. Thus, everyone listened attentively to his arrangements. My mage group, along with Miss Jaina, shall provide cover for your entry into Onyxia's lair and assist you and Varian in confronting her, I declared. Indeed, then it would be Varian and me who would take on that black dragon. Ragnaros stated, with the mage's assistance, I believe we shall vanquish her. Very well, let us accomplish this dragon-slaying feat. As we spoke, we had already arrived at the edge of the Dragon Marsh, where dragonkin and whelps roamed. Soldiers of the Alliance, charge! Ragnaros and Varian led the cavalry into a charge. Simultaneously, the dragonkin noticed us and roared as they rushed to meet the cavalry. Nature's power. Aid your faithful, Breno shouted as he raised his staff. And suddenly numerous tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the dragonkin. The dragonkin struggled as the charging cavalry severed their heads. Suddenly, several soldiers screamed in anguish as they fell from their mounts, only to be consumed by a fiery inferno. They have brought mages with them. Varian pointed toward a few relatively slender dragonkin in the distance, flames flickering in their hands. It seemed they were the architects of this tragedy. I'll deal with them. You all hurry and press forward. Jaina instructed. Those dragonkin mages unleashed another volley of flames. Jaina seized them and redirected their magic against the dragonkin spellcasters. The reflected spells, transforming from fire into a biting cold, struck the dragonkin mages, instantly encasing them in ice sculptures. One dragonkin warrior attempted to touch one of the frozen figures. His misfortune. The ice sculpture toppled, shattering upon impact. Truly, one cannot underestimate the prowess of a mage. I marveled that my current abilities would barely allow me to reflect a single dragonkin mage's spell, and it was incredibly taxing. Yet Jaina effortlessly reversed their spells without breaking a sweat. While this was certainly due to her specialization in arcane magic, such power was still astonishing. Could such a powerful mage truly be no match for the Lich King? By the light, just how formidable is the real Lich King? I shook my head. This habit of falling into contemplation is rather unwise. At that moment, Varian had already led the troops into the Black Dragon's lair, engaging in fierce combat with the guardians inside, the clashing of blades ringing out amidst the anguished cries of both human soldiers and dragonkin meeting their demise. It seems I must also take action. I commanded the mage group to unleash a barrage of attacks while I focused on several dragonkin. Arcane energy surged within me, gradually coalescing in my hands. With a natural pull and push of my hands, I uttered, Meteor Swarm. This was a spell I had mastered after specializing in the fire element. 5 fireballs soared towards the target, engulfing several dragonkin in flames. Yet, this was merely the beginning. I summoned a fiery storm amidst a cluster of dragonkin, incinerating them as they screamed, shortly before several Alliance soldiers severed their heads, with the assistance of the mage group. The Alliance soldiers swiftly eradicated the remaining dragonkin and ventured into the depths of the lair. Meanwhile, the trio responsible for the rescue had already vanished into the shadows. "Look, over there!" Jaina pointed toward the glimmer of light around a corner. We approached, only to be awestruck by the sight before us. A vast clearing where an enormous black dragon lay coiled, much larger than a typical dragon. Its long horns signified its unparalleled status, rendering this black dragon a magnificent sight. Surrounding the clearing, the temperature was elevated, with numerous dragon eggs scattered about, suggesting that this colossal beast had recently laid its clutch. The rocky walls encircled the eggs, leaving only a small exit guarded by a dragonkin sentinel. "You mere mortals have surprised me by breaching my den." The nightmarish black dragon's deep voice thundered from its gaping maw, its lantern-sized eyes fixated on Varian and Ragnaros. "How fortunate! I typically must venture out of my lair to hunt for sustenance. It seems today I shall indulge in a feast." With that, the dragon rose, tilting its head back and releasing a deafening roar. "Attack!" Ragnaros and Varian charged toward the dragon from opposite sides. I spotted Anduin, Alfred, amidst the pile of dragon eggs. "I will eliminate the guard at the entrance. You go rescue him." Brino, transformed into a raven, called out, swooping down to grab Varelia and Alfred, depositing them near Anduin. He then morphed into a formidable bear, roaring as he charged the guard at the entrance, toppling him to the ground. Upon seeing the two, Anduin's eyes widened in excitement. Varelia deftly used her dagger to slice away the ropes binding him, helping him to his feet. "Hurry!" Varelia urged, pulling Anduin to flee, only to hear several low dragon roars. She turned sharply, realizing a large swarm of whelps was rushing toward them. "Varelia, you take Anduin and go ahead. I will hold them off," Alfred said, drawing his longbow and letting out a whistle. The robust Nightblade Panther emerged from the shadows, glaring hungrily at the approaching whelps. The beast I had focused on had two choices: to become my pet or to be hunted by Alfred's arrows. Multi-shot, with a twang of the string. 12 arrows flew in a scattered formation, striking down 12 whelps to the ground. The Nightblade Panther let out a low growl and dashed forward, tearing into the still-living prey. Again, explosive shot. A few specially crafted explosive arrows soared forth, slaying several more whelps and injuring many others nearby. "Return, Night Song." Alfred called for his pet and steed to come back, then elegantly flipped onto the Nightblade Panther. Charging out of the cave, he dropped several dark objects around the cave's entrance. As the whelps attempted to follow, a tremendous explosion rocked the entrance, collapsing a significant portion of the rock and sealing the exit. The whelps, unable to soar high enough to clear the now towering wall, found themselves trapped within. I then directed the mage group to summon a torrential rain of fire within the cave, annihilating the remaining whelps. "Pleasant cooperation." I clapped hands with Alfred. "Now, let us deal with this behemoth." Varian and Ragnaros were locked in a fierce struggle with the black dragon, while Jaina aided the soldiers by enchanting their arrows to inflict harm upon the colossal beast that it seems after this ordeal. I might seek Jaina's guidance on this method of imbuing weapons with magical damage. It could prove useful in the future. With the enchanting complete, let loose. As I finished my preparations, Jaina completed her enchanting, and the soldiers of Stormwind unleashed a volley of arrows. Generally, such a quantity of arrows would be sufficient to fell an average dragon if half were to strike true. However, the black dragon merely waved a wing, creating a gust that deflected most of the arrows to the ground, with only a handful striking the dragon. While these were not critical hits, they were enough to inflict considerable pain upon the beast. "Roar, you insignificant ants! I shall crush you all!" The black dragon abandoned Varian and Ragnaros, unleashing a fearsome roar. "What should we do? This is terrifying. We must flee." The soldiers recoiled in fear at the thunderous roar, for it was none other than the terrifying presence of the black dragon. That was the might of dragonkind. "Soldiers, steady yourselves," Jaina unleashed a radiant green light, dispelling the dark dragon's magic, seizing the opportunity. Onyxia unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon the soldiers. While most of the flames were shielded by the ice mages under my command, many soldiers still fell victim to the searing breath. Reduced to ashes, you shall face us, Black Dragon. Both Varian and Ragnaros charged forth, their elven blades raised high, striking downward at the Black Dragon. Yet Onyxia seemed to anticipate their assault. With a swift flick of her colossal head, she unleashed a wave of scorching fire. The two were taken by surprise, suffering the full brunt of the dragon's wrath, with Varian at the forefront. Your Majesty, Ragnaros, the dragon fire engulfed them, obscuring the scene within. When the flames dissipated, all that remained was a towering figure clad in the blue armor of the Azerothian lion. I have returned, Onyxia. If you wish to usurp my kingdom, you must adhere to the ancient covenant, through iron and blood. King Varian Rin, ruler of Stormwind, brandished his twin elven swords at the Black Dragon, now liberated from her enchantment. He was both Ragnaros and Varian, the devoted husband who cherished his wife and son, and the resolute king who fought for his people. Our Black Dragon form is forged of steel. We speak through magic. Our veins run with searing flames. Mortal, you are no match for me. Let's see about that. You wretched lizard. It must be acknowledged that upon regaining his human form, King Varian's strength had indeed surged. In both speed and power, he matched the Black Dragon's might. Previously, the two had struggled against her. But now he stood on equal footing. Yet, even in this form, he could not vanquish the dragon. Instead, the cunning Onyxia, utilizing the splatter of her dragon fire, claimed the lives of several unsuspecting soldiers. Even more infuriating was her slaying of two mages caught in the throes of casting, one of whom was a traveler known as Blue Sea Whirlwind. Bruno, do you have a way to bind the Black Dragon? I can no longer stand idly behind the face of my fallen subordinates. I do, but timing is crucial that if I attempt to ensnare her legs or wings with vines, she will break free before they can bind her. Those parts are simply too large to us, so what do you propose? To ensnare her neck, while she may escape? In her struggle, I can bind her other limbs. Very well. Once you secure her, I shall have the mage circle reinforce your spell, allowing Varian to strike her down. Bruno focused intently on Onyxia, wary of missing any opportunity. Just then, the dragon's head plunged downward, releasing another blast of dragon fire. Though King Varian nimbly dodged, several soldiers behind him were engulfed by the inferno. Bruno, ever vigilant for a chance, summoned a vibrant green aura, murmuring incantations while clutching a leaf of ivy. Suddenly, thick vines shot forth from beneath the dragon's neck, wrapping tightly around it. She struggled fiercely against her bonds. But to no avail, as additional vines ensnared her legs and wings. With my mage circle bolstering the vines, escape was impossible for her. Yet Onyxia was not one to remain passive. She opened her maw, intent on casting a spell to break free. Magic counter, Jaina intervened, unleashing potent arcane energy that disrupted the dragon's incantation. Seizing the moment, Bruno bound Onyxia's massive jaws with vines. King Varian, like an avenging angel, confronted the Black Dragon. Onyxia, it is you who caused my wife's demise, robbed Anduin of his mother, and plunged my kingdom into chaos. It is you who forced me to endure countless trials and near-death experiences. It is you who brought untold losses upon the Alliance. Now, you shall pay for your sins. With the elven sword raised high, he struck down with resolute ferocity, severing the dragon's neck, and her blood gushed forth. The Black Dragon is slain. I, Varian Rin, hereby proclaim that our kingdom shall once again know peace, and as king, I vow that our realm shall never again be deceived. The head of the Black Dragon shall be returned. Hung at the gates of Stormwind, in commemoration of this glorious victory, King Varian Rin raised the bloodied elven sword aloft, proclaiming triumphantly, "Long live the king! Long live Stormwind! Long live the Alliance!" In this moment of unparalleled glory, every heart swelled with excitement. The soldiers of the Alliance carried the massive dragon's head, singing songs of triumph as they journeyed toward Theramore. Meanwhile, King Varian, Prince Anduin, Varelia, Bruno, Jaina, and I rode forth, traversing the muck of the marshlands. discussing matters of great import. Wait, I seem to have forgotten someone. Are you referring to me? A shifty merchant hunter emerged, riding on his pet, burdened with 2 large packs. Where have you been? We haven't seen you since you left the cave. I was in the lair of the Black Dragon. Rielnes, it was truly wise of me to accompany you here. It appears the rumors of dragons hoarding treasures are indeed true. I came away with quite a bounty. A veritable mountain of gold coins. Of course, one must not be greedy. I only took 1,000 gold coins, leaving the rest for Lady Proudmoore to safeguard, given how close she is to the dragon's lair. You can go die. By the way, if one were to perish amidst a pile of gold, perhaps it would be this fellow's dream. We cast disdainful glances at the avaricious knight, elf hunter. Sensing our scrutiny, he quickly amended his statement. Since the Black Dragon was defeated together, let us share the remaining gold. I shall reluctantly part with it. Oh, my precious coins, upon our return to Theramore Island. Jaina hosted a grand celebration feast that it was a time not only to commemorate our victory over the Black Dragon, but also to mourn the valiant souls lost in battle. Today, we gather to celebrate this monumental victory. However, we must not forget the heroes who sacrificed their lives in this conflict. Without them, our triumph would not have been possible. Thus, this first cup of wine is dedicated to those fallen heroes. May the holy light guide their souls to the heavens, King Varian proclaimed, raising his goblet, to the heroes. The crowd echoed in unison. Now, I declare the feast to commence. Far from the illuminated festivities of Theramore Island, a small grave was erected for Blue Sea Whirlwind, crafted by myself and a dozen fellow travelers. May you find a way to log back in when the server disconnects. The gravestone bore a few words in Chinese characters. As the deceased had been reduced to ashes, we could only erect a symbolic tomb in his honor. Upon its completion, we bowed deeply 3 times in respect. We are still too weak, I remarked. Before our travels, we were revered powerful mages within the various guilds of Naxxramas, celebrated for our remarkable damage output and high-level dungeon awareness. But that was merely a game. Now, we find ourselves in the real Azeroth, where mistakes cannot be undone, for there are no soul healers here and we must remain utterly focused in battle. Otherwise, we may suffer the same fate as Blue Sea Whirlwind, or worse. Therefore, I urge you all, never slacken your training. Only in this manner can we stand out among other travelers, once more becoming the revered high mages of this world. Remember, we are mages. We are the best DPS, and we shall excel in this realm as well. My words invigorated the previously waning spirits of the group, rekindling their determination that I then distributed 10 gold coins as a reward to each traveling mage, using material means to uplift their spirits. This sum of 2,000 gold coins was the bounty my mage circle had acquired from the Black Dragon's hoard, which I intended to share equally among my team members. This was merely the first allocation for the travelers. Upon returning to the island, the celebration had already concluded. During the feast, Varian agreed to Jaina's proposal for a renewed meeting with the leaders of the Horde. The events at Blackrock Tower had shifted his perspective on the orcs, and the current circumstances were dire. The Scourge had overrun the entire eastern Plague Lands, and Grand Lord Tyrion Fordring had fallen in battle, although the natural disasters have yet to manifest any new actions. Who can predict their next moves? The newly allied Draenei have been fervently yearning to return to Draenor in search of their surviving kin. Moreover, this group of Germans has brought news of the survivors from the Turalian expedition, a matter that the Alliance's high command cannot afford to overlook. More importantly, Varian has just regained his throne and is in dire need of time to familiarize himself with the affairs of the Alliance that transpired during his absence, which will aid in the future development of Stormwind. In summary, everything seems to be unfolding according to the expected narrative. I'm not concerned about the plot developments that transpired in the latter half of the comic The Return of the King. The initial part of the story is essential for the return of the King of Stormwind, while the latter part diverges entirely from the narrative of the World of Warcraft. After all, if we were to eliminate Gul'dan now, what would become of the Cataclysm storyline? What intrigued me the most is that King Varian has bestowed upon me the title of Honorary Duke. Although it holds no practical significance, it is nonetheless exhilarating, and the title of Duke aligns perfectly with my true in-game name, AS for Alfred. Varian has promised to establish a personal engineering laboratory for him in Stormwind. Early the next morning, We set up a welcome ceremony on Theramore Isle, as Thrall has graciously agreed to attend the peace talks that were delayed due to Varian's kidnapping. Meanwhile, in a modest abode where I am temporarily residing, Alfred, sipping tea, inquired, "Do you think the talks between Thrall and Varian will yield any results?" "I'm uncertain. It depends on whether the Horde and the Alliance share any common interests," I replied, "Duppy, why the way? What brings you to seek me out? You have never shown much interest in these political matters, and that is my tea. Put it down. Don't be so stingy. After all, we have fought side by side for so long. By the way, I have a gift for you." Alfred produced a brilliant crimson spell sword from behind him and tossed it on my desk. "I found this in the lair of the Black Dragon. It should be quite suitable for a fire-specialized mage like you," he remarked. "Such a valuable gift must surely come with ulterior motives." I squinted at the merchant. "Of course. I intend to exchange something useless to me for something of value." "It's called mutual benefit," he replied nonchalantly. "Enough with the small talk. What exactly do you want?" I interrupted his commercial spiel with a wave of my hand. Bang! He then dropped a large box onto the table. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a crate of arrows. "You must have learned from Jaina how to imbue weapons with elemental power, right? So, this box of arrows is for you. I want half of them to be fire arrows and half to be frost arrows," he stated matter-of-factly. "The arrowheads are crafted from the bones of black dragons, so—" "That's enough," I exclaimed. "These many arrows would take me until next year to enchant. You only need to enchant 100 at a time." "How about 90? After some haggling, we settled on 10 frost arrows and 10 fire arrows per day, while the spell sword would serve as my payment. Once I had sent off the merchant, I examined the spell sword closely. Its slightly wider crimson blade and the golden hilt, longer than that of an ordinary one-handed sword, had no decorative engravings. The IT was far superior to my previous weapon. Regardless, anything retrieved from the lair of the Black Dragon Princess would undoubtedly surpass items purchasable with gold. This sword would certainly be considered a purple piece of equipment in the game. After gazing at it for a while, I decided to stow it away for future study, as more pressing matters awaited me with Thrall's impending arrival at Theramore. That I must admit, Thrall is a remarkably formidable orc. The moment I laid eyes on him, I was captivated by his commanding presence. Unlike other orcs who often appear somewhat slovenly, he walks with an elegance reminiscent of a human or an elf. Likely due to his upbringing among humans. This time, Thrall brought only 2 companions, the troll chieftain Valjean and his advisor, Eitrig. As the orcs have yet to venture into Outland, the brain-dead Garrosh was notably absent, much to the relief of us cross-realm players. Once both parties were seated in the meeting room of Theramore, the discussions formally commenced. As an attendee, I was positioned at the table, and according to the directives of the Kirin Tor Council, I was to voice the opinions of Dalaran during this meeting. "Greetings to you, Your Majesty," Thrall began, addressing Varian as the guest. "And to you, Chief," Varian returned the greeting. "I sincerely apologize for the delay in our previous peace talks due to unforeseen circumstances." "There is no need for apologies. I have heard of the situation. In truth, while the Alliance and the Horde are at odds, numerous malevolent forces conspire to obliterate us," Thrall replied. "The conflict between the Alliance and the Horde stems from resource-based disputes and ancient grudges." I concur. If we were to sit down for a discussion, we would discover many alternatives far superior to warfare. Currently, the Alliance faces 2 pressing issues. First, at the request of the Draenei, we are preparing to dispatch an expedition to Draenor to search for the whereabouts of the previously sent expedition and their kin. We orcs are equally interested. A blood elf mage named Gao de Quan claims that remnants of orcs still exist on Draenor. If this is indeed true, our Horde must venture there to seek our brethren. To be honest, during the meeting, few believed the elf's words, as his sources seemed dubious. Gao de Quan. A glimmer of recognition flashed in my eyes. I recalled that just before my transmigration, while I was fishing at Winter's Edge, a blood elf mage had passed by, also carrying a fishing rod. Upon noticing me, he had begun casting arcane missiles my way. Following the principle of an eye for an eye, I had engaged in a lengthy critique of that water mage for half an hour. Unfortunately, just as I was embroiled in a battle with a Death Knight orc, that water mage took the opportunity to escape. Now that I think about it, that water mage's name was indeed Gao de Quan. The name of the orc Death Knight was seared into my memory, His name was Frozen World, but we had exchanged blows once, and I managed to stealthily eliminate him once more. Then, several Alliance players happened to pass by and commenced a brutal assault on that Death Knight, which I found utterly loathsome. So, I prepared to teleport back to Dalaran to turn in my quest. While casting, a message popped up on my screen proclaiming my unwavering loyalty to the freedom of Dalaran, compelling me to click yes, which led to my unexpected transmigration. Having joined the realm of Naxxramas, I had engaged in these two rather interesting encounters within a mere 2 hours, thus they remained vividly etched in my mind. It seems we have reached a consensus regarding the expedition to Draenor. To demonstrate our sincerity, the Horde will return the lands of Hillsbrad Foothills, which we recently occupied, to the Alliance. The Horde forces will henceforth strictly guard the Foxfire Fortress and will not launch further offensives against the Alliance unless provoked. The Alliance will assist the Horde in expelling the scourge that has taken root in the Eastern Plague Lands, thereby eliminating the lingering threats posed by the Forsaken and the Blood Elves. However, the reclaimed lands will not belong to either party. I propose that they be entrusted to the remnants of the Silver Dawn to govern agreed. After all, we both owe a favor to Tyrion Fordring, and it is time we repaid it. Following this expedition, the Horde will aid in the campaign against Northrend. The Alliance will also participate. The Lich King has become a dire enemy of all living beings, and he must be vanquished. Now, I would like to hear the opinions of the Dalaran representative. King Varian, turn to me. So, you're the mage who saved Goshawk? Thrall remarked that I too wish to hear your insights. The commanding presence of these two heavyweight leaders was indeed formidable, causing even my usually outgoing nature to falter. I took a deep breath to steady myself, and then spoke. Your Majesty Varian. Chief Thrall, we from Dalaran wholeheartedly agree with your perspectives and are eager to offer our assistance. Earlier, King Varian mentioned the need to drive out the scourge from the Eastern Plague Lands. We from Dalaran shall commit ourselves fully to this battle to prove our sincerity. Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing at all? Thrall furrowed his brow. Ha. Just as the rumor suggested, the Dalaran representative speaks in a manner that can simultaneously convey agreement and disagreement. Ultimately saying nothing, King Varian chuckled. However, we are about to engage the scourge in the Eastern Plague Lands, and I wish to hear your personal opinion. Remember, this is your personal opinion. Well, Your Majesty, the great chieftain, I humbly offer my personal opinion. And I hope you will forgive my inelegance. That it seems that pretense is no longer an option. And I must speak of something substantial. I believe that the complete reclamation of the Eastern Plague Lands is beyond our grasp. Oh, why is that? King Varian has become quite animated. The Plague Lands serve as the Lich King's principal stronghold in the Eastern Kingdoms. According to my sources, Regent Lord Lorthamar Theron has successfully reclaimed the Ghost Lands and eliminated Darkon. Thus, the Lich King is left with only the Plague Lands as his bastion within Lordaeron. The Western Plague Lands are perilously close to the territory of the Forsaken, and is also a region where the Scarlet Crusade is notably active, leaving the Scourge at a disadvantage in terms of geography. Therefore, further expansion seems nearly impossible. In contrast, the Eastern Plague Lands are reportedly under complete Scourge domination, serving as a rear base for the Lich King's assaults on the lands of the living. Should we endeavor to reclaim the entirety of the Eastern Plague Lands, our forces would be severely strained. After all, we must reserve several contingents for expeditions to Outland. Furthermore, have we considered why the Silver Covenant faltered? The reason is quite simple. They lack the military strength to reclaim the Plague Lands all at once. Yet, with their insufficient forces, they press too aggressively against the Scourge in the Eastern Plague Lands, compelling the Scourge to summon aid from the Lich King to maintain their foothold there. The Lich King cannot tolerate anyone jeopardizing his meticulously cultivated domain. Thus, when he arrived with his army at the Eastern Plague Lands, the Silver Covenant was already destined for defeat. Now, we must not repeat their mistakes. To recklessly attempt to reclaim the Eastern Plague Lands with insufficient forces would only draw the Lich King's attention. So, if you were the commander of this campaign, what would you propose? Thrall inquired. Were I the commander, I would seek to establish a foothold in the Eastern Plague Lands, neither too large nor too small, so that the Scourge's commander believes he can manage the situation without underestimating our intent to eradicate them. Once secured, we would engage in active defense to keep the Scourge occupied, preventing them from conducting any subterfuge in the rear. with the dwarves of Cosmodin and the blood elves of the Ghostland providing sustenance. They would not find themselves starved or trapped. We would then await the shift in the overall situation. When our forces returned from the expedition to Draenor, prepared to assault Northrend, we could launch a fierce attack from the stronghold. And by the time the Lich King seeks to rescue the Eastern Plague Lands, our troops would already be at his doorstep. Facing enemies on both fronts, the Lich King would be compelled to abandon the Eastern Plague Lands, redirecting his focus entirely to his homeland at that juncture. The Scourge and the Eastern Plague Land would find themselves ensnared, and we could eliminate them entirely. A splendid strategic analysis. King Varian exclaimed. Rhaenys, I did not misjudge you. You are certainly no ordinary individual, capable of orchestrating the deployment of the Alliance's main forces from the Blazing Plains to assault Blackrock Spire in a bid to buy time for rescue. I hope you will lead this campaign. What say you, great chieftain? I concur. There is no issue with this arrangement, particularly since you have saved Grommash, earning a commendable reputation among both the Alliance and the Horde. Moreover, Dalaran stands as a neutral faction. With you at the helm, coordinating the soldiers of both the Alliance and the Horde, there should be no risk of internal conflict. Let it be settled, Your Majesty. What? You must also consider the opinions of those directly involved. I have never commanded troops in battle. While I can analyze strategies, it is another matter entirely to face the chaos of the battlefield. I hastily deferred. After all, I am merely a military enthusiast, having perused various works on warfare and studied Sun Tzu's Art of War for a time. However, I have never truly commanded anything, at best. I have engaged in verbal wargaming with like-minded friends that I shall send Grommash to assist you. With such an experienced general as your advisor, you may proceed with confidence, Thrall remarked. You may select any commanders from the Alliance. I shall ensure the Dwarves of Eagle's Nest are briefed to assist you. However, you must deliver a battle as splendid as that at Blackrock Spire, Varian declared. Very well, I shall accept this command. I wish to inquire, who currently commands the Eastern Plague Lands, and who is the rumored Death Knight responsible for the demise of Bolvar? What are their movements? The commander is Baron Ravenholt, and the Death Knight who slew Bolvar is known as Frostmourne, the new commander of Akiras's Death Knights. Life, like a play, is riddled with coincidences. I now finally comprehend why the elderly express such sentiments. The theater is replete with serendipity, and so too is life. Yet, why must I encounter only unfavorable coincidences, as if fate decrees I must come face to face with that Frostmourne? I pondered this as I embarked on a flight from Theramore to Ironforge with my mage cohort and Alfred. Is it the will of the heavens that I must contend with Frostmourne after my crossing? I do not know. Perhaps this is simply a dramatic twist of fate, a coincidence that vexes me immensely. This marks my first experience commanding troops in battle, and thus I proceed with utmost caution. I am aware that I am no fool, but I also understand that my adversaries will not be fools either. I have seen countless narratives in Transmigration novels exaggerate the protagonist's military prowess while depicting their opponents as complete imbeciles, to the point of nausea. Warfare is not a child's game. It cannot be swayed by mere clever tactics or a handful of extraordinary troops executing a few dazzling maneuvers. War is an assessment of comprehensive capability, encompassing the training of the troops, logistical support, timing, geography, and the character and tactics of the opposing commander. All these factors can profoundly influence the course of battle. If one does not apply themselves thoughtfully, even a military genius like Napoleon could face utter defeat. This is not merely a sentiment expressed in fiction. It reflects my views on the majority of online novels depicting war scenes. To those authors crafting such narratives, I implore you to reflect more deeply and study various classic battles. At the very least, avoid fundamental military misconceptions and refrain from portraying your protagonist's adversaries as fools. Engaging with fools only reveals one's own folly. Days later, we redirected from Ironforge to Kargath, where Grommash awaited us. Having fought together at Blackrock Spire, he received us with particular warmth. I have received the chieftain's orders. Old friend, I shall assist you throughout this endeavor until we achieve our goal. Grommash welcomed Alfred and me into his quarters, presenting us with a large platter of freshly roasted boar meat. Having not eaten since morning, Alfred and I wasted no time in devouring it. Your assistance brings me great relief. You know I possess no experience. I sincerely apologize. We have been rushing here since early morning without a moment to spare for sustenance. Thus, there is no reason not to ensure those heading into battle are well fed. The goblin airship has arrived. Once you finish, we shall set forth. By the way, when I arrived, I noticed several tents erected outside the camp, and a male blood elf with an enigmatic smile seated outside. What is the situation? Oh, those are few adventurers. A Tauren, 2 blood elves, 1 male and 1 female, and a human male. They are adventuring to Uldaman. And the Tauren, wearing a peculiar pair of spectacles and a strange white coat, appeared so odd that I did not allow them into the camp, instead permitting them to set up their camp outside. What is the name of that male blood elf? He seemed familiar. Gao De Quan. Pardon me for a moment that I quickly swallowed the morsel in my mouth and rushed out, only to discover that Gao De Quan had already departed, leaving only a few tents standing forlornly against the cold wind. Rainies, do you know that blood elf? Alfred inquired as he followed me out. I do not know him. I merely encountered him while guarding the corpse of that water mage at Lake Wintergrasp when I first arrived in Naxxramas. Then why did you rush out? Were you hoping to guard his corpse again? I have questions for him at tea that time. I clashed with Frostmourne at Lake Wintergrasp precisely because I was guarding the corpse of that water mage. I wish to see if I can extract any intelligence regarding Frostmourne from him. I see. Give me a gold coin. I shall help you capture him. Go to the abyss. Whether or not this intelligence exists will not significantly impact my plans. Grommash, we are prepared. Let us depart. With that, I dismissed the merchant and boarded the airship, beckoning the goblins to set sail. Hey, wait for me. A certain unscrupulous merchant scrambled onto the airship, which had already ascended to a considerable height. As we journeyed towards the western plague lands, I gathered the commanders from the tribe aboard the airship to announce our battle plan. They brought me delightful news. The commander of Akiris, the Death Knight known as Icebound, had led his forces away from the eastern plague lands to undergo training in Northrend. Now, Rivendell was fully responsible for the defense of the eastern plague lands. By the time the airship delivered us to the western plague lands, the sun had already set. Bathed in the fading light of dusk, the entire plague-ridden land exuded a morbid atmosphere that was profoundly unsettling. I looked up at the overcast sky, furrowing my brow as I disembarked from the airship. Once, this was the most vibrant region of Lordaeron. Now, only desolation remained. We shall ultimately rescue this land, but that time is not now. To avoid detection by the spies of the Scourge, Alfred, Goshak, and I discreetly descended via a rope ladder onto a small hill near Icewind Dale. We then proceeded towards Icewind Dale, while the airship would transport the other tribal commanders to Taquilin to convey my plans. In short, all preparations were in place. My Lord Baron Stadholm. The Blood Elves have amassed a considerable force near the Elven Gate and constructed numerous fortifications. It appears they are planning a major offensive into the eastern plague lands. Should we not report this to the Lich King? Mayor Bathalas expressed with concern. There is no need to disturb our master over such trifles. Ever since Icebound killed Fordring and assumed command of the Blackwind Fortress, my standing has plummeted. If we were to alarm our master over this minor issue, we would surely be deemed useless, and the master does not tolerate the existence of the ineffectual, Rivendell replied. Very well, I have already arranged the defenses against the Blood Elves. Now, let us discuss the situation with the Alliance. My Lord Baron. Although the Alliance has secretly gathered forces at Icewind Dale, our scouts have reported that their focus is not upon us this time. Bathalas noted, a twisted smile creeping across his face, that it seems they are preoccupied with their own internal strife. Indeed, that would be fortuitous. However, we must remain vigilant. Rivendell nodded in agreement. If the Alliance were to launch an attack while we are engaged with the Blood Elves, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. Therefore, when the Blood Elves commence their assault, I shall leave a portion of our forces in the town under your command, Bathalas, that I shall not betray your trust. My Lord Baron, Bathalas vowed earnestly. My Lord Baron. A member of the cursed cult rushed into the room in a flurry. Maleki, I have expressly stated that you are not yet permitted to enter the slaughterhouse. What business has you so agitated that you disregarded my orders? Rivendell's eyes glinted with cold fury. I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. It is a matter of urgency, Maleki stammered, his voice trembling. The Blood Elves have commenced their assault on the Elven Gate. Understood. This time, I shall overlook your breach of protocol, Given the urgency of your tidings, should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to turn you into a corpse. Why yes, Maleki stammered, rendered speechless by fear. Recognize your station. Living fool, Rivendell proclaimed as he mounted his steed and galloped towards the front lines. Meanwhile, another contingent was also racing towards the battlefield. The Blood Elves have already begun their advance. We must hasten. I urged my steed to increase its pace, that we must arrive at the designated location before sunset. Rhyrnus, do you believe Rivendell will fall into our trap? Alfred called out from beside me. Riding his mount. Absolutely. My first trap is an overt ploy. Rivendell has no choice but to walk into it, I declared. Once he engages with the Blood Elves, escape will not be an option. Enough of this. Speed up. Our mission is of utmost importance. Mayor Bathalas. The Alliance is upon us. A skeletal messenger rushed into Bathalas's chamber. What? Bathalas exclaimed, simultaneously marveling at Rivendell's foresight and wisdom. All forces prepare for battle. Let these living fools witness our might. The skeletal soldiers executed their orders with unwavering precision. They were the most rudimentary of the undead. Aside from their obedience, they possessed no thoughts, no fear, nor any understanding of advantage or disadvantage. However, Bathalas was different. Although his will belonged to the Lich King, he retained his own intellect and ideas. This wisdom allowed him to command the lesser undead, yet it also brought him certain disadvantages. Thus, as he ascended the city walls and beheld the seemingly endless encampments of the Alliance below, he was struck with terror that wasn't the intelligence report supposed to indicate only 300 to 400 troops. Bathalas shouted, I knew these living beings were untrustworthy. They must have deceived us. Mayor Bathalas, quickly summoned the forces from New Avalon and the Chapel of Light for reinforcement. Our garrison alone cannot withstand this. Maleki urged in haste. Indeed, send forth the gargoyles to alert the forces at Carolyn's Crossing and the Chapel of Light to mobilize the majority of their troops for reinforcement. After all, they are unlikely to face any attacks themselves. Besides, sending a small contingent would merely be a futile gesture. Humph, they have indeed arrived. Marshal Maxwell stood amidst the Alliance ranks, watching the gargoyles soar into the sky. Archers, loose your arrows. Do not shoot them all down. Allow a few to escape to carry the message. Over 100 bows were drawn towards the heavens, and arrows rained down like a storm, sending the flying gargoyles plummeting one by one, much to Bathalas's dismay. Fortunately, a few managed to slip past the barrage, disappearing into the night. May you swiftly deliver the message, both Marshal Maxwell and Bathalas murmured. Watching the retreating gargoyles, that a broad road between the northern and eastern watchtowers leads directly to Stratholme, flanked by mountains on either side. This is my ideal ambush site. Rhyrnus, they are coming. They are but 10 minutes away from us. Alfred reported, returning from reconnaissance. I nodded and signaled my mages to take their positions. They are here. The foul stench wafted in the air, causing me to wrinkle my nose. Several fastidious maidens turned pale, clearly distressed. Yet, to avoid revealing our position, we had no choice but to endure as the contingent composed of abominations, skeletons, cursed cult mages, and ghouls advanced into the valley. I waved my hand. The assault begins. The prearranged magical matrix summoned a fiery meteor from above, striking the heart of their ranks and incinerating over 100 scourge soldiers. Next, a barrage of dazzling ice spears rained down, piercing the massive abominations, while fireballs soared towards the scourge visible to our mages. Once the first wave of spells took effect, I immediately ordered the shield mages to activate the protective matrix. Malicious spells rained down upon the shields, inflicting no harm, but revealing the positions of the cursed cult mages, rendering them our next target. It must be said that the lack of fear among the undead greatly aided them. Had they been ordinary troops, they would have crumbled long ago. I observed the scourge forces, battered yet still advancing towards the exit. It is nearly time to deliver a decisive blow. Alfred, I am ready, Alfred replied, knocking a signal arrow to his bow and releasing it into the sky. The arrow soared high before exploding, transforming into a silver griffin silhouette before it faded away. They are coming, Alfred exclaimed, pointing to the sky where countless dark figures approached against the dawn. Battle mages of Dalaran. Fight valiantly. Our allies have arrived to vanquish the remnants of the Scourge, I shouted, rallying my remaining magical energy, preparing to unleash a spell I had long envisioned but never had the opportunity to cast. At that moment, the dark figures descended upon the battlefield, revealing their true forms. The Griffin Riders from Eagle's Nest. What a magnificent battle this shall be. Young men and women from Dalaran. Now let the Scourge feel the might of our hammer. The leading Griffin Knight bellowed. He then drew forth the Stormhammer, crackling with electric fury, and hurled it with great ferocity towards the Scourge soldiers below. The hammer whirled violently, shattering a skeleton before returning to the dwarf's grasp. Children, the hunt begins. For each wretched Scourge slain, 2 mugs of ale await. Barely had the dwarf commander delivered his command when the battlefield erupted with flashes of lightning. The war hammer danced through the hands of the dwarves, spinning and ruthlessly decimating the Scourge soldiers on the ground. It seemed that the allure of ale was as enticing to them as to their distant kin, the Copperbeard clan, as the dwarves commenced their assault. My spells were also prepared. I conjured several fireballs into the air, only to disperse them with arcane magic. Then, with narrowed eyes, I selected a few Scourge soldiers on a mountainside. The fireballs I had previously cast reappeared behind them, maintaining their momentum, and collided violently, reducing them to ashes. Triumphantly, I summoned my magical energy once more, crafting a fiery bomb in midair before vanishing it. I then made it materialize amidst the densely packed Scourge. Erupting in a dazzling display at their center, is this the black hole cannon you devised for so long? No, I reconsidered. I lacked the strength to tear through the void. Thus I adopted a different approach, utilizing blink magic to maneuver my spells in space. Hence it shall be dubbed the Blink Cannon. Now, enough of this idle chatter. What is the status of the battle? The leading dwarf inquired. They had already aided the remnants of the Silver Dawn, led by the Dawnbringer Elijur and the Knights of the Silver Hand in reclaiming the Chapel of the Lights, Vow, and New Avalon. Currently, the survivors of the Silver Dawn were hastily fortifying their defenses. The fighting here is nearly at an end. I cast a glance at the remaining Scourge soldiers, stubbornly resisting below. It was nearly time to draw the curtain. Otherwise, the Scourge commander station in Stratholme would grow suspicious. Mayor Balthazar had been anxiously awaiting reinforcements for a day, yet none had arrived. Fortunately, the Alliance forces outside had not launched an attack. They merely camped at a distance beyond the range of arrows, seemingly in no rush to assault. However, Mayor Balthazar felt an unsettling sense of wrongness. Unable to articulate what it was from afar, a griffin descended into the Alliance camp, carrying a night elf who entered tent. After a while, he emerged with an Alliance commander, who seemed to utter a few words before the soldiers began to roll up the tents, indicating a withdrawal. Only then did Mayor Balthazar's anxious heart find some solace. Meanwhile, the Blood Elves engaged in combat with Rivendare seemed to have received some news, retreating back to their previously constructed defenses. Baron Rivendare's numerous assaults were repelled by fierce firepower. Reluctantly, he left a portion of his forces stationed at the Elven Gate on the Eastern Plague lands before leading the remainder back to Stratholme. My Lord Baron, you have finally returned. Shortly after your departure, the Alliance forces besieged the city, outnumbering our troops nearly 5-1. Mayor Balthazar exclaimed upon seeing Baron Rivendare. "Oh, how did you manage to hold the city?" By the Lich King's grace, they did not launch an attack, merely camping at the city's gates. They only struck down most of the gargoyles I dispatched for aid to New Avalon and the Chapel of the Lights Vow. But not all of them. Those gargoyles should have delivered the message long ago. Yet reinforcements have been conspicuously absent. Yet the Alliance has retreated, as if they were merely on a leisurely outing. You sought aid from New Avalon and the Chapel of the Lights Vow, but if they intended to come, they could have arrived in less than half a day. By horseback, it would take merely 2 hours. Wait, you said the Alliance merely camped outside without attacking. Rivendare sensed the disquieting notion that news of the call for aid had spread, yet the reinforcements had not arrived. Indeed, I ordered them to redirect most of their forces here, as the numbers of the Alliance are overwhelming. Damn it, Rivendare seemed to have realized something. Men, come with me outside the city to investigate. Upon reaching the ambush site from the previous night, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Scattered everywhere were shattered skeletons and enormous abominations. alongside the charred remains of cursed cult mages. They had undoubtedly been ambushed. A battalion of over 700 had been completely annihilated. What could have assailed them? My Lord Baron, I just surveyed the scene and found that most of these soldiers were eliminated by magic. Judging by the numbers, at least 200, said Malika. My Lord Baron, we discovered several corpses of griffins and dwarves. It appears that the Hammerfall clan also participated in this ambush. Mayor Balthazar added, the Chapel of the Light's vow. When Rivendare arrived near the chapel, he found that makeshift defenses had already been erected. With the banner of the Silver Dawn proudly fluttering atop the chapel, as if mocking the scourge, I understand now, completely. Whether it be the blood, elves attacking the plague lands, or the Alliance besieging Stratholme, it was merely a diversion to draw our forces into their ambush. My Lord Baron, issue the order. We shall charge in and eliminate these cunning living foes. No, we must retreat. Should we attack here, the Blood Elf forces would strike directly at our stronghold, and we would lose our foothold in the plague lands entirely. Rivendare sighed. The resurgence of the Silver Dawn is inevitable. Our current objective is to hold our territory here. Although we cannot impede their rise, we must limit their expansion as much as possible. He forced a smile. If we fail to do so, we shall await the Master's wrath. Meanwhile, hovering above New Avalon, the Akiris Deathwing Fortress, a newly risen Death Knight, was once again felled by a burst of flame striking from behind. Cease your futile resistance. Here, aside from your commander, the Frozen, I regard none of you with any respect. I glanced at the Death Knight, struggling to rise from the ground. Commander, we have annihilated all remaining enemies within Ebonhold, as per your orders. We spared a portion of the Death Knights. Additionally, we discovered this in the hidden chamber, said the Herald, producing a uniquely designed two-handed sword. The Ashbringer, I have long pondered why the news of Fordring and young Mograin's death spread so rapidly. Yet there was no word of this sword. I accepted the fallen divine blade. Realizing that the scourge was not as unified internally as it seemed, I grant you your lives, wretched curs. Return and inform the Frozen that I, Duke Rael, eagerly await our next encounter in the Outlands. Our previous battle is far from over. I turn away, releasing them, and offered them the skeletal griffin to carry the message. Then, destroy Akiris. Epilogue. Are you preparing to venture to the Outlands? Alfred inquired as we headed toward Stormwind. Indeed, with Fordring deceased, it is imperative to have a paladin of equal standing to wield this sword against the Lich King. Otherwise, we have no chance of victory. Moreover, only the Naru and Shatrath possess the ability to purify this blade. Thus, this journey to the Outlands is essential. My plan has already been submitted to the Council and received their approval. Once I conclude my affairs in Azeroth, I shall set forth a paladin of equal standing to Fordring. Who might that be? He is the highest commander of the Alliance forces, the heir of Sir Anduin Lothar, and the husband of Illyria Windrunner. In terms of power, he surpasses even the mightiest paladin, Uther Lightbringer. His name is Turalian, and there is no record of his death in the annals of Warcraft history. Thus, I believe he still lives. That so. Then I shall accompany you. The rare materials and ores of the Outlands will not only allow me to develop numerous new engineering devices, but also yield substantial profit when transported back to Azeroth. You wretched merchant, the skies over the eastern Plaguelands remain gloomy, but not for long. Draenor, my mage council and I are coming, along with a certain scheming hunter. Frozen, I look forward to our meeting in Draenor. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, located in the southern part of the homeland, the sweltering summer enveloped the server room of a certain company, making it feel like a terrifying steam chamber. As a financially robust foreign publicly traded company, it was certainly not lacking in funds to install air conditioning. Regrettably, the air conditioning in the server room has malfunctioned today. The relentless heat from the atmosphere, combined with the intense warmth generated by the continuously operating computer servers, has rendered the GM, the network administrator in the online game, working inside nearly akin to roasted ducks in a hanging oven. A stylishly dressed woman wiped the perspiration from her forehead and turned to the man behind her, sweetly imploring, "Could you please make another call? Why hasn't the air conditioning repair team arrived yet? We are all about to turn into a sauna." "Oh dear, my lady," the man replied, "I've called several times already. The property management said they are on their way. please bear with it a little longer. Meanwhile, in countless cities across China, tens of thousands of World of Warcraft players continue their splendid adventures on various servers. Of course, there are also some despised novices, such as myself. Excuse me, is it true that one can fish for that sea turtle mount by the seaside? Yes. Is it here? Yes. Gee, why don't you ask me where I am? You all just say yes. Yes. How does one fish? Is a regular fishing rod sufficient? Yes. Well, I shall give it a try then. System notification, achievement unlocked. Sea turtle fishing. What the heck? Is this how powerful newbies are? I seek an audience. Who has caught a sea turtle? It seems to be that newcomer who just joined the guild. The one who asked a question in the guild channel earlier. I asked that for real. What a talent. Guild leader. I've caught a sea turtle mount. Can I join the weekend raid activities? Well, do the two matters relate? But, it appears you are indeed fortunate. Bring your hearthstone to Dalaran. I shall reward you with 4 frostweed bags and a few bottles of Indian elixir as encouragement. So, can I take a picture with the guild girls by the bank? You have 10 seconds. Point 10. Hey, guild leader, the internet is lagging. I beseech you for 3 more seconds. Naturally, I'm already excitedly casting my hearthstone. The blood elf mage I currently control, having just reached level 80, is my first character in World of Warcraft, and indeed the only one I have leveled to the maximum. However, in this era, where mages are as common as dogs and spring brothers are everywhere, I have discovered that reaching the maximum level is even more arduous than leveling up. I once called for a group of 10 in the main city for an hour, yet no one paid me any heed. Occasionally, someone would message me, and the typical conversation would go as follows. GS? Achievement? Just hit max level. Bro, please don't abandon me, even though I'm clad in green gear. I remain a loyal child of the Horde. Brother, my skills are quite flashy. I have downloaded more of these PvP videos than Japanese adult films. System notification. You have been muted. Then, on a bleak night, I found myself in Dalaran, weary and nursing my hoarse throat, preparing to hearth home. Suddenly, a skeletal mage riding a golden chocobo appeared before me. His hollow, lonely eye sockets, scruffy stubble, and remarkable staff skills, I sensed it even before he drew out the staff, were all unmistakably telling of his prowess. Complemented by the extraordinary gray cockroach companion he summoned, which betrayed him entirely, I knew I had encountered someone who could alter my destiny. He was the one. I could no longer conceal my excitement. I fell to the ground, tears welling in my eyes, and exclaimed, I have finally found my guild. Brother, please accept me as your little brother. Will you take a low-level character to Farm Scarlet Monastery? Of course, a smooth run, and I can even exploit the no-explosion bug. Absolutely. Will you take me to Farm Shatter Halls? Yes. Yes. Very well. Then join our guild at a 1-month probation period. After a month, if you perform excellently, you will be promoted to a substitute member. Thank you for taking me in, Big Brother 555555. But, guild leader, what must I do during the probation period? Take the low-level characters in the guild to Farm Scarlet Monastery and Shatter Halls. This encapsulates my entire experience of joining the guild. Currently, I remain within the 1-month probationary period that I forgot to mention that the server I am on is quite ancient, the illustrious Chinese server. Naxxramas of Region 2. To put it simply, Naxxramas is rumored to be the server that was taken away by a tricycle when another company was handling World of Warcraft. Our guild is named Top 1, which the guild leader claims signifies strength, first place, and unparalleled coolness. I asked the guild leader what our guild ranks first in. He has never answered me directly. However, whenever I see the sorrowful look in his eyes, I know he harbors many untold stories. Our guild leader's in-game ID is Death Angel. Besides him, 2 other IDs in the guild occasionally acknowledge me, the Paladin Strawberry and the Death Knight AVV. They make me feel that cavalry is quite commendable, even though I am not fond of coded names. Half a month after joining the guild leader took me to Undercity to check DPS against some dummies. But my damage output was only half of his. This saddened the guild leader for quite some time, and he even considered throwing me off Thunder Bluff. Later, I discovered that a plugin had a bug, causing the abilities on my action bar to automatically switch to level 1 skills. Nevertheless, the guild leader never grouped with me again after that. What brings me some solace is that the guild's online membership is quite stable. At most, there are 7 members online, and at least there are still 7 members. Later, I noticed an option called Show Offline Guild Members. Upon clicking it, I found that there are only 7 members in total. I found this quite impressive, as we only need to call 4 outsiders to initiate a 10-person raid. The reason for calling 4 is that I am still on probation and cannot participate in guild activities. Although the guild leader instructed me to take the low-level characters to farm, I discovered that there were no low-level characters in the guild. The guild leader insisted that rules must be followed, meaning I still need to wait until there are low-level characters in the guild and take them to farm once in either Scarlet Monastery or Shattered Halls before I can be promoted. This left me somewhat disheartened, which is why I went to the seaside to fish, leading to the scene described at the beginning that in conclusion. At this moment, I am controlling my Blood Elf mage, casting my Hearthstone, waiting to receive the guild leader's reward of elixirs and bags. The game screen seamlessly transitioned to the loading bar. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something unnatural was occurring. At the same time, in the lobby of a certain company's server room, 2 burly men were fiddling. Oh no, I mean maneuvering an unwieldy piece of equipment. Brother, don't you think the air conditioning of an American public company looks different from a regular air conditioner? I can't find the air intake and exhaust ports anywhere. Stop talking nonsense and move it down first. Wow, high tech. Look at all these colorful wires at the back of the air conditioning unit. Do we need to unplug them, big brother? Not yet. Watch as I demonstrate a special skill. With that, the leading air conditioning technician raised his palm, spat a small amount of saliva onto the top of the machine, then focused his energy and, chanting a few incantations, struck the machine's casing with a resounding smack. Now, let the company personnel come and see if this air conditioning can still work. Oh no, what are you doing? That is not an air conditioner. That's the company's server. Did you just slap it? Ah, let me tell you, that thing costs several million each. If you break it, you won't be able to afford it. This was the same woman who had been complaining, now alarmed to see the property personnel treating the server as an air conditioner. Fortunately, after a preliminary inspection, she saw that all the wires were still connected to the back of the server. Yes. She truly only checked to see if the wires were still plugged in, and thus avoided a disaster. The woman sighed with relief and hurriedly pointed the maintenance workers to the correct location of the air conditioning unit, diffusing the chaotic situation. The server, which had briefly been moved off its rack, the Naxxramas, was soon returned to its rightful place. If it had thoughts, it would surely harbor immense resentment towards the air conditioning repairman. Brother, that wasn't an air conditioner. What server was it? One that cost several million. Don't listen to her nonsense. That thing looks like it costs no more than my son's little game console. The scene shifts back to the player's I found myself in the loading interface of the Hearthstone. The mere thought of soon seeing the guild leader's magnificent figure made my heart race with excitement. Suddenly, a small window popped up on the screen. Fight to the death for the Horde. Below were the options yes and no. How strange. When did Glassshard implement such a public opinion test? I've always been loyal to the Horde, so I quickly selected yes. Then, a wave of foul odor surged towards me, and I, the real me, felt my vision blur before promptly fainting. The gentle sea breeze caressed my face, occasionally accompanied by the strange calls of unidentified creatures. The verdant grass beneath me was lush and soft, and I lay there, as if enchanted, reluctant to rise, until the faint sound of hushed whispers reached my ears, and the thought of being scrutinized by a crowd of the uninformed compelled me to spring up with the agility of a startled fish. Where am I? The pungent odor I had noticed earlier seems to have vanished. The air here is truly delightful, infused with a captivating essence. Just then, a voice rich with magnetism resonated from behind me. I have never encountered a more indolent apprentice. Have you forgotten the disgrace of the Well of the Sun? To squander time upon the grass? What nonsense! I was clearly engaged in refining the furnace just moments ago. I grumbled in dissatisfaction. I turned to face the source of the voice, and I was instantly rendered speechless. Before me stood a striking male blood elf, exuding an aura of the extraordinary, his presence both sharp and vivid. Is he cosplaying? But wait. The expression on his face and the naturalness of his physique bore no traces of makeup. His attire was certainly not the inferior cosplay garb one might find hastily crafted in a back alley. Several azure gemstones adorned his crimson robe, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The wooden staff he wielded resembled the wands from the game, with a peculiar orb suspended at its apex, spinning and radiating an enchanting crimson glow. That was no makeshift staff fashioned from a mop at the World of Warcraft carnival. Phew. You were selling game cards? I stammered, caught off guard by my own words, feeling their inappropriateness. What absurdity are you uttering? Foolish boy, I am your teacher. Anserlin, the arcane mentor of Silvermoon, has the magical essence of the eternal song forest robbed you of your senses? I regret bringing you along, before I could muster a coherent response. A mechanical and steady voice abruptly sounded in my ear. Task accepted. The first step to understanding the world. Task details. Accompany your mentor to Silvermoon and listen attentively to his words along the way. Task rewards. 1 apprentice's staff, 1 apprentice's robe, and 10 copper coins. What on earth? How could this be the eternal song forest? Where did this task come from? Could it be that I have crossed over? So, you truly are my teacher. I found it hard to accept the reality before me. Perhaps it was all an elaborate prank. But who would bother with someone as insignificant as me in reality? Gaudakian, my game ID. You don't even recognize me? Alas, I never imagined the negative impact those deranged individuals had on you would be so profound I should not have allowed you to engage them in battle. After all, you are still students. Anserlin attributed my erratic behavior to the influence of the deranged. It seemed that this group, including myself, had encountered the deranged the previous day, but I was unaware of the specifics. However, as I scanned my surroundings, I noticed that sprawled across the grass were a dozen or so blood elves of various appearances. Yet, their attire and equipment were clearly of a lesser quality than Anserlin's. Unmistakably his other students, my classmates. Anserlin continued, your classmates have also been affected by the negative arcane energy of the deranged. They require your assistance you see those dragon hawks in the distance? Gaudakian, use the spells I've taught you to slay those dragon hawks, and bring me back 5 of their hearts, as they are materials for my restoration spells. Hurry and return. Task accepted. Classmate bond. Task details. Deliver 5 dragon hawk hearts to Mentor Anserlin. Task rewards. 1 pair of graduation gloves. The mechanical voice echoed in my ear once more, announcing a new task. Very well. Let me gather my thoughts. Following Anserlin's indicated direction, I pondered the nature of this situation as I stepped out of my mentor's sight. Behind a sturdy tree, I suddenly realized I should check for any changes in myself. Lowering my gaze, I gasped. Indeed, I had transformed into a blood elf. Lacking a mirror to behold my current visage, I could discern from my fair skin, pointed ears, and slender fingers that as a blood elf mage player in reality. I could hardly be mistaken that I pressed my back firmly against the tree trunk, my heart racing. While Anserlin could be an imposter and the scene manipulated, the transformation of my own body could not be fabricated. I was confident. I had genuinely become a blood elf. Moreover, I was a student of the arcane mentor Anserlin outside Silvermoon. Did this mean I was still a mage? Yes, I quickly closed my eyes. Focusing intently on the mysteries of this new body that I could sense the circulation of blood, the beating of my heart, and, as I calmed my mind, something warm flowed within me, akin to the chi of Qigong, evidently. It was the magical energy coursing through my body. Yet, I had yet to contemplate how to harness this energy. Anserlin had claimed to have taught me arcane secrets. It seemed I needed to thoroughly recall the knowledge he had imparted. Just as I was lost in thought with my eyes shut, a heavy, moist breath suddenly wafted across my face. What the? Who dares to invade my personal space? I opened my eyes in irritation. Nearly screaming in alarm, a golden dragon hawk, an authentic denizen of the eternal song forest, was pressing its sharp beak against my nose, scrutinizing me with unsettling intimacy. What the? I thought, astonished to find this long-suffering creature from the game mere centimeters away from me. Its sharp beak, broad wings, golden feathers, and fearsome talons were all vividly present before me, and I involuntarily trembled in fear. Was I really expected to kill 5 of these formidable dragon hawks? This was utterly beyond belief. The best course of action was to retreat. I thought it wise to find Anserlin and feign that I had contracted avian flu, tetanus, and amnesia, requesting a private lesson to review the 3 primary talent skills from my skill book. With that in mind, I cautiously began to back away, daring not to breathe too heavily, Yet that insistent dragon hawk followed me closely. I forced a smile. Hey, dragon hawk, just so you know, I never had the heart to harm your kind during my leveling days in the eternal song forest. Please let me go. I merely wish to return and study my blink and ice block skills. Caw. I felt something beneath my foot that a bitter smile escaped my lips as I slowly lowered my gaze. Oh, I had accidentally stepped on some creature's egg while backing away. What a large egg it was, with an enticing golden shell. I wondered what it tasted like. Wait a moment, isn't the golden shell just like the dragonhawk itself? Teacher, which way to the soul healer? There was no time to ponder. It seemed I had unwittingly stumbled into a dragonhawk's nest and inadvertently crushed one of its eggs. How could such misfortune befall me? Truly, it felt as though World of Warcraft were playing tricks on me. Screech, the dragonhawk, witnessing the scene, became immediately enraged. It spread its strong talons and retreated 5 meters that I instinctively sensed that this beast was preparing to charge at me and peck me to death. Life and death hung in the balance. What should I do? There was no time to cry for help. It was infuriating. Acting on instinct, I screamed in terror, raising my hands to shield my face. Constructing a futile barrier, glass shards, I curse your entire family. In the game, were not dragonhawks marked as non-aggressive creatures? How absurd! The dragonhawk began its charge, 5 meters for meters. I gaped as its figure grew closer. A primal instinct for survival surged within me. Suddenly, the magical energy I had sensed within me began to churn, and I felt as though my stomach would explode. It was more uncomfortable than a severe bowel movement. The magical force collided within my body, and before I knew it, it surged into my palms, coalescing into a mass that was unbearable. I could only expel the magical energy as if I were relieving myself. All of this transpired in a fraction of a second. Swish! I heard something fly from my palms, followed by the heavy thud of a massive creature collapsing that I opened my eyes in sheer terror, only to see the dragonhawk lying a meter away, riddled with countless wounds, blue blood pooling around it, dead just now. That was an arcane missile. As a mage player, I recognized this scene as reminiscent of a powerful arcane missile being unleashed. Could it be that I truly am a mage? Still shaken, I slumped to the ground, replaying the events in my mind. This experience had afforded me my first taste of the mastery of magical power. From the sensations I had just experienced, it seemed that magical energy resided within me, wandering freely in my body. When the need arises, the magical energy instinctively converges and pulses, as if a hand within me can manipulate the form and nature of the gathered magic. Ultimately, it is released with a force akin to holding in a bowel movement, achieving the task at hand. While this may sound simple, I found myself exerting considerable effort when attempting to unleash an arcane missile once more. Gathering magic, controlling its form, and releasing it. These actions seemed to harbor profound mysteries, and in that previous encounter, I merely stumbled upon a dead end. However, having successfully conjured a few respectable arcane missiles, I was confident that dealing with the remaining dragon eagles would pose no challenge. I excavated the heart of the deceased dragon eagle. Thankfully, it was a fresh heart rather than a box, and I rejoiced that my journey through realms had spared me from any unharmonious alterations. Though the sight was somewhat grotesque, I began to meticulously search for other dragon eagles. The Eversong forest stretched infinitely, resplendent with towering ancient trees, verdant grasslands, and vibrant flowers blooming amidst them, subtly exuding an enticing fragrance. Streams danced merrily between the stones. This was my first time beholding the enchanting homeland of the blood elves with my own eyes. The Eversong forest, a pristine, untainted realm brimming with magical essence. The subsequent tasks seemed considerably simpler. I felt less like a mage and more like a sniper, as long as I concealed myself behind a tree trunk. I could stealthily bring down the solitary dragon eagles from a distance. These creatures were, in fact, rather amiable. The one I provoked earlier had done so merely because I had unwittingly intruded upon its nest. In any case, I soon gathered 5 hearts with ease. Whistling a cheerful tune, Love's Bargain, I plucked a small red flower to adorn my ear and jubilantly returned to complete my quest. Gaudakian, why have you been gone for so long? Anselron inquired, somewhat displeased at the sight of my elated demeanor. Well, teacher, I was gravely injured yesterday, and I just spent some time recovering my magic. Hurry up and hand over the dragon eagle hearts. Thus, I obediently presented my spoils. Anselron poured all of them into a boiling pot, muttering incantations as the savory aroma of meat began to waft through the air. I watched hungrily from the side. Perplexed by what magical feats my teacher was performing. By the way, didn't the task description mention a pair of graduation gloves? Where are they? Gaudakian, you did quite well. These dragon eagle hearts are fresh. And my spell casting went smoothly. I noticed your hands were injured earlier, so I shall gift you these gloves as protective gear. Anselron emerged from his spellcasting trance, suddenly adopting a concerned tone while addressing me. Oh, thank you, teacher. I did sustain injuries during my battle with the first dragon eagle, but the truth is I was also scratched by thorns while sitting on the ground afterward, upon receiving the graduation gloves from my teacher. I promptly donned them. Haha. Defeating monsters, leveling up, and acquiring gear, I'm all in. Only after putting them on did I realize that these graduation gloves appeared quite ordinary, likely not suited for direct defense against any attacks. Yet, a gentle warmth radiated from my palms, subtly hastening the recovery of the magic I had expended earlier. Could it be a mana-regenerating glove? It seemed rather promising, though one would assume such an item would be more fitting for a healer class. At the very least, it should provide a boost to intelligence. Gaudakian, my mana and strength are nearly depleted. If you still have energy, go to your classmates and cast Arcane Torrent to awaken them. Don't tell me you've forgotten how to use Arcane Torrent. Anselron, that relentless teacher, was still directing me to do his bidding. Teacher, you know I suffered serious injuries yesterday, so well enough. Fool. Open your mouth wide and draw in the arcane power from the air. That is Arcane Torrent. Go now. As you command. I hurried off to find the dozen or so still unconscious blood elf classmates. Following Anselron's instructions, I opened my mouth and inhaled gently. Indeed, I began to sense the arcane energy in the surrounding air. And with a final deep breath, all that energy was drawn into my body, merging with my magic. However, the sensation was far from pleasant. At the moment of absorption, it felt as though I had been struck with a hammer, causing a severe headache, as if my veins might burst. After casting Arcane Torrent once, I collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Idiot, Gaudakian, do you wish to become a magic-addicted lunatic? Do not absorb too much energy at once. Your body cannot bear it. Seeing my disheveled state, Anselron began to berate me from a distance. It turned out one could not endlessly absorb arcane energy from the air. There would be another opportunity to try, and I was determined to find that perfect threshold, one that could maximize my mana recovery without the unpleasant side effects. After resting for another 10 minutes, I finally regained enough strength to continue casting Arcane Torrent. I toiled at this task until sunset, ultimately awakening all of Anselron's assigned students. I felt on the brink of collapse. When would this relentless pressure from my merciless teacher come to an end? Oddly enough, I had not heard the mechanical task completion notification. Wasn't this a quest? Exhausted and yet unrewarded. How tragic. At that moment, the aroma of the dragon eagle hearts simmering nearby wafted through the air. Standing beside Anselron, who was stirring a large pot with a stick he had scavenged, I wondered aloud, "Hey, teacher, is this spellcasting material or our dinner?" After a serious bout of stirring, Anselron handed me the stick, stating he was off to gather some herbs for potions to aid in faster recovery. But he quickly departed, and I was left standing idly in front of the pot, repeating his stirring motions. Moments later, I began to hear the voices of my awakened classmates chatting among themselves, their words strikingly familiar. Where the hell are we? Did I just get transported here while grinding for blood? Ouch, my butt hurts. Hey, where's Fire King? I just paid for my G, and Haven T received my card yet. You fool. Are you not worried about being robbed after paying for the G first? Who are you calling a fool? Just because you look like a blood elf mage doesn't mean you're any good at casting spells. How dare you? You're not any better. Hey, everyone, let us not fight. Players from a national server should be civil and harmonious. I quickly intervened, realizing clearly that I was not alone in my battles in Azeroth. Who are you? To my surprise, the crowd asked in unison, throwing me off guard. Well, I'm a little mage from the Horde on the Naxxramas server. I'm a mage too. Are you here for cosplay, little bro? By the way, your staff looks so cheap. Brother, I woke up a bit earlier than you all, so let me be frank. We've all been transported here. This is the Eversong Forest, and we've become blood elves. Quit joking, bro. We're late for the guild raid, and we'll get docked DKP. Tell me where to catch a ride? Wait a moment, I'll be right back with the answer, as one who had awakened earlier. I understood their current feelings. Speaking further would be less effective than simply showing them something. After a few minutes of waiting, I returned to them, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. This was not solely from running. It was also due to the throng of menacing dragon eagles following closely behind. I merely intended to show them a dragon eagle egg. Oh no, I accidentally aggroed them. 7 dragon eagles were now pursuing me. This is it. Teacher, what time does the soul healer lady start her shift? Damn, bro, you're so dedicated to this cosplay. Did you buy that remote-controlled dragon eagle from Taobao? Seeing my distressed appearance, the so-called classmates were still mindlessly applauding. This is not cosplay. I simply wanted to grab a monster, but I ended up aggroing them. If I don't want to die, I need to run. As they drew nearer, my steps grew heavier. It wasn't until they saw the dragon eagles, with their unmistakable flesh and blood, and heard their piercing shrieks that some began to realize. This was the real deal. What the hell? How do you use mage skills here? Which key is for the fridge? How do you blink? Panic began to ripple through the crowd. What the hell? Do you see a keyboard on you? We might have really been transported. What are these fierce birds? Fierce. You must have hired someone to level up your game. You don't even recognize a dragon eagle. Brothers, let us make a run for it. Which way to Silver Moon City? The crowd finally descended into chaos. Some timid individuals, upon sensing danger, hastily flee the scene. In contrast, those possessing greater courage eagerly attempt to unleash their arcane skills to extricate me from peril. I feel compelled to exhibit a measure of benevolence. Thus I grit my teeth and lead the 7 enraged dragon hawks towards the periphery of the crowd, determined to prevent my classmates from becoming the next victims. Yet, 2 legs cannot outpace 14 claws. What kind of logic is this? Author, as the menacing presence behind me draws ever nearer, my back is already beginning to cramp, and I can see that I am on the verge of being overwhelmed by the dragon hawks. Just as I find myself in dire straits, a searing flame streaks past my eyes, colliding with an unknown target and resulting in a thunderous explosion. Moments later, 2 figures dart to my rear, positioning themselves on either side with arms outstretched to shield me. At last, a skilled individual has intervened. I silently rejoice while turning back to survey the unfolding battle. The 2 who have positioned themselves behind me exude an aura of chilling cold. Before I can examine them closely, they have already flanked the dragon hawks with seamless precision. Such graceful footwork. In the blink of an eye, the dragon hawks are ensnared in a prison of ice. Rendered immobile, the 2, in perfect synchrony, extend their right hands towards the dragon hawks, palms glowing with a blinding white light, which instantaneously transforms into countless razor-sharp gusts of icy wind, swiftly dispatching the outermost dragon hawks. Is this the fabled wind blast? Now, only the last and largest dragon hawk remains. Strangely, the 2 blood elf mages who came to my rescue begin to withdraw slowly, showing no intention of casting further spells. I surmise that they have exhausted their magic, presenting me with a splendid opportunity to reclaim my honor. Employing the same old tactic, a few arcane missiles erupt from my palms, effortlessly striking down the last dragon hawk from a distance. Thus, the crisis is averted. Now, do you comprehend? This truly is the World of Warcraft. I stagger back into the crowd, triumphantly informing my fellow players who have just awakened. They nod in agreement, expressing their concern. Are you all right, brother? I'm fine. By the way, who were the ones that saved me? It is my customary nature to remember those who lend a helping hand. No need to mention it. We didn't expect to unleash our spells so swiftly. One of them replies, upon closer inspection, I realized that it was indeed 3 classmates who came to my aid. Thank you. May I inquire the names of the valiant rescuers? In the game, I am called a Quan, a humble mage of environmental protection. One replies, grinning, that I go by Sunseeker. And that fireball was a serendipitous throw on my part. I am Lun Yu Xiaoyan, the one who employed ice magic just now. And I am Shu Qi and GSH, the 2 utilized ice magic. Wait a moment, did you say your name is Shu Qi and GSH? Indeed. Oh no. Last week, you sabotaged my northward expedition. You scoundrel! What the hell? Are you the one who is repeatedly targeting my low-level character in the main city, Lan Yu Xiaoyan? Your persistence was quite excessive. In this day and age, it is hardly unusual for friends and family to undermine a northward expedition. Return my expedition. Prepare yourself. Pegasus Meteor Fist. I block. You shall perish in the main city. You would only dare to use a low-level character against me. Lu Shan, Rising Dragon Wave. It seems these two are indeed adversaries within the game, and although they are no longer human, it does not prevent them from engaging in their playful rivalry. I must ask, can you two refrain from rolling around on the ground? The scene is too mesmerizing. I find myself shamefully aroused. The two, entangled in each other's embrace, finally notice the gathering audience of male players. And they grumble as they separate. Seizing the opportunity, I recount my recent experiences in detail. It turns out that everyone present is a player from the Naximus server, each wielding a Blood Elf mage account. We all became aware of a peculiar odor, akin to urine, just before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, we found ourselves in the Eversong Forest, transformed into genuine Blood Elf mages, albeit still mere NPC students of Azeroth. The unfortunate low-level characters. It appears we have collectively undergone an unexpected journey. In summary, this is the crux of the matter, although we remain puzzled by many details. For instance, who is orchestrating this entire affair? Who is assigning us tasks? Furthermore, since we're not the only ones to have crossed over, might there be players of other races and classes who have also entered the World of Warcraft? Have players from the Alliance crossed over? And if so, how many? Are they formidable in PvP? Have any female players made the transition? This last question occupied our discussion for quite some time. Despite our myriad uncertainties, we reached several agreements, such as refraining from revealing our true identities to anyone outside our group, acting collectively, avoiding internal conflicts, and prohibiting vendettas within the game. Stability must prevail above all else. Players of the national server must unite. However, upon the introduction of the no revenge rule, I distinctly observed several individuals in our group exhale in relief, as I had occasionally noticed their names linked to game cards in the trade channel. Oh dear, Quan, you fool. If it weren't for our teacher returning in time, our dinner would have likely been overcooked. Ansaron's voice echoed from afar, directly targeting me. All right, Ansaron has returned. Everyone, disperse and resume your activities, I suggested quietly, and the players who had been huddled together promptly scattered, each pretending to stretch and move about. Teacher, I was so busy assisting my classmates in recovering that I neglected our dinner. My apologies that it no matter. Allow me to prepare dinner. Here are the potions. Each of you take a bottle and drink up? Yes, sir. Oh no, at your command, my beloved teacher. What on earth is this? It's so red and vibrant. As I distributed the potions to the other players, they began to chatter upon seeing the familiar, yet strange liquid. I told you, you must have hired someone to level for you. Just by its color. It's clearly a health potion that it appears to be of the lowest quality. Our teacher is truly lacking in generosity. Goodness, this is bitter, exclaimed another player after taking a sip, nearly spitting it out. I too cautiously tasted a drop. And indeed, the bitterness was nauseating. Had I known the potion would taste this way, I should never have allowed my mage character to consume so much. Too much would lead to becoming a fallen angel, a consequence. Indeed, for the glory of Silver Moon. Children, the day after tomorrow we will journey to Silver Moon City, where you will be inspected by the Regent Lord as graduates of Sunstrider Isle. Upon completion of the inspection, you shall be recognized as novice mages. You will fight for Silver Moon, for the Horde. At this moment, under the cover of night, we stood in two straight lines in a clearing among the trees. After listening to Ansaron's opening remarks, everyone spontaneously began to clap. However, you must know that our enemies, whom I refer to, are still watching Silver Moon City with keen interest. The disgrace of the Sunwell must not be forgotten. Just now, I received word from a messenger that the Regent Lord will raise the standards for this inspection. You must pass through more rigorous assessments to graduate successfully. Do not let your guard down. What messenger? I didn't TC anyone, I muttered to myself, but the keywords raise and standards capture my attention, indicating that I must pay close attention moving forward, despite the natural inclination of blood elves to be attentive. However, due to my misjudgment, you have suffered unnecessary harm in your battle against the Lost Ones. Therefore, I have decided to conduct additional training tonight to enhance your abilities for the inspection. Are you ready? We are ready, the group replied weakly. What does ready even mean? No one knows. Very well, children. Let us begin with the fundamentals of magic. Who can tell me how many major categories of magic exist for mages in Azeroth? Teacher, is it arcane, fire, and frost? Sunseeker, the one who had saved me earlier, hesitantly answered. Correct. In fact, there are many ways to classify magical skills. However, arcane, fire, and frost are indeed the most common and useful classifications. Gauda Quan, I wager you couldn't answer that question just now. Ansaron is clearly targeting me. Teacher, I am open to your teachings. What a joke. I'm a mage who has reached level 80. Surely I know this basic knowledge. We are mages and among our blood elf kin. Mages are inherently different from others. From birth, we harbor chaotic magical power within us. Close your eyes and feel the source of your power. Thus, we all peacefully closed our eyes, beginning to sense that surge of magical energy. At that moment, an unknown culprit discreetly let out a flatulent sound, instantly transforming the previously pretentious players into a spectacle of embarrassment. Enough is enough. Perhaps the elementary knowledge I have been imparting has bored you all. Let us proceed directly to the next segment, where I shall guide you through the fundamental skills of the 3 elemental magics, specifically those you have already mastered at the Magic Academy. Lan Yu Xiao Yin, step forward. I can sense your frosty power surging. Please demonstrate the might of your frost spells for us. Lan Yu Xiao Yin is one of the ice mages who saved me during the day. It seems Anselron is quite familiar with our names. This moment. Lan Yu Xiao Yin stands before us, radiating confidence. Though he may be annoying, it is surprising to see that he possesses considerable skill. He targets a nearby tree and unleashes a frostbolt, instantly piercing through the ancient trunk at close range. He follows up with an ice spear, causing the branches above to shatter with a resounding crack. The air becomes permeated with the biting chill of winter, prompting involuntary shivers from nearly everyone present. Aside from Bedtime Story, who had previously fought him and is also an ice mage, the rest could only emit a soft hum at the sight. Well done, child, and I'm truly delighted to see you have mastered Ice Spear. I commend. Now I require another student to demonstrate fire magic. Gauda Quan, would you step forward? All right, my fireball is ready. Gauda Quan. What are you waiting for? Cast your fire spell. Yes, I'll do it right away. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I suddenly felt an immense pressure, although I had previously only utilized arcane missiles. I assumed that the principles of casting fire spells would be similar, that I closed my eyes, gathering the magical energy within me, allowing it to clash and swirl, growing increasingly intense and volatile. Excellent, just like that. I murmured to myself. The next step was to channel this energy into my palm, forming a fireball, then aiming it at my target. I felt the magical energy taking shape in my hand. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Just a moment longer, I thought, gathering even more energy. I wanted to create an enormous fireball. Now, go! I exclaimed, abruptly opening my eyes and hurling the energy toward an ancient tree. Success! But wait, the tree remains unscathed. Where did my fireball go? What went wrong? I had indeed gathered the fire energy and released it from my palm. Yet upon reflection, the energy had dissipated in the air almost instantaneously. Less than a second had passed. Does this mean my spell casting has failed? Impossible! Fireball is a fundamental spell that every mage learns upon their inception in the World of Warcraft. There should be no issues at all. However, before I could ponder the matter further, a wooden staff struck heavily against my head. Ouch! I cried out in pain. Gauda Quan, you truly are a fool. You can't even cast Fireball? Huh? The players below erupted in laughter at my expense. They dare to mock me. We shall see about that. Gauda Quan, return to your place. The one laughing the loudest, Sunseeker, it is your turn to demonstrate. Upon hearing his once cool ID turned into Sunseeker by Anselron. Sunseeker stepped forward, displeased. Without uttering a word, he rubbed his palms together, conjuring a vibrant red flame between them. Whoosh! A fireball of considerable size erupted from his hands, soaring through the air before crashing into a massive boulder, shattering it into fragments. Evidently unsatisfied, He mimicked Lan Yu Yin's earlier display, darting toward another ancient tree, positioning himself sideways, and with a powerful swipe of his hand, boom, the trunk erupted in a breathtaking blaze, breaking apart into two sections. This must be the flame shock. This is not a skill that mages learn upon their birth. Who would have thought this young lad would be so formidable? Mastering such a practical instant cast spell within mere hours of awakening. Very good, my child. Perhaps you shall become a great master of fire magic. Keep striving. Finally, I called upon someone to demonstrate arcane magic. Anselron pointed to an average player among us, and those not chosen felt that arcane was rather lackluster. What more could it offer beyond arcane missiles? In the World of Warcraft, while advanced arcane spells are powerful, they require a high level to learn and come with numerous restrictions. Arcane, just making bread and turning sheep, occasionally unleashing a barrage of arcane missiles. Seasoned players often advise new ones, if your skill level isn't high enough. Don't bother with arcane. It's a thankless task. As expected, the player who stepped forward successfully cast arcane missiles, although its power paled in comparison to the earlier displays of ice and fire. It left several modest-sized holes in the tree trunk. Anselron nodded, signaling that the performance had ended splendidly. The audience applauded, expressing that they had learned much, and the atmosphere was filled with harmony. While I joined the applause, I felt a deep sense of discomfort. As the first to awaken, and having received equipment rewards from completed tasks, I took pride in my arcane missiles, only to find that even a boy hiding in the crowd could cast it effortlessly. Where is my dignity? After the players' performances concluded, Anselron continued to elucidate the principles behind the three schools of magic, that he explained that arcane magic is a means of activating and guiding the primal magical energy within us, while frost and fire could be understood as transformed magical energy, refined by the mage. The more advanced a mage, the greater their ability to manipulate magical forms. For instance, they could even combine frost and fire into a powerful spell, or instantly cast a fire spell that opposes frost right after unleashing a frost spell, which all Warcraft players would understand. He then elaborated on the release principles of Frostbolt, Fireball, and Arcane Missiles, the three essential spells for novice mages. That I listened intently, resolving to master the casting of Frostbolt and Fireball before reaching Silvermoon City. Aspiring to become a qualified mage. Yes, I have established a grand dream. To realize it, I decided to retire early to bed after class tonight. But just as I was drifting into slumber, a mechanical voice echoed in my ear once more. Accept quest, Divergence. Quest content. Protect Mentor Anselron from being killed tomorrow between sunrise and noon. Quest reward. Ring of Betrayal. What nonsense is this? Anselron is so powerful. Does he truly need my protection? Rolling over, I slipped back into the realm of dreams. Sometime earlier, perhaps in another world altogether, it was still the sweltering summer evening at 8 p.m. in a city called Shanghai. In a room filled with metallic machines, the lights had dimmed, and a man and a woman were engaged in a conversation. You are so stingy. Look at the Gucci bracelet Elsa is wearing today. Just look at her flaunting it. It's utterly annoying. This was the voice of a woman, her tone dripping with petulance. Oh, my dear, I've been so good to you. It's just a bracelet. I'll buy you one tomorrow. You are so slow to catch on. Fool, I want one even better than hers. All right, whatever you say. Just let me have a kiss. I've been holding back all day. I shall rise again, my warrior. For you I shall fight, my lady. Watch as I elegantly dispatch these two fools with my dazzling ice ring. A wave of 5G, 4 hits in one go. Explosions can be refunded. The money goes to that little druid. He is the one selling the ticket for me. Why has that little druid logged off? Wasn't he agreed that he would hand me the money? Daquan, get up. Suddenly, I awoke with a start, realizing that several players who had traversed here with me were shaking me. I had no idea what time it was, but the sun had already risen high, and Azeroth welcomed yet another beautiful day. Why are you all staring at me so seriously? I rubbed my eyes and inquired. Everyone is up, and you're still asleep. Anselron is about to come and give you a beating. You need to hurry up. Damn it, that fiery teacher 1T let me off the hook. I hastily sat up, dressed, and stepped out of the tent, just in time to see Anselron approaching me. Fuming, with his staff raised, upon seeing that I was awake, he gave my shoulder a few symbolic taps, muttering some insults before turning and walking away. Teacher, don't go. Aren't we supposed to head to Silver Moon City today? I still need to gather some herbs for potions. I'll be back shortly. You all study your magic well in the camp, especially you, fool. Watching Anselron's retreating figure, I made a face. However, indeed, today I must diligently study the casting of Frostbolt and Fireball. Time must not be squandered. After consuming a few slices of bread and sipping some refreshing spring water, I felt invigorated, brimming with energy, and was preparing to find a quiet corner to practice my magic when I heard a familiar voice calling me from behind. Turning around, I saw Lan Xiaoyan, along with the players Sleepy Story and Sunseeker, followed by a large group of classmates. Upon closer inspection, the gathering was indeed substantial. Everyone had arrived at, I touched the back of my head. Bewildered by the situation, I had no choice but to walk back to the front of the crowd and inquire, "What is going on? Yao Quan, did you receive the mission?" Lan Xiaoyan asked me. Mission? Oh right, I did receive a new task last night. Before going to sleep, I suddenly recalled IT was related to Anselron. Wasn't it? The one asking me was the player known as Sleepy Story. I thought for a moment. Yes, it was indeed concerning him. Oh, you still remember the mission details? I do. The mission content is, wait, let us count to 3 together, shall we? Sunseeker interjected. Okay, you all know how to have fun. Don TU, it's just a mission, nothing too fresh. Well then, point 1.23 as we counted to 3, Sunseeker cast a meaningful glance at me, and then all the players exclaimed in unison, "Kill Anselron." Protect Anselron. Silence, and absolute stillness. The originally tranquil morning was suddenly enveloped by an invisible aura of murderous intent. Among our group of mage players who had traversed here, there were over a dozen of us. Yet I was the only one tasked with protecting Anselron. All the others had received the exact opposite mission. To eliminate him that moment, Anselron was outside gathering herbs, leaving only us players in the camp. With no one to assist me. You must be joking, right? I was somewhat astonished. How could this be? Why did I receive a task that was in stark contrast to everyone else's? Hey, Glass Shard, isn't it possible to abandon a mission in the game? Can I just opt out of this one? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Lan Xiaoyan questioned coldly. I probably didn't Oh no, maybe I did. I stammered, unsure what to say. Then that means you didn't make a mistake, Gao Quan remarked. Let me think again. Stop thinking. Just die already before I could process it. The players in front of me suddenly formed a semicircular battle formation. With the 2 mages, Ice and Fire, who had performed splendidly yesterday, standing at the forefront, I could that moment. The Ice Mage expert, Lan Xiaoyan, charged towards me to my survival instincts accelerated my thought process. Based on yesterday's experience, he was likely to use a quick casting ice spike to eliminate me that I decisively sidestepped, relieved to have dodged the first wave, only to find that another Ice Mage, Sleepy Story, had already moved in beside me amidst the chaos. Such close range. I was doomed. Indeed, my feet were suddenly encased in a heavy block of ice, immobilizing me, and then a gust of frigid wind struck, making me feel as though my skin was being sliced by countless sharp blades. I instinctively began to scream from the pain, but the torment was far from over, sensing I was still alive. Someone in the distance shouted, "Get out of the way!" The voice belonged to the Fire Mage, Sunseeker. A second later, a fireball exploded against my chest, and the intense burning sensation and pressure caused me to vomit blood. I collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to move. Seeing their success, the crowd immediately closed in around me, chuckling as they conspired on how to deliver the final blow. I never expected that I wouldn't even get to flirt with a blood elf girl before dying here. It said that the players of the national server should unite. These bastards, they mocked me last night. You bastards, I used my last ounce of strength to shout in anger. Rest easy, Gao Quan. The rewards for this mission are too rich. You understand, we can let you choose your method of death. Do you prefer ice or fire? I don't want either. I tightly shut my eyes, with only the thought of survival swirling in my feeble consciousness. In a mage duel, facing 10 opponents alone. Unless I was possessed by V. How could that be possible? And besides, I was just a novice mage, someone who had never even seen what 10-man TOC looked like. I was merely a mage who posted on NGA asking for help. But I wanted to be a mage, even if it meant being the most foolish and clumsy mage. Moreover, that damn little druid still owed me 60G. You want me dead, huh? Then let us all die together. Haha, still tough talking, are you? Do you think you can still cast arcane missiles? Egg brother, do you think we won't dodge? You all think cough cough I only know how to cast missiles. What? The onlookers were taken aback, sensing I seemed to have an ultimate move left and used, and instinctively wanted to evade, but it was too late. I suddenly opened my mouth wide, feeling the magical energy surging through the air and within their bodies, and then with all my remaining strength, I inhaled deeply. Yes, this was the arcane torrent that Anselron taught me on that day when the others were still asleep. Although those players quickly mastered basic spells like Frostbolt and Fireball with their superior intelligence and magical comprehension, they overlooked the existence of this racial talent, Arcane Torrent. Now, I was going to use this move to perish with them, preserving a mage's dignity at the moment I recklessly unleashed the Arcane Torrent. Time seemed to freeze around me that I could see their terrified faces, could see the various forms of magical energy in the air, colliding and igniting into magnificent fireworks, then being drawn into my body like rockets. In that instant, I felt as if I'd become a garbage bin, completely filled to the brim. The state of my body was beyond words to describe. The overwhelming magical energy exceeded my physical limits, causing me to lose my sanity, and the endless pain somehow granted me the ability to stand, yet I could not take another step forward. From gaming experience, Arcane Torrent silences opposing spellcasters while replenishing one's own mana. However, the world I had traversed into was a real one, and that day I had begun to grasp that here, Arcane Torrent was an extremely unstable and perilous skill, prone to generating uncontrollable consequences. 100 enemies slain, yet 3,000 self-inflicted losses. Just like I was now, my body filled with excessive magical energy, the energy from the air, from the other players, and the innate energy within me colliding. As if detonating nuclear bombs, that my standing body was swelling, distorting. My skin could no longer contain the surging energy, and I felt like a human bomb, on the verge of exploding. Let us die together. You mocking bastards, this is more powerful than Sanji's arcane explosion. I can't take it anymore. The cries of my enemies were the last words I heard before I lost consciousness. President, I'm all set. Look at my 57311 arcane talent. I'm all set for dungeons. This is the standard talent for mages on the national server according to NGA. Gao Daquan. Do you truly comprehend the significance of every skill and every talent point for a mage? I understand. It's all about showing off. Bastard. Then why is your DPS only 1400? What the hell is wrong with you? Have you enchanted your gear? Have you socketed your gems? Have you used the divine oil? President, I was wrong that I tried my best. But my DPS has always been this low. I feel like an incomplete man. Forget Itita D. Oh, you know why I accepted you into the guild back then? Because I was very sincere? Well, that is one of the reasons, but not the main one that day in Dalaran. I just felt you resembled someone. President, are you getting profound again? Who is it? Your old buddy? System prompt. You have been blocked by Angel of Death. The fifth segment of featured players includes Undead Mage, Angel of Death, Top 1 Guild of Naxxramas, Blood Elf QS. Strawberry, Top 1 Guild of Naxxramas, Blood Elf DK. AVV, Top 1 Guild of Naxxramas, Blood Elf Fire Mage Pro. Sunseeker Blood Elf Ice Mage Pro. Wanyu Xiaoyan. Sleepy Story. There is a knight with some resilience, and she has some spell damage. Although I cannot see it, I can feel a pair of smooth hands gliding over my body. Those hands, imbued with a delightful warmth, soothe the scars upon my body. Alas, this is where our journey ends for today. My sacred light has been completely depleted. Is this truly the voice of a girl? Have I, in fact, ascended to paradise after death? At long last, I have found my sister. Yet, there remain a few wounds that have yet to heal. Fish baby, please apply some bandages. That a man's cold voice echoed in my ears. Could it be that in heaven, besides my sister, there are also comrades? How splendid I could not contain my joy, and with my eyes closed, allowed a smug smile to grace my face. They wouldn't want you, I heard the fish baby exclaim. Look at that creep grinning. It was likely the fish baby who uttered those words. Fear not, sister, I shall be a diligent oozling. Sigh. I am grateful to the three of you. Had you not discovered me in time, the consequences could have been far more dire. Who is that? The voice sounds so familiar. Wait a moment. I said Anselron, that extraordinary teacher, To think he ultimately perished. The mission failed. Yet it is not surprising, as there were simply too many from the Storm, Rain, and Smoke faction. Hey, I say you stop pretending to be blind. The priest has expended so much holy energy, and you are still alive. Open your eyes. The girl known as Fish Baby was directly addressing me. Damn it, why disguise has been seen through. Very well. I shall open my eyes and see what the situation truly is. Before me were 4 faces of blood elves. First, I noticed Anselrin's anxious expression. Humph, I shall ignore this fellow who nearly caused my demise. Then, my gaze fell upon 2 elven maidens, one with flowing white hair, adorned with a silver crown, her exquisite features radiating an ethereal elegance, yet presently revealing clear signs of fatigue. The other, a brown-haired blood elf maiden, wore no adornments upon her head, but a necklace of dark green pearls hung gracefully around her neck. Her skin so fair it could nearly serve as a mirror. I could not help but swallow hard. You, lecher, where are you looking? Do not gaze. Perhaps my stare was too direct, for Fish Baby turned away, flustered. Gayo Daquin, my beloved student, you have awakened. How splendid. Anselron, lacking in subtlety, rushed forward to position himself between me and the maidens. Speaking of which, Anselron's mood shifts far too quickly. Just moments ago, he was calling me a fool with such enthusiasm, and now he refers to me as beloved student. This, teacher, I did not perish. Where is this place? This is a safe and outside Silvermoon City. You need not worry. What transpired after I lost consciousness? Ah, my child, those traitors, namely Storm, Rain, and Smoke, have betrayed Silvermoon City. The rogue has informed me of the fierce battle you endured against them. After you fell unconscious, the 3 of them rescued you and sought me out. We traveled through the night, and only upon reaching the outskirts of Silvermoon City did we finally feel a modicum of safety. What? I was taken aback. Were Storm, Rain, and Smoke not fellow tribe players who had traversed here together? How could they betray the tribe? Ah, yes, that mission. Who is orchestrating all of this? How detestable. The plot has unraveled. Teacher, you say they have betrayed the tribe? Where have they gone? Why did I not perish? At that moment, you had accumulated a great deal of unstable magical energy. Just when I thought you were on the brink of death, you miraculously stood and unleashed a rather formidable arcane explosion. That group was severely injured, and when we arrived, they fled in haste. It was the cold man who spoke just then. I ask who you are. I'm called Dishao Chuan. I am a rogue. During your battle yesterday, I was in stealth, observing from the sidelines. The priest who just treated you is named Xia Chun, and this mage is Fish Baby. We 3 are companions in this endeavor. From their names and manner of speech, I was certain these 3 unexpected allies were indeed players who had crossed over Doe. So it is that there are 3 of you. Then why did you not come to my aid sooner? You have caused me great suffering, because there were indeed quite a few on the opposing side. Furthermore, those 3 ice and fire mages were not to be underestimated. I hope you can understand. Very well. Though I was filled with indignation, I ultimately decided to generously forgive these 3 players, given the numerical disparity at the time, even had they joined a fray from the outset. Their impact would have been minimal. Their timely rescue was a significant act of kindness. Seeing that I was now able to speak with some strength, Anselron appeared somewhat relieved. He mentioned he needed to prepare some potions for me. This fellow must be a professional potion seller, and thus took his leave for the time being. With that, only the 4 of us players remained in the room. I suddenly recalled that the priestess had exhausted her energy, saving me. As a responsible oozling, I should express my gratitude, but I had nothing of value to offer. Ah, those graduation gloves restore mana. They would be perfect as a gift for her. Thank you. Upon accepting the graduation gloves I offered her, the priestess Xia Chun did so without hesitation. You are the 5th person I have treated. The mission is complete. The man restoring graduation gloves? What an apt reward. Oh, it turns out the priestess saved me in order to complete a quest. This cursed quest system is utterly infuriating. To think I was designed to be an NPC for rewards. Is it amusing to have the same equipment exchanged back and forth? By the way, you are Gyodaquin, correct? What was the situation like when you first crossed over? The priestess, having taken my gifts, evidently harbored some degree of fondness for me. Thus, I recounted my experience from collapsing in front of the computer to awakening as Anselron's student in the Eversong Forest, leaving nothing out. The three listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement, and at times wiping away the saliva I had inadvertently sprayed upon them. In the end, the rogue named Guodi Xiao Chuan spoke gravely. It seems that Fish Baby's analysis is largely correct. What do you mean, largely correct? Everything she said was spot on. Fish Baby pouted defiantly. Esteemed friends, what analysis are you discussing? I am not following. Are you not curious as to why we find ourselves here? Of course I am curious. Why? We do not know. However, from our experiences over the past 2 days, we have indeed deduced some patterns of this world. Guodi Xiao Chuan's eyes gleamed with a spark of pride. Quickly, share with me. I was perplexed. As an 80-level mage, why could I no longer even cast Fireball? Do not worry, I shall disclose everything. First, we have discovered that thus far, all players who have crossed over are from the Naxxramas server of Zone 2. Moreover, upon crossing, they have transformed into the race and class they were playing at the time. I had noticed this as well. Quickly, I urged him to continue with the second point. Secondly, even among players of the same race and class, upon crossing, they have different starting locations. For instance, that you are both mages. You awakened in the Eversong Forest as Anselron's student, while Fish Baby awakened in the Plague Lands, her initial identity being a mercenary guard for a caravan. Is there a significant difference? Indeed, there is. Let me ask you, after awakening, did you quickly grasp the fundamental skills of your profession? Indeed, I did in less than 5 minutes. However, I can only actively cast 2 skills at present. That is the distinction. For example, after I awakened, it took me an entire day to master stealth. As for the other skills of the rogue class, like you, I am still in the process of exploration. In combat, I can only stab randomly with a dagger. However, many players who awaken alongside me at the Rogue Academy grasped the preliminary uses of skills like stealth, pickpocket, and sap in under 2 hours. One lad even managed to use Cloak of Shadows by pure chance. Brother, I always thought I was the most unfortunate among the crossed over individuals. That I never expected you. You are simply born foolish. I told you so. Fish Baby interjected, to put it simply, in the past when we played games. Characters of the same class essentially had no differences. Skills learned at level 10 could be acquired by anyone with the requisite level in gold. If one's level was insufficient, no one could learn them. But here, it is different. This is the real world of Azeroth. You see any numbers on us indicating character levels. The speed of skill acquisition is determined by many factors, such as whether you have encountered a remarkable teacher, your innate intelligence, and how diligently you train. I never imagined that beneath Fish Baby's innocent exterior lay such sharp wit. Impressive. Thirdly, let the priestess elaborate that it is likely that the individual, fearing a resurgence of disdain from the fairer sex due to the bottom of the pot being burned, has chosen to remain silent. The third matter pertains to the tasks at hand. You have undoubtedly received tasks before and are well acquainted with their nature. However, we have discovered that tasks do not possess an expiration date and can be disregarded without any significant repercussions. What? Had I known this beforehand, we would not have engaged in a mage civil war. Brother Gao, allow me to finish. The decision to undertake a task ultimately lies within each individual's judgment. For instance, you may assess whether the task's rewards are sufficiently enticing or if its difficulty aligns with your current capabilities. The priestess's remarks remind me of a time when, during my defeat at the hands of others, someone mentioned that the reward for this task were exceedingly generous. Yet, these rascals, they sought to eliminate me for an item that had yet to be acquired. The mere thought of it fills me with sorrow. In the past, while delving into dungeons within the game, I was often bullied due to my lack of allies, with others demanding my mage gear. Now, having traversed into this realm, the situation has escalated to the point of murder over a mere piece of equipment. What has become of justice? Here is a compilation of the 6 section's notable players. Blood Elf Priest, talents currently unknown. Chuckle Xiachun server. Phoenix God, Blood Elf Mage, current talents, specialties unknown. Chuckle Tao Miyu Bao, server. Lich King, Blood Elf Rogue. Guodi Xiao Chuan. This fellow requested a beautiful assistant. I provided him with 2. How generous of me. Undead Priest, Shadow Priest, and Iji Tian Shur, server. Draenor, Zone 2, Tauren Warrior, Taiju Server, Ice Fury, Zone 5, Tauren Shaman, Xiaolang Xiao Yao, Server, Forest Ranger. Zone 5, Tauren Druid, Shuelang, Server, Quel'Thala's Sword, Shine for Dear Friends, Shield, stand resolute at the forefront on the Bear Wine Immortal Server. The Wooden Horse macro. By the way, Fish Baby, I suddenly thought of a crucial question. You mentioned earlier that based on the current situation, the Horde players on the Naxxramas server must have also traversed into this realm, correct? Indeed. What about the Alliance players? They must have crossed over as well. So, does this mean PvP is for real now? Yes, that seems to be the case. What happens if one dies? I have voiced my most pressing concern. Perhaps one might truly perish. All players have crossed over, yet the Soul Healer Sister did not follow suit. Where is the justice, my beloved disciple? Behold what splendid items I have prepared for you. Ancelon's excited voice echoed from outside the door, prompting the four of us to abruptly cease our conversation. Teacher, what splendid items? Ancelon smiled enigmatically and mysteriously produced a vial of potion from his satchel. I noticed the vibrant, striking red, even more intense than the previous red potion, and I knew that a nightmare was about to unfold. Teacher, truth be told, I've already recovered. Truly, observe as I conjure a frost bolt for you. Hey teacher, what are you doing? I do not wish to drink this. Brother thief, priestess, save me. I refuse to drink this. Suddenly, just as these four individuals were compelling me to consume the potent life potion, a resounding bang echoed from downstairs, as if some heavy object had collided with the ground. Ancelon and the thief, along with the priest, were startled. Their grip on my hands loosened in shock. The four of us rushed out of the room and down the stairs to investigate, and, as I moved, I realized I had nearly fully healed. Thus, I stealthily followed behind them. How could I possibly miss the opportunity to witness the spectacle? At that moment, the patrons in the tavern were scattering in all directions. However, three exceptionally tall and robust figures stood motionless amidst the chaos, utterly incongruous with the scene. Brother Taiju, cease this nonsense. Completing the task is paramount. Xiaolang Xiao Yao, do not concern yourself with me. I shall not depart until this grievance is avenged. Shuelang, persuade Taiju that I cannot sway him. You are aware of his nature. Moreover, Silver Moon City is just ahead. We are not pressed for time. Truth be told, I am quite eager myself that in close proximity to these three formidable figures stood an oddly shaped man leaning against the wall. Clutching a black staff, his tattered garments undoubtedly concealed some unspoken secrets. One of his hands extended toward the trio of massive forms, clearly engaged in a standoff. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback to realize this fellow was a skeleton. Before my crossing, an Iji Tianshur was a professional flag placer at the gates of Orgrimmar. You three dull Taurens should not assume that I would shy away from a 1v3 confrontation. Come forth. Then do not blame my brethren for being unkind. Taiju, unleash a battle cry. Shuelang. I shall take a lead. He began to chant shadow word. Death Xiaolang Xiao Yao. Stop him quickly. Thunderstorm, what is that? How can he summon a shadow demon? Die, foolish Tauren. The one who dies shall be you. Bone creature, blade dance, what does a 3-on-1 match even signify? For heaven's sake, cease this at once. The thunderous command came from beside me, nearly deafening me. Fish baby, a man of my caliber is not one you can contend with. A warrior, a shaman, a druid, three individuals bullying a mere undead priest. Is there no sense of fairness? If you're unconvinced, then step forth, little mage. Come then, Guadi Xiao Chuan, let us engage. The tavern owner, who had been cowering behind the bar, witnessing the escalating brawl, implored the heroes of Azeroth, please, take this outside. The scene was chaotic. The plot was shifting too rapidly. Could it be that the legendary thief mage priest versus warrior shaman druid confrontation was about to unfold? It seems an incredible coincidence. I am but a novice in PvP. However, should both sides unleash their ultimate skills, perhaps I should find a suitable place to hide. Yes, Ancelon, I inquire discreetly. Will you cast a shield? That is to say, if they engage in battle, could you provide me with a priest's shield? How disappointing, Gao de Quan. I am truly let down by you. Acknowledgements. The first half of the PvP scene greatly benefited from the guidance of Hua, who S. Rib Akama. Zone 2. for which I am immensely grateful. Therefore, any commendable aspects of this segment may be attributed to Huahu's rib, while any shortcomings are solely mine. Feel free to critique me mercilessly. Note, do not strictly apply in-game PvP standards to this section, lest you be disappointed. The current situation in the tavern lobby is as follows: the undead priest and Yi Tianshi, alongside the righteous thief Gua Di Shao Chuan, who has already stealthily vanished, and the mage Fish Baby, have fortuitously formed a thief-mage-priest trio, pitted against three formidable Tauren representatives: warrior, shaman, and druid. The priestess, Xia Chun, having exhausted her holy light while healing me, can only remain on the sidelines, anxiously observing that I stealthily maneuvered behind Ancelon, exposing only half of my head, nervously gauging the dynamics of the unfolding situation. How do you wish to proceed? The Tauren warrior, Taiju, brandishing his longsword, queried with a touch of arrogance. The space here is too confined. Would you dare to fight outside? By my word, Fish Baby, your confidence is impressive. Sister, do you take me for a fool? As a mage, you would naturally avoid close combat. It is not fear of you. The space is too limited. Do you not fear being hindered during a charge? Moo 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 moo. The warrior turned to converse with the shaman. Moo, the shaman muttered in response. Moo 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 moo. Finally, the druid let out a decisive roar. Goodness, the three Tauren players are conversing in their native tongue. This is unbearable. Must we resort to the dialect of Mulgore? It is rather small. Let us step outside then. What a lack of wit that they were so easily coaxed out, with two melee classes on our side. Why engage in ranged combat? The six fierce combatants slowly maneuvered out of the tavern's entrance. The tavern owner, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of gratitude, clasping his hands in prayer. Thank the Earth Mother for the ruse. Outside the tavern, the open space was devoid of passers-by, who wisely kept their distance. The two sides stared each other down, a gust of wind swirling the fallen leaves, and the imminent battle loomed large. Moo! Taiju charged forth. In an instant, he was upon the mage, his long sword poised to strike down. Yet, dear brother, might you refrain from speaking Tauren during the fight? It is far too endearing, wholly incongruous with your imposing presence. Startled, the long sword lingered in mid-air, unable to descend, and the warrior's anger swelled further. Let's see how long you can endure. With that, Taiju thrust down once more. This strike was exceedingly violent, showing no mercy whatsoever. The icy mist enveloping Yubao dissipated significantly. Causing him to furrow his brow, he raised his right hand and unleashed an ice spike spell. The biting cold wind lashed against Tieju's thick skin and coarse fur, failing to inflict substantial damage. However, the frost had already slowed Tieju's movements considerably. Yubao turned to flee, attempting to create distance, but Taiju pursued relentlessly. Haven't you learned to blink yet? This is getting interesting, Taiju thought. Filled with confidence that on the other side of the arena, the situation for Darkwing Seraph was even more dire, as the warrior charged. The snow wolf had transformed into its druid form, ready to pounce at any moment. Shaman Xiaolang Xiaoyao, having been struck by a shadow word, death, grit his teeth through the pain, standing amidst a few wooden totems while chanting strange incantations in Tauren language, directly confronting the shadow priest. A lightning arrow soared towards Darkwing Seraph, yet he remained calm, even taking the time to cast a shadow word on the warrior. The lightning arrow was nearly upon him. With a swift motion of his left hand, he enveloped himself in a faint glow, and when the arrow struck the light, it exploded mid-air with a sizzling flash. The priest emerged unscathed. Those who can wear gear are truly formidable. Observing the mastery of skills displayed by these two players left me speechless. The druid had yet to reveal himself. I couldn't afford to engage the shaman at range. If they focused fire on me, I would be at a disadvantage. As these thoughts crossed my mind, Darkwing Seraph, unusually, accelerated towards the shaman. Several lightning arrows had already shattered his shield, yet he was now less than a meter away from the shaman. He deftly knocked down the totem planted by the shaman. And to my astonishment, the priest unleashed a holy nova at close range. The shaman player, having crossed over from another realm, Xiaolang Xiaoyao, felt a jolt of shock. What kind of tactic is this? While the Tauren's thick hide, was effective against physical attacks, the priest hardly cared about such defenses. After several waves of holy nova explosions, Xiaoling Xiaoyao felt an excruciating pain, making it difficult to concentrate on his spells. A finger suddenly poked my waist, and just as I was hiding with Anselron by the doorway, observing the unfolding battle, I nearly cried out. Turning around, I found no one there. Upon closer inspection, there was a faint disturbance in the air. "Ah, the pot is burned through, you good-for-nothing leech. Hiding here while the girl goes off to fight," I muttered under my breath in frustration that I told you long ago that I can't do anything except stealth. How can I go up and fight? The towering skin is too thick. My little dagger can't pierce it. The disturbance in the air responded quietly, its tone filled with resignation. Ugh. Looking around, a sudden idea struck me, and I whispered a few words to the air. "Hey, Gao Dakian, you jerk. You're insulting our rogue profession." Back in the arena, the warrior Taiju and the mage Yubao remained locked in combat, while the unexpected tactics of the priest Darkwing Seraph had put the less skilled shaman Xiaoling Xiaoyao on the defensive. It seemed the key to turning the tide lay with the druid. Where was he now? Meow, bah. The snow wolf, observing the battlefield in stealth, finally made a decision. Take down the mage first. He appeared right beside Yubao. Oh no, my precious sister is about to be focused down to in the blink of an eye. The snow wolf's claws swung towards the mage. This strike could leave her disfigured at best or worse. Leave her head in pieces. Even Brother Chun would be powerless to help. However, something strange occurred. The snow wolf's paw struck nothing but air. A victorious smile appeared on someone's lips. Huh. Where's the mage? Both I, as an onlooker, and the warrior, along with the newly revealed druid, shared the same question in our minds. Damn it. We were tricked. In the next moment, both the druid and the warrior revealed themselves. The mage pretended not to blink, biding her time for the druid to reveal himself. What she wanted was the perfect moment to be focused by both melee classes. The situation took an unexpected turn. Yubao blinked to a spot not far from the priest, her hands swiftly gathering a mass of cold air, the precursor to an ice arrow. Now the shaman was the one being focused. The snow wolf, realizing this, quickly turned to pursue, but would take time to cover that distance. Taiju charged again, seemingly ready to catch up to the mage. Damn it, save me. The shaman Xiaoling Xiaoyao called out for help, nearly at his breaking point. The previous battle with the priest had already drawn blood from his mouth. Don't worry, watch brother's blade dance. Just as the words left my mouth, a sudden gust of white powder struck Tieju's face. What the hell is this? I can't see. The bewildering attack threw Taiju off balance as he was about to strike. With one hand covering his eyes and the other wielding his sword wildly, upon witnessing the rogue finally make a move, Darkwing Seraph and Yubao exchanged knowing glances. Not only was Taiju temporarily blinded, but he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His body was no longer under his control. His legs were running away as if possessed, while behind him, the triumphant laughter of death echoed. Despicable. The last snow wolf observed everything clearly and spat out in frustration. Those who can kill are truly great rogues. Brother will fight you. Indeed, that earlier flower storm was the work of the pot burner. Now, with nowhere left to hide, he could only go all out. On one side were blades against claws, in the middle was an ice arrow nearly released, and in the distance were the priest murmuring strange incantations and the warrior caught in fear. Who lives and who dies would soon be revealed. Unless a more formidable figure happened to appear, there might be a chance to halt this bloody affair. Damn it, I watched intently as everything was about to unfold. We are all members of the Horde. It would be utterly unacceptable for us to devolve into infighting. Are you speaking of our Blood Knight order? A smug voice echoed behind me, clad in dust and wine stains. Wandering far and wide without a trace of the soul. This body may not belong to a hunter, as the drizzling rain rides a dragon into the arrow gate, the swift breeze server. The Duda hunter's mount had two parties who moments ago were ready to fight to the death now sitting dejectedly on the ground, their faces bearing expressions of defiance and anger. Meanwhile, I stood at a distance, appraising the newly arrived knight. Anselron, noticing my infatuated gaze, regretted for the nth time accepting me as a student. At this point, I omitted a lengthy description of the knight's alluring figure and attire. By the way, she was so graceful when she made her move earlier. My heart is in turmoil. Are you all from another realm? What is your name? The knight in armor, hands on her hips, interrogated the pot burners with great pride. Why should I tell you? Yubao pouted and was the first to respond. Meow, meow. The snow wolf muttered softly, head down. Big Ox, please speak in Orcish. Don't get too smug. You're just relying on your numbers. Acting like world police, the snow wolf switched to a language everyone could understand, speaking indignantly. But I was the only one who made a move just now, having been sharp-tongued by the knight's retort. The snow wolf fell silent, tears in his eyes. Xiaoyi, what you did earlier was far too dangerous. Please don't act like that next time, right? It turns out the knight who made the move was named Xiaoyi. But what the hell is this blood elf paladin suddenly appearing? Hey, Aoni-chan, you're blocking my view. You jerk. Drizzle drumming. What I do is none of your business. Fine. When the captain arrives, let him handle it. The paladin player named Feiyu Mimian tossed out this remark and walked away in a huff. Haha, I chuckled inwardly. That'll teach you to block my view. However, the shaman and rogue were gravely injured. Someone needed to find them healing quickly. Feiyu Mimian paused halfway and reminded everyone that it seems this gentleman still possesses some basic compassion. To my surprise, two knightly ladies stepped forward from the crowd simultaneously. Well, thank you both, sisters of radiant wings, for your hard work. Upon seeing the two of them step forward, Xiaoyi appeared somewhat embarrassed. I am soul of radiant wings. A shaman, please allow me to heal you with the light. The previously battered shaman, upon seeing a beautiful lady volunteering to rescue him, immediately adopted a stoic expression akin to Guan Yu undergoing surgery. Gritting his teeth in silence, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How come I never learned this talent of attracting girls by sweating? I must mark this down and study it thoroughly tonight. I am Star of Radiant Wings. Your name is Potburner, right? I will use the light to heal you to that moment. Another knightly lady approached the rogue, as the two ladies gracefully waved their hands. A golden glow enveloped the two injured players. The radiant light seemed to possess a life of its own. Upon making contact with the wounded skin, it immediately danced about, coalescing tightly wherever there was an injury. By the time the holy light receded, the grievous wounds of the rogue and shaman had already formed scabs. However, it was evident that the sisters' healing abilities had not yet reached a sufficient level, and it was likely that the two would need to remain bedridden for at least half a month before fully recovering. Speaking of which, this was my first encounter with a rogue rendered blind by a cloud of flour. Observing the now non-lethal injury from the burnt pot, Xingji Hui jokingly engaged him in conversation that a rogue capable of killing is indeed a fine rogue. Even though I consider myself somewhat dim-witted, I yearn to be a rogue, even if it means being the most inept one. Thus, I cannot afford to die. Moreover, there's that scoundrel druid who owes me 60 G, the burnt pot replied feebly. Yet, the furtive glimmer in his eyes seemed to shine with a certain light. Oh, why does this dialogue sound so familiar? Burnt pot, you traitor, how dare you plagiarize my lines from the 5th chapter to impress the ladies? Where is the justice in this? You owe me 60 G. How did that come about? Could you assist me in getting up? I will slowly recount the tale that in my attempts to earn the guild's repair fees while raiding in the Scarlet Monastery. I was constantly leveling my alternate character's point one day. Witnessing the cessation of the battle between the three factions, Priest Xia Chen hurriedly rushed out to tend to his companions. Let us momentarily disregard the unfolding tales of beauty, holy light, and beasts outside. From the onset of this conflict until now, Ancelon and I had been lurking at the inn's entrance, and it was time for us to contemplate our next course of action. You fool, Gao de Quan, your drool has landed on my robe. I had been so engrossed in admiring the three newly arrived beauties that I completely forgot Ancelon was still beside me. Oh, master, my apologies. I shall clean it right away. Do not touch my robe. How could I accept a student like you? However, given the bravery you displayed in the Emerald Forest, I shall reward you to the reward. My eyes lit up. Indeed, I had completed though I love my teacher quest, which should grant me that ring. This ring has been a cherished possession of mine. Now, I shall offer it to you as a graduation gift. Ancelon retrieved an exquisite red wooden box from his waist, and I hurriedly accepted it, opening it to reveal a strangely shaped ring. A silver-white band radiating a chilling light, intricately carved with what appeared to be a bat skull, somewhat macabre. And more fitting for a warlock than a mage, that IT looks rather sinister, master. Are you certain it is suitable for us mages? I couldn't shake the feeling that Ansalon was rather unreliable. Rest assured, this is a prized possession I acquired many years ago at a goblin auction, one of the few treasures on Azeroth. However, I am not entirely sure of its purpose. At least it won't harm you. Well, a dubious ring purchased from an untrustworthy goblin is bound to be a potential disaster. Nevertheless, I had nothing better to do with my 10 empty fingers, so I decided to try it on. Indeed, wearing it elicited no particular response. IT seemed to be merely a decorative piece, which I could sell for a profit at some point. As I played with the newly acquired ring, the distant sound of hoofbeats approached, followed by the neighing of a warhorse. It was obvious someone on horseback was arriving, prompting Ansalon and me to simultaneously look up. A magnificent white steed came to a halt in the inn's courtyard, its silver horseshoes and golden saddle gleaming brilliantly. Upon the horse sat a knight clad in full armor, carrying a shield emblazoned with the blood elf crest. The knight dismounted with agility, tethering the reins to a post, and strode with a dignified gait towards the other members of the Blood Knight Order. The previously introduced members of the Blood Knight Order displayed immediate respect upon sighting this man. Could it be that this gentleman is the commander referred to by Fei Mian? Yet, why did the knight named Sheer appear somewhat different in her demeanor compared to the others? May the holy light be with us. The armored knight decisively waved to the members of the Blood Knight Order. The stance reminded me of the classic greetings, Commander, and thank you for your hard work. Comrades, the only individual showing discontent was the knight named Shur. I haven't even asked you yet that I am already aware of your involvement in the brawl earlier. Come to my room tonight. I wish to thoroughly understand the details. Not a chance. I've seen through your lowly tricks to deceive underage girls long ago. Sheer proved to be quite adept at banter. You. We'll discuss this later. The armored knight, taken aback by her retort, found himself at a loss for words. As Sheer's words reached my ears, I was already certain that aside from him, there could be no other than our guild's MT, Strawberry, while I was waiting for my official promotion at the top 1 guild in Naxxramas. Strawberry was one of the few friends I shared a mutual affinity with. His character's integrity and refined taste were evident. Strawberry, it's me, Gao de Quan. I could no longer contain my excitement and waved to greet him. Huh. Strawberry looked up, recognizing my elation, his face momentarily lighting up with joy before it swiftly faded away. Wait for me a moment. This is a friend of mine, Strawberry instructed the others with a serious tone before striding towards me. UVE crossed over too, I exclaimed, rushing toward him. Hush, lower your voice, turn your face away, so they 1TC'd, I exclaimed. Is having a friend like me something to be ashamed of? When you were learning to woo women from me before your crossing, why didn't you dare to wear that sour face? Oh, just listen to me. After crossing over, through a series of fortunate coincidences, I became the commander of the Blood Knight Order in just 2 days. This is a position granted by the Regent Lord of Silvermoon. Kale, I now lead a group of over a dozen paladin players, including a few Sunder girls and some cunning types. You know how it is. Ah, I see. You are now a person of status. You want to flaunt it, huh? Upon hearing this, Strawberry and I exchanged a conspiratorial grin. Now they're all following me, so it's not convenient to talk for too long. Let us meet again in Silvermoon City. Don't tell me you're unaware we are all to partake in the review ceremony in Silvermoon. Ah, I have that quest. I'm supposed to accompany a troublesome blood elf to Silvermoon. That's great. We can chat in private, then. By the way, if you need assistance, just reach out to us in the Blood Knight Order that we have tanks, healers, and DPS among us, and I'll make sure to give you a heads up. Now that's what I call a true brother. You go ahead. I felt so moved that tears nearly welled up in my eyes. It wasn't until Ansalon impatiently tugged at my ear that I reluctantly shifted my gaze away from the hoofprints left by Strawberry. I had made up my mind from now on, I would follow behind the Blood Knight Order, solely responsible for collecting loot. Thus concludes the summary of the players introduced in Chapter 8. Commander of the Blood Knight Order, Strawberry Server, Naxxramas Blood Elf Paladin, Feiyu Mian Server, Thunder King, Zone 1 Blood Elf Paladin, Shur Server, Valshara Blood Elf Paladin, Xingji Hui E Blood Elf Paladin. Hunji Hui E Server, Swift Breeze, Zone 5 bearing the mark of destiny. Stained with the shame of betrayal, solely in pursuit of the ideals of 1's heart. Upon the Lich King's server, the Tell Me You Babies macro, once the members of the Blood Knight Order had departed, Ancelon and I dared to approach the 6 players who had been embroiled in the conflict. Thanks to the holy light spells of the 2 knightly maidens, the injured rogue and shaman were now able to walk with assistance. With tempers cooled, both parties finally engaged in conversation, free from hostility. In truth, the 3 of us had crossed over together to the Naxxramas server, having previously played in Zone 10 at Wintergrasp Lake. Mo, the Tauren warrior, said I know Wintergrasp. Before my crossing, I read a post online about a legendary incident there where someone was scammed for gold and had their account deleted, claiming they would buy a player's life for 60,000 gold. It was terrifying. The mage, you baby, recalled the incident, feeling quite embarrassed. Indeed. You should also visit the forums more often. By the way, why did the 3 of you get into a fight with the priest earlier? Since I had only recently joined the conversation, I was somewhat puzzled by the cause of the altercation that I was purchasing food from the innkeeper, and this priest stood behind me to order, complaining that my size was blocking the NPC, and he started cursing at me. He scolded me, claiming that I was obstructing his mobile signal. Yet I did not do so intentionally. Taiju, while speaking, displayed a profoundly sorrowful expression, instantly garnering the sympathy of the majority. Hey priest, that was indeed your fault. Bro remarked, when I play games, I get annoyed by those with large textures, always blocking my access to NPCs at the Dalaran auction house. I never imagined it would be the same after crossing over, which is why I was angry. The undead priest, Darkwing the Seraph, gloomily stated, that does seem to hold some truth. However, I apologize now. I truly should not have cursed. I too was in the wrong for acting out first. Moo, this is what true friendship is about. In fact, many times, simply understanding one another allows things to pass. Harmony breeds prosperity. Resorting to knives and guns is undesirable. And cursing is equally inappropriate. Upon hearing my harmonious and affectionate summary, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yet I truly detest players who disregard the feelings of others. Can't you move slightly away from the NPCs to leave some room for others to place their cursor? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you? You scoundrels. By the way, priest, how did you arrive here? It suddenly occurred to me that I had not encountered any other undead along the way, thus piquing my curiosity. After I crossed over, I awoke in Brill, completed the Kill the Maggot Eyes quest with some people, and then received another quest directing me to Silver Moon City for some sort of review ceremony. Darkwing the Seraph replied in a monotonous tone, "S.O. did we? Chief Kale that's commanded us to come to Silver Moon City for the review. What a coincidence. We, the Blood Elf players, were also directed here. Does that mean players from all races of the Horde have been guided to Silver Moon City by quests? That seems to be the case. That I encountered several groups of people at the entrance of Undercity, all en route to Silver Moon City. You must have used a teleportation gem to arrive, right? That sounds so convenient. We had to ride a 2-headed dragon and then take a zeppelin, and many people ended up feeling nauseated. The injured shaman grumbled indignantly, ate tea first. There was a troll mage on the zeppelin who could conjure water and bake bread. We all asked him for free food and drink. Later, someone discovered that the bastard had spat into every bottle of magical water he provided us, so we threw him off the zeppelin. Who told you not to buy your own food and drink? I have never used a teleportation gem, Darkwing the Seraph replied calmly. Then how did you get to Silver Moon City? Could it be that this priest is a novice unfamiliar with teleportation gems? However, judging by his prowess in the recent scuffle, that seems unlikely. I rode through the Plaguelands, traversed the Ghostlands, and fought my way here. The crowd fell silent. The Eastern Plaguelands are a level 50 area in the game. Haha, just kidding. Who would run if they had teleportation gems? I would rather have a high-level mage open a portal for me. The crowd fell silent once more. Be careful flaunting your prowess, or you might get struck by lightning. You scoundrel! At that moment, Ancelon, who had been packing his belongings, approached to remind everyone to set off quickly, stating that the review ceremony was about to commence. Just as we were about to depart, someone burst out from the inn. You broke things in mine earlier. You must compensate. It turned out to be the innkeeper, who, in a furious display, brandished 2 kitchen knives that gleamed ominously with an intent to kill. As a representative of NPCs who have long been oppressed by players from Azeroth, he had decisively gone berserk. Taiju, where were you when it was time to charge forward? Sis, could you take me along when you blink? The bottom of the pot is burnt. Shualong, you two better not stealth. Xiaolang, weren't you injured? How can you still run so fast? Hey priest, could you cast a shield on me, the same kind you used earlier? Hey, teacher, why are you pushing me back? Hero, could you refrain from slapping my face? Please construct a dream using marble, white jade, bronze, and porcelain. Frame it with cedar, drape it in satin, adorn with gems, building a temple here, a harem there. Placing deities embellished with glass, gold, and cosmetics. Please have a poet-born architect create 1,001 dreams from the tales of the Arabian Nights, adding gardens, pools, and fountains. Envision a paradise born from human imagination, its visage a palace. A temple, a crystallization of magic and glory. Please name it Silvermoon City. Although I have traversed this realm countless times in the game, only now, as the true magical metropolis of Silvermoon City stands before me, can I genuinely appreciate its grandeur and splendor. In this moment, I vow to sacrifice my life to defend its beauty. The towering gates swing open for heroes from all corners of Azeroth, and 2 rows of red-armored blood elf sentinels line the entrance, cautiously yet amicably observing every individual entering and exiting. Outside the gates stand a notice board, inscribed in both Thalassian and Orcish, announcing the review ceremony. The Horde Ranger review ceremony will commence at the hour of the magical hourglass, 4 1/3 ticks. The location is the Royal Square. All brave warriors of the Horde are requested to attend punctually. The Regent Lord of Silvermoon City will be present. Note, coaches, teachers, etc. are not permitted to accompany. Next to the notice board, there indeed lies a magical hourglass, rumored to reset automatically at the end of each day and commence timing anew. I checked it, and there remained a width of 1 finger until the appointed time, likely equivalent to an hour in the world before crossing over. Goddessin, according to the rules, I can only escort you this far. Everything else is up to you. Remember to uphold the honor of the Sunstrider Academy. The moment to part had arrived, and Answerlin's expression grew unusually solemn. Teacher, despite this unreliable uncle continually offering me mysterious potions. In the brief span of 2 days spent together through life and death, I gradually sensed his deep care for me. Just the thought of when we might meet again brought tears to my eyes. This apprentice staff and robe are the last gifts I can offer to you. You must not let anyone know I enchanted the robe. It will certainly aid in enhancing your magical prowess. Additionally, here are 10 copper coins. You will find them useful. Teacher, Damn it, why am I starting to choke up? Why are you treating me so kindly? Goddessin, remember, often strength does not equate to worth. Discover and adhere to your own path as a mage. Even if you remain clumsy and foolish, your teacher will still take pride in you. Do not hold on to the harsh words I once said, that I will only remember you as my mentor. Enter the city with your companions. Even if you cannot pass the review this time, do not lose heart. I have opened a magical tutoring class by the lake outside Silvermoon City, where you can learn basic magical knowledge for just 10 gold, and enjoy an 80 discount on enchanting. Damn it. So, it was all a ploy for self-promotion. I refuse to be a hot-blooded repeating student. However, I believe that you will surely educate many mages more accomplished than I by that lake. Silvermoon City's magical mentor, Answerlin Shorelaran. After bidding farewell to Answerlin, our group of 8 resolutely stepped through the gates of Silvermoon City. Regardless of the review ceremony, I must succeed, as the appointed time had yet to arrive. All participants of the review ceremony were instructed to wait in the Royal Trade District for further notice. Upon arriving at the Trade District, we discovered it was already teeming with members of the Horde from various races and professions. Simply selecting one among them, observing their actions and expressions, and listening to a few phrases, we quickly realized that players from the entire server's Horde had converged here, all awaiting the so-called review ceremony. Due to the sheer number of participants, the once tranquil and beautiful Royal Trade District resembled a bustling marketplace. Those arriving here soon recognized fellow players from the same server. Some were busy reorganizing guilds, looking for friends or lovers, while others, longtime offenders who scam golden point cards, were discovered and beaten into a pulp. Look at that guy. When I first transferred servers, he scammed my point card money. Damn it. How can he still call himself an NPC in the trading channel? Taiju exclaimed. Following his indication, I turned to see a disheveled orc shaman, stripped of his clothing by other players, kneeling on the ground. Desperately begging for mercy, an undead warrior had seemingly acquired a glowing hot branding iron from somewhere, poised to unleash his wrath upon the scammer, evidently one of the victims, just for the chance to avenge my lost gold and gear. It is worth crossing over and dying again. The latest invention of goblin technology, the Agrimar Amplifier 10-second recording function, can automatically loop playback. For merely 998 copper coins, it cannot be any cheaper, and essential for the valiant warriors of Azeroth. To my surprise, even the goblin merchant with his prominent ears has arrived. By the way, what purpose does this Arcanite amplifier serve? Is there a guild from Radiant Summit present? I am the guild leader. Isiki Morin, calling for the original guild to assemble swiftly. Is there a guild from Radiant Summit here? I am the guild leader, Isiki Morin, urging the original guild to gather quickly. Is there a guild from Radiant Summit? A blood elf mage is leading a few players around the trading district. Yet, the incessantly repeated phrases are not emanating from his lips. Lianji Wusong, your wife is calling you home for dinner. Lianji Wusong, your wife. A sorrowful troll maiden approached, casting a glance over our small group before walking away in disappointment. That I'm Brother Bishwa. Am I two old accounts, Brother Bilafone and Sister Bilafone? Arrived yet? I am Brother Bishwa. Am I two old accounts, Brother Bilafone and Sister Bilafone? Arrived yet? I'm the Asha national team is gathering here. I'm the battlefield commander. Whoa, Paigu! The Asha national team is that I see now. Turns out this Arcanite amplifier is akin to the trading channels in the main city. The closer I get to the crowd, the louder the noise generated by the Arcanite amplifier becomes, forcing us to shout just to communicate with one another. Previously, entering the main city was filled with screen spam, but now, it seems we have transitioned to ear spamming. And it has intensified. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, the 8 of us deliberated and decided to split up to find our respective guilds and friends before regrouping. After a brief farewell, 3 Tauren players and the fish baby departed one by one to seek their original guild. The priest, Darkwing Seraph, decisively joined the original Asha national team. In the blink of an eye, I found myself alone once more. What should I do next? After some contemplation, I resolved to see if I could locate members of our guild. However, the confounded Arcanite amplifier was beyond my means. Just as I was fretting, my gaze was drawn to a familiar figure at the edge of the trading district, and my heart leapt with excitement as I hurried over. Strawberry brother, I was just looking for you. Damn, you actually came. Why are you alone? Speak quickly. There are tasks to attend to. The Regent has instructed us Blood Knights to maintain order, and I have my duties. I was hoping to find members of our top 1 guild. Have you seen the guild leader and the others? Could you lend me 10 gold to buy that Arcanite amplifier? Come on, brother, the salaries of Silver Moon City civil servants are quite low. You're putting me in a difficult position. If you dare not lend me the money, I shall spread the tales of your past antics with others' wives. Did you see what became of those individuals in dark gear over there? By the way, you must approve my access to that high platform. 1 gold. That's all I have. This month, I can only afford cafeteria food. That platform was originally for the guards. You only get 20 minutes. Hand it over, you rascal. I'm merely creating an opportunity for you to hone your culinary skills. Farewell. As my purse grew fuller, my spirits lifted as well. However, I wouldn't be foolish enough to purchase that Arcanite amplifier, which would be useless outside the city. I knew better ways to spend my gold. After a while, the horde players in the trading district noticed a handsome blood elf mage holding a large linen cloth covered in bold writing, standing motionless on the high platform. Yes, that was me. The linen cloth bore an inscription in the common tongue of the horde. Gaudada is searching for friends from the former top 1 guild. Guild leader, where are you? Additionally, is that druid named Zoxoko around? You still owe me 60 gold. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you. A troll hunter approached, gazing at the inscription in a daze. Are you from our guild? No, I just think your Orcish writing is rather ugly. The text on the linen cloth was altered to read, Gaudada is searching for friend from the former top 1 guild. Guild leader, where are you? Additionally, is that druid named Zoxoko around? You still owe me 60 gold. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you, to those who find my writing ugly. May you endure 1,000 years of bad luck. A druid in bear form approached, and I felt an uncanny familiarity with this black bear. Are you Zoxoko? Huh. I'm just kidding. Ha, I am Coxoxo. The druid glanced at my words on the linen cloth and replied with a downward gaze. Oh, then you may leave. This does not concern you. Standing on the platform for too long had made my legs ache. I truly despised being a living advertisement. The 20 minutes that Strawberry had secured for me flew by, and oddly enough, I had not found a single member of our guild. Could it be that aside from Strawberry and myself, no one else had traversed? That seemed impossible. The guild leader and the others were still waiting for me in Dalaran. While I pondered this conundrum, a deep, resonant horn sounded throughout Silvermoon City. Looking up, I saw 5 burly orcs blowing a horn made from a giant conch. It appeared the review ceremony was officially commencing. Task accepted. Prove your worth. Task objective. Successfully pass the review ceremony. Task reward. Vortex pendant. Another notification from the task system. When I glanced back at the expressions of other players, it was evident they all received similar tasks. What on earth was this review ceremony about? The mighty horde requires no walls. Our only fortress shall be our chest on the 2nd district to the Shavian server. The moonlit dance blade S Mount Macro. A friendly reminder. This segment of sarcasm is exceptionally potent. Please refrain from watching while eating or drinking. Thank you. Those with high blood pressure or heart conditions should log out. For the horde, the regent waved his hand dramatically, embodying the essence of a true leader. Loktar. The orc and troll players responded in unison, their words filled with strength. Moo moo. Moo moo meow meow. Next, the Tauren players shouted in their native tongue, radiating a rustic charm. Ooh hoo hoo hoo. This was the collective half-dead sound of the undead players, sending shivers down the spine. Selamash Lenore. Finally, the blood elf players responded with fervor. Standing on the terrace, the regent displayed a highly satisfied expression, nodding to the crowd before proclaiming, "Now, I declare the spring review ceremony of the Horde officially concluded." What the heck? I shudder to think how many points this fellow's pitiful talent must have accumulated to orchestrate this melodramatic ceremony that surpassed all conceivable limits. Throughout Azeroth, players were arranged into 4 formations based on their races, marching past the regent in turn, who would shout for the Horde, to which players of each race would respond in their own tongue. This was the entire process of the review ceremony that Ancelon referred to as raising the standards. Hand me some paper. I'm about to vomit blood. Oh, never mind. The brother beside me, who was specifically here for the Euro body, has already bled out. I can simply use his clothes to wipe it off. I finally understood why the Ranger review ceremony was held in Silvermoon City. It was not because our regent had a say among the Horde's upper echelons, but rather because he was indeed the most idle leader in the entire Horde. Tasking him with such ridiculous affairs was nothing short of perfect. Thrall, your wisdom is unparalleled. The regent has decreed the review ceremony is officially concluded. Next, all rangers are to verify their registrations. What nonsense verification registration? Do you think you are NGA? I did not bring a code with me. What is this all about? At that moment, I noticed Strawberry, accompanied by 9 members of the Blood Knight Regiment, marching majestically to stand 20 meters in front of us. Then I saw a group of exquisitely dressed blood elves arrive nearby. This group of seemingly high-ranking blood elves appear to be preparing to cast some sort of spell. In an instant, Strawberry and those 9 perfectly still blood knights were engulfed in a golden holy light. That layer of holy light appeared remarkably thick and resilient. Even I could tell that the casting blood elves were indeed top-tier practitioners. Verification registration entails that all rangers must target these 10 blood knights bathed in holy light and cast a skill. We will record your skill intensity and register your specialties for the Horde leader selection of talent. A distant orc, resembling a herald, spoke. Upon hearing this, we finally understood that verification registration simply meant we could unleash our skills upon these paladins without consequence. The sound of fists clenching echoed around me. However, veteran players with raid experience seemed to perceive a deeper implication. Wasn't this just a human flesh recount? Tribe, your capacity for annoyance knows no bounds. Due to the necessity of queuing for registration verification, players are grouped in sets of 10 to take their turns, And alas, we Blood Elves find ourselves at the very end of the line. Thus, I have the opportunity to closely observe this human recounting process. It turns out that those stepping up for verification must first report their name, class, and specialization, akin to the talents found within the game. However, from my prior experiences, I have discerned that in the true world of Azeroth, one is not afforded the liberty to choose their own talents. There are no talent points, nor any concept of respec. Talent, after all, is an innate gift. In truth, during our traversal, each player's specialization was randomly determined, leaving no room for personal alteration. Moreover, discovering one's own specialization is not as straightforward as one might hope. For instance, I remain uncertain about what my talents truly excel at. After reporting my basic information, the next step involves demonstrating my most proficient spell to any one of the 10 Blood Knights. Should it be a healing spell, the knight receiving the healing can quantify the intensity of the holy light dispensed as a relatively precise numerical value. If it is a damaging spell, the knight, shielded by the holy light, will not suffer any tangible harm. Nevertheless, he can still perceive the potency of the spell and translate it into a number. These personal details and data are ultimately compiled into a record, from which the high-ranking members of the Horde, such as Chief Thrall, Queen Sylvanas, and Chief Cairn, who is blatantly ignored, can recruit capable individuals, though the choice to serve them remains a matter of personal freedom for each ranger. We, the players who have traversed here, are referred to as rangers in the authentic world of Azeroth, akin to the wandering heroes of ancient China. Our actions are entirely unrestrained, allowing us to choose our allegiances, though we must ultimately conform to the overarching authority of the Horde. Name? Class? A mage, of course. What are your specialties? Good character. How absurd. Why do I see the recorder clearly noting no specialties? After casting a single spell, I can take my leave. Human recounting, you say? I fear not, for I am the man with the cheat code today. Meet Sai. I choose you to not let me down. This is not mere talk, but a silent communication. An unspoken agreement from 20 paces away with Meet Sai. Meet Sai responds with a sly remark. Rest assured. But you better pay me back soon. With a swift motion, a flurry of arcane missiles expertly bursts forth from my palm. Surely, Meet Sai will report a number that 1T bring me disgrace. Yet, the risk of embarrassment lingers. Thus, after completing my spell, I shyly make my exit, leaving the subsequent outcomes to fate. Not long after, I notice several priest-like Blood Elves hastily rushing past me, nearly colliding with me, though I pay them no heed. Upon departing the verification site, I realize that I am utterly devoid of tasks to occupy my time, observing the players around me who have found their guilds and companions. I can't help but feel a twinge of melancholy at the absence of my guild leader and others. Hastily, I seek a secluded spot to sit and alleviate my troubled heart. Yet, scarcely a minute passes before a hurried, undead mage approaches, inquiring, "Hey, buddy, I'm called the Necromancer Scholar. What equipment are you currently wearing?" "Fear not. I am no villain. Would I dare lay a finger on you in broad daylight? We are undertaking something significant." "Very well, in truth. I am clad in an apprentice robe, an apprentice staff, and a purely decorative ring. I once possessed a mana regeneration glove, but I gave it away I speak only the truth. Since my arrival here, these 3 items are all I have acquired. That enchanted robe from Anharan hardly seems to have any impact." Understood. This player jots down my words on a piece of paper and departs without a backward glance. Suddenly, I realize I forgot to inquire about the significance of their significant task. When I finally relax and return to the Royal Trade District, I find myself regretting it. Ladies and gentlemen who have traversed with us, and esteemed RLs, after our meticulous documentation and precise calculations, we have finally devised a GS calculation method applicable to the reality of Azeroth, based on the original game plugin principles. I focus my gaze, and there stands the very undead mage, the Necromancer Scholar, who approached me earlier. This emaciated figure holds a stack of papers in his right hand, while his left rests on his hip, embodying the classic pose of a revolutionary delivering a speech. Dear friends, by consulting the equipment level chart I hold, and with a simple application of arithmetic, one can instantly calculate an individual's GS. Huzzah! To my astonishment, players below are applauding in agreement. Are you not weary of being toyed with by GS? The Bright Summit Guild is recruiting, seeking GS 5500 with DPS and a damage per second metric. In mere seconds, the trade channel is flooded with that all-too-familiar and exasperating call. Ahem. Excuse me, esteemed guild master who seizes opportunities to grope. Would my meager equipment suffice to meet your guild S standards? Didn't I just mentioned that I have full DPS potential. The guild master, known for his opportunistic nature, speaks while disabling the obnoxious amplification device at his waist. Just take a quick look for me, please, that I beg for your assessment. All right, this apprentice staff, 300 points, this apprentice robe, 400 points. And what is this? Ah, this ring is merely decorative. Oh, gray gear, I see 0.0 points. The outcome of this attempt leads me back to the quiet corner, where I bury my face in my hands and weep, taking even longer than before to compose myself. Think I miraculously traversed into the world of Azeroth, only to remain that woeful, under-equipped mage. Hey, you. Are you not that mage known as Gauda Quan? Someone calls out to me, a female voice. What now? Is she here to ask me to open the gates of Orgrimmar? No way. I am irate. Despite her being a woman, I have no intention of showing her kindness. What is your attitude? I merely wish to inform you. Wait, you're that paladin girl. Upon closer inspection, I recall she is indeed the paladin who intervened during the skirmish with the fishlings. Correct that, I am sure, a paladin of the Blood Knight Order, Mississippi. Oh no, I mean beautiful lady, what brings you to me? I remember her formidable prowess in PvP. I dare not provoke her ire again, that I have come to express my gratitude. She says with a sly smile, leaving me puzzled. Gratitude for what? Thank you for making our guild leader vomit blood during the registration verification. Guild leader? Oh, you mean Meatsai. Indeed, that I have always disliked that pretentious charlatan who fancies himself a ladysman. Thus I owe you my thanks for avenging my grievances. Haha, is she here to vent? Did I truly make Meatsai vomit blood? Absolutely impossible. Not only was he shielded by powerful holy light, but even if he were naked, he wouldn't suffer such a fate. Furthermore, he is my close ally. I could never bring myself to strike him hard. Wait a moment. Could it be that he feigned injury to protect me? Goodness, Meatsai, you're truly a loyal friend. Ahem, it was nothing. Ridding the world of evil is my duty. You needn't feel obliged. Regardless, since you've avenged my grievances, I have decided to gift you something. With a flourish, she produces a necklace, which, strictly speaking, is not a necklace at all, but a string with an object resembling a hearthstone attached. What is this? I found it while completing a quest from a scourge. I thought it might be suitable for a mage. Consider it a gift. First, Aunt Heron gifted me an ominous ring, and now this necklace from the remains of an undead. Am I truly that malevolent? Do I not deserve such gifts? I like it. Of course I like it. It's a gift from you, so I cherish it dearly. I suddenly recall that this item surely belongs to the pendant mentioned in the quest hints. Very well, if it was meant for me, I shall not refuse it. Gauda Quan, what do you plan to do next? Sheer inquires as she observes me fastening the necklace around my neck. I have no particular plans. Perhaps I will return to the novice village and find some equipment? I reply helplessly. You jest. Why not venture forth to complete quests? Where'd I go to do that? Dark City. Orgrimmar. I find myself at a loss as to where I might venture. What I truly mean to convey is my uncertainty about where I, as an environmentally conscious little mage, might find acceptance. Aha! Allow me to assist you. The furrowed brow of the young lady suddenly relaxed, her excitement palpable as she spoke. How can you help me? Sierra, you must understand that my gear score is among the lowest in the entire faction. Sierra remained silent, inexplicably producing 4 wooden sticks from who knows where, each inscribed with mysterious symbols etched in the light of the holy. After completing this task, she shuffled the sticks and held them in her palm, gesturing for me to choose. Just pick one, and then go seek your fortune there. What do these sticks signify? Given our limited understanding of the unfolding narrative of this world of Azeroth, I inscribed the names of 4 reliable leaders, such as Chief Thrall and Cairn Bloodhoof. Give it a try. With her eagerness so evident, it would be remiss of me not to cooperate. Thus, I closed my eyes and randomly selected one of the 4 sticks. Let me see it, I exclaimed with excitement as I snatched the stick from her grasp. Huh, Lor'themar Theron. This name is entirely unfamiliar. Which leader does it belong to, as a former player who had reached level 80 in this realm. I swore I had no recollection of this name whatsoever. Why would it appear among these four sticks? He's the Regent Lord, Sierra replied casually. Which Regent Lord? I remained bewildered. The one from Silvermoon? Oh, the Regent Lord. Wait, the Regent Lord of Silvermoon? Am I to seek allegiance with him? Indeed. Is there a problem? She looked at me, puzzled. Sir, may the holy light guide me to the heavens. Do not spare me. Alas, dragging my weary body back to the inn, I collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained of energy. Today has been the most unfortunate day of my life. My former guild has vanished without a trace, deceived by the leaders of the Horde. Nearly embarrassed during the registration process, my gear score overlooked, and to top it off, I drew the most inept leader from the selection. The more I dwelled on it, the more sorrowful I became, to the point of contemplating despair. This vast and magnificent world of Azeroth, why is it unwilling to grant me even a modest place? I was scorned before my journey, and I remained scorned after my arrival. Perhaps death would be preferable. At worst, I would merely disconnect from the server, and it would all be over. Beep, 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 beep. Huh. What is that noise? Summoning the last of my strength, I sought the source of the sound. After a prolonged search, I discovered the vortex pendant Sierra had given me earlier, nestled beneath the covers. It was the culprit. This wretched trinket functions as a magical alarm clock, ringing at the most inopportune moments. My misfortunes escalated once more. QNMD. In my fury, I hurled the pendant to the ground, wishing for it to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Beeped. Is it still intent on making noise? Just as I prepared to rise and crush the pendant beneath my foot, the beeping abruptly ceased. In its place emerged a familiar mechanical voice. Attention, world reset countdown initiated. What nonsense task is this now? Wasn't it supposed to be a countdown? Why did it jump straight from 3 to 1? World reset completed. Strangely, this announcement did not convey any task, but rather details regarding the world reset. Furthermore, at the very moment the countdown concluded, I felt an odd sensation, as though the very fabric of time and space around me had leapt, causing my heart to race. The Burning Crusade, world reset completed. Wrath of the Lich King, world reset completed. Warning, Cataclysm world red error, the system will reread on the beep day. Curse it, why not simply state how many days later? What is the purpose of the dramatic filtering sound? Task difficulty adjusted to normal. This is even worse. I nearly perished in the Sunstrider Isle. Was that truly a task of simple difficulty? Story accessibility. Maximum level. Other faction players crossing over. Enabled. This final notification indicated that players from the Alliance would be arriving. Right? Here is a compilation of players making their appearance in sections 9 and 10. The Blood Elf, who perished from a ridiculous review ritual. The Troll Maiden desperately searching for her husband. The guild leader of the fictitious Lights Pinnacle Guild, a Blood Elf mage. The Undead Mage. The Necromancer Alaniku, the original commander of the Horde's Alterac Valley national team. The Undead Mage. Firefox of Ribs, I have been weakened for a millennium. Now I am forced to provide you with sugar. You all dare to treat me as a summoning stone. You are courting your own demise. The mechanical voice resumed, echoing in my ears. This time, it did not mention the world reset, but rather hurled dozens of tasks my way. Upon reflection, these tasks resembled those available in the game within the Sunstrider Isle and the Shadowlands, such as slaying zombies, retrieving treasure chests from Sunstrider Port, and stealing the battle plans of the Night Elves. It seems this wretched task system has upgraded, presenting us with all the tasks of an entire region at once for us to select. I quickly began to recall the details of these tasks, preparing to choose the simplest ones to tackle the following day. Before long, fatigue overtook me, and I drifted into slumber. Oh no, a crisis has arisen. A grave situation demands immediate attention. Everyone, gather swiftly at the Rangers' Council in the Trade District. Alarm bells rang as I was jolted awake. Who on earth is making such a racket with the Agrimar loudspeaker so early in the morning? Disturbing my slumber. Wait, what has happened? Has the Alliance come to lay siege? Since I was already awake, I might as well see what the commotion is about. I hurriedly dressed and dashed downstairs. Upon stepping outside, I discovered players from various directions rushing toward the council, equally frantic. What on earth is going on? How infuriating! Silvermoon possesses such a vast chamber. How was I unaware of this during my gaming days? Regardless, this place known as the Rangers Council is situated adjacent to the Royal Trade District, that be why its name. It appears to be a venue for Rangers, now all players who have crossed over, to convene and deliberate on important matters. As I arrived, breathless, I found the hall packed with fellow players from the Horde, whispering amongst themselves, speculating about the unfolding situation. At the front of the council stood a raised platform where I spotted Strawberry and a young druid. "Is everyone present?" Strawberry inquired. "Yes, let us commence. Everyone's here. Please, tell us what is happening." A chorus of voices clamored from below. "Goodness, how can you all know if everyone is present without a roll call?" Strawberry nodded to the crowd, then gestured for the two blood knights at the entrance to close the council's doors. This action signified that the ensuing discussion would remain confined to the player community. "Joe DeBeo," Strawberry addressed the young druid on the platform. "Please recount the events that transpired in your guild to everyone." "All right," the druid, Joe DeBeo, replied with a tremor in his voice, as if he had endured a harrowing experience. "I am Joe DeBeo from the Pinnacle of Light Guild. After the registration verification concluded yesterday, our guild leader, the Blood Elf mage known as AI, CGMO Run, summoned the guild for a meeting." He paused briefly before continuing. "The guild leader stated that traversing this world is not akin to the game. Minor enemies and bosses will not respawn, and dungeons will be a one-time affair. Thus, our high-end guild must seize the opportunity to acquire the best equipment before others, striving to conquer the Lich King's raid. Goodness, your guild is utterly lacking in integrity." Upon hearing this revelation, several players began to voice their disapproval of such tactics. However, I suspected they were secretly contemplating their own schemes. "Do not interrupt. Allow him to continue." Strawberry interjected, striving to restore order as the atmosphere grew tense. The Blood Knight Brigade, unlike other players, effectively served as the official military force of Silvermoon. In this particular context, it is the leader of the Blood Knight Order, known as Chow Mei, who presides over the assembly, a fact that is begrudgingly accepted by the other players. The young druid named Jodaba, sensing the absence of further derision, musters the courage to continue. Moreover, our guild leader stated that in order to swiftly enhance our guild's equipment standards, we must seize the most valuable quests available. The guild leader, who plays as a blood elf in the game, claimed to possess knowledge of which quests near Silvermoon City offer the richest rewards. "Which one is it?" queried another player, unable to restrain their curiosity, most of whom were non-blood elf races unfamiliar with the novice quests in the Silvermoon region. "The Battle of Daisom." Those familiar with the blood elf lore immediately recognized the answer, instinctively voicing it. "The ultimate quest, the Battle of Daisom in the Shadowlands, where I had countless unfortunate encounters at the castle gates. With the final boss, Dalcon, being a group quest of considerable difficulty, yet undeniably offering the best rewards at this stage." Jodaba cautiously nodded, indicating the correctness of the answer, before resuming his tale. After the meeting concluded, the guild leader assembled all 16 members of the guild, that we set off from Silvermoon City under the cover of night, traversing through the Eversong Forest and passing by the Tanglewood, encountering few monsters along the way, until we reached the gates of Daisom around dawn. As the narrative progressed, Jodaba's body began to tremble increasingly. Upon reaching Daisom, the guild leader urged us to charge in, for it was our first encounter with genuine undead creatures, and we were all filled with trepidation. However, the guild leader was adamant about undertaking this quest, continually urging us towards the cursed tower where Dalcon awaited. Along the path, the undead monsters multiplied, and our guild's priest inexplicably fell victim to a banshee's wail. The guild leader instructed us to wait while the priest resurrected. Yet, nearly an hour passed without a sign of resurrection, casting doubts upon the existence of soul healers in this realm. And at that moment, all we could think of was escape, but we found ourselves surrounded by hundreds of spider captains and wailing banshees. Then, as Jodaba reached this point, his voice began to choke with emotion. "What happened next? Do tell," the eager players implored. "The Bright Summit Guild met their demise in Daisom," Jodaba revealed. Returning alone to share this news, it was Chow Mei, who had been standing quietly by, that articulated the conclusion of Jodaba's tale. "What? A chorus of incredulous gasps erupted in the assembly hall that a high-end guild boasting a GS of 5,500 had met its end in Daisom with a mere dozen members. Everyone present was left astounded. Several guild leaders in attendance were struck dumb by the grim tidings of the Bright Summit Guild's catastrophe. The atmosphere in the hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions as players exchanged their thoughts. Initially, they had believed that traversing into this world would grant them prowess, yet they now found themselves unable to even conquer the Shadowlands. That it seemed that GS truly held no significance. How could a dozen players fail at a single quest? Is it true that there are no soul healers? Guild leader, what are we to do? The catastrophic event concerning the Bright Summit Guild swiftly spread fear among the players. After a lengthy discussion, they ultimately reached a consensus. Until the situation was clarified, everyone should remain in Silver Moon City and refrain from venturing out. As they exited the assembly hall, a cloud of worry loomed over each face, questioning how the World of Warcraft intended to toy with them. The rising sun began to generously cast its brilliance across the land of Azeroth, far to the south of Silver Moon City. A cavalry unit advanced swiftly across the vast wilderness, the inland sea winds billowing their banners. This contingent, numbering approximately 70, was predominantly clad in silver-white armor. Yet at the forefront rode a robed figure, presumably not a master of hand-to-hand combat. Their expressions, a mixture of tension and excitement, suggested that this unit had perhaps just achieved a noteworthy victory. Suddenly, not far from them, another cavalry unit emerged, galloping toward them at high speed. Due to the distance, their insignia remained obscured, leaving their allegiance ambiguous. "All units, stand ready," shouted a soldier at the front of the victorious contingent. Drawing his sword, this command, the soldiers behind him unsheathed their weapons, and the previously swift march slowed. 2,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters at last, they discerned the banners of their approaching allies. 2 blue banners, emblazoned with a majestic lion's head in golden hues, identical to their own. Stormwind had come to their aid. The first soldier to draw his sword wore an expression of elation. The morale of the soldiers soared, and they could not contain their triumphant cheers, as expected. The newcomers were indeed reinforcements from Stormwind. Once the two groups united, greetings of camaraderie flowed freely among the comrades. "Pray tell, who among you is Cassius?" inquired a tall man dismounting from his steed, clad in slightly ornate armor that suggested he was a high-ranking officer from Stormwind. "Sir, that would be I," replied a soldier from the group, bowing respectfully. "Your deeds have already spread throughout Stormwind since our departure. Allow me the honor of accompanying you and your companions back to Stormwind. The glory is yours, valiant champion of the Alliance." The officer's tone was surprisingly courteous, raising questions about the extraordinary achievements of this seemingly ordinary soldier. "For the Alliance," the soldier named Cassius responded resolutely. "By the way, brave warrior, may I have a glance at the prize of VE captured?" the officer requested, to which the soldier nodded in agreement, and the two rode over to a cart in the midst of their ranks. This cart was not the conveyance of some noble lord, but merely a flatbed pulled by 2 horses, atop which sat an iron cage containing a despondent man, his limbs shackled in chains. "Edwin Van Cleef, you old fox have finally been caught," the officer proclaimed with triumphant laughter. "The Westfall Wilderness belongs to the Brotherhood of the Phidia, you Stormwind vampires," the imprisoned man cursed, spewing a torrent of vulgarities. "Silence that foul mouth," the officer commanded a nearby soldier, then turned back to Cassius, saying, "Your execution campaign has rid Stormwind of its most despised thorn in the side. The king has authorized me to promote you. The ceremony can commence upon our return to Sentinel Hill. Glory belongs to the People's Army of the Westfall. Sir, may we first grant a proper burial to our comrades who fell in battle." Cassius humbly replied. The officer nodded in acknowledgement, clearly having developed a high regard for the young man before him. Nearby, a robed figure silently observed the exchange, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. "The Nightcaller mounts his steed. I am the Red Hair," echoed a voice from within the realm of the Dark Night Callers, as the macro for mounting was activated. Hey, Gaudakian," a finger poked me from behind, and upon turning, I discovered it was the charming Ubalba this moment. The assembly hall had dispersed, and we were all moving along with the throng toward the exit, observing her mysterious demeanor. I wondered if she sought me out for something of great importance. Why you bow? Everyone has perished. Why are you so delighted? I exclaimed. Once we finally emerged from the crowd, you bow hurriedly pulled me into a quiet corner, her face alight with joy, leaving me utterly perplexed. Gaudakian, have you found your original guild yet? She inquired, completely ignoring my question. No, I have become a solitary wanderer. That's wonderful. Wait, miss, your enthusiasm seems excessive. I haven't found my former companions, and it saddens me greatly. Can't you offer me some comfort? I was thoroughly confused by you Bao's intentions. I said it's wonderful, because since you haven't found your guild, and I haven't either, we can establish a new one together. A new guild? Hold on, weren't you part of one? What happened to your guild? The mention of this matter ignited my frustration that I found my original guild yesterday. But they recently admitted a shameless woman who immediately began to flirt with the guild leader. I have never encountered someone so brazen. You Bao's tone sharpened. Well, her flirting with the guild leader has nothing to do with your departure from the guild. Does it? I still do not comprehend what she intends to convey. Allow me to inform you that this wretched individual has, ever since becoming the president's wife, eagerly sought to impose her will upon us. She goes by the name Jihua Bao. One evening, she approached me and remarked that my name contained two characters identical to hers, inquiring whether I was her fan, and even suggested that I change my name. When I refused, she resorted to employing a loudspeaker to hurl insults at me. How disgraceful. How could such a shameless person emerge from Naxxramas? It is truly a tragic spectacle to witness someone wielding power like a dog backed by its master. I can empathize with your anger. What saddens me most is that the people in the guild, in their desire to curry favor with her, dare not speak up on my behalf. I feel it is untenable to remain in such a guild. Hence, I have chosen to withdraw. She concluded her lament. There was a hint of sorrow in her tone. After all, it was a guild I had been part of for several years, although there had been some friction over matters such as raiding and DKP prior to my crossing over. We had managed to sustain it. Now, having traversed into this new world, the inherent flaws of human nature are fully exposed, revealing the depths of its ugliness. So, you thought to come and seek me out? Indeed, I have few other friends. You think it feasible for us to establish a new guild? Hey, I must be forthright with you. My current gear score is merely 700, my skills are limited to 2, and my spell damage is likely quite embarrassing. I had originally planned to return to the starting village to complete quests. Are you certain you wish to form a guild with me? It matters not. It matters not. In combat, I shall be your strength, while you shall provide the banter. Goodness, sister, you have already assessed my capabilities. Do you think I am merely a chatterbox? Can you not see my graceful arcane missiles? However, I pondered deeply upon Fish Baby's suggestion. Indeed, given the recent incident of the Bright Summit Guild's annihilation, it is evident that this world is far more perilous than the game, making it nearly impossible to replicate the process of leveling alone. The power of the individual is inherently limited. The true path lies in finding a trustworthy group of companions. Fish Baby has already demonstrated her talent as an ice mage, which could conveniently compensate for my lack of damage output. That said, as a mage, it is rather humiliating to be so lacking in damage. Aside from complaining, I seem to possess little value. So, do you agree or not? Observing my contemplative demeanor, Fish Baby pressed for an answer. I believe it is a feasible endeavor. I was about to suggest where we might recruit members, but Fish Baby interrupted me. I know what you are about to say. You shall take on the role of guild leader. Why is that? Because I believe you possess commendable character. Upon hearing this, I was immediately overcome with emotion. Finally, someone has recognized my virtues. Please, come up with a name for the guild. Seeing my agreement, Fish Baby resolved to hasten the process of establishing our guild. I pondered. How about we call it One Top? I hesitated to say. Initially, I intended to propose Top One, but if the former guild leader were to return and find me audaciously appropriating the original guild's name, I might very well be imperiled. One Top. What does that mean? Fish Baby inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. IT signifies. Well, one means one, and top signifies peak. Thus it conveys the meaning of one peak. All of Azeroth shall rally behind us. Wah! Very well. IT sounds rather appealing. By the way, while everyone is gathered in Silver Moon City these days, Let us hasten to recruit members. Fish Baby evidently approved of this catchy name, and she dragged me enthusiastically toward the Royal Trade District, where players congregate, claiming we must recruit swiftly. However, what we were to recruit them for, she remained coy and did not disclose. Names? Professions? It is now my turn to interrogate others. How exhilarating! Xiao Xiao, Beifeng. Hunter, the patrol player, approached me, nodding his head as he read the recruitment advertisement I had inscribed on linen. What skills do you possess? I can shoot. Anything else? Have you tamed a pet? I have yet to learn how to tame one. So, you mean to say that aside from shooting, you possess no other abilities? The troll hunter, Xiao Xiao Beifeng, gazed at me with disdain, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Very well. Come and join our guild. The hunter had expected rejection, but to his surprise, he was accepted, immediately donning a grateful expression and lavishing praise upon me. You little rascal, in truth, I have been here for 3 hours, and you are the first to show interest in our guild. While I mused in despair, I maintained an outward appearance of congratulatory delight, hoping you would contribute to the guild. Nevertheless, with the inclusion of our first player, more individuals began to join, and Fish Baby and I busily attended to various inquiries about membership until the sun set. And One Top Guild finally welcomed its inaugural batch of members. Gazing upon the first membership list, my emotions were a mixture of joy and concern. 4 hunters. Troll hunter Xiao Xiao Beifeng, Blood Elf hunter Xiu, Orc hunter Fengxins. All 4 could only shoot. They were as ineffectual as unseasoned water. 5 mages. Aside from myself and Fish Baby, we also welcomed a new addition named Yishir Lu, a Forsaken mage, a Blood Elf mage named Jun Biyu, and another Blood Elf mage called Demon Lingling, all of whom could do little more than cast Frostbolt, Fireball, and Arcane Missiles. 3 warriors, Tauren warrior Sun Xiaoqian, Nu Dang Dang, and Orc warrior Yuedu, whose skills remained unclear to me. In my eyes, all warrior skills appeared similar, though their physiques were impressively toned, suitable for camaraderie. 2 shamans, a troll shaman named Anya Luoying, and another Tauren shaman named Demon Guangsha, who brought along his wife, the aforementioned Blood Elf mage, Demon Lingling. 3 druids, Tauren druid Jalesha, who could shapeshift into a bear but otherwise possessed no additional skills, another named Chao Fong Guamin, who looked quite peculiar, and a third named Nai Shui Yao Duo, who appeared rather intriguing. 3 priests. Fish Baby successfully persuaded 2 Blood Elf priestesses, Yueyin and Feng Ling, to join, and ultimately convinced a rather elegant priestess named Ling Long Xiao Xiao. 2 warlocks, Night Elf Summoner, a rather lackluster Orc warlock, and a quiet Blood Elf warlock named Insei Huiyin. 3 rogues, Undead Rogue Sun Yidao, Undead Rogue Asimov, and Undead Rogue Sha Xia, who had stealthily lingered nearby before finally revealing themselves. In total, including myself and Fish Baby, our One Top Guild comprised 25 players. However, why were these individuals the rejects of other guilds? If we were to stand together, we could easily fill a swimming pool with our ineptitude. Having recruited sufficiently, encompassing various classes, what shall we do next, sister? In the end, I inquired of Fish Baby after perusing the members list. Now, she appeared to be my strategist. Let us undertake quests. I know of a splendid location. If we complete this quest, not only will One Top gain renown, but we shall also acquire countless magnificent pieces of equipment. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Fish Baby's eyes. Is there such an opportunity? What quest is it, sister? Do tell. The Battle of Azeroth. As Fish Baby enunciated the name of the quest, I found myself collapsing onto the floor. You cannot be serious. Sister, just a high-level guild was annihilated there. How could we possibly undertake such a quest? Precisely because they suffered defeat with their band of over 10, we must go. Why is that? Once we complete the Azeroth quest, aside from the rewards from the NPC itself, all the equipment and items on those 10 players will rightfully belong to us. Do you not see? Wait a moment. So that means I finally grasped Fish Baby's intention. Yet, sister, how can our guild, so lacking in prowess, possibly undertake that quest? It is implausible for everyone to become powerful overnight. Is it? Of course, the Bright Summit Guild annihilation at Azeroth was not solely due to the leaders' poor command. A crucial factor was their failure to adapt their mindset. Fish Baby's demeanor grew serious, Perhaps she was about to share some newfound insight. What do you mean by adapting one's mindset? I ask you, in this world of Azeroth, aside from us players who have traversed here, who else exists? Naturally, there are NPCs like Antarin, correct. However, you two have failed to shift your perspective. Indeed, they may be mere NPCs within the game, yet in the authentic world of Azeroth following our traversal, they possess thoughts and emotions akin to ours. Do you grasp my meaning? The pace of Fish Baby's speech accelerated to such a degree that I struggled to keep up. Well, I suppose that is the case. All right, I concede that my intellect pales in comparison to the strategist Fish Baby, so let us defer to her wisdom. Since they are no longer confined to the limitations of being mere glass shard NPCs in the game, I believe we can indeed influence these characters. It seems plausible. However, what does this have to do with our guild's quest? We must undertake the mission pertaining to the Battle of Dazeralor, but did I ever imply that we should accomplish it solely by ourselves? Young lady, what do you mean? I can scarcely comprehend. Fish Baby leaned closer to my ear and quietly unveiled her plans. As she delved deeper in her narrative, I increasingly perceived her as a young woman with considerable cunning potential. Can this truly be done? Very well. I shall follow your lead. We shall strive together as the one top guild. Fish Baby smiled and gently corrected me. Here is the compiled list of players introduced in sections 11 to 12. Horde side. 24 new entrants. Zhou Daba, Tauren Druid Xiao Xiao, Troll Hunter, Zone 5 Shirchue, Blood Domain Demon Hunter, Zone 2 Songs of the Past, Blood Elf Hunter, Zone 3 Queen of the Red Dragon, Wind Messenger, Orc Hunter Lingering Undead Mage, Junbuyu, Blood Elf Mage, Young Lady, Liak Delin, Demon Mage, Blood Elf Mage, Demon Frenzies, Chromagus Server, Sun Xiaoqian, Tauren Warrior, Hafeng Watch Server, Neo Dang Dang, Tauren Warrior Zone 5, Abyss Nest, Yudu Orc Warrior Nightfall Sakura, Troll Shaman, Young Lady, Zone 1, Cadelos, Demon Frenzy Tauren Shaman, Husband of Demon Mage, Chromagus Server, Grisa, Grisa Bloodhoof, Tauren Druid, Bear Druid Tauren Druid, Future Healing Druid, Milk Must Be Abundant Tauren Druid, Future Healing Druid. Mooncloud, I'm Dizzy, Mooncloud, Blood Elf Priest, Young Lady, Zone 3 Bloodfang Demon King, Light Legend Guild, Wind Spirit, Blood Elf Priest, Young Lady, Zone 2 Shadow Moon, Ling Long Xiao Xiao. Blood Elf Priest, Mature Lady, Zone 5, Demon Wings, Nightcaller, Orc Warlock Weaving the Dead Server, Silver Flame, Blood Elf Warlock US Server, When Edao Undead Rogue Chromagus Server, Asimov, Undead Rogue Demon Wings Server, Chassis, Undead Rogue Zone 2. Naxxramas Server Alliance Side, Alliance Male Lead, Cassius, Human Warrior Mysterious Robe Man, currently unknown identity. When the light is unsheathed, it shall be the day of your obliteration. Zone 2, Azuna, Heaven's Rue's Mount Macro. As night deepened, Azeroth had long exchanged a dazzling star river for the backdrop of the sky. In every corner of the world, there were occasional night wanderers in a hurry. Upon gazing at the vast starry sky, could not help but pause to admire its beauty for a moment. However, at Sentinel Hill in the Western Wilds, the place was now ablaze with lights. A military force had just departed, escorting the notorious leader of the Defias Brotherhood, Edwin Van Cleef, to the prison in Stormwind. In the camp left behind by the escorting army, two individuals we had previously encountered were quietly discussing something around a campfire. Senna, could you refrain from dressing like a priest all day long? You are a paladin, for heaven's sake, Cassius remarked, somewhat frustrated. Who says a paladin cannot wear a priest's robe? It's all about illusion. Besides, I am, after all, a healing paladin. The paladin named Senna was, in fact, the same robe man from earlier in the day. Well, but Yingguo, why are you sneaking around all day? Cassius directed this remark at a seemingly empty space beside him. The Night Elf rogue must be sneaky to appear cool. Guildmaster. That empty space, it turned out, belonged to a Night Elf rogue named Yingguo. That being said, I still feel like your stealth is for some rather unsavory purposes. The empty space remained silent, perhaps making a face that we couldn't discern. However, we truly owe you for the success of this Death Mine mission. Senna, without your strategizing, we might still be aimlessly wandering in Stormwind like other players, Cassius said earnestly. Guildmaster, No need for pleasantries among comrades. The human paladin Senna continued. Regarding our next course of action, I have devised a plan. Would you like to hear it? Just as long as it doesn't involve me soaking in water again. The rogue Yingwa interjected, a hint of resentment in his tone. Don't take offense. You are the key figure in the success of this assassination. Cassius expressed his approval. First, Paladin Senna, after analyzing the situation, boldly devised a plan that defied conventional gaming logic, sending rogue Yingwa to stealthily locate the back entrance of the death mine. After gathering sufficient information, he would persuade the people of the Western Wilds to join in, launching a surprise attack under the cover of night to bypass the heavily fortified front lines of the death mine and unexpectedly capture Van Cleef, the leader of the Defias Brotherhood, from his hidden command ship. The death mine, an early dungeon not considered easy in the game, was thus resolved by the three of us, undoubtedly an achievement that would astonish all Alliance players still huddled in Stormwind. Senna, please continue. Cassius gestured for Senna to elaborate on his plan as he relished the recollection of their conquest of the death mine. Everyone heard the system prompt from last night, right? About the world reset? Cassius inquired. Indeed. Based on what we have witnessed since our traversal and the system prompt from yesterday, I believe the current situation is beginning to clarify, but there remain some uncertainties, Senna said, his expression grave. What uncertainties? Firstly, the World Reset has introduced both the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King game versions that I in the game. These two versions were released sequentially, meaning our game characters must first contend with Outland before facing the Lich King. This essentially follows the storyline set by the Glass Shards. Yes, what is the issue? Cassius pressed further. However, the system prompt also mentioned that the narrative openness has been elevated to the highest level. Coupled with the simultaneous appearance of TBC and WLK versions, I cannot help but suspect. You are suggesting that you suspect the key bosses, Illidan, Kael'thas, and Arthas, are still alive in this Azeroth world we have traversed. Correct? Yingwa interjected eagerly, still in stealth mode. Precisely. Moreover, not only are they still alive, but I believe we will have considerable agency over the unfolding narrative. For instance, we could choose to confront the Lich King first before returning to deal with Illidan. That sounds rather far-fetched, Cassius remarked, finding the notion quite radical. With the guiding hand of Blizzard now absent, who would determine the future of Azeroth? Secondly, the system prompt also initiated the crossing of players from other factions. So, you mean to say that Horde players have also arrived? This was yet another interjection from Yingwa. Senna shot him a discontented glance, but maintained his composure as he replied, I find it unsurprising that Horde players have traversed here. What truly perplexes me is the absence of a group of individuals. Aside from the Alliance and the Horde, are there other players? How could I have been unaware of this after playing for so long? Cassius felt a headache coming on. Didn't you notice when we were in Stormwind that we were missing a group of people? Missing whom? Warriors, shamans, mages, warlocks. All those classes are accounted for. Aren't they? Cassius counted on his fingers for a while, then lowered his hands, revealing a puzzled expression that I believe I know what you are hinting at. Yingwa, how did you figure that out again? You interruption king. DK. That empty space calmly uttered the term, leaving Cassius speechless. Indeed, that is the case. Throughout our experience, we have yet to encounter a single Death Knight player out of course. Perhaps they are still in the novice village after crossing over. As per the game's narrative progression, it takes time before they can rejoin the Alliance or the Horde. Finally, Senna, with a tense expression, reiterated, perhaps. The more you speak, the more complicated it seems, Senna, according to your plan. Today we have received the Stormwind title, being incorporated into the Northshire Knights. Just tell me what we should do next. Cassius is a quintessential muscular man, who speaks with a refreshing directness. Seize the moment. Harness the might of Stormwind. Embrace the power of the Alliance. Senna responded decisively, then continued to muse aloud. From the very beginning, I envisioned the differences between this world and the game that in truth, the most significant disparity lies in the absence of glass shards that once constrained our interactions with NPCs. This implies that the NPCs in the game, from the humblest merchant to the formidable king Varian Wrynn of Stormwind, now possess free will and genuine emotions akin to humans. Other players, failing to grasp this truth, still cling to the game's mindset, believing they can conquer the world through sheer individual effort or a small guild. Such notions are utterly preposterous. You have spoken of this before. No guild, no matter how grand or powerful, can rival the might of Stormwind's million-strong army. During the battle in the Deadmines yesterday, I was profoundly struck by this reality. Cassius spoke of his first-hand experience. Perhaps recalling the brave soldiers of the Western Wilds who perished there, his expression darkening with sorrow that I end the game, these individuals were simply categorized as NPCs. Yet here, they are undeniably real, comrades with whom we share life and death. In the future, we must gain a voice within the Alliance. And to do that, we must first earn the trust of Varian Wrynn. Fortunately, our successful completion of this mission should have already made him aware of us three. I believe our next priority should be to further strengthen our guild while undertaking relatively high-value tasks in the surrounding areas. With the assistance of Northshire Knights, our progress will undoubtedly surpass that of other Alliance players. Who goes there? Halt! The three were engrossed in their private conversation when a sudden shout from afar interrupted them. It was a sentinel on guard who had spotted an unidentified approach for the Alliance. Sentinel brother, we are Rangers of the Alliance. I am the Warlock Oblivion. Light guide us. I'm the Paladin Righteous. Light guide us. I am the Priest Heart's Affection. Please allow us to assist you in eliminating the Defias Brotherhood. Rangers, you have arrived too late. Edwin Van Cleef has already been captured by other heroes and is likely locked away in Stormwind's dungeons by now. The Sentinel expressed his regret to the trio. What? The three exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe it. The Deadmines, where Van Cleef had been hiding, was a challenging dungeon during the early stages of the game. Who could possess the prowess to have apprehended him? Greetings, it is indeed I, along with my two companions, who have captured Van Cleef. Cassius, having overheard their introductions, confirmed that the newcomers were also players from another realm. What do you go by, my good fellow? The lead warlock. Oblivion regarded him with a puzzled expression. Cassius, the warrior. That name sounded familiar. It's you. You were the leader of the Golden Rose Guild before your traversal, Cassius. Indeed. Upon realizing he was recognized, Cassius's demeanor subtly shifted. Stop joking, brother. Your past blunders are known throughout the Naxxramas server. Even the Horde is aware of them. Have you become so addicted to deception that you dare boast of having conquered the Deadmines? Seeking to trick us back to Stormwind, are you? Please, do not say any more. Cassius's grip on his sword trembled with intensity. The nearby Yin Gua and Senna felt a wave of unease at this sight. What does it matter if I say it again? Righteous Heart's Affection, you have come in Naxxramas too late. Allow me to introduce you to this esteemed figure of Naxxramas. I see an M. Cassius could no longer contain his fury, drawing his long sword and charging at the warlock. Quick, stop him! Yin Gua and Senna exclaimed in unison. Accompanying the birth of Death Knights is an unending stream of blood and slaughter, devoid of tears. On the Fenrir server of Zone 5, the adept strategist, Fish Baby, has successfully established one top from the ground up within a single day, with players of various professions now represented in the guild. While everyone may be lacking in skill, Fish Baby seems unfazed, stating, when water reaches its peak, it can indeed become a tsunami. However, given our ambition to conquer the formidable Battle of Diasom, our current guild state is far from sufficient. Over the next week, Fish Baby has mapped out a comprehensive training schedule for the guild, focusing on the fundamental skills each profession should master at this stage. The Rangers Council, which I previously used to deliver grave news regarding the Bright Summit Guild, has transformed into One Top's secret training ground, bustling with fervent skill enhancement and camaraderie among players. Yet according to Fish Baby's plan, apart from myself and her, none in the guild are aware of our scheme regarding the Battle of Diasom. Outside the guild, I have already approached Strawberry. That day, I cannot help but close my eyes and reminisce about that moment of intimacy. Gauddakian, how dare you show your face to me? Strawberry exclaimed. Her expression one of indignation upon seeing the smile plaster across my face. What have I done to wrong you? What nonsense did you pull on the day of registration? Your arcane missiles couldn't even fully withstand a high priest's holy light, and I nearly spat blood on the spot. Had the priest not arrived in time, I would have already met my fate in heaven. Was it really that severe? I thought you were simply playing along with me. No matter how much I play along, I wouldn't go so far as to vomit my virgin blood, would I? Speaking of which, I have a plan that could greatly benefit your rise to power and fortune. Your plan? You have caused me great suffering. Do you understand? And return my money. I'm on the cusp of reaching expert level in cooking. I do not wish to eat the revolting long-nosed loach every day. Brother Strawberry, I acknowledge my fault. However, I believe once you peruse these high-risk venture capital company publications with pristine visuals, you will be inclined to sit down and converse with me. Light guide us. You dare attempt to corrupt a valiant blood knight. Wait, this publication is in 3D. How impressive is goblin technology? Brother, I shall leave the book with you that I will return tonight to discuss serious matters. Please ensure to close the door behind you. Rest assured, I understand. Downstairs, Fish Baby awaited my verdict with bated breath. How did it go? Gout Dakian, is it settled? Light guide us. A noble blood knight like Strawberry would certainly be willing to assist us. Splendid. This is crucial for the success of our plan. By the way, you applied for 5 gold from the guild bank. What did you purchase? Well, you need not concern yourself with that. I shyly lower my head, sister. That is a secret I cannot disclose. Back at the training ground, following several days of rigorous training, coupled with the investment from the guild bank, where all contributed 20G, we engaged several professional trainers. And the progress made can only be described as rapid. Well, it may not be as swift as I claim, but at the very least, the hunters have learned to tame their companions. Shao. Is that beside you your new pet? I inquired of the guild's troll hunter. Yes. Guildmaster, what do you think? This is a purebred tiger cub from the Eversong Woods. The fur is indeed pristine. However, you fool, why did you bring back a tiger cub? Do you intend to have it use its adorable skill to aggro mobs? Guildmaster, that remark wounds me deeply. I have even named it. Oh, enough. I shall choose to ignore these 4 miscreants for now and see how the others are faring. The priestesses, Yu Yun, Feng Ling, and Ling Long Xiao have become quite adept at employing healing spells, smite, and divine words. However, they still struggle with shadow words, as their experiments on small animals yield dismal results. Perhaps it is due to their overly kind natures. Meanwhile, the warriors Sun Xiaoquan, Niu Dang, and Yu Edu spend their days either practicing their vocal skills or engaging in swordplay. Apart from recognizing their charged skill, I cannot discern much beyond their mindless hacking. However, what is the source of those peculiar sounds they emitted? Quite captivating. I must say that yes for Xion de Glysa, ever since I threatened him with the perpetual burden of carrying the guild's luggage if he failed to master new skills. His growth has been remarkably swift. He once employed a taunting skill on me, and upon hearing the vile words spewed from that beast's mouth, I was instantly seized by an overwhelming urge to obliterate his entire lineage. The 2 healing druids, Taunt, Allergy, and More Milk, have nearly mastered the skills of wild growth, healing, and rejuvenation. The wild growth skill, when cast upon a person, creates a thin layer of energy upon their skin. While it may not offer the invulnerability of a priest's power word, shield, it certainly enhances one's resilience to damage. The Orc Warlock Knight Summoner successfully summoned his first imp, though this mischievous creature nearly set the council hall ablaze with its erratic fireballs. The other Blood Elf Warlock, the Silver Flame Maiden, speaks very little, and I often find myself bewildered by her occasional displays of skill. Yet, she claims to possess the talent for destruction, likely making her 1,000 times more ruthless than Sadako. The shaman called Demon Frenzy, despite the grotesque appearance of his totems, once planted in the ground, subtly conveys various effects, though it may be merely a psychological phenomenon. The Maiden Knight Cherry Blossom claims to be a healing shaman, thus excelling in restorative shamanic spells. As for the mages, as a mage myself, I shall refrain from elaborating. Wait a moment, have I overlooked anyone? Why do I feel a slight chill creeping upon me since I entered? 1-1 Idao, Asimov, and Shaji, you 3 harbingers of harmony, how dare you stealthily approach the guild leader? On the 5th day of my seclusion, you baby excitedly approached me, proclaiming that the guild's training had begun to yield results. I inquired curiously, what do you mean by results? You baby replied, let me use the game levels as an analogy. According to my assessment, our guild's average level has now reached between 10-20. The mastery of skills across all professions is quite comprehensive. However, why such a broad range of levels from 10 to 20? Because a few individuals that why you baby regarded me with a knowing look. Sis, please, no more did I get it, I solemnly replied, resolved to ensure that as the guild leader, I must not hinder our progress. In truth, my intentions were never to impede the guild. I had simply been preoccupied with numerous discussions with the Blood Knight Order over the past few days. Thus, I sought out Chow Mei repeatedly. Yet brothers are brothers. Since this plan also benefits the prestige of the Blood Knight Order, everything has progressed smoothly thus far, readers. Author, which word in this sentence demonstrates brotherly loyalty? You scoundrel! The mobilization in Silvermoon City is proceeding methodically, while externally, it is uniformly declared that the purpose is merely to conduct a sweep against the undead of the Scourge wandering in Deathscar, with secrecy being maintained diligently. Meanwhile, other tribal players remain apprehensive due to the annihilation of the Radiant Summit Guild, completely unaware that a fledgling guild named One Top is brewing a desperate breakthrough. Yet today marks the 5th day that I never expected to be executing such a reckless plan under the instigation of a mage maiden. Stepping out from the barracks of the Blood Knight Order, gazing at the streets illuminated by lanterns and the stars faintly visible behind the towers, I felt an indescribable blend of melancholy and exhilaration. The feeling of melancholy is familiar to me, akin to when I controlled my blood elf mage wandering aimlessly in Dalaran every night, envious of the lively players bustling around me, whether they were leveling their trade skills, forming groups, or even spamming to sell point cards. They had companions and rivals, while I had none. The exhilaration, on the other hand, is foreign, reminiscent of the moment I joined the Top 1 guild. Later, when I caught the coveted turtle mount that drew envy from countless others, I merely stared blankly at the icon in my inventory. After all, it is nothing but a string of numerical codes. Oh, Blizzard, can I exchange it for a group of genuine partners? Xiao Xiao, Bayfoam. Blood Domain, Demon Hunter. Former Glory, Wind Messenger. Sun Xiaoqian, Niog Dang Dang, You Do, Night Cherry Blossom, Demon Frenzy, Glysa, More Milk, Taunt Allergy, Yueyun, Wind Spirit, Linglong Xiao Xiao, Night Summoner Silver Flame, 11 E Dao, Azimov, Shaji, and You Baby, Conscious Stream, Junbiyu, Demon Lingling. You are the first batch of members of the One Top Guild. I firmly etched these 24 names into my memory that I apologize. As the guild leader, I am truly indecisive. What will the future hold? I dare not contemplate. Thus, as I shed embarrassing tears beside the fountain in the Royal Trade District, I can only wish that you all are nestled in your blankets, dreaming sweet and beautiful dreams. Beyond me lies the city of sorrow. Beyond me lies eternal anguish. Beyond me lies the annihilation of the people. On the Mediv server, the light's blessing is on the march. Guild leader, remain calm. The human paladin Senna and the knight elf rogue Yin Guo were already on the edge of their seats. They knew Caecilius's temperament all too well. Whether in-game or post-transmigration, he is an exceptional warrior, but also a simple-minded, muscle-bound man prone to berserk fits. Alas, all this turmoil stems from that indiscreet gnome warlock. How will this brawl conclude? At that moment, Caecilius had already drawn his sword and charged toward the warlock. Bang! The warlock deflected the first strike with his staff. Seeking death, are you? Then I shall unleash my blood frenzy and engage you. Caecilius prepared for a second strike in Dugslaw, and at the precise moment the blue figure blocked his attack, the warlock muttered a mysterious incantation. Die, gnome. The one who dies shall be you. Stop. Who is this reckless fool daring to intrude upon a clash of blades and shadows? However, the newcomer seemed to be a fraction too late, as Caecilius's sweeping strike, coupled with the shadow arrow that obliterates memory, could not be retracted if a flash of cold light surged, and Caecilius felt his sword strike an extraordinarily hard object. No matter how much he exerted himself, he could not break through this obstruction. In the name of the light, I command you to cease. The voice belonged to the paladin known as Heartless. Did he not come alongside the warlock? Could it be that he wishes to join the fray? When did he activate his invulnerability? Was that skill what allowed him to deflect Caecilius's sweeping strike? Strangely, the shadow arrow from the warlock had already been cast, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. Gnome, behave yourself, that a cold voice drifted into the ears of those present, and the warlock had ceased his incantation, revealing that Yin Guo had stealthily placed a dagger against his throat. Miss, your name is Qing Xin, correct? Thank you for saving our guild leader, just now, Senna said, approaching the group slowly, grateful for the priest who had shielded Caecilius with power word shield. You're welcome. I merely wish to prevent unnecessary casualties. Qingxin replied, gently. Humph, here I am. And he's not. Although the warlock was restrained by the rogue, he still expressed his discontent with fury. Well said. Let us pack our belongings and leave at once. To everyone's surprise, Senna responded with such a statement. Was it a provocation or merely the truth? Caecilius was incredulous at Senna's words. Yet due to long-standing trust, after giving the warlock a few furious glares, he hesitantly sheathed his sword and followed Senna and Yin Guowei. Why did you stop me from teaching that detestable warlock a lesson? After having walked about half an hour from Sentinel Hill, Caecilius, filled with pent-up frustration, began to vent. Haha, if the guild leader wishes to die with them, I shan't stop you. Senna continued walking, not looking back. The light from the torch flickered dimly, causing them to stumble along the way. Die together. Senna, what do you mean by that? Do you think I cannot defeat that gnome? Not at all. I harbor no doubts about your strength. However, when I speak of dying together, I do not mean you killing him. Nor him killing you did I do not comprehend your words. Stop beating around the bush. Upon hearing this, Senna suddenly halted, the torch casting a flickering shadow over his face, rendering him somewhat terrifying. Caecilius, not expecting him to stop, nearly collided with him. Sentinel Hill, tonight, will witness a bloodbath. Senna articulated a chilling statement, each word deliberate and measured. Senna, what did you say? What calamity awaits us? Caecilius found it hard to believe. What do you think the reaction of the Defias Brotherhood will be if we capture Van Cleef? I had not considered this matter. What are your thoughts? Of course they would not. From the moment their leader was abducted, they must have realized who was responsible. And then, each time Caecilius uttered this phrase, it signified that his capacity for thought could not keep pace with Senna. In truth, they would quickly deduce that Van Cleef's whereabouts could only be in two places. The first, and the worst for them, is that Van Cleef has been taken to Stormwind. The second possibility is that he remains imprisoned at Sentinel Hill. So, do you believe they will attempt a prison break? However, the Defias Brotherhood has many spies in the Westfall, and they likely already know that Van Cleef has been taken to Stormwind. Why then would they target Sentinel Hill? You are only partially correct if the Defias Brotherhood still holds Van Cleef in high regard. It would be inevitable for them to make a concerted effort to reclaim their leader, testing their fortune at Sentinel Hill. Conversely, if a new power has risen within the Brotherhood to replace Van Cleef, this newly appointed leader, in a bid to establish their authority within the Brotherhood and to demonstrate to Stormwind that they are not to be trifled with, would certainly launch a retaliatory strike against Sentinel Hill. Caecilius required a moment to digest Senna's lengthy discourse. Since you anticipated this, why did you not inform me sooner? Upon grasping Senna's analysis, Caecilius felt an immediate sense of betrayal. President, it would be futile to tell anyone. With just over 100 people's army at Sentinel Hill, along with the three of us, do you truly believe we could withstand the full-scale vengeance of the Defias Brotherhood? Let us not forget, we only secured the dead mines through cunning. We lack the strength to confront the Defias Brotherhood head-on in a large-scale conflict. So, do you wish for us to be cowards, Senna? We are the champions of the Alliance. President, when did I ever suggest being cowards? Haha. The three of us merely wish to avoid the brunt of the enemy's wrath. I believe I understand your intent. That bothersome interloper, Yin Gua, invariably makes his forceful entrance at the most critical moments. You intend for the people's army at Sentinel Hill to serve as our shield. Once they have concluded their battle with the Defias Brotherhood, we shall then swoop in to claim the battlefield, cleaning up any straggling members of the Brotherhood, correct? Now our shield has also gained a warlock, a paladin, and a priest. Huh. Hearing Senna's profound laughter, Caecilius suddenly found it hard to reconcile the man before him as a paladin. President, I shall be blunt. My scheme is to let the Alliance forces at Sentinel Hill and the Defias Brotherhood engage in a deadly struggle. And when the forces at Sentinel Hill are annihilated, we shall emerge as the benefactors. Let us not forget, there are several tasks in Westfall that require us to eliminate a specific number of Defias Brotherhood members. Moreover, they are likely to possess some treasures and equipment. Should this plan be successfully executed, in the eyes of Stormwind, we would not be seen as cowards but as the battle heroes of Sentinel Hill, valiant alliance warriors who fought to the bitter end without yielding. Do you think we shall have another promotion ceremony then? Ha ha ha. Sena, I cannot agree to this plan. Upon hearing Cassilis utter this statement, Sena displayed no surprise. President, is it not a worthwhile deal to accomplish our tasks with minimal risk while also striking a blow to our adversaries? That warlock is quite detestable. However, the paladin and priest are innocent. Furthermore, I am disinclined to concern myself with others' judgments regarding past events. I understand. A faint smile graced Sena's lips as he inquired, how do you plan to rescue them? We must return immediately to alert Sentinel Hill to prepare defenses that if the Defias Brotherhood truly launches an attack, then we shall fight to the last breath. I will not be a coward. Cassilis' thoughts were always linear. You wish for me and Yinghua to join you in a battle that is certain to end in defeat, if, according to your assessment, we are indeed incapable of withstanding the Defias Brotherhood's overwhelming retaliation, then you too may leave. As Cassilis spoke, he lowered his head in silence. Ha ha! Sena suddenly burst into an eerie laugh. However, when his laughter ceased, he beckoned to the rogue, Yinghua, signaling him to come closer. Sena then leaned down to whisper a few words into Yinghua's ear, his expression turning grave. All of this transpired beneath Cassilis' very nose. All right, I understand. But do take care of yourselves. Yinghua hesitated before uttering this parting remark, then turned and dashed away, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the two. What did you say to Yinghua? Sena, are you truly not returning with me to Sentinel Hill? Cassilis was rapidly losing patience with Sena's cryptic behavior. We shall return, but not to Sentinel Hill. To be precise, you will accompany me. You rascal. What scheme do you have now? What are you planning for Yinghua? Since you, President, are determined to rescue Sentinel Hill, I have my own methods. However, we must resort to a second plan that carries higher risks. Yinghua is one of the keys to the success of this second plan. Did you not just mention the struggle between the crane and the clam? Why the sudden change of face? What exactly is this second plan? Cassilis felt utterly hoodwinked. This Sena, who was once merely a DKP scorekeeper in the guild, why had he never noticed such a Machiavellian potential before? The 36 stratagems, surround way to rescue Zhao. Sena's face now radiated satisfaction and pride. I am arrogant. I am exceptional. You do not heed. Thunder does not strike on the Thunder Fury server. Milk must flow abundantly. I have found you. What are you doing by the fountain? That voice sounds familiar. Goodness, it's Fish Baby. I must not allow the girl to witness this melancholic side of me. I was thinking of catching a goldfish to give to you, my dear. Do not be so lewd. Hurry to the council hall. We have been looking for you for quite some time. We shall gather and set off tonight. What? Departing tonight? Hey, my dear, is it so urgent? I am neither mentally nor physically prepared. However, Fish Baby disregarded my protests, dragging me along at a brisk pace to the council hall. Upon arrival, I discovered that indeed all the guild members had assembled. This atmosphere, surely they're convening the inaugural pre-war mobilization meeting of One Top. I apologize for calling everyone together so late today. However, the high-intensity training over the past few days has undoubtedly left everyone somewhat perplexed. As for the purpose of our actions, I now invite the President to address us. All right. The President is the most handsome. President, I seek your affection. Who shouted that? Why didn't they also shout out their name, you scoundrel? President, are we going to team up to do quests in the novice village? Not a chance. How can you be so lacking in ambition, only thinking of going to that novice village? Disgusting. Reader's days, some individuals were clearly crying just a few chapters ago about wanting to return to the novice village for quests. Ahem. Today, the reason for gathering everyone is actually, I just wish to say, regarding the task. Ah, yes, the task. So speaking of this task, I have conducted some investigations, and what I wish to convey is, oh dear, my dear, do not tug at my ear. It hurts. What are you complaining about, New Universe? Hurry and clarify matters for everyone. You must give me some time to draft my notes. Forget it. I shall speak. Sigh. It seems I've already lost all semblance of authority as president. However, when Fish Baby elaborated on the strategy for the Battle of Dacium from beginning to end, the members of One Top did not exhibit the anticipated shock or panic. What is this? Everyone is so full of fighting spirit. Scanning the eyes of the crowd, I understood. You scoundrels. It turns out you, like me, also do not wish to be seen as perpetual novices. Well done. Now, let us conclude with a summary from the president. Fish Baby still left me a shred of dignity. But what should I say? For the Horde. That feels somewhat cliché. For the new China, that doesn't quite fit the occasion. Charge. I will hold the rear. Damn it. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? It suddenly dawned on me that prior to our journey through time, I had seen a film about 3 men whose escapades led to their utter demise. Thus, I cleared my throat and bellowed the rallying cry that would echo throughout the land of Azeroth for centuries to come. Brothers, sisters, let us triumph in the battle for Azeroth. Loot, pillage, equip. Upon hearing my proclamation, an electrifying response surged from the crowd below. Goodness, it appears that One Top truly is a fervent and spirited guild. Now I command the One Top guild shall assemble and set forth. Wait a moment. Have you all packed your gear? Goodness, mine is still back at the inn. Everyone, please wait for me. According to you baby's plan, we were to stealthily depart from Silvermoon City under the cover of night to avoid drawing the attention of other players. We traversed south through the Eversong woods, cautiously navigating the plague lands and dispatching a few wandering undead, a trivial task for 25 individuals, serving merely as practice, and we successfully entered the Ghostlands. As in the game, the only stronghold of the Horde here is the ruins of the Blood Elf town of Transmigration, guarded by a garrison of Blood Elves and Forsaken. Here, we would spend the final 2 days before the battle commenced. On our march, a thought struck me, prompting me to inquire of you baby, why don't we take a flight from the flight point? I checked, and it costs 10 gold per person. Goodness, is it truly so expensive to fly in the real world of Azeroth? After a full night of marching, we finally arrived at our destination. Beside Tranquiline, a rather emaciated individual accompanied by a group of local residents eagerly approached us. Warriors of the Horde. Welcome to Tranquiline. We have come to assist the Horde in purging the scourge from the plague lands. Please allow us to set up camp here. You baby lied without batting an eye. The reason for concealing our true intentions was twofold. Firstly, to prevent any potential ambushes, and secondly, to consider the interests of the Blood Knight Order that would be cooperating with us if we were to inform the strong leader of our intent to have his beloved Blood Knights attack Azeroth. He would likely explode with fury. Thus, this was the first critical element of you baby's plan. Deception. The actions of the Blood Knights were to be disguised as a low-risk cleanup operation, while the entire battle for Azeroth would be framed as an unexpected victory, with reward for success remaining intact. That sounds splendid. I'm the senior executive, Marlin. Please do not hesitate to ask for my assistance. After exchanging pleasantries, we selected a clearing adjacent to Tranquiline as our encampment point. 3 warriors effortlessly felled a large tree, splitting it into firewood, while the adept priestesses kindled a bonfire, preparing a sumptuous breakfast for the famished crowd. Others retrieved their belongings from the back of Bear Druid Grisa. Indeed, that Bear Druid has become the guild's baggage handler, and began constructing tents. After a bustling flurry of activity, the One Top Guild's first outdoor base was established. After breakfast, long snout, mudfish, and fragrant bread, it seemed I ought to retire to my tent for some rest. Right? Did everyone truly believe I would be so compliant? Speaking of which, those priestesses and mage ladies' tents are not too far from mine. Should I perhaps offer them some guidance on their combat tasks? Oh no. Don't tug on my ear. Gao de Quan, the moment I saw your lecherous expression, I knew your thoughts were wandering in an inappropriate territory. You baby, you are too perceptive. I merely drooled a little, and you caught me. Come with me. Where to? To a secluded place. Why you baby blushed? She blushed. Could it be that she has finally realized I am a man worthy of her trust? Oh dear, why are you tugging on my ear again? We hastily walked for about 10 minutes until we arrived at a tranquil grove. Yet, I remained utterly unaware of you baby's intentions. It was only after she scoured the edges of the grove to ensure it was safe that she returned to my side and gestured for us to sit facing one another. Gao de Quan, I know you have been working diligently these past few days to forge alliances with the Blood Knight Order, and it has indeed taken a toll on your mage skills. It's only natural. After all, I am the guild leader. Don't interrupt. The truth is I called you over to give you a HUGM. Why, dear girl, How do you envision this hug? Oh, no, don't tug on my ear. I know I was wrong. What I meant to say is that I need you to temporarily lend me your support. Humph. Don't blame me for speaking the truth. The fact is your skill versatility and damage output are currently the weakest in the guild. With only 2 days until the battle for Dazeralor, I wish to impart my understanding of mage spells to you, of course. How much you learn will ultimately depend on your own efforts. Do you understand? Understood. So, you baby intended to help me in this manner. It is indeed somewhat embarrassing for a mage to only be proficient in 2 skills. However, I could no longer afford a jest, as you baby's expression had turned gravely serious, indicating she was prepared to commence. First, close your eyes and feel the magical energy within you. Obediently, I closed my eyes, sensing the magical power within me circulating. Do not use any skills. Simply gather your internal magic until you feel it is sufficient to release an arcane missile. Following you baby's instructions, I began to slowly accumulate magical energy. My body felt a slight warmth, but I had long since grown accustomed to it. Remember, do not release any skills. Now, I want you to carefully feel the gathered magical energy, observe its density and quantity. To be honest, I had always released skills immediately upon gathering enough magical energy. However, under you baby's guidance, I began to realize that the gathered magic was not merely a chaotic mass of energy. Instead, it felt as though I had an eye within me, allowing me to perceive their quantity and density. Although I could not quantify it as precisely as in the game, a joyful expression of discovery involuntarily crossed my face. Now, try to reduce the amount of gathered magic. Thus, I complied. However, this proved far more challenging than merely observing magic. By the time I succeeded, beads of sweat had formed on my forehead. I signaled an okay to you baby. Now, gather back the portion of magic you reduced. Very well. Once again, it was a laborious process. Nonetheless, I ultimately accomplished it. Gauda Quan, it seems you are not lacking in intelligence that at the very least, you have swiftly learned mana control. That process of reducing and then reaccumulating magic is called mana control. Why does that term sound so familiar? Of course, I borrowed the terminology from the game, but its meaning differs fundamentally that if you frequently engaged in raids. A pained expression crossed my face. Don't remind me of the painful memories of being an orphan in Dalaran. Dear girl, you will be quite familiar with the term mana control. Seeing my lingering confusion, you baby perhaps sensed my thoughts and elaborated. In the game, the mana control of a mage refers to how to deal the highest possible damage within a limited amount of mana over a certain period. Naturally, since we have traversed this realm, you need not delve too deeply into the original definition. What I refer to as true mana control pertains to our ability as mages to manage our magical energy accumulation after our transition. Generally, the damage of a skill is proportional to the amount of magical energy you gather. Therefore, you must decide the quantity of magic to accumulate based on the specific situation. Not every skill requires you to maximize your magic accumulation. Remember, a skill's strength that is just sufficient to defeat your enemy is adequate. Do not blindly pursue excessive damage, as your magical energy is finite. This is one of the functions of mana control. What about the second function? I eagerly inquired. Merely a seemingly meditative action carries such depth of knowledge. You are certainly aware of the concept of skill levels from your gaming experience, right? I nodded in acknowledgement. While both are fireballs, the damage of a level 1 fireball and that of a level 10 fireball are worlds apart. Thus, a mage's progression often lies not in acquiring new skills, but in continually enhancing the potency of existing skills. However, as you know, after our transition, it is no longer possible to simply pay 10 copper coins for a professional trainer to instantly elevate your skill level. Therefore, we can only rely on our persistent practice. The key to breaking through lies in your ability to gather increasingly more magical energy when releasing a skill that not forget what I mentioned. The amount of magical energy gathered is proportional to the damage dealt. I listened, half comprehending. However, if one does not comprehend, one must boldly inquire. My dear sister, can this be understood in such a manner? It is akin to my current endeavor to release an arcane missile. At most, I can amass 100 units of magical energy, beyond which I cannot maintain control. When I am capable of gathering 200 units of magical energy to unleash the arcane missile, It signifies that my skill level has indeed elevated. Does it not? A child worthy of guidance upon hearing my example. The teacher, Fish Baby, displayed a look of approval. Nevertheless, her expression swiftly returned to one of seriousness. Do not revel in premature pride. Next, I shall instruct you on shaping and casting, which are truly the challenging aspects. The sun has risen high, casting dappled shadows upon the woodland. Under Fish Baby's guidance, I, who have merely begun to glimpse the mysteries of magic, am already lost in delight, completely oblivious to the dangers and trials awaiting us in the castle of Daisom. Courage is my glory. Today justice shall prevail. The national server, our next destination. On the horizon, what a delightful distraction. It stirs my heart. Oh dear, enough with the licking. I abruptly sat up from the makeshift bed, fully awake. Before me was a magical spring leopard. I recognized it as a new companion captured by the guild hunter. It was this very creature that had roused me from slumber. By the gods, what an impudent rascal. How dare it disturb me? Just as I prepared to unleash a string of expletives, a voice from outside the tent interrupted me. The guild master, Bao Jia, is calling you to rise for a meeting. Good heavens, when did Fish Baby become Bao Jia? Clearly, she holds a higher status than I. However, since it is Fish Baby summoning us, it must pertain to something of great importance. Understood, I shall be there shortly. Stretching lazily, I still felt a touch of fatigue, likely due to the extensive energy expended while learning magic with Fish Baby this morning. The time was now afternoon, approaching twilight, and the day was drawing to a close. Thus passed the 6th day. Tomorrow marks our predetermined day of action. In the afternoon, the hunter and I ventured out to scout the situation at day. To my surprise, Fish Baby had not rested at all. While I slept, she had bravely led others to assess the enemy's movements. A truly responsible sister. At this moment, our entire guild sat circled around the campfire, attentively listening to Fish Baby's words. Overall, our established plan remained sound. However, I must caution everyone that the strength of the Daisom Scourge Legion should not be underestimated. According to the hunter's observations using Eagle Sight, the undead forces at Daisom number no less than 500, including whalers, spider lieutenants, and the Eye of Dalkon, along with a small contingent of skeletal summoners. Moreover, this only accounts for the forces on the ground. We can only speculate on how many more undead lurk within the ghost towers. I could hear the collective gulp of apprehension from everyone. Therefore, I have resolved the formation for tomorrow's assault as follows. This information is crucial, and all ears are keenly attuned, for any misstep may lead to total annihilation. The tragedy of the Radiant Pinnacle Guild remains vivid in memory. If everyone has no objections, we shall begin to prepare our gear and depart after sunset. Fish Baby delivered this final order with a calm demeanor. It is only when the specter of battle looms that hearts begin to tremble. Although on the surface, everyone appears to be methodically organizing their belongings, it is evident that hands are trembling with trepidation. Are you afraid? Do you wish to concede? Otherwise, while we have yet to be placed in dire straits, we could decisively retreat to Silver Moon City. After all, as long as the Green Hills remain, we need not worry about firewood. Yet, upon reflection, no. To return would mean a lifetime of humiliation. Though I possess thick skin and am untroubled by the mockery of other players, the thought of my guildmates forever looking down upon me renders me unable to make such a decision. Very well, let us not dwell on such matters. Let us take a gamble. Tomorrow shall reveal the resilience of your fate, Gaudakian. The journey from Taklin to Daisom spans approximately half a day. Prior to our departure, we informed Marlin, the high executive of Taklin, of our intent to scout the movements of the Scourge Legion at the border of the Ghost Lands and the Eastern Plague Lands. Marlin, seeing our earnestness for Taklin, generously bestowed upon us 3 healing potions. Gazing at that familiar crimson liquid, I instinctively felt a wave of nausea. My dear sister, for several days, I have pondered a question. Tell me, in this world we have traversed, can one truly be resurrected upon death? In our march, to alleviate boredom, I engaged Fish Baby in a light-hearted conversation. Are you afraid of your own mortality? She retorted sharply. How could that be? If I feared death, I would not be a blood elf. I nearly let slip my thoughts. I mused. How can I put this? I have inquired about this matter from many in Silver Moon City. And what was the outcome? If there truly is a method of resurrection, fish baby, you must assuredly revive me free of charge, that Dio not be like that one player who demanded payment for saving a life. I deduce that resurrecting the deceased may be achievable through three distinct powers. First, the power of the holy light. Second, the power of nature. Third, the power of technology. That I am familiar with the holy light. I have experienced the resurrection skill of Spring Brother countless times in-game. So, dear sister, do you believe that the Paladins of the Blood Knights will soon grasp this skill? Rely on that bunch of drunken layabouts? Not a chance. I have researched, and, as it stands, only a Master Paladin of Grand Lord Fordring's caliber can accomplish such a feat, and even then, it would require exhausting all of his holy light, which would shorten his lifespan. You are not related to him. Why would he resurrect you? It seems I must find an opportunity to adopt Fordring as my godfather. I mused inwardly. And what of the power of nature? Only a druid of Malfurion Stormridge stature can achieve such. However, based on the game's storyline, he seems to be in a prolonged slumber. Moreover, let us not forget he is the leader of the Alliance. Can I switch factions? And what is this power of technology? The goblin pacemaker in the game, I inquired, and to my astonishment, I learned that such contraptions do indeed exist here. Upon hearing this, I felt a glimmer of hope finally dawn upon me. However, given that Fish Baby had already exhibited her cunning twice, I cautiously asked, is that device very expensive, or is it only available to residents of Silvermoon City? Not at all. Anyone can purchase and utilize it. However, even the goblin merchants, known for their trickery, admit that the success rate of resurrecting a person with that device is 1 in a billion. Do you want it? I will gift you one. If that is the case, should we encounter peril, we would inevitably meet our demise. Fish Baby appeared to contemplate the accuracy of my statement. Actually, it is not entirely certain, for I neglected to mention a final method of restoring life to the deceased. There exists an individual capable of such, and I believe he would be quite eager to resurrect you. That is there truly such a benevolent soul in this world? Sister, quickly tell me who he is. I shall acknowledge him as my elder brother, the Lich King, Fish Baby replied with utmost seriousness. Though our conversation concluded on a rather absurd note, it at least alleviated the tedium of our march. As the stars once again twinkled above us, we arrived at the foot of the cliff on the western side of It is pertinent to describe the terrain of Daisom. Originally, this was a stronghold of the Blood Elves. But during the invasion of Arthas upon Quel'Thulas, the battle in which Ranger General Sylvanas was transformed into a Lich, the chief commander of the stronghold, Dalkon, betrayed Silvermoon City and allied with the Scourge Legion, transforming Daisom into the most fortified bastion of the Scourge in the Ghostlands. Daisom is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with its southern gate serving as a formidable point of defense. Hence, it is no wonder it has become a thorn in Silvermoon City's side. An outright assault through the main gate is unthinkable without an army exceeding 1,000 soldiers. However, we do not aim to annihilate the Scourge Legion entirely. This represents the second critical point in Fish Baby's plan, to capture the leader first. Our target is the cursed tower at the very center of Daisom, where the treacherous Dalkon, now a member of the Scourge Legion, hides in the depths. Bringing back his head to Silvermoon City is our mission, as for the other Scourge minions of Daisom. Once Dalkon is eliminated, we shall have ample time to deal with him at our leisure. Of course, we must also endeavor to collect valuable relics from the Radiant Pinnacle Guild, which adds an extra highlight to this mission. This is the place. Everyone, remain vigilant. Upon reaching our destination, it was evident that Fish Baby felt a tinge of nervousness. It turned out we had not arrived at the main entrance of Daisom, but rather at the foot of the western cliff. The undead of the Scourge seldom venture here, and for the time being, we are safe. However, the cliff is indeed quite towering. My neck is nearly strained from craning to catch a glimpse of its summit. Hunters commence upon hearing the command, the 4 hunters of the guild, Xiao Xiao Bei Feng, Shui Umo Lai, Shi Ri Fan Hua, and Feng Xen. Each retrieve a long, thick rope from their packs and immediately began the arduous ascent. It must be noted that this infernal cliff is utterly unclimbable within the game. The difficulty level is beyond imagination. Yet, this led the Scourge Legion to believe that no one could ascend from this place, resulting in a lack of vigilance, affording us an opportunity today. The four hunters, agile and deft, scaled the heights, continuously hewing the rock face with their great axes to carve out handholds, which became our sole means of ascent. Hey, sister, no time for chit-chat. Climb up quickly. In truth, I merely wish to offer my assistance in carrying her belongings. Woe is me. The guild's blood elves, undead, orcs, and trolls took turns attempting the handholds, all expressing that this method was indeed viable for ascending the mountain. However, the Tauren and the hunter's pet encountered difficulties. Ultimately, we had no choice but to hoist them up with ropes. How fortunate for these fellows. I too wish to ride the elevator. Atop the cliff, a flat expanse has been carved by the relentless winds over the years. We now lay low, pressed against the ground, as the fierce gusts assailed our ears, sounding as if they were preparing to betray us to the Lich King, instilling a sense of dread. Do not look down the cliff. Do not raise your heads. Absolutely no fires or any other sources of light. Urge you bow in a hushed tone. Sister, no time for idle talk. In truth, I simply intended to inquire whether she was cold and needed an extra layer. Woe is me, we remained silent, only moving slightly if our limbs grew numb, and nibbling on bread from our pockets if hunger struck. Everyone was filled with unprecedented excitement. Unable to find sleep, we lay there, until the dazzling Milky Way gradually faded, revealing a pale light on the horizon, the herald of dawn. None of you managed to sleep? I presume. Not at all. I refrained from posing the question this time. I checked my weapons and gear, and once the agreed signal appeared, we would spring into action. The battle at Daisom was inevitable, and my heart raced like a roller coaster, teetering at its apex, as thoughts of the unpredictable conflict ahead made it nearly leap from my throat. Uncertain of how long we waited, suddenly, a flare erupted in our southeastern direction, slicing through the sky with a whiz. Here it comes, the signal from the Blood Knight Brigade. Hunters, use your eagle eye to assess the situation at Dazem's main entrance. The four hunters offered no response, but judging by their focused demeanor, they had begun their reconnaissance. Bauja, it's the Blood Knight Brigade. They've brought around 60 men and are already launching an assault at Dazem's main gate. The Scourge undead are flocking toward the entrance in droves. Strawberry, you're at Dazem's main gate as well, right? Please do not let anything happen to you. Brother, I fear losing you. Do not fret, just a little longer. Thus, we lay in wait for approximately 10 more minutes. Aside from the four hunters, who knows the situation below? Bauja, the interior of Daisom is now virtually devoid of undead. They have all been drawn to the main gate by the Blood Knight Brigade. The numbers? Roughly over 400. I say that we see Dalkin's eyes, the Whalers, the Spider Centurions, and the Skeletal Summoners there. Dazem's interior is empty. The plan is working. This is the final critical point. Feinting to the east while striking to the west. The Blood Knight Brigade is making a show of force at Dazem's gate, drawing the vast majority of the undead. Meanwhile, our one top guild, a band of 25, will act as the shock troops, seizing the moment to charge straight for the Cursed Tower where Dalkon is hiding. Let us move. Hunters, fire a red flare to inform the Blood Knight Brigade that we are commencing our operation. Next, I will cast Slow Fall on everyone. When you hear your name, leap down immediately. Once on the ground, do not scatter. Remember the formation we discussed yesterday. Suan E Dao, Azimov, Sha E, Sun Shaoqian, Niu Ding Ding. You do, Yun, Feng Ling rogues, warriors, priests, warlocks, shamans as planned. The entire guild sequentially leaped from the cliff, with you Bao being the last to descend. By the time she reached the ground of Daisom, we had already dispatched several isolated Spider Centurions. We were not far from the Cursed Tower, where only a few Dalkin's eyes guarded the entrance. What are we waiting for? Kill the Dalkon. Urge you Bao kill. Loot the treasure, seize the supplies, take the equipment. Under my lead, everyone echoed in hushed tones, rallying themselves. Their bloodshot eyes symbolized both the slaughter and the determination of a group of underdogs fighting for their lives. Dalkon, prepare to meet your demise. Following the formation rehearsed the day before, as we charged toward the Cursed Tower, the warrior, bear druid, hunter, and rogue served as the vanguard. Meanwhile, the other spellcasting professions were instructed not to use any spells unless for healing purposes. To conserve mana. After all, Once we had slain Dalcon, we would still need to carve a bloody path out through the main gate, so every ounce of combat resources saved would be invaluable. The Dalcon's eyes guarding the Cursed Tower are one of the primary undead forces of Daesom. They primarily engage in melee combat, but can also cast spells such as Clumsiness and Pain Curse. Clumsiness would render spellcasters sluggish and tongue-tied, hindering their casting speed. Pain Curse is a damage-dealing curse. However, with 3 priests in our guild ready to dispel and 5 mages on standby to remove curses, these threats were not particularly daunting. At this moment, the 4 hunters drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows upon the Dalcon's eyes, while the tamed waterfall leopard sprang forth with claws bared. The warriors, bear druid, and rogue followed closely in attack, yet by the time they reached the enemies, the Dalcon's eyes had been thoroughly dispatched. The path ahead appeared clear. Do not halt. Charge into the Cursed Tower. Time is of the essence, urged you Bao. The shadowy entrance of the Cursed Tower loomed before us, and we could not afford to ponder what lay within. Charge forth. Hesitation means certain death. Who dares trespass upon the territory of the Scourge Legion? Just then, a piercing, harrowing scream echoed from the tower. Who is it? It turned out to be a horde of fools seeking their demise. The next moment, the source of the scream emerged at the entrance. It was not a Dalcon, but rather 3 distinct monsters stood behind it, the Dalcon's officers. What a predicament! I involuntarily exclaimed. The plan had gone awry. These 4 creatures were the 4 great undead officers under Dalcon. Akin to minor bosses. I had not anticipated their appearance in the Cursed Tower. According to the game's design, they should have been in other towers. What now? Right, hunters, shoot these 4 scoundrels. Arcane shots, unleash them with fervor. The 4 undead officers were struck by arrows imbued with arcane power. Yet unlike other ordinary undead, they did not disintegrate, but instead approached us unperturbed. During this time, the spellcasters unleashed another round of attacks. Shadow Bolt, Frost Bolt, Arcane Missiles, Lightning Bolt, Corruption, Word of Pain, but none could halt their advance. Rather, it grew angrier and swifter. They certainly proved to be formidable opponents. Engage them in melee, draw their attention. Without hesitation, 3 warriors and the bear druid. Upon hearing the command, charged forward to engage the Dalcon's officers in close combat. The clash of blades was a sight that would leave anyone trembling. Rogue, slip inside the tower and deal with the minor foes. You, and you, come with me to slay Dalcon. The rest of you, hold this position and await our return. Perceiving that our plan was at serious risk of delay, you Bao decisively commanded. The you she referred to included the priests Ling Long and Xiao, as well as myself. Without waiting for our agreement, you Bao seized both our collars and hastily entered the Cursed Tower. Upon entering the tower, visibility dimmed instantly to a few flickers of light danced ahead. Yet upon closer inspection, there were the guild's 3 rogues engaged in combat with a spider centurion within the tower. There was no time for further observation as you Bao urged us onward in a sprint. Along the way, we encountered no minor foes. As we ventured deeper into the tower, an indescribable stench, a nauseating odor, wafted through the IT was the unmistakable scent of a millennia-old zombie, the kind that could only be produced by something extraordinarily malevolent and dangerous. Aside from Dalcon, who else could it be? As we 3 burst into the final chamber, we beheld a blood elf-like figure standing at the center. However, his skin was long since rotted, with bones starkly visible. Upon seeing us enter, the undead man merely offered a contemptuous smile, as if he did not regard us as a threat at all. In the corner of the room lay a pile of corpses, a grim testament to the annihilation of the Bright Summit Guild. Darkin, you bastard, you have come here to take my life. The ultimate mission objective stood before me, leaving no room for further discourse. With a flick of my hand, an arcane missile was unleashed, for I was eager to ascertain the true extent of this boss's power. At that very moment, a shadowy arrow hurtled towards me. Fortunately, the priest Ling Long Xiao timely cast a shield, sparing me from impending doom. However, the potency of Darkin's shadow arrow was so formidable that the priest's protective spell shattered upon impact. My arcane missile struck Darkin. Yet it merely exploded upon his skin, creating a few inconsequential holes that exposed his repulsive, decaying organs that, if one fears death, they ought not to engage in the horde, despite having witnessed Darkin's might. I found the audacity to release a second arcane missile at that moment. The only thought occupying my mind was the fight. Suddenly, an excruciating pain coursed through me, and I realized I had not been struck by any spell. What was happening? It was the corrosive curse, Darkened spell, cast with alarming speed. The very instant the shield shattered, I had already been afflicted. I attempted to use the Dispel Curse skill, but found that my current strength rendered it impossible. "I can't go on," was all I could muster to exclaim at that moment. I felt my skin melting, my bones creaking, and it was utterly impossible to concentrate on casting the arcane missile any longer. I collapsed onto the floor. "Priest, heal me." It was the voice of Fish Baby, who had stepped in to assist. Through my increasingly blurred vision, I beheld a blood elf mage radiating an aura of cold. She wielded an exquisitely crafted staff, and with her right palm directed at Darkan, unleashed a fierce gust of icy wind that stripped away his skin from the neck up, revealing a bloodied skull. As the ice spike spell was executed, the mage lifted her left hand, and with a resounding bang, a fiery explosion erupted upon Darkin's chest, creating a gaping cavity the size of a bowl. Yet, foolish girl, in your attempt to divert Darkin's attention and buy me time, have you considered the danger of casting spells at such close range? In the next moment, her hastily conjured protective ice shield shattered under Darkin's retaliatory strike. In a frantic effort, she blinked away to a safer distance, gathering cold energy into a spherical form. Darkan, now resembling a skull, merely sneered and raised his right hand, releasing a shadow arrow towards the defenseless mage. "Then, I succumb to unconsciousness. Would we perish here, just like the Bright Summit Guild? You with your mount macros, have you considered the feelings of the horses? Thus, I shall create a mount macro myself out on the Sunwell server. The mount macro of Neptulin, to seize money, food, and equipment. No interruptions. In truth, I summoned you here to embrace me. Generally speaking, your spell damage is proportional to the gathered magical energy. Gaudakian, shaping is the second crucial phase following mana control. To illustrate, envision your gathered raw magical energy as a lump of clay. To unleash the corresponding spell, you must mold this clay into the appropriate shape. Spellcasting is more intricate, involving a series of postures and incantations. The most common being instant channeling and casting. Instant casting is akin to the swift entry and exit of magical energy. Allow me to demonstrate the flame shock for you. Fool, your posture is incorrect. Let me show you one last time. President Gaudakian. Who? Who calls my name? Was I dreaming just now? My head spins out of my dead. No, I'm still alive, that I can feel the magic within me, circulating, that a continuous flow of warmth permeates my body. Darkin's corrosive curse has vanished. I am not dead. What the hell? But as I awakened, the scene before me revealed that my nightmare was far from over. During my brief unconsciousness, the battle raged on. Yet it seemed to be nearing its conclusion. That moment. The priest Linglong Xiao Xiao lay beside me, her face ashen, blood trickling from her lips. Nonetheless, she steadfastly placed her hands upon me, exerting her last remnants of strength to heal me. Not far off, Fish Baby had slumped against the wall, her legs weakened, a puddle of melted ice surrounding her as she gasped for breath, desperately clinging to consciousness. Darkin stood in the center of the room, unchanged in appearance since my collapse, save for the addition of 2 large, gaping wounds on his body. Impudent mage, upon your demise, you shall become my most formidable warrior. Huh. The mocking voice belonged to Darkan, the once blood elf, now a wretched undead, brandishing a rusted dagger as he approached Fish Baby. Clearly drained of magical energy, she could only watch helplessly as Darkin drew nearer. Bastard, unable to contain my fury. I raised my right hand and unleashed a barrage of arcane missiles. Yet, upon striking Darkin's arm, the missiles merely blew away a few decayed pieces of flesh. Darkin cast a dispassionate glance in my direction, as if regarding a mere fly, and continued his advance toward Fish Baby. How dare you disregard me? The second and third waves of arcane missiles followed in rapid succession. This was my final stand. Yet, I was all too aware of how ineffective the arcane missiles had proven. Darkin was merely a step away from Fish Baby, his intention unmistakable, to claim her life with that dagger. To my comrades of One Top, I apologized that how could I entertain such thoughts? I cannot concede defeat. If only I possessed a more advanced arcane missile, or if my casting speed were swifter, I could have ended his life. Galdakian, remember what Fish Baby taught you. Mana control. My power obeys me. Grant me more, faster, even faster. Suppressing the discomfort surging through my body, I urged the magic within me to gather with frenzied desperation. Surpassing the usual threshold for arcane missile accumulation. According to Fish Baby's prior warnings, excessive magical accumulation could lead to failed casting and dire repercussions. Yet, I could not afford such concerns any longer. If ordinary arcane missiles proved futile, I would wager all my power on this final strike. Indeed, I felt akin to a 3-year-old attempting to lift a 1,000-pound boulder. In this fleeting moment of lucidity, I could not afford to adhere to the shaping of the arcane missile, that I must release them with haste. With this reserves of magic, the last remnants of my power, I commanded, go forth, erupt forth. All of you, unleash upon Darkan. You are fortunate, mage. You shall join our Scourge Legion before those who perished a week ago. Darkan's dagger was mere inches from Fish Baby's throat. By the heavens, I unleashed every ounce of magic within me, without reservation. The sensation akin to an elephant trampling down my right arm, that I witnessed the veins in my palm swell dramatically, warm blood spilling from my mouth. The raw, turbulent, and rebellious magic met the air, morphing into a vibrant sphere of light that in the next instant, as Darkin prepared to swing his dagger, the luminous sphere struck him squarely in the chest, radiating a blinding white light that obliterated his body from the waist down. I did it. I succeeded. The moment the sphere took form, I knew I had achieved it. I had wielded this skill countless times in the game, yet only upon witnessing its effect in reality did I comprehend its true might, far surpassing the insipid descriptions within the game. Arcane Barrage. Darkan, bastard, you perish beneath my arcane barrage. May you rest in hell. You loathsome fly, daring to disrupt the greatness of the Scourge. Shut your mouth, to my astonishment. Even with just a head remaining, Dark Hand could still speak. However, after I forcefully stuffed a handful of dirt into his mouth, the skull could only glare at me with overwhelming fury and dissatisfaction. President, are you all right? As I ponder how to rescue Fish Baby and the priest Linglong Xiao Xiao, the 3 rogues of the guild emerged from the corridor, having concluded their skirmish. Siwen quickly summoned assistants to heal the 2 of them. By the way, Asimov, I have 3 healing potions in my bag. Give them to Fish Baby and Linglong Xiao Xiao. Shasheng, gather all the spoils we can carry. After conveying the next set of instructions, I found myself with only enough energy left to sit on the ground and catch my breath. Just moments ago, in a perilous moment, I inadvertently unleashed an arcane barrage. This not only left me with a profound sense of fatigue, but also drained my entire mana reserve. This battle has resulted in 3 additional injured comrades. What shall we do for the impending escape? The guild leader, Baojia, and Linglong Xiao Xiao have sustained no serious injuries, as we have already tended to their wounds. However, the other 2 priests and Nisa arrived swiftly, pulling Yubao and Linglong Xiao Xiao back from the brink of death. But what of it? Speak quickly. They remain unconscious, and it will be difficult for them to awaken within a day. Thus, we shall be down 2 combatants for what lies ahead. By the way, what is the situation outside? I was so preoccupied with the injuries of Yubao and Linglong Xiao Xiao that I neglected to inquire about those battling the 4 undead officers outside. The hunter's companions have all perished. Tauren warrior Sun Xiaoqian has sustained a gash to his chest, and the bear druid Greases has been struck by an ice arrow to the leg. Though these are not critical injuries, they will certainly affect their agility. More individuals have been wounded. How shall we proceed with the upcoming breakout? What to do? I anxiously question myself. However, there is no longer any time for contemplation. The Blood Knight Order is drawing the attention of the undead forces at the main gate of Daesum, but they cannot hold out for long, and we must first gather our spoils, assist the 2 priestesses in supporting Yubao and Linglong Xiao Xiao, and then set fire to the corpses of the Bright Summit Guild to prevent future troubles. Once all of this is completed, I calculated that 5 minutes have already elapsed since the battle commenced, and I remain oblivious to the progress of the fight on the Blood Knight Order's front. Everyone must survive this ordeal. In truth, the battle on the Blood Knight Order side has been exceedingly arduous from the outset. After all, they number only around 60, yet they face an undead force nearly tenfold their size. Thankfully, they brought 2 siege crossbows with them, continuously firing to ensure the temporary safety of their flanks. These siege crossbows are immensely powerful, with projectiles crafted from the hardest wood found in the Eversong forest, wrapped in iron and shaped like cross-shaped darts. One shot can carve a path through the throngs of undead. Meanwhile, the leader, Chow Mei, and over 40 members of the Blood Knight Order are engaging the enemy head-on, deliberately provoking the mindless undead to escalate their aggression. The remaining Holy Knights have divided into 2 groups for extermination and healing, ensuring that the front line holds firm against the undead onslaught for the time being and that the wounded receive timely treatment. Yet even so, the Blood Knight Order cannot withstand the pressure of over 500 undead for long. They fight desperately, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Gao De Quan, you scoundrel, why have you not yet appeared? Chow Mei, while smashing the head of a spider-like creature with her shield, cast a worried glance toward the direction of the Tower of Curses, momentarily losing focus. Be careful. Before she could finish her warning, a beam of holy light descended from the heavens, striking a whaler, instantly reducing it to dust. This whaler was about to unleash some nefarious spell upon Chow Mei, and the consequences would have been dire had it struck. Sure, thank you. The one who just saved Chow Mei was none other than the headstrong Knight Sheer. Yet there is no time for pleasantries. Yet another wave of spider-like creatures surged forward. These undead minions possess no extraordinary skills, but their sharp claws disregard even the most devout of auras, having already wounded several holy knights in the earlier skirmish. Chow Mei herself had also been left with a deep gash on her leg, the flesh and blood of which were clearly visible. You fool! Hurry back and seek treatment. Engaged in combat with a centurion, still managed to remind Chow Mei to be mindful of her injuries. This is promising. This Tsundere girl has begun to show concern for me. In times like these, I must showcase my valor as the leader. Ouch! Chow Mei should never have allowed herself to become distracted a second time amidst such fierce combat. However, it was too late. A spider-like creature, exuding the aura of the deceased, inflicted another wound upon her abdomen, blood beginning to seep forth. You imbecile! Huei, come heal the leader! Sheer called out to a female knight named, if we recall the encounter outside the inn where the rogue priest faced off against the battle shaman. Huei had previously tended to the gravely injured shaman, showcasing her prowess as a battlefield healer. By the time Huei arrived to tend to Chow Mei, the situation had grown increasingly dire. Chow Mei and the 10 or so frontline Blood Knights were gradually being encircled by the throngs of undead. The crossbowmen in the rear hesitated to fire for fear of hitting their own. With over 30 Blood Knights remaining, breaching the undead's encirclement to rescue the vanguard would require additional time. From above, the scene resembled an island surrounded by floodwaters, with the flood area continually expanding. Brothers, my holy light is nearly depleted. Within the encircled space, a paladin player named Mudo shouted. The vanguard began to panic. I cannot hold on much longer. Another player named Akissa echoed, sensing the urgency. Mudo and Akissa were merely 2 ordinary players, their skills lacking in proficiency, placing them in the lower tier of the Blood Knight Order, which was filled with skilled veterans. This moment, they found themselves outnumbered 2 to 4 on the periphery, their bodies bearing more and more wounds. The aura of holy light surrounding them was gradually dimming. 2 spider-like centurions seized a moment of confusion among the Blood Knight vanguard, cunningly weaving their way into the crowd. In the midst of the throng, a female knight was bent over healing a teammate, completely unaware of the 2 undead creeping up behind her. In the next second, she was on the verge of becoming the undead's prey. Huei, leader! Upon witnessing this scene, the knights Mudo and Akissa, disregarding the 4 spider-like creatures surrounding them, each unleashed their judgment hand skill, causing the holy light to deliver a searing burn to the 2 treacherous undead, drawing their attention entirely to Mudo and Akissa. However, the 4 spider-like creatures already in close proximity seized the opportunity, launching a flurry of claw strikes. Though Mudo and Akissa saved their teammate, they were powerless to defend against the close-range assault point. Two black claws pierced through their chests simultaneously, and the holy light could no longer shield these two loyal warriors. Damn it, had I known this would be my end, I should have confessed to Huei last night. Mudo. Akissa, lying on the ground, Chow Mei, witnessing the sacrifice of her comrades, disregarded her own wounds and let out a furious howl. Gao Daquan, you bastard, why have you not emerged yet? In the final moments of the two fallen holy knights, the ominous tower of curses loomed in their sights, and beyond it, a figure, no, a multitude of figures, was becoming increasingly distinct. The head of Dalcon is here. The head of Dalcon is here. Ha ha! A blood elf's jubilant shout echoed through the skies above Daesum. Both sides of the conflict, be it the Blood Knights or the undead, were momentarily startled by this CRY.TO them. That blood elf, wielding a staff in one hand and a bloodied skull in the other, appeared no different from Madman. Brothers of One Top, form up as I instructed. Prepare for battle, the blood elf, still clutching the skull, continued to shout in a hoarse voice, revealing that his initial cry had also emanated from his lips. Seize the money, seize the food, seize the equipment. Behind him, 24 figures of varying shapes responded with even more bloodthirsty roars. That One Top Guild. Charge! The Blood Knights on the battlefield beheld the most astonishing and unbelievable sight of their lives. A gray bear, enveloped in golden light, limped forward, leading 24 figures toward them. Just as they were about to reach the undead's outer perimeter, the gray bear leaped into the air, curling into a rounded shape, and upon landing, began to roll rapidly toward the undead army. This is possible too? The Blood Knight players, witnessing a bear rolling into combat for the first time since their arrival, were left in disbelief. However, while amusing, the sheer weight of the gray bear, combined with its rolling motion, produced an undeniable force. Several unsuspecting undead were instantly flattened to the ground, while others attempting to push through were sent retreating several meters. The 24 figures followed closely behind, charging rapidly toward the main gate of Daesaum. It is the One Top Guild. They have succeeded. The Blood Knights, regaining their composure, erupted in thunderous cheers. Glass shards, you bunch of unreliable scoundrels. I help you create a new skill for the bear. Ha ha ha. Amidst the crowd, the Blood Elf continued to laugh heartily as he ran. Gao Daquan, damn you. How can he be so handsome? Witnessing this scene, the only thought that continuously swirled in Strawberry's mind was this. The Crusher tactic has succeeded. I could hardly contain the joy swelling within me. Although I was acutely aware that the dizzying Gressa must be utterly furious with me right now. This was the only means by which we could swiftly break through the enemy lines at IT present. Only a couple dozen undead stood between us and the vanguard of the Blood Knights. After the lengthy roll earlier, Gressa's speed was beginning to wane that I simultaneously urged the two priests to replenish Gressa's word of shield while anxiously watching Fish Baby and Ling Long Xiao Xiao, who were hoisted on the shoulders of the towering warrior's son Xiaokun. You two girls, please do not let anything else happen. Brothers, charge forward. Let us assist the One Top Guild. Seeing us drawing near, the Blood Knight vanguard's morale surged instantly as they brandished an array of weapons, mostly hammers and longswords, charging towards us. After a series of skirmishes, the two factions successfully converged. I spotted Strawberry approaching with the support of a female knight, who looked quite familiar. Right? She was the one who healed the shaman outside the inn that day. The knight named Huei. However, I was taken aback to see how severely Strawberry had been injured. You bastard. Do you know how long we have waited? Do you know that I just lost two brothers? Strawberry was intent on venting his anger on me. Enough with the nonsense. Let us push through and talk later. The urgency of the battlefield left me no choice but to speak with authority. And only then did I realize that my tone had taken on the semblance of a commander orchestrating the entire battle. Gaudakian was right. Let us fight our way back to IT was the female knight. Huei, who agreed with me. Upon seeing the two injured individuals on Sun Xiaoquan's shoulders, she recognized Fish Baby. That day outside the inn, they had indeed exchanged glances. Let me carry her. Huei understood the necessity to maximize our combat capability at that moment. So without hesitation, she took the unconscious Fish Baby into her arms. The ensuing battle became significantly easier. The two factions united in a concerted effort, carving a bloody path through the gates. Yet, danger still lurked. A warlock's demon summoner was slashed by a spider beast captain, but thankfully, thanks to his demonic skin, the claw only left a shallow wound on his arm. Upon witnessing his master injured, the imps he summoned went into a frenzy, hurling fireballs that pushed the surrounding undead back several meters. Meanwhile, I had exhausted my mana and could only serve as the team's eyes, constantly alerting everyone to the threat surrounding them. Before long, we reached the imposing gates of Daisom and successfully reunited with a rearguard of the Blood Knights. Strawberry, gritting his teeth against the pain, directed 2 crossbows to fire while retreating. Meanwhile, the undead army, now bereft of their commander Dalkon, was descending into chaos as the hunters shot down the last few wailing specters that dared to pursue. Our line of sight was finally clear of enemies. Yet, everyone remained on high alert as we cautiously withdrew. It was only when the architecture taculum became distinctly visible that everyone truly exhaled in relief. Fish baby, Linglong Xiao Xiao, did you witness all of this? The Battle of Daisom. We have triumphed. Wooden, Akissa, did you see all of this from heaven? The light shall remember your courage, and the horde shall honor your deeds. I swear it. The 2 fallen cross-dimensional players were Blood Elf Paladin, Wooden Bear, Server, Xiongjiu Xian, Blood Elf Paladin, Akissa, Server, Unknown. Forgiveness is the duty of the divine, while my duty is to escort you to meet the divine in District 10. Gothic, the unparalleled Rib's great horse. Senna, what schemes are you plotting? Caecilius asked indignantly. Yet, Senna continued walking ahead, seemingly oblivious to his words. Hey, you little brat, you... Caecilius was about to explode when suddenly, Senna turned back and made a silencing gesture. Just do as I say when the time comes. I warn you, do not expect me to undertake any self-serving actions. Senna fell silent again, and the 2 continued walking, one in front of the other. However, the real reason Senna ignored Caecilius seemed to be that he was deep in thought about something. The Defias Brotherhood was preliminarily estimated to have over 500 or 600 members. The Alliance forces at Sentinel Hill numbered around 100, assuming Yin successfully sought aid across the border. He might bring back about 100 cavalry at most. 200 against 500. A fierce battle could at least ensure that Sentinel Hill was not razed to the ground. However, this outcome still falls short. It would be better to use that method and try for something grand. Currently, Senna and Caecilius found themselves on the riverbank east of Sentinel Hill. Ever since Senna proposed the plan of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, he had deliberately steered clear of the Alliance and Defias Brotherhood's territories, opting for secluded paths southward. And one knew the true nature of the method Senna had in mind. Here we are. From this point, we will head west but still avoid the main road. Senna suddenly stopped before a grove, pointing westward to Caecilius. Why are we going west again? The west is heavily guarded by the Defias Brotherhood. Where are we headed? Moonstream Town. Senna looked up at the starry sky and mysteriously uttered those 3 words. What on earth are we going to do in Moonstream Town? Are you insane? That place is, we're going to Moonstream Town to take a gamble. What are we gambling on? Caecilius felt utterly perplexed by Senna's words. Gambling with our lives. That a cunning glint sparkled in Senna's eyes. The scene shifts to the Defias Brotherhood, and as Senna had stated, ever since Van Cleef was abducted by Stormwind, the Brotherhood had descended into a complex power struggle. Even before Van Cleef, most of the Brotherhood's senior members had already been captured, leaving behind only the ambitious and younger faction. That night, the Death Mines and the surrounding areas of Moonstream Town were ablaze with lights as nearly all members of the Defias Brotherhood gathered there, plotting revenge for their leader. Despicable Stormwind. They infiltrated through the back door of the Death Mines and abducted our leader. This is the most vile conspiracy in the world. Uther and his disgraceful nobles deserve death. A large-eared goblin dressed in military attire and a sword at his belt stood atop a pile of wooden boxes, passionately delivering a speech. Behind him stood a stout ogre and a formidable Tyrian. In front of the boxes, over 100 people held torches, listening to his address with grim faces. Greenskin, you and your foolish subordinates should get off the stage. Suddenly, a sharper voice rang out from across the way. It was another goblin with less green skin. Sneed? Kilnick, you bastards, what right do you have to shout at me? I am the green-skinned captain appointed by Mr. Van Cleef. The military operations of the Defias Brotherhood are under my command. The sword-bearing goblin was infuriated at anyone daring to challenge his authority. Greenskin, how dare you even mention Mr. Van Cleef's name? The Alliance abducted the leader right under your noses. And you and your foolish subordinates should feel ashamed. Sneed and Kilnig, both goblins serving as a lumberjack foreman and senior smelter, respectively, leveraged their inherent intelligence to play pivotal roles in the Brotherhood's growth. Earning the respect of most members, the Brotherhood's first members came from the Stoneworkers Guild in Stormwind, who rebelled due to unpaid wages. However, due to their profession, they tended to have a fondness for those skilled in engineering and construction. Yet, they had long harbored resentment over the green-skinned captain's authority eclipsing their own. The current situation was clear. The faction of goblins rooted in engineering expertise, Sneed and Kilnig, hereafter referred to as the engineering faction, was in conflict with the other faction of goblins, the green-skinned captain and his subordinates, hereafter referred to as the military faction. The green-skinned captain should be held accountable for this incident. Bring Mr. Van Cleef back. The engineering faction rallied, and instantly, hundreds of torches moved toward them. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, echoed their support. Bring back the leader! Bring back the leader! Two shameless scoundrels. The green-skinned captain spat venomously, but the clamor of the crowd drowned out his curses, leaving him no choice but to respond. Earlier, someone reported seeing a substantial number of Alliance cavalry at Sentinel Hill, and among them was a prison wagon. Surely, it must be Mr. Van Cleef within. We should not allow that pack of vampires to emerge from the western wilderness. The engineering faction gives no respite to Captain Greenskin, relentlessly inciting the members of the Brotherhood. Flatten Sentinel Hill. Rescue the leader. Flatten Sentinel Hill. Rescue the leader. Brothers, do not heed this news. The Alliance cavalry has undoubtedly returned to Stormwind. An assault on Sentinel Hill would be futile. Captain Greenskin's desperate cries were instantly drowned out by the fervor of the crowd. Flatten Sentinel Hill. Rescue the leader. Flatten Sentinel Hill. Rescue the leader. As public sentiment surged, the members of the Defias Brotherhood transformed their disdain for Captain Greenskin into fury. Anger over his refusal to attack Sentinel Hill. For Van Cleef, even the slightest chance should be met with utmost effort. Is this not the finest display of loyalty? However, the truth of the matter was well known to both the engineering and military factions. Van Cleef was securely imprisoned in Stormwind. The engineering faction's incitement to attack was merely a ploy to undermine the military faction's morale through the hands of Sentinel Hill. They dreamt of witnessing Captain Greenskin's humiliation at that moment. The engineers Sneed and Kilnig observed Captain Greenskin's reaction from hundreds of torches away. Indeed, under the crowd's intense demands, Captain Greenskin could no longer withstand it. His complexion shifted from green to ashen, resembling a lawn trampled by an elephant. Then I shall take 500 men. This was Captain Greenskin's final demand. And oh way. Greenskin, you coward, Sentinel Hill can muster at most 150 Alliance troops. Do you not think the Death Mines and Moonbrook require fortified defenses? You may only take 200 with you. This is your sole opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty to Mr. Van Cleef. You should know the Alliance has been executing their insidious schemes right under your nose. Greenskin, why don't you just leave already? Are you glued to those crates? This exchange of harsh words culminated in Captain Greenskin departing Moonbrook with approximately 200 members of the Defias Brotherhood, vowing to flatten Sentinel Hill. Meanwhile, Sneed and Kilnig of the engineering faction led the remaining 300 in defending Moonbrook against a potential Alliance ambush, although the specifics of the discussions between the two sides remained unclear. The lurking Senna and Caecilius had already taken inventory of the Defias Brotherhood's forces. The developments proved Senna right once again. What shall we do next? Caecilius quietly inquired, as they lay concealed on a small hillside not far from Moonbrook, surrounded by low shrubs, forcing them to huddle closely within the foliage. I believe the core issue is our insufficient manpower. What do you think? It was rare for Senna to seek Caecilius's opinion. However, upon closer examination of his words, it felt less like a request for input and more like nonsense. Nonsense. Sentinel Hill currently boasts only about 100 men, and in Moonbrook, it is just the two of us. How do you expect us to contend with over 500 members of the Defias Brotherhood? Incorrect. Sentinel Hill may only have 100 men, yet if they can hold out for 3 to 4 hours, Yin Guo will be able to arrive with around 100 reinforcements, ensuring the safety of Sentinel Hill. You sent Yin Guo for help? Of course. Thus, the focal point of the current dilemma is no longer whether Sentinel Hill can withstand this retaliatory attack. The crucial matter is whether we can seize this opportunity to eliminate the Defias Brotherhood entirely. Did you not just mention using strategy to save Sentinel Hill? Why do you now wish to eradicate the Defias Brotherhood? I merely realized that my courage could expand a little more. Senna appeared somewhat bashful, leaving one uncertain whether he spoke the truth or spun a tale. Yet you just said that even if reinforcements arrive smoothly, our total forces would still only amount to around 200. How do we plan to eradicate 500 men? Hee. What if we recruit around 300 more allied troops? You are speaking in riddles again, Senna. What exactly do you desire? President, do not rush. As we have just observed, due to Van Cleef's capture, the latent discord within the Defias Brotherhood has been ignited. The faction heading towards Sentinel Hill and those remaining in Moonbrook are undoubtedly at odds with one another. So, I see, you intend to exploit the internal conflict within the Defias Brotherhood. But, how do we proceed? Caecilius felt he was beginning to grasp the concept. My plan is quite simple, that we merely need to satisfy 3 conditions. Senna continued to maintain an air of mystery. What are these 3 conditions? Caecilius inquired eagerly. I want to tell you. Hey. Anger flickered across Caecilius's face. At such a critical juncture, Senna was still indulging in banter. Just kidding. The first condition is betrayal. Sentinel Hill must not fall. Only then can both sides feel a sense of being betrayed. Given the current balance of offensive and defensive forces, this should be quite manageable. The second condition is timing. When Yin Guo arrives with reinforcements, the 200 or so members of the Defias Brotherhood will see no benefit and will surely retreat. That I will signal the Alliance troops to pursue, thus setting the stage for a decisive battle at this point in Moonbrook. The third condition is control. We are the key to this phase. What exactly we must do, I will inform you shortly. So, we are relying on betrayal, timing, and control to seize the Western Wilderness. Correct. Senna, tell me honestly, what did you do before you crossed over? Caecilius struggled to comprehend where Senna had gleaned such astute strategic insights. I was a paladin player, and I also served as the DKP recorder for the guild. Senna replied absently while observing the commotion in Moonbrook. I was asking about your real-world profession. Caecilius pressed. City, management, team, captain, Senna responded, enunciating each word deliberately. No need to elaborate further, I understand. Caecilius felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that Senna was not a member of the Horde. The Dark Lady once declared that knowledge is our strongest weapon in this war. Graham Van Talone, a junior engineering technician NPC in Undercity, had conspired to devise a strategy, and Senna and Caecilius continued to lie in wait among the grass near Moonbrook, biding their time. The scene shifts to the heart of the Western Wilderness. At this moment, Sentinel Hill was ablaze with light. The People's Army Sentinels had spotted the advancing Defias Brotherhood, and both sides swiftly arranged their formations, ready for a bloody clash. For Mr. Van Cleef, for the Brotherhood. Flatten Sentinel Hill, shouted a goblin from within the ranks of the Defias Brotherhood, his voice dripping with treachery, sounding rather comical. Down with the Alliance vampires. As the rabble heard Captain Greenskin's command to attack, they began their charge. Their weapons were a chaotic assortment. Daggers, sabers, short swords, bows, firearms, and more, creating a dizzying array. In truth, the Defias Brotherhood's rabble primarily consisted of rogues and brigands. They were once farmers tilling the land and herding livestock. Driven by desperation, they grew discontent with Stormwind's rule, leading them to join the Brotherhood to survive. This motley crew lacked formal military training and possessed only average combat skills, excelling primarily at petty theft and brigandry. Forcing them into large-scale combat was akin to driving ducks to water. Therefore, in the eyes of People's Army Captain Grindstormin, despite the enemy's numbers exceeding their own, Sentinel Hill could certainly weather this storm. Archers, follow my command. Fire! Captain Grindstormin, a former paladin, resolutely commanded the defense of the Sentinel Hill encampment. Arrows rained down, and 6 of the leading Defias rabble fell, howling in pain. Yet, more surged forth relentlessly, comrades of the People's Army. Set fire to both sides and behind the camp. The walls of flame will drive the Defias scoundrels toward the camp entrance. Grion's Stormin astutely recognized that if the Defias army attacked from all sides, he would not have sufficient forces to disperse and protect the encampment. Therefore, it was wiser to set fires on 3 sides of the camp, herding the enemy toward the entrance and utilizing the terrain and morale to decimate them. For the peace and prosperity of the western wilderness, follow me to the camp entrance and fight to the death. Captain Grion's Stormin drew his sword, pointing it to the sky. This display of authority instilled fear and respect in all present. Over 100 People's Army warriors rallied beside Grion's, prepared to fight for honor alongside him. Before them stood an enemy force that was twice their number. That is Grion's, the leader of the People's Army. Whoever can sever his head shall be rewarded with 500 gold coins. The green-skinned captain also caught sight of Grion, and the meeting of old foes ignited a fierce intensity. The onslaught from the Defias Brotherhood grew more ferocious. The bloodbath had commenced. Grion led the charge, his long sword cleaving through 2 Brotherhood thieves in swift succession. The other soldiers of the People's Army formed a protective circle around Grion, diligently guarding him while valiantly preventing the Brotherhood from breaching the camp. That 500 gold coins are as good as mine. A brigand lunged forward, brandishing his long knife. Clang! A soldier met him, their swords clashing and sending sparks flying from the contact of metal against metal. Oh dear, my hand is going numb. MC Shithead, lend me a hand. At that moment, another rogue named MC Shithead rushed in, a shifty expression marking him as one who often dabbled in misdeeds. Big bro. Hold him off. Hurry. This Alliance fellow is quite strong. Why so much chatter during a battle? Behold my sword. The People's Army soldier scoffed, seizing the opportunity to thrust his long sword at the brigand's vital points. That was close. Shithead, hurry and assist me. This sword will ensure your escape is impossible. The seasoned warrior swung his long sword again, causing the brigand to panic. You despicable little thief. The soldier failed to pierce with his sword as a cloud of gray powder struck his face. Rendering him blind, it was easy to surmise that this was the handiwork of that shithead. Such treacherous tactics had already proven effective against a hapless rogue player after the transition. I have one. He cackled. The brigand seized the moment to slash downwards, his blade finding its mark in the chest of the defenseless People's Army soldier, who fell with a cry of anguish. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the previously smug Defias brigand collapsed into a pool of blood, a delayed revenge from a distant marksman of the People's Army. The battle at the gate continued in a tug-of-war, with both sides suffering losses. Yet this was not the entirety of the defense at Sentinel Hill. Within the camp, 3 individuals remained still, engaged in hushed discussion. Luck has truly turned against us. After finally arriving at Sentinel Hill for our mission, we unexpectedly encountered the rampaging Defias Brotherhood. This a scripted event in the game. The Warlock Destruction Memory inquired. I recall it vividly. There is none. The Paladin, unprincipled, pondered. It appears that the narrative of this world post-transition is no longer confined by the game's programming. These matters can be discussed later. The crucial question is, what shall we do now? The priest, heartfelt, urged everyone to focus on the immediate peril. Although they are merely NPCs, they can still be considered allies of the Alliance. Unprincipled asserted, we must lend our aid. And how do you propose we assist? Destruction Memory questioned, skeptical of joining the fray at the camp's entrance. Capture the leader. We must first seize the king. Do you see that goblin? I believe he is the green-skinned captain from the game's dungeons that I often take my low-level characters to farm the dead mines. And he seems quite familiar. Unprincipled suggested. Very well. I find this plan to be more reliable. The 3 conferred in whispers, finalizing their strategy. Heartfelt cast a shield of divine word on each of them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the flames surrounding Sentinel Hill's camp. In the distance, 2 pairs of eyes intently observed the developments of the battle at Sentinel Hill. Although the details of the skirmish were obscured, the torches used for illumination indicated that the attackers were stalled at the camp's entrance, while the defenders' torches had only slightly diminished, complemented by the roaring flames around 3 sides of the camp. Senna had already surmised the situation at Sentinel Hill. Everything was under control. President, once we see a large number of torches moving towards Moonstream Town, it will signify that the first condition has been met. Then I will fire a signal flare. Yin will understand what to do, and the second condition will also be fulfilled. Senna slowly explained the current situation at Sentinel Hill to Caecilius, providing the anxious Caecilius with reassurance. Further away, a troop of around 80 cavalry, bearing a blue lion banner, observed the flames at Sentinel Hill. To the forefront rode a cavalry captain in a swirling mass of air. Ranger, the Defias Brotherhood has indeed come to exact revenge. We owe our gratitude for your timely report, or we would have suffered the loss of a crucial stronghold. Captain, judging by the current state of the torches at Sentinel Hill, the Defias Brotherhood has yet to achieve their offensive objectives. If we hasten, we can join forces with the People's Army to encircle and annihilate the enemy. This was the air mass speaking. All units, increase your speed. Let your steeds gallop forth. Children, the captain commanded the cavalry, prompting the formation to quicken their pace. How can there be alliance here? The green-skinned captain exclaimed upon seeing the 3 Alliance Rangers. However, he quickly realized he still had allies to utilize that Mr. Heavy Fist. Laxo, kill those 3 pests. In the rear of the Defias Brotherhood's position, Unprincipled and his 2 companions stealthily traversed the flames, intent on claiming the green-skinned captain's head to disrupt the enemy's assault. Yet they had previously overlooked the fact that 2 bodyguards accompanied the captain, indicating that the Capture the King plan would not proceed as smoothly as hoped. They were 2 small bosses skilled in heavy strikes and stunning attacks. I'll hold them off. You provide ranged support, spotting the familiar ogre Laxo and the Tauren Heavy Fist. Unprincipled charged forward. Laxo appeared rather slow and clumsy, while Heavy Fist was even more formidable than his in-game counterpart. Executing swift and powerful strikes, he was the priority target to restrain. Making this judgment, Unprincipled unleashed a judgment skill, the holy light igniting a burning sensation that turned into animosity, and the 2 clashed. I won't let you bear the brunt alone, Destruction Memory, worried about Unprincipled facing 2 foes, began reciting a string of incantations, causing a shimmering circle to appear on the ground. Ultimately, a blue figure materialized before them. That white fatty is mine, the warlock exclaimed excitedly. Hearing someone call him white fatty and witnessing the blue figure's mocking expression, the ogre Laxo roared in fury, abandoning the paladin to charge at the warlock's blue ally. As the 2 sides engaged in close combat, Unprincipled and his companions quickly realized they had underestimated the strength of the Defias Brotherhood. At least these 2 small bosses proved to be quite formidable. Minutes passed in the fray, with both sides sustaining injuries. Yet, Unprincipled bore the brunt of the wounds. His longsword struggled to penetrate the Tauren's tough hide, which vexed him greatly. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the blue figure, Destruction Memory launched an attack on Laxo. However, it was evident that his shadow bolts and curses inflicted insufficient damage. Laxo remained largely unscathed, save for some superficial shadow burns. Had it not been for Heartfelt's vigilance in maintaining the shield on the blue figure, the warlock's demonic pet would have been dispatched long ago. Unprincipled, this is proving difficult, that let's retreat towards the flames. Destruction Memory urged as he continued casting shadow bolts, advising Unprincipled not to overexert himself. At this point, survival took precedence over whether the enemy could hear their deliberations. That I can hold on a bit longer, Unprincipled replied, though in truth, his condition had become dire. Heavy Fist strikes were brutal, numbing his legs and slowing his movements significantly. In such a genuine combat scenario, any delay could lead to being caught off guard by the opponent. Although Heartfelt consistently healed his comrades with Holy Light, the battles post-transition were starkly different from the game. There was no concept of HP, but a wound was simply a wound. If one were unfortunate enough to sustain a fatal injury, even one inflicted by a novice wielding a twig, it could seal their fate. Regardless of their prowess, the Holy Light could only facilitate gradual healing, and Heartfelt had only recently grasped the nuances of battlefield healing. The effectiveness of her spells remained uncertain. Unprincipled. Don't force yourself. We should retreat. Seeing Unprincipled's perilous state and the blue figure's dwindling energy, Destruction Memory decisively ordered their withdrawal. Unprincipled, my Holy Light is running low as well. We will need it to enter the flames later. Even Heartfelt, usually quiet, issued a warning to do not let those 3 alliances escape. Kill them, and I shall reward you with gold and women. The green-skinned captain, lurking nearby, seized the opportunity as the three alliance players conferred about retreating, commanding his two subordinates to ensure their demise. Holy light, please protect my life and soul. Unprincipled cried out, but this was not an offensive maneuver. He activated invincibility, signifying his agreement with the judgment of the others. Preparing for their retreat, smack, the ogre Raxo unleashed his customary ferocious strike, causing the warlock's blue guardian to dissipate at last. Without the protection of the blue entity, the two ranged spellcasters found themselves in a perilous situation. Run, the unscrupulous one cried, retreating under the shield of holy light. But mere seconds later, his invincibility faded. Seeing the blue guardian defeated, the warlock and priest also began to flee for their lives. Raxo and Mr. Heavy Fist relentlessly pursued them, the distance between them shrinking with alarming speed. Moo! Mr. Heavy Fist, unwilling to let his prize escape, unleashed a war stomp that sent tremors through the ground beneath, causing the three alliance players to feel dizzy and unable to move. This was their last chance to use the spell shield. Unscrupulous one, awaken your memories of destruction and flee swiftly. Concentrating fiercely, he placed a shield upon both the paladin and the warlock, yet had no mana left to protect himself. Moo! The first to catch up, Mr. Heavy Fist, delivered a crushing blow directly to the unscrupulous one's shield. The rudimentary spell shield could not withstand such a tremendous impact, shattering entirely after only a brief resistance. Run, unscrupulous one! The warlock and priest, having witnessed this scene mere steps away, were filled with desperation. Mr. Heavy Fist's second attack was already in the works. The paladin, bereft of any protection, was in grave danger. Moo! As the long blade descended, the unscrupulous one felt his right hand severed, the immense pain forcing him to kneel and howl in agony. A sinister grin spread across Mr. Heavy Fist's face, for he intended to savor the torment of this paladin. The blade now aimed at the paladin's left hand. It was over. Unscrupulous one, we underestimated the danger, leading to your demise here. I am sorry, my brother. Bang! A powerful sound reverberated, akin to something being struck. The priest and warlock believed Mr. Heavy Fist was finally about to deliver the finishing blow, but upon closer inspection, they saw him standing still, his weapon unmoving. What was happening? Why had Mr. Heavy Fist ceased his movement? Why do you remain frozen? Your comrade is bleeding profusely. If you do not save him, he will perish. A strange voice resonated from behind Mr. Heavy Fist, sounding as though the air itself were speaking, yet devoid of hostility. Something was amiss. The warlock recognized that voice from somewhere. Listening intently, the voice faded, replaced by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. Who was it? Reinforcements. The banners of Stormwind appeared. Reinforcements had arrived. The soldiers of the People's Army, engaged in a fierce battle at the camp's gate, erupted in excited cheers upon seeing the cavalry, their morale soaring. The Defias Brotherhood, spotting the approaching force of over 100, immediately fell into disarray. Their assault on Sentinel Hill had failed to yield success, and now they were confronted by a troop of cavalry, their numerical advantage vanishing. After fighting tirelessly, they had not found a single hair of Van Cleef. And even the dimmest of Defia's lackeys began to doubt they had been duped by the engineering faction's two goblins. Was there any reason to continue this battle? Retreat, brothers, we have been played by the Alliance. Let us return to Moonbrook. The cunning green-skinned captain loathed those engineering goblins at this moment. Not only had he been coerced into attacking Sentinel Hill, but now he was surrounded by the Alliance's reinforcements. They would flee and seek another opportunity to rise again. The commander ordered a retreat, and those lackeys, who had only wished to earn a meager meal, immediately took off, running faster than anyone else. The People's Army and the arriving cavalry coordinated their efforts to cleanse the battlefield, and soon, no trace of the Defias Brotherhood remained at Sentinel Hill. Only hundreds of torches could be seen retreating towards Moonbrook. Nearby Moonbrook, 3 signal flares, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 red, ascended in succession. All of this was observed by Yen Gua. Captain, please instruct the Alliance to maintain their distance while pursuing the Defias Brotherhood. Chase them without engaging. My comrades have their own methods of dealing with them. Understood. The cavalry captain, having successfully saved Sentinel Hill, had earned great merit, and now fully trusted Yinguo's words. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he could not help but ask Yinguo quietly. I noticed the signal flares were launched near Moonbrook, which is a stronghold of the Defias Brotherhood. You have several hundred comrades lying in ambush there? Yes, there are 2 of them lying in wait, Yinguo replied, gazing towards Moonbrook with a calm demeanor. Place Clarissa's pendant on the grave of Uref in Silverpine Forest. The death, said Caecilius, observing the 3 signal flares being discharged. Senna stood up, an unusual excitement gracing his features as he proclaimed, President, the first 2 conditions have been met. Now, we must fulfill the 3rd condition. What could the 3rd condition possibly be? Caecilius, having witnessed the entire course of the battle, could not help but admire Senna's cunning. May I borrow your longsword? Here you go. Without hesitation, Caecilius handed over the sword to Senna. What do you see behind you? Senna suddenly exclaimed after taking the sword. What is behind me? Acting on instinct, Caecilius turned to see what lay behind him. Bang! The longsword struck the back of Caecilius's head. He barely registered the pain before slipping into a semi-conscious state. President, the 3rd condition is a gamble on whether our lives are resilient enough. Senna muttered to himself as he inflicted several wounds upon himself with the longsword, genuine blood flowing forth. Yet as he did so, an unusual sense of triumph adorned Senna's face. The final move of this game was to use ourselves as pawns. President, I hope you can act well. Observing the distant torches returning and the even more distant torches in hot pursuit, the engineering goblins Sneed and Kilnig revealed smug expressions. Just as they desired, the Greenskin captain had suffered a significant setback at Sentinel Hill, and the military faction had lost face. It was now time for the engineering faction to rise. Power, wealth, was this not the best opportunity for dreams to come to fruition? This Greenskin coward cannot even conquer Sentinel Hill, yet he dares to claim he will rescue Mr. Van Cleef. Boss, I see nearly 200 torches pursuing them. Could it be that this green-skinned fool has provoked the people of Stormwind? A small lackey dressed as a servant asked in a panic. I see it. No worries, the death mines are our territory. As long as we secure the gates and follow our planned defense strategy, that 100 or so from Stormwind are insignificant. By the way, have the scouts returned from investigating those 3 signal flares? They have returned with significant findings. We were about to inform you to take a look. Let us go see this at once, and make sure all brothers are ready in the mine. We will first drive away the annoying alliance, and then we will publicly judge the greenskins' transgressions. At the entrance of the death mines, a battered man sat on the ground. Someone handed him a jug of water, which he drank without even glancing at. Beside him lay a warrior-like figure, now tightly bound. The sentinels discovered these 2. What is their background? Sneed, the lumberjack foreman, inquired with great curiosity upon seeing the listless man. Report, big brother, save me. The man drinking water immediately knelt at Sneed's feet, pleading desperately. What in the world is going on? Speak clearly. Sneed, not particularly tall for a goblin, shared a subconscious fondness for towering figures kneeling before him. The sight of this man begging before him gave him a sense of genuine authority. The green-skinned captain. He has revolted, big brother. He surrendered to Stormwind. The capture of Mr. Van Cleef was all part of their sinister plot. This man is a spy for Stormwind, and those 3 signal flares were sent by him. The man trembled as he spoke, as if he had suffered a grave blow. How do you know all this? Who exactly are you? I was just a lowly soldier following the green-skinned captain to attack Sentinel Hill. But upon reaching Sentinel Hill, I discovered that the green-skinned captain was merely putting on a show. No real battle had occurred. He had long colluded with the Alliance, and even forced us to pledge allegiance to him, that I refused to betray the Brotherhood, and seize an opportunity to escape. Nearly dying along the way, big brother, what? Sneed's jaw nearly dropped. The green-skinned captain harbored such conspiracy? However, the identity of this soldier was suspicious, and the information he provided was indeed hard to believe. While the green-skinned captain was an adversary vying for power, the notion of him surrendering to Stormwind was genuinely unexpected. I'm afraid we need to conduct a thorough interrogation. Did he really claim he had defected? Why? He said it right in front of us. He mentioned that after betraying Mr. Van Cleef, Stormwind promised to make him the Duchess of the Western Wilds, and he even said that if he captured the dead mines tonight, he would be granted nobility. That green-skinned scoundrel. This was the exclamation of Kilnig, another leader of the engineering faction, who had rushed over upon hearing of this significant discovery. Brothers, here's how it unfolded. After I escaped, I encountered this alliance spy signaling with flares, which was their agreed-upon signal for attack. The Greenskins intend to feign retreat and collaborate with the alliance to assault the dead mines. Seizing the opportunity while the spy was distracted, I took his longsword, knocked him unconscious, and brought him back for your judgment. First, awaken this spy and interrogate him. The goblin leader ordered 2 of his subordinates to pour a bucket of water over Caecilius's head, jolting him back to consciousness. Where am I? Caecilius, upon regaining his senses, first saw Senna. He was about to erupt in anger, questioning Senna about why he had struck him down, but then he noticed the 2 goblins and a dozen or so riffraff from the Defias Brotherhood. A sudden realization struck him. Perhaps Senna was up to some scheme again. But what scheme could it be? You filthy scoundrel from Stormwind, speak quickly. What were you doing outside Moonbrook? The goblin, seeing that Caecilius had awakened, immediately pressed him for answers. It appeared that Caecilius was at a loss as to how he ended up in the hands of the Defias Brotherhood. Observing his surroundings, it seemed he was indeed in the dead mines. There was no escape, especially since his hands and feet were bound. You short little wretch, do you think binding me is something to be proud of? Come on, do you dare face me one-on-one? A resounding slap struck Caecilius's face. Goblins despised having their shortcomings pointed out so directly. Were those flares set off by you? Speak up. What message were you trying to convey? Caecilius was momentarily stunned. Why were the goblins suddenly questioning him about the flares? Should he tell the truth or concoct a lie? If it were a lie, what should he say? That Senna was truly insufferable, not even giving him a heads up beforehand. My brother demands honesty from you. You wretch ought to confess. It was Senna who interjected, feeling justified for having struggled to seize the sword and knock him unconscious. Well, those 3 flares were meant to signal the Alliance troops to pursue without engaging in battle. You scoundrel! Tell me, has that greenskin truly allied with you? The goblin grew anxious. If the greenskin had indeed surrendered to Stormwind, allowing him it would be perilously dangerous. Yes, Caecilius, though not as clever as Senna, nonetheless managed to utter words that could incite discord among their enemies. Upon hearing this, Senna felt a wave of relief. It seemed Caecilius's acting skills were adequate for the task. You wretched alliance. Someone, cut him down. The leader of the engineering faction had some lingering doubts about the greenskin captain's betrayal, but the alliance spy before them was deemed to have lost any value for interrogation. It was better to kill him and feed him to the dogs. Wait, brothers, when I was at Sentinel Hill, I heard the greenskin mention this SPY. It seems he is a relative of some noble in Stormwind. I dare suggest we don't kill him just yet. He could be worth a ransom. The mention of ransom instantly piqued the interest of the 2 goblin leaders. If this spy truly had connections, it would be advantageous to keep him alive for a few days. Subtly, Senna's insinuation of the Greenskins' betrayal had begun to take root in the engineering faction's minds. Given the urgency of the situation, they chose to trust in the possibility. Under normal circumstances, Senna and Caecilius would have likely exposed their true identities through numerous details. This was the true significance of Senna's earlier statement regarding the final condition card. With the cell established, both sides believed they had been betrayed by the other, their anger simmering. The point was set. Moonbrook and the Dead Mines would become the battleground for their escalating conflict. The card had also succeeded. The engineering faction had long-standing friction with the military faction, and Senna had skillfully secured the engineering faction's trust at this critical moment. The Western Wilds were now firmly within Senna's grasp. By the way, the news of the Greenskins' potential betrayal should be communicated to all the brothers. Once our own enter the mine and shut the door, I shall observe how he collaborates with the Alliance. Ah, brother, I have a plan that I wonder if I should share it. No worries. Speak up. The goblin leader felt a certain fondness for this little lackey willing to kneel before him. After all, he had timely reported the Greenskins' betrayal. Perhaps he could be groomed into a trusted aide in the future. Senna, posing as a deserter, whispered into the goblin's ear for a moment, and the goblin's expression turned satisfied before he strutted away proudly. Captain Greenskin's torch drew nearer, and after over an hour of frantic running, he finally returned to Moonbrook with his troops. Glancing back, he saw the Alliance's 200 torches lurking half a kilometer away. Poised to pounce at any moment, a cold sweat broke out on Green Skin, and he hastily ordered his army to retreat into the mine. "Open the door! I'm the guard captain. We fell into the Alliance's trap, and were surrounded at Sentinel Hill. Let us in quickly." At the mine's entrance, Green Skin, disregarding his status, nearly pleaded with those inside to open the door. "Brother, please wait. The door is stuck. We're trying to open it." Upon hearing this, Green Skin's anger flared. What nonsense was this? Were the engineering faction deliberately trying to undermine him, watching as he was besieged by the Alliance? However, with over 100 of Fia's brothers present, they dared not refuse entry without facing open betrayal. The so-called stuck door took a full 10 minutes to open, and curiously, during this time, the pursuing Alliance forces remained obediently half a kilometer away, not seizing the opportunity to attack. Green Skin couldn't fathom why. But those inside had figured it out. They clearly saw that during those 10 minutes, the Alliance troops seemed to have an arrangement with Green Skin, waiting for the right moment. Everything was as Senna had predicted. The Greenskin's betrayal was a foregone conclusion. You Greenskin, not only have you betrayed Van Cleef, but you also wish to use our engineering faction as a stepping stone. Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson. The door swung open, and Green Skin, without a moment's thought, led over 100 fleeing soldiers inside, only to have the door swiftly shut behind them. Soon after, sounds of a fierce struggle erupted from within. The scale of the conflict must have been considerable, as even those half a kilometer away could hear it. "Ranger, we followed your orders to pursue without engaging. The enemy has now retreated into the dead mines, and the door is locked. What should we do next?" The cavalry captain tightened the reins of his steed, uncertain of their next move. "When the door opens again, we charge in. There are a warrior and a paladin inside who are my companions. Be careful not to harm them." Approximately 10 minutes later, the door was suddenly opened by an unknown assailant. The Alliance pursuers beheld a scene of carnage within. The ground was littered with corpses. A chaotic aftermath of battle. Several members of the Defias Brotherhood were still engaged in combat with one another. It was a thorough internal conflict. What are you waiting for? A true man achieves glory and fortune. When else will you seize the opportunity? Charge in and capture the Defias Brotherhood in one sweep. A horse, leading the charge, galloped forth, its rider absent, leaving only a gust of air behind. The Alliance soldiers exchanged knowing smiles and unhesitatingly followed the horse into the mine, where two dusty men awaited them at the entrance, brandishing a blue lion flag, as if they had anticipated this entire sequence of events. Deliver the Queen-S necklace to Sylvanas Windrunner in the royal quarter of Undercity. Journey to Undercity, a quest for the Horde in World of Warcraft, hoping that after disconnecting from the server, you may still find your paradise. President, is that all you want to write? Yes, just this sentence. I gripped the carving knife tightly in my hand, staring blankly at the gravestone standing in the soil. The gentle breeze swayed the colorful flowers surrounding the cemetery, whispering tales of the glory once held by the living. Would Akissa and the numerous players from the Bright Summit Guild, we lay your ashes to rest here. May you find a new paradise beyond Azeroth. Oh, that little druid named Jo Daba was weeping sorrowfully by the graveside. He was the sole survivor of the Bright Summit Guild, having returned to Silvermoon City only to face the disdain of other players. Today, the departed can finally find peace. Jo de Bayos expressed his desire to eternally guard the graves of his comrades here, to which I conveyed my understanding that I gifted him some silver coins to acquire farming tools, allowing Jo de Bayos to sustain himself and settle down in this place, LOLSI. The Strawberry, accompanied by the paladins of the Blood Knights, began to recite ancient blessings. Though the meanings were lost on us, the solemn and serene prayers seemed to possess a magical quality, easing our heavy hearts just a little. Indeed, we cannot perpetually wear such sorrowful expressions. Death is irreversible, and we must muster the strength to move forward. Gaudakian, rally yourself, you rascal. The president, Bao Dai, and Linglong Xiao have awakened. Let us hasten to check on them. Upon hearing that the two injured ladies had regained consciousness, I hurriedly made my way to their resting tent. Upon lifting the tent flap, I saw both ladies nestled in their blankets. Although their faces were still quite pale, a hint of color was beginning to return. There exists a unique beauty in a woman when she is unwell, which is why the delicate Shishur is so cherished despite her congenital heart condition. Seeing my entrance, Yubabi parted her lips and softly said to me, "Galvdakian, you did remarkably well." Oh, it was nothing. I had it I was merely improvising, taking advantage of the bear druid's physical prowess. That is not what I meant, you fool. I was referring to your assistance to Joe de Beos. And don't call me Baodai. It feels rather peculiar. Understood? May I inquire, Baodai? Oh no, I am no one's baby. Linglong Xiao Xiao and I are hungry. Bring us food at once. Yes, yes. What would you two like to eat? Anything but your cooking will suffice. Baodai is quite right. Linglong Xiao Xiao chimed in, teasing me while deliberately sticking out her tongue that, oh dear, could it be that the ladies have just awakened and are already mocking my culinary skills? In my heyday, it was my exceptional cooking that won the hearts of countless friends within the dungeons. Mage, you may leave once you've finished setting the table. Mage, you may depart after preparing the fish banquet. Mage, a little food and drink, please. Mage, open a portal to Orgrimmar. You scoundrel! Why do these memories evoke such an exasperating feeling? Returning to the matter at hand, I instructed a few skilled ladies within the guild to prepare a grand feast for delivery. Yubabi and Linglong Xiao Xiao appear to be enjoying their meal, with the sounds of giggles and playful banter echoing from within the 10.2 recovering beauties, along with several other equally charming ladies. Engaged in a pillow fight within the soft confines of the tent, merely imagining the scene was enough to stir my excitement. Galvdakian, you lecher, do not dare to peek at us while we eat. Galvdakian, I caught you stealing glances again. This is the third time. Galvdakian, when I rise, I shall twist your ears. My word, such fierceness! I must retreat that it was merely a few instances of catching a glimpse of the ladies in their alluring moments. What does that have to do with my ears? According to our discussions with the Blood Knights, the player's cemetery is situated in a beautiful and tranquil wooded area near the Singing Grove village. This serene locale appears to be a blessed resting place. Given the significance of interring the remains, coupled with the inconvenience of carrying many spoils directly into town, we chose to set up camp here. That evening, after receiving treatment, Yubabi and Linglong Xiao Xiao were able to walk again that we gathered around a warm bonfire, forming a circle of 25 people, and began deliberating our next course of action. The most pressing matters at hand were the distribution of spoils and the future development of the guild. Hey, Galvdakian, what lewd thoughts are you pondering now? Disgusting. Oh, please do not tug at my ears. Lady Yubabi, I am listening. Alas, Yubabi is growing ever more astute. I merely drifted away momentarily, reminiscing about the tense springtime atmosphere. And she caught me that it seems I must pay closer attention to the directives of our leader. Regarding the spoils, as previously agreed, we shall share equally with the Blood Knights, who will select first. This is not a loss for us. Without the Blood Knights' assistance, we could never have completed the Daesom battle. We must maintain a long-term perspective. Baodai shall have the final say. No problem. 1. You scoundrel, I am being completely disregarded as the guild leader. And what does that one mean? Sensing the collective agreement, Yubabi's demeanor relaxed slightly, and she continued. During the day, the Blood Knights have already made their selections. Thus, the remaining contents of these 2 chests belong to us, including items and equipment obtained from Daesom, as well as rewards bestowed upon us by NPCs upon completion of tasks. With that, Yubabi gestured for those nearby to open the chests. Indeed, they were filled with an array of equipment and items. Though the Blood Knights had taken their share, our remaining treasures could still be described as plentiful. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the bounty, eager to learn how it would be allocated. Then let us roll for it based on our luck. Yubabi triumphantly produced a handful of dice from behind her back. I asked, can we all need it? I don't want to be left with only a 700 GS. Sob, sob, sob. Sun Xiaoqian. Dig a hole quickly and bury the guild leader while it's hot. Yubabi called upon the guild's most muscular Tauren warrior to handle my fate. I was wronged. I shall roll that I shall roll. Although we adopted the game's method of rolling for items, it was agreed that for the efficiency of the guild's development, certain equipment would be allocated by Yubabi and me, though it was still Yubabi who called the shots. I was ignored once more. This arrangement aimed to maximize our equipment gains. The finer details need not be elaborated. After a series of rolling and tearful pleas, I received a pair of gloves, a pair of shoes, and, in addition, a bottle of life potion at By the way, I suddenly recalled a question and asked Yubabi, many items in the game are bound to the player or to loot. Do we face this issue here? I inquired with a seasoned NPC long ago. In the real world of Azeroth, most equipment is not bound and can be traded or used by anyone. As for items that do bind, they are typically exceptional and rare, imbued with special magic that recognizes their owner. Those who wear them without being the designated owner will gain no benefits. To draw a parallel with the game, only purple-level equipment binds. Everything else does not. IC. Speaking of which, I wonder how long it will be until we encounter any purple gear. With an influx of new equipment, excitement filled the air as everyone stood to test their newfound attributes. I donned the cloth shoes and gloves and sought a secluded spot to feel the enhancement effects of the gear. After a moment, a warm sensation coursed from my feet. It appeared that these shoes shared the same attribute as my previous mana regeneration gloves, yet their regenerative effect seemed superior. I could distinctly sense a stronger flow of warmth. As for the gloves, upon wearing them, I felt no immediate effect, so I cast a few arcane missiles to test that. It seemed they might slightly enhance damage. Could they be gloves that increase spell power? Yet it could also be an increase in intelligence. However, intelligence, being such an elusive concept, should not realistically be enhanced by equipment post-transmigration. After casting several more arcane missiles, I concluded that they indeed were gloves that increase spell damage. This realization dawned upon me during the mana control process, as I felt a modest increase in the mana I was able to gather while wearing the gloves. Consequently, the damage of my arcane missiles had also seen a slight uptick. Although the enhancement was minimal, it was better than nothing. In summary, I now possessed 4 decent pieces of early equipment. The Anthron Enchanted Apprentice Robe, which accelerated mana regeneration, a realization I came to only after the Daysum battle. The Apprentice Staff for close-quarter self-defense, gloves that enhance spell damage, and shoes that boost mana recovery. And there was that Vortex Pendant I had smashed out of frustration. Regrettably, it was indeed broken and could only serve as a makeshift ornament. As for the ring rewarded to me by Aunt Erin, I have yet to ascertain its purpose, as I feel no discernible enhancement from it. Is it truly possible for a quest reward to be a dud? Quite perplexing. After experiencing the attributes of the equipment, we gradually returned to the bonfire, where Yubabi wished to discuss the guild's next steps. That I proposed dividing the guild into 2 teams based on our members' proficiency with skills and combat capabilities. This is not discrimination, but rather a means to expedite the guild's growth. In this manner, those of lesser strength may undertake quests in lower-level areas to seek rewards and growth. Conversely, the more formidable individuals can venture prematurely into perilous regions to seize tasks that offer richer rewards. After a moment of contemplation regarding Yu Baobao's proposal, expressions of agreement gradually surfaced among the group. It is undeniable that disparities in strength currently exist within the guild, should everyone rush to engage in high-risk tasks. There is a significant possibility of dire consequences. However, if an elite team is designated for such endeavors, the safety factor would be considerably enhanced. Moreover, the rewards and spoils acquired by them could also benefit the less powerful members, accelerating their equipment upgrades. Yet could it be, am I to be assigned to that legendary bloodthirsty reserve team? How grand, sister, need I even say it? I am the captain of the bloodthirsty team too, am I not? Truly, a teachable child. Once equipment distribution is complete, and the first and second teams are organized, we shall prepare to return to Silver Moon City after resting for a night in the cemetery. The Blood Knights, who set out ahead of us, must have already relayed the news of our victory in the Battle of Daysum to the others. How infuriating! I am about to become a renowned figure in the tribe, the kind that will draw crowds of thousands wherever I appear. No, I must first find a goblin to procure some sunglasses. Additionally, I need to practice my signature. Surely many will come seeking it. Someone, please help me write number tags from 1 to 2,000. Those desiring autographs must queue up accordingly. Azeroth, Gaudakian and his companions have arrived. Warriors, the king's decree has been read. You may rise. That I extend my heartfelt gratitude to His Majesty the King for his trust and kindness. For the Alliance, I shall dedicate my last drop of blood. The emissary from Stormwind smiled and nodded approvingly at the young man before handing him the appointment document, and the two exchanged farewells with a handshake. The young man, feeling a mix of apprehension and reverence, escorted the emissary out of the camp before returning to converse with his companions. "President, how do you feel?" "Huh." The first to approach with a smile was none other than the paladin. "Sena.it feels like a dream." "Sena, Yingguo, thank you both." Caecilius sincerely expressed his gratitude to his two companions. "President, no need for thanks. This is all for the guild," came the reply from the air beside Caecilius. "By the way, how is the injured Wuliang doing?" Caecilius inquired with concern, recalling his wounded companion. "He survived, but his right hand cannot be saved." Sena reported the grim news with a heavy heart. "We cannot abandon him. He is a glorious paladin and now a member of our Golden Rose Guild." Caecilius contemplated for a moment before saying, "Let Wuliang focus on healing. We shall discuss subsequent matters later. Although he has lost a hand, it should not hinder him from achieving greater glory." "Thank you, President." The words came from the warlock who had quarreled with Caecilius at Sentinel Hill, and the priest who held affection for him. "We ought to thank you. With the three of you joining, the Golden Rose Guild will develop even more rapidly than before." "Huh? President, why do you keep referring to the Golden Rose?" Sena's smile was enigmatic, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. "My mistake." Apologies, I forgot that our guild is no longer called the Golden Rose. No worries, I often misspeak as well. It has not been long since the name changed. The air chimed in again. "Sena, do you think that by changing the game's narrative, there might be unforeseen consequences?" Whenever Caecilius encountered a dilemma, he habitually sought Sena's opinion, a practice that had become routine since their victory in the Western Wilderness War. "No. Open-ended narratives possess countless possibilities. Azeroth is merely an objective stage. How it unfolds depends on us, that we have simply replaced the preordained NPC commanders within the game, becoming the leaders of this troop. We will perform better than they ever could." Sena's resolute response alleviated some of Caecilius's inner turmoil. "Commander, several rangers have come to seek an audience. They wish to meet you." An announcement came from the guard at the entrance. "Let them in." It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, Caecilius's voice had begun to carry an air of authority. Before long, for distinct figures appeared in the tent, presumably the rangers the guard had mentioned. "I am Lulang, a night elf druid. I am Lingdu Jimaw, a human mage. I am Yue Ying, a night elf hunter. I am Puke Wong, a Drini shaman. We greatly admire your guild's strength and have traveled all the way from Stormwind. Please allow us to join the Moonstream expedition." The four players spoke in unison. As the commander of the newly established Moonstream expedition in Stormwind, Caecilius waved his hand and replied with enthusiasm, "No problem. Welcome to Azeroth. The Dark Queen watches over us. In District 2 of Draenor, the Darkwing Seraphs mount Macro. Love is not something you can simply wish for when you desire it. Oh dear, don't pull. I won't sing anymore, all right? Truly, Yu Baobao's authority over me is growing by the day. Not only does she forbid me from reading classic literature, but she also prohibits me from singing revolutionary songs. This life is becoming untenable. Let us get back to business. Gout Dakian, do you truly have no objections regarding the division of teams?" As we walk side by side back to Silver Moon City, Yu Baobao could not help but ask me, "What objections could I possibly have? It simply means I am to lead the bloodthirsty team too, and I accept that, as long as you understand the burden I bear. After we return to Silver Moon City, we shall rest for a few days before commencing the next phase of our tasks. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what is the state of the world now? When will our tasks reach a conclusion? I suddenly wish to know the current progression of the plot, and who better to inquire than you, Baobao? The system prompt stated long ago. Just understand that Outland and Northrend have opened simultaneously. Is that all? It sounds simple enough. Simple, you say? Given your comprehension abilities and the current complexity of the plot. Never mind why you Baobao sighed, unsure whether to lament my lack of understanding or the intricacy of the narrative. With you as our strategist, whatever you say shall be law. Fool. In any case, remember this. Survival is the utmost priority, and to survive, one must continuously grow stronger. For now, let us focus on completing tasks and leveling up in Azeroth. Do not dwell on distant matters. It is futile that a hint of worry crossed Yu Baobao's face. What burdensome thoughts occupied her mind? Thus, we continued our conversation as we walked, and within half a day, we returned to the gates of Silver Moon City. Although there was no grand ceremony with festive decorations to welcome our return, the absence of anyone to greet us was disheartening. Why is there not a single soul to welcome us? The latest autobiography of Gao Dakian from the Horn of Love Publishing House. My success can be yours. Only 1 gold coin per copy. Hurry and buy. Supplies are limited. A must-have for undertaking tasks. A blood elf was calling out at the entrance, selling some book. Why does the author's name sound so familiar? Excuse me. Time is money. Dear friend, I am Horn of Love, and this is the autobiographical novel chronicling one top guild leader, Gao Dakian's reflections on the Battle of Daisom. It is flying off the shelves in Silvermoon City. Would you like a copy? I don't recall. I was about to say I do not remember writing an autobiography, but was interrupted by the blood elf. If you aren't buying, please step aside. What the heck, brother? You're selling my autobiography. How can you ask me to step aside? Also, I don't recall authorizing you to use my name, right? Never mind. I can't be bothered to argue with this goblin. I'll head into the city first to see what's going on. What's happening? The Royal Trade District seems to have lost nearly half its populace. Where are the other players from the Horde? The scene before me was hard to believe. The bustling Royal Trade District was now filled only with NPCs and a handful of players. Where could so many have gone? Hey, you there. I approached a forsaken player, intending to inquire about the situation. Spit it out. Where have all the players gone? They've all gone out to complete quests and level up? What? You didn't know? Well, I just returned from Sunstrider Isle, and I didn't expect such a drastic change in just 2 days. What on earth happened? Do you know about the One Top Guild? I nodded slightly, striving to suppress the tumult of excitement within me. Upon hearing that the seemingly inept One Top Guild had successfully completed the task in the Battle of Dalaran, and learning from the Blood Knights about their process, everyone's courage swelled, prompting them to rush out of the city to seize quests. I see now. I understand. Wait a moment. Are we being called inept? How absurd. Shouldn't this be the moment when the ladies rush forth, clamoring for kisses? To my surprise, the reality was that we remained deeply scorned by other players. Their actions outpaced our expectations. Upon returning to the Rangeress Council, we convened once more, with Fish Baby analyzing the current situation. I had just inquired around, and it seemed other players from the Horde had dispersed to undertake quests upon hearing our victorious news. Oh, everyone responded, unsure how to react. I heard that some players had departed Silvermoon City for Kalimdor, heading to Thunderbluff and Orgrimmar to complete quests, while others ventured into the Eternal Song Forest and Shadowlands. What about us? I asked Fish Baby. I resolved to take a group to Silverpine Forest to tackle higher-level quests to high level. You shall remain in the Shadowlands with the second group to finish the remaining tasks. When your strength is sufficient, reunite with us. We'll set off after 2 days of rest in Silvermoon City. What constitutes sufficient strength, I wonder? I intended to interject, but the dull ache in my ear made me refrain from asking. Next came the division of groups. Everything proceeded according to Fish Baby's arrangements. The Bloodthirsty Second Squad consisted of 5 members. Myself, the Healing Druid More Milk, the Orc Warlock Nightcaller, the Tauren Warrior Sun Xiaoqi, and the Undead Rogue Elegant Blade. It seemed a decent configuration of tank, healer, and DPS for a 5-person team. Bloodthirsty Second Squad, let us give it our all. After the Battle of Dalaran, in addition to a plethora of equipment and items, we also amassed a considerable amount of gold. Upon tallying, we surprisingly found over 60 gold coins. Fish Baby allocated each person 1 gold and 50 silver, with the remainder deposited into the guild bank for future needs. As for the distributed funds, each person could manage them as they pleased. As for my plans, naturally, I intended to invest in learning the trade skills. After the meeting, I promptly headed to the trainer. Excuse me, is this the Samu engineering training course? At last, I could become an engineering mage like V. Tremble before my grenades. Good heavens, you're quite tall, a petite goblin exclaimed, bouncing towards me. Were the requirements for enrollment? I pondered that logically, learning trade skills after crossing over should only require payment. It's quite simple. Just pay a tuition fee of 50 silver coins and pass the entrance examination. What? An entrance examination? Well, let us see what it entails. Please calculate the area of the following polygon. Please recite the proportion of gunpowder ingredients. Which of the following is the most mainstream engineering school? Goblin Engineering. B. Goblin engineering. C. Goblin engineering. What if I fail the entrance exam? If you can't answer, you cannot enroll. We must ensure the quality of our engineers. It's a regulation from the trade prince, dear friend. The goblin looked at me with a sympathetic expression. How infuriating. I was rejected at the very threshold of becoming a great engineering mage. The starting point. How cruelly it denied me. Woe is me. Never mind, I shall pursue other skills that I heard that enchanters are in high demand. I decided to give it a try. Please attempt to imbue magic into this copper rod. Well, I was rejected and had to pay for a ruined copper rod. Surely tailoring would work? Please use magic to guide this thread through the needle SI. Okay, tailoring was also a no-go. Mining? I could become a coal magnate. Haha. Those learning mining must first sign this agreement to waive compensation for mine collapse and agree to unconditional overtime. So they want me to work in a black coal mine? Absolutely not. Esteemed Ranger, your handwriting is too poor. I fear you are unsuitable for learning inscription. Anyone who dares criticize my handwriting, may you be afflicted with bad luck for 1,000 years. NPC. Alchemy and herbalism were outright ignored. Ancelorn had already cast too many shadows over my tender spirit. Blacksmithing, skinning, and leatherworking were also disregarded. How could someone as refined as I be engaged in such coarse professions? Does this mean only jewelry crafting remains? Excuse me, I wish to learn jewelry processing. What are the requirements? With a heavy heart, I finally mustered the courage to ask the trainer. Money is all you need. My dear friend, at last I found a skill I could learn without an exam. How delightful. Miss, how much is the enrollment fee? 1 gold coin. Ranger, with just 1 gold coin, I can teach you to create sparkling items. That is too expensive. No wonder the jewelry crafting skill doesn't require an exam. The enrollment fee alone deters many. Additionally, the cost of materials make it a challenge for the average person to pursue. However, this was the only option left for me. I had to learn it. And besides, it seemed the ladies adored shiny things. Miss, is this diamond yours? Haha, I can no longer contain my fantasies. All right, I shall learn jewelry. After paying the tuition, the trainer handed me a book, instructing me to study and practice at home. Jewelry Processing Beginner's Manual. Are you sure you didn't give me the wrong book? What a scam. Had I known I would spend 1 gold coin on a children's book, I might as well have sought a goblin from a venture capital firm to buy a pirated version. Yet, the money was already spent. Regret was now futile that on the way back, I found a long bench to sit on and slowly studied the contents of the book, although the title was quite disheartening. Upon closer inspection, the content was fairly detailed, covering everything from copper wire to various methods for crafting basic rings and necklaces that I recalled the skill chart in the game. And the skills recorded in this book seemed akin to those that were previously available at the expert level. Tonight, I would give a try at the inn. Oh, I almost forgot to buy jewelry crafting tools. I also needed to find a goblin to purchase some copper, or just as I was preparing to return and gather the tools. Someone suddenly tapped my shoulder from behind. Turning around, I found it was Strawberry. How infuriating. You were hiding here reading the classics. I searched high and low for you. Strawberry, what do you want? Strong Dong wishes to see you. Close the door. Release the hounds. Tamer Loxy, boss of the Scarlet Monastery, A.S. the administrative center of Silver Moon City. The Sunstrider Spire is nestled in the deepest part of the city, serving as both the office and harem of Strong Dong. Under Strawberry's guidance, we smoothly passed through the guard's inspections and directly entered the Sunstrider Spire. Once inside, I realized that the true Sunstrider Spire was far grander than the simplified version in the game. Apart from the well-known Sunwell and the teleportation orbs, there were numerous doors leading to other corners of the tower. Unlike in the game, the place where Strong Dong would meet us was a hidden room accessed by a staircase through a door opposite the teleportation orb. I imagine the Sunwell area was bustling with people. It was indeed inappropriate for Strong Dong to conduct business there. Here are my wild fantasies. Good morning, Strong Dong. An undead player passed by. Strong Dong, I heard oil prices have risen again. A Tauren player strolled past. Strong Dong, do you accept cards? My GS is higher, so I can card ahead. An orc player called out. Strong Dong, why were you hugging Ranger General Haldoran? Oh, why are you blushing? Strong Dong, tearful. Curse you, glass shards. Do I not deserve privacy? As the leader of the Horde, the most publicly exposed yet least recognized figure, where is the justice in this world? Fantasy aside, back to the matter at hand. Hey, Strawberry, I'm dressed so shabbily. Is it appropriate to meet Strong Dong? As we neared Strong Dong's office, I felt increasingly anxious. It's fine. Strong Dong should be dressed even more shabbily than you. By the way, quickly introduce me. Who exactly is Strong Dong? When Sylvanas was still the Ranger General of Silvermoon City, Strong Dong was her lieutenant at IC. But for Strong Dong to become the regent, he must have some accomplishments, right? What has he done? Shoo, come closer that I'll tell you quietly. Strong Dong's greatest achievement was successfully protecting himself when Arthas attacked Silvermoon City and transformed Sylvanas into a banshee. To speak candidly, if I were Sylvanas, I would truly wish to drag Kale that's out of Silvermoon and obliterate him. Ahem, ahem. Strawberry softly coughed twice, reminding me that I was about to meet Kale. I hurriedly pretended to be quite serious while standing behind Strawberry. Once she saw that I was ready, she knocked twice on the door. Two blood elf guards opened a crack in the door, exchanged hushed words upon seeing Strawberry, and then allowed us to enter Kale that's his conference room. This was a magnificent hall adorned with sky blue sapphires and oceanic jade, with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sea. Today, the surface of the ocean along the shore was as tranquil as a flawless sheet of crystal. Kale that stood before the windows, awaiting our arrival. Hero of Sindorii, welcome. Opposite me stood a tall blood elf clad in a dark green ranger's garb, his silvery hair styled in a high bun atop his head, with long strands cascading down his shoulders, exuding an air of maturity mixed with youthful innocence. This must be Kale. I mused, his attire indeed lacking in grandeur, appearing rather unremarkable. Your Highness, Regent Lord, it is an honor to be summoned. I chuckled internally, recalling how I had learned such formalities from the palace dramas I watched before my transmigration. Rangers do not bow, he replied. I have heard of your heroic deeds in Dalaran. Your elimination of the traitor Dalaran has brought great relief to our people. For the glory of Sindorii. Your Highness, this is merely our duty. I felt quite composed amidst such grandeur. In any case. With Dalaran vanquished, dealing with the remaining Scourge and Quel'Thalas should pose no significant challenge. Greatly enhancing Silvermoon's standing within the Horde, I have a confidential letter here, and I entrust it to you for delivery to the Dark Lady Sylvanas in Undercity. Goodness, Kale that's placed such trust in us, handing over a confidential letter so easily. Wait, something's amiss. I suddenly recalled this was a follow-up quest from the Battle of Dalaran titled The Emissary of the Horde, which the system had notified us about days ago. I simply had not made the connection. How reasonable this all seemed. To your service. I quickly managed to smile, respectfully accepting Kale that's his letter. Lord Themar, just as I was contemplating what to say next. Another voice floated in from the doorway. Romance. Welcome, welcome. I was just entertaining this hero of Sindorii. What a coincidence, he is also a mage. Kale that's greeted the newcomer with an unusual degree of politeness. This individual must possess a significant status. As it was no small feat to address Kale that's by name that I summoned my courage to turn and look, only to see a blood elf man with a broad forehead, his collar raised high, obscuring half his face. Was he cosplaying Kakashi from Naruto? Is that so? The half-masked man elongated his response, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Ranger, this is Master Ramath. He is the envoy sent by Prince Kale that's from Outland to convey teachings to us, and is also the most esteemed master in Silvermoon. Kale that's appeared unfazed by Ramath's scornful tone, eagerly introducing his identity. In that case, I had a faint recollection. The blood elf who often stood to Kale that's his left in the game seemed to be this very Master Ramath. It appeared I would need to flatter him as well. Master, it is a privilege to finally meet you. As a mage, I dream of the day I might receive your guidance. Do not speak foolishly. We must all heed the teachings of Prince Kale that's. Master Ramath sternly corrected me, indicating the high regard in which he held Kale that's. Indeed, what I meant to say was that I wished to learn from you to gain the teachings of Prince Kale that's. I said, though internally I was puzzled about who Kale that's truly was. As a newcomer who had only joined the game during the WLK era, I was aware he was the Prince of the Blood Elves, the last scion of the Sunstrider dynasty, but beyond that, I was utterly in the dark. As for Outland, I had only ventured to the Shattered Halls. It seemed Nagrand had lovely scenery. Yes, I should take the girls on a group trip there someday. Master Ramath replied with a single word. Though his tone seemed less mocking. Mr. Rawmath, this ranger has eliminated the traitor Dalaran and deserves the title of hero. I believe he must also be a mage of remarkable talent. Perhaps Kale that was quite perceptive, but as he was about to continue, he was abruptly interrupted. You wish for me to teach him? I had no intention of seeking out Master Rawmath as a mentor. But since he was titled as such, he must possess some extraordinary talents. Precisely. With that, Silvermoon will gain yet another outstanding mage. This is of great significance for our alliance with Prince Kale that seemed to invoke Kale that's his name for no apparent reason, which was rather strange. Then, Ranger, meet me outside the Sunstrider throne at 1/4 the hour of the magical hourglass tomorrow. Rawmath's response seemed laden with reluctance. Regardless, establishing a mentor-student relationship with this master should be a good thing. Master, I am immensely grateful. I shall faithfully adhere to the teachings of Prince Kale I have matters to discuss with Mr. Lorthemar. You may take your leave for now. Rawmath approached Kale casting a dismissive remark without glancing back. Yes, your highness, master, we shall take our leave. Strawberry hastily took the cue, leading me away as we bid farewell to the two esteemed leaders. Once we exited the Grand Hall, the guards gently closed the door behind us. And only then did Strawberry and I dare to converse. Hey, who exactly is that Master Rawmath and Prince Kale I whispered to Strawberry, if you ask me. Who am I to ask? I only started playing WoW during WLK. All right, Strawberry protested with annoyance. Never mind. It seems I can only return and inquire with Fishy. By the way, I should also hand her that confidential letter from Kale as she's planning to head to Undercity with a group. After parting ways with Strawberry outside the Sunwell Plateau, I hurried to the inn in my excitement. I swung open the door without knocking, startling Fishy nearly to the point of exclaiming, "Wait a moment. Did I forget to knock?" Generally speaking, when a man barges into a woman's room without knocking, shouldn't there be some intriguing story to unfold? Ah, that hurts. It really hurts. I was completely unintentional. Baojia, please don't pull my ear, I exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Who told you to barge in without knocking? Thank goodness you were fully clothed. Ah, that hurts. Can't you just pull my other ear instead? You lecherous fiend, how dare you say that? Fishy blushed fiercely, tugging at my ear in indignation. Yes, I did indeed glimpse something I should not have, but I admit that when I entered, Fishy was fully clothed. But if underwear counts as clothing, stop pulling, I beg you. If you keep this up, I will turn to a dreamy eye. Humph. Upon realizing that I truly could not endure any longer, Fishy finally released me with a sigh of relief. You lecher, get out now. I need to put on my outer garments before you come back. I'm truly very pure. I rubbed my sore ear as I exited the room, after waiting at the door for about 10 minutes. I finally heard Fishy cough, and only then did I dare to push the door open again. Speak. What brings you here? Given that I had seen something I should not have, Fishy was likely to regard me with disdain. I met Kale Oh, Fishy appeared to be deep in thought. You have no reaction? Huh. What? I cough. What do you mean no reaction? I'm simply waiting for you to continue. Fishy blushed again, leaving me bewildered by her thoughts. Kale gave me a confidential letter to deliver to Sylvanas in Undercity. Since you are heading there, you can take it along. It matters not who from the same guild delivers it. All right. Oddly enough, Fishy still seems somewhat absent-minded. Also, I met that guy, Master Rawmath, the one who stands beside Kale in the game, the masked man. He mentioned that he will teach me magic tomorrow. Oh, that's good news. Yes, good news. Hey you, is everything all right? I felt that Fishy's behavior was exceedingly strange. It was merely a case of me accidentally witnessing something I should not have, so why the excessive concern? By the way, who is Kale I suddenly remembered this illustrious blood elf prince. Kale Have you met him? Upon hearing the name Kale the expression on Fish Baby's face inexplicably shifted, transforming into that familiar, contemplative demeanor of the past. Of course, I had never seen him before. I had merely overheard Chong Dong and the masked man extolling his virtues, praising him to the heavens, which piqued my curiosity. How do they speak of Kale I inquired. They referred to him as the savior of the people, emphasizing the necessity of adhering to the prince's teachings and the imperative to rendezvous with him in the Outlands, among other accolades. Is that all? Do they mention the Lich King or Illidan? I pressed it no, Not at all that I'm quite familiar with the Lich King. Illidan, isn't he the one who sells those egg knives? I mused at I see. Fish Baby repeated the phrase 5 times, pondering whether Kale that was truly that significant. Oh, who exactly is he? I still feel I haven't received the answers I seek. I need to contemplate the current situation. Please come back tomorrow. For the first time, Fish Baby was unable to directly address my question. Very well, I conceded, preparing to leave when I heard Fish Baby add from behind. Tomorrow, be sure to get along well with Master Romanus. Do you understand what I mean? Understood, Sister Bow. I replied with an okay gesture before closing the door and making my exit. Bang! A loud noise erupted from Fish Baby's room as something hit the floor. Perhaps a vase? Alas, it was likely she took out her frustrations on it, mistaking it for me. Am I truly so detestable? Amidst this curse, where's the joy to be found? Queen Sylvanas Windrunner and Master Romanus were undoubtedly on opposing paths with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scheduled our training for 6 in the morning. The sun had yet to rise, and dragging my half-awake self, I found myself yawning in the clearing of the Sunstrider's court. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait long before a figure approached from the distance. Indeed, it was the masked man. Romanist in terms of punctuality, he was far superior to Kakashi. Show me a demonstration of your commonly used spells. Romanist commanded coldly, halting 5 meters away from me. Brother, do I smell bad? Why so far away? I thought to myself, but since he was my teacher, I decided to showcase my skills. There was no need to demonstrate basic spells like arcane missiles or arcane explosion. What? My 2 signature skills are being disregarded. Your arcane torrent barely passes that AS. I demonstrated arcane torrent. Romanus instinctively took a few steps back, evidently wary of having his magic siphoned away by my spell. Not bad. I didn't expect you to have grasped arcane barrage. It was rare to hear Romanus offer praise. However, after casting Arcane Barrage, I was nearly depleted of mana. That all? Romanus displayed a hint of surprise. Yes, Master, that's all. I nodded, feeling rather embarrassed, anticipating a reprimand from him. Excellent. I was taken aback by his unexpected praise. Why was this so? Master, why is that? I mused aloud, perplexed, as Romanus had always struck me as a cold and aloof individual. Yet now he spoke highly of me. Because I rarely encounter a talented arcane mage like you. You've only recently become an apprentice, yet you've already comprehended Arcane Barrage. The fact that a master from Silvermoon was praising my talent was quite astonishing. In truth, I had merely stumbled upon the technique of Arcane Barrage by chance. Master, what exactly is this talent you speak of? Since Romanus had so evidently complimented me, I decided to call him Master. Surely that would solidify my standing. The only arcane mage who had ever left a profound impression on me was Jaina from Theramore. You must understand, unlike elemental spells such as frost or fire, arcane magic directly manipulates magical energy. This closeness to the primal energy of a mage allows for the most diverse transformations. However, mastering arcane magic is also more challenging that I felt somewhat lost in this explanation, yet I vaguely recognized the name Jaina. Wasn't she the Alliance girl who made a dramatic appearance in the Undercity quest? Master, is that Jaina very powerful? She is one of the few mages in all of Azeroth who has mastered mass teleportation. What do you think? Romanus seemed to be warming up to me. Mass teleportation. Of course, that's it. Jaina in the game suddenly transported the entire army of Stormwind's king away, thus averting a climactic battle with Warchief Thrall in the Undercity. It does sound quite impressive. However, a question lingered in my mind. Why have I been unable to successfully cast frost and fire spells for so long? That's not surprising, my dear. The casting of magic involves inertia. As you become increasingly accustomed to one type of spell, your growth in the other 2 schools will not be as rapid. So, it's normal for a mage to specialize. Not quite that a competent mage must master a significant portion of spells from all 3 schools. However, an exceptional mage must indeed have a chosen specialization. Then, does that mean I'm still a subpar mage? I pondered. Yet considering his latter statement, did it imply I should specialize in arcane? But what benefits would come from solely using arcane magic? Because once you begin to specialize in a particular school of magic, you will gradually experience many fascinating changes. For example, I sense that the forthcoming content was of great importance that we refer to these changes as magical affinity. At last, a new concept emerged. I eagerly pressed on. Master, Could you elucidate what magical affinity entails? This is quite simple. A mage who specializes in frost will have an affinity for water elementals. They tend to become calm in thought and swift in action, allowing them to accelerate their casting speed dramatically, even increasing it several-fold in a short span. They might also envelop themselves in a protective layer of frost energy. Roman has glanced at me before continuing. Conversely, fire-specialized mages have an affinity for fire elementals. They become more volatile and destructive, enabling them to unleash far more powerful fireballs or even expel flames akin to a dragon's breath, an NPC. Roman has naturally lacked knowledge of player terminology or the unique conceptual vocabulary of the game. However, after hearing his lengthy explanation, I found it all strikingly familiar. Magical affinity. Magical affinity. Wait a moment. Isn't this akin to the talents in the game? The frost talents, ice barrier, and cold blood. The fire talents, fireball, and dragon's breath. So, it turns out we had previously wondered whether talents existed after our transmigration. And indeed, they do exist. Even NPCs are aware of them, though we players refer to them as magical affinity. This implies that magical affinity arises when a mage develops a long-term closeness to a particular school of magic, a process that can be quick or slow. This explains why I grasped the Arcane Barrage, a talent skill of arcane magic, while Fish Baby mastered Ice Barrier, a skill unique to Frost talent. According to Roman as long as I continue to specialize in arcane magic, I will undoubtedly unlock more aspects of arcane magical affinity. By the way, does the practice of respect exist in the game? I needed to inquire. Magical affinity can be altered. One can start anew with another school of magic. If you refrain from using your specialized field for an extended period, the magical affinity you've gained will gradually fade, allowing you to bond anew with a different school of magic that I understood now. It meant that after transmigrating, changing talents didn't cost anything, just time. But how much time might that entail? It would take about twice the duration you spent acquiring your original magical affinity. Roman has patiently answered. This implies that if I wish to convert the arcane talent I had developed over a year into an equivalent frost talent, the process would take 2 years. How exasperating. Time is money. Thus, my dear, it is best for a mage to persist in nurturing a single school of magic. Trust me, you have a great potential to become an exceptional arcane mage. Thank you, Master. However, I suddenly remembered that my most critical weakness had yet to be addressed. Could you teach me how to master fire and frost spells? That's simple. There's no need for instruction. Due to your affinity for arcane, your progress in the other 2 schools will be somewhat slower. But with diligent practice, you will eventually master them all. That is quite the letdown. At least provide a guidebook. I exclaimed. By the way, I have a book here that you should read attentively. Romance astonishingly produced a thick tome from his waist. Was my dream truly coming to fruition? On the Cultivation of a Mage, authored by Kale, that's Sunstrider, a graduate of the Violet Citadel. Undoubtedly, the title and the author pierced my wallet's eye with an intensity that was blinding. This was the prince's thesis written during his time at the Violet Citadel in Dalaran. If you earnestly study the teachings of His Highness, you shall undoubtedly reap boundless benefits. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Upon uttering this, Romance indeed departed without so much as a backward glance, leaving me solitary on the plaza, clutching a most exasperating university thesis, tears streaming down my face. I asked that all he said to you. Upon hearing my report, Fish Baby appeared visibly dissatisfied with my intelligence-gathering prowess. You didn't specify what I should inquire of him. By the way, weren't you also murmuring about that prince? This is his university thesis. You may study at your leisure. As I spoke, I produced the book Romance had given me and handed it to Fish Baby. To my surprise, she casually flipped through a few pages before setting it aside, continuing our conversation. Whether or not to read this tome is of little consequence. I've already grasped the essential narrative. What narrative? The narrative of Azeroth, or rather, the forthcoming developments. It seems to be by the looks of it. Fish Baby was preparing to launch into an extensive discourse once more. Pray, enlighten me. The blood elves of Azeroth still revere Prince Kael'thas, unaware that he has allied himself with Illidan in order to rendezvous with Prince Kael, that's an Outland, as he previously led the elite forces of Silvermoon to that realm. Silvermoon has joined the Horde. Meanwhile, Kael and Illidan must have already clashed with the Lich King, having been defeated and forced to retreat back to Outland. Such is the essence of the narrative, AS for the specific battles in Outland and Northrend. I'm not privy to that information that I can roughly comprehend. I continued. According to the game version, ISNT Outland the Burning Crusade, the Horde and Alliance first dealt with Illidan and Outland before heading to Northrend with their respective agendas. The narrative in Northrend is essentially the current version of Wrath of the Lich King in our domestic servers, at last. You possess a modicum more understanding of the story's backdrop than those casual players. Fish Baby acknowledged my analysis, yet I remained perplexed as to what this narrative signified. A grand tale, indeed, considering we have traversed into this world as rangers. The information regarding Outland and Northrend is considered quite classified, making it challenging for us to access. This explains my previous inability to make accurate judgments about the story. Now that you have established connections with esteemed individuals like Director Chong, I can finally sift through some useful insights. Don't mention it, my dear. However, having deciphered the narrative, what should we do next? I remained uncertain about the value of this information. Listening to Fish Baby, it seemed prudent to be more aware of the significant happenings in the world. By the way, since Kale is deceiving us, I could simply inform Director Chong that, oh no, Director Chong is incapable of making decisions. We should seek out War Chief Thrall and Orgrimmar instead. I believe one of the benefits of our traversal is the ability to manipulate the narrative. Fool, who do you think you are? Do you believe Director Chong and War Chief Thrall will heed your words? Fish Baby scolded me with her hands on her hips. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed true. We were merely nameless rangers of the Horde. Even if we were to slay Darkon, it would hardly compare to Kale that's stature in the eyes of the populace. Convincing others that Kale that's is a villain, based solely on our assertions, seems implausible. What do you propose we do? The optimal strategy at present is to replicate the narrative in the game. First pacify Outland, then confront the Lich King. As for exposing Kale that's deception of Silvermoon, that is currently unfeasible, we shall proceed step by step. Regardless, we must strive to strengthen ourselves. Fish Baby's proposed solution of moving forward step by step likely stemmed from her own sense of helplessness. I had one final question that I had longed to pose to Fish Baby, and now I finally had the opportunity. Fish Baby, if, and I emphasize if, we were to abandon a life of conflict and instead dwell in the tranquil Evergrove, fishing and farming, letting others and NPCs handle the battles, what would you think? What? This lady has no intention of farming with you. Fish Baby evidently perceived a deeper meaning in my words. In truth, I did not. Having immediately experienced a great battle upon my arrival, and witnessing numerous players perish, I felt an unconscious fear burgeoning within me. Survival is an innate instinct of every individual, after all. Increasingly, I yearned for a tranquil life of seclusion amidst the beauty of Azeroth, where I would be content. I wished to no longer witness the death of others, nor fear my own demise. Do not misunderstand me. I merely spoke in jest. I hurriedly masked my intentions, and after some time, Fish Baby finally believed me. Slothful one. However, if that server continues to dominate all, perhaps we might indeed find solace in seclusion. Even all Alliance and Horde players could partake in fishing and farming, as if on a leisurely vacation. After all, as you mentioned, those NPCs will handle everything since the narrative has already been arranged. That is indeed a concern. Just as Fish Baby was about to elaborate, a familiar mechanical voice interrupted her. An unsettling premonition surged within me. Warning! Warning! The system has detected an unauthorized alteration. Rebooting narrative protection functionality. 321 warning. Rebooting narrative protection functionality failed. Abandoning further attempts to restart. TO prevent system collapse. Unlocking narrative openness. Unlocking task difficulty control. Unlocking fate control. Warning, unauthorized alterations cannot be rectified from external sources. The system will initiate a narrative compatibility check in 2 years. Failure to comply will result in automatic shutdown. Warning, unauthorized alterations cannot. Fish Baby, this is all your fault for your ill-fated words. Though the precise implications of the system's warning eluded me, I felt certain that my idyllic dream of a pastoral life would remain unfulfilled. Senna? Senna? What troubles you? Observing Senna clutching her chest in evident pain, Caecilius grew anxious, eager to inquire about the recent system notification, but Senna suddenly winced in distress. Caecilius hastily called for Tsinxin and other NPC priests. To his astonishment, the priests exhibited symptoms akin to Senna. This peculiar pain persisted for approximately 10 seconds, after which Senna slowly wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, managing to speak. Just now. It was the light conveying a warning to us that it seems a significant anomaly has occurred. Guildmaster, I have a premonition that a group of very dangerous individuals are coming to visit us. Time is money, my friend. The goblin, without elaboration, transitioned to the next day after our return to Silvermoon. According to Fishbaby's plan, the first and second teams would split up to undertake tasks that I led the second team to the Shadowlands to complete the remaining missions, while the first team headed to Silverpine Forest for higher-level assignments. This marked the first separation in the history of the One Top Guild, and we gathered to bid farewell to the first team at the Sunstrider Pavilion. Fool, you're not about to cry, are you? Fishbaby, laden with her pack, stood before me, mocking my demeanor. Not at all. I was merely contemplating our imminent separation. That it's too embarrassing. I mustn't weep. Come now, you're a man. It's just a temporary division for tasks. Alas, should anything arise, write to me, sending your letters to Silvermoon, where we shall camp. Fishbaby appeared quite exasperated. Very well. Since you insist, I shall lead the second team to Takerlin, and you may send your replies there. Agreed. Let us establish that, and remember to update one another daily on our progress. The two locations aren't too far apart, and with the teleportation pearls, our communications will only be delayed by a day. Enough of this. We're off now. Fishbaby decisively waved to everyone, signaling the first team to assemble for departure, while also bidding farewell to the 5 of us remaining. As I watched the last figure of the first team vanish beside the teleportation pearl, I felt an increasing weight of responsibility. The spirited second team. By name, we were the passionate newcomers. Yet in comparison to the other 4, I consider myself a somewhat advanced model. Night Elf Summoner. While you're busy with your little minion, summon a blue giant for me, will you? And you, Sun Shaoqian, cease your incessant wailing. Your cries are far too intense for me to bear. Refined Blade. Did you think I wouldn't notice that it was you who just let one rip while sneaking around? At last, why oh why is there not a single female among the second team? You scoundrels, Guildmaster, let us not dwell on the ladies for now. The milk must be spilling into the pool. Hurry, let us fish it out. Upon returning to the hotel room, I gazed upon the 4 newcomers before me, one of whom had nearly drowned in the main city. A priest of the milk variety, my irritation surged. What were they thinking? Why drag the team down? These rascals must be taught a lesson. They shouldn't assume that as the guild leader, I am merely a figurehead. Leader, we sob enough. Enough, stop crying. We're all men here, for heaven's sake. One group member had already departed, so we gathered our belongings, aiming to reach Takerlin for camp before nightfall. Hearing my decision, the 4 newcomers, their eyes reddened, began to rise and pack their things. Truth be told, I lacked experience in guild management. Perhaps my earlier words were a tad harsh, but I swore it was for the good of the members. Moreover, when you Bao critiques me, her tone is far more severe. Sob, having completed our packing and checked our gear, ensuring no supplies or food were left behind. All right, let us set off. That I would take my time and mend to them later. We had traversed the path to Takerlin previously, aside from encountering some ferocious beasts like tigers and leopards, and mindless undead calamities. It was relatively safe that on this journey, we found ourselves in good spirits. I am not one to wear a stern expression. Besides, everyone knows I'm also a newcomer, and newcomers tend to flock together. Thus, I gradually shed the facade of the guild leader and engaged in casual conversation with them. Well, I admit, when 5 men gather, the conversation tends to revolve around women, so let us not be fooled by the term casual chat. Leader, have you ever hooked up with a girl while gaming? Of course, back in the day, I was known as the first person to solo the girls' dormitory in the national server. I logged in daily just to chat with the ladies, which resulted in my gear score suffering terribly. Leader, you're amazing. I once vowed that when a certain video files on my hard drive reached 100 gigabytes, I would seriously seek out a living girl. And then, I found a blood elf priestess that I took her through Scarlet Monastery, ran dungeons, and after reaching max level, we did everything together. But then I thought to myself, don't beat around the bush, you fool. When her gear score surpassed mine, she revealed to me that she was a transgender character. Sob, take heart, brother. Being a transgender is her choice. But being deceived by character for so long is your ignorance. Did you hear that? The other three brothers resolutely supported me, urging me to teach them how to woo women. Huh. Hey, leader, are there people in the woods ahead? What is the panic? It's normal to see people around here, that I thought, as we were nearing Qingfeng Village, a settlement of blood elves just outside Silvermoon City. It was indeed a common sight. It is a girl. Leader, she is quite pretty, really. Hurry, lead the way. Upon approaching, I realized it was a familiar face, the Milk Paladin Hui from the Blood Knight Order. But what was she doing here? Oh, I see now, miss. Are you here to see Akissa and the others? Yes, Brother Gao, what a coincidence. Are you going to the cemetery too? Indeed, I'm going to check on them before heading to Taquilin to continue my quests. Brother Gao, you're so kind. You still remember them, that am I not a good person? Don't rush. Aoni-chan still has tricks up her sleeve. Please, don't say any more that I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. Can you understand? Where are the tears? This skill of wooing requires a glimmer of tears to achieve maximum effect. Brother Gao, I understand your feelings. I feel fortunate to explore Azeroth with someone as loyal as you. It is just a pity we must obey the Blood Knight Order's directives and cannot join your guild. Miss, it's fine, as long as you remember Brother Gao in your heart. In fact, we have resolved to become the youth vanguard to defeat the Lich King. Yes? No matter what difficulties lie ahead, I will charge forth for the Horde and my comrades without hesitation. Brother Gao, I respect you. Almost there, almost there. Just let me unleash that magnificent final blow. The 4 otaku boys were already in awe of me. By the way, miss, that day in Daisom, I found a necklace. Could it be yours? As I spoke, I casually pulled out a necklace adorned with emeralds, waving in front of her. Indeed, the final blow is this sparkling item. This was the first necklace I crafted after honing my jewel crafting skills. And Huei had no adornment around her neck. Was she not waiting for this exquisite necklace I held? It's mine. Hand it over. Wait, who is talking from behind? Who? I instinctively turned to look, only to find a furry thing pressing against my neck, making it impossible to turn to don't move. If you do, your neck is done for. A woman cold-voiced. I couldn't recall having any grievances with a woman. Why was she ruining my good fortune? Sister, Huei, standing opposite me, suddenly broke into a warm smile. What was happening? Sister, you're too trusting. This lecher just used such a low-level pickup line. I couldn't bear to watch. How do you know someone like him? Come on, how was that low level? And where did this alluring lady come from? Ha ha, Brother Gao is not a bad person. I know he was just teasing me earlier. Please don't be angry. Let Pig remove her claws. Pig, claws? Woman. Oh, so she is a female hunter player and coincidentally he is sister. How awkward. Phew, the alluring lady whistled, and indeed, that furry creature withdrew from my neck. Yet the beast's breath still lingered on my back, which was rather alarming. I heard you're the leader of the One-Top Guild? As she spoke, the sister walked over to Huei, and I finally caught a glimpse of her face. She was indeed a striking blood elf lady. Her demeanor and features distinctly different from the softer ladies I'd met before, exuding a mature charm. Truly exceptional. Ah, that would be me. I heard you killed Dalcon? Oh, not at all. That I merely had good fortune. How humble. I've long admired your reputation, Gaudakian, guild leader. Brother Gao, this is my sister. Her name is Yui Dada, so it's Sister Yui. A pleasure to meet you. From now on, keep your distance from my sister. Understood? Good grief, does she really think I am a villain? Am I so unappealing? Sister, please sister, we're leaving. That blood elf huntress Yui was about to take Huei away, and I felt utterly humiliated. Those 4 otaku boys must be mocking me behind my back. Wait, all right. I admit, I don't know where my courage came from. Perhaps it was the fear of losing face in front of my brothers that caused me to shout this. But what should I say next? Whoa, are we not allowed to leave? No, I just actually wanted to say cough. Oh dear, what am I even saying? Our guild leader wishes to invite you to join us, Mu. The Tauren warrior, Sun Shaoquan, blurted out without a second thought. Seriously, Sun Shaoquan, you didn't have to say that. Damn it, I can't handle this alluring lady. Sure, no problem. What? She actually agreed. This is absurd. Why? I almost blurted out in disbelief. Thus, I can prevent you from harming other girls. He don't know. She is calculating this that I'm doomed. But upon reflection, Our second team lacks ranged DPS. Adding a hunter would be beneficial. Plus, hunters possess many skills that are advantageous for survival in the wild. Truly a great help. With the addition of a new member, an attractive one at that, our morale soared instantly. After some discussion, we decided that the 5 otaku boys would continue on to Taquilin, while Sister Yui would return to Silver Moon City to pack her belongings and reunite with us the following day. See you later. I bid farewell to the two enchanting ladies with a wave of my hand. See you later. Yet, I couldn't help but notice a peculiar smile gracing Yui's face. Much later, when I inquired why she so readily agreed to join the guild that day, she revealed, truth be told, I merely sought an opportunity to play a prank on you, to make you look foolish, and then leave. Well, Yui, after that day, I must admit you certainly made me suffer. However, I am grateful that you chose not to depart. Of course, at that moment, I remained oblivious to these secrets, and thus had no inkling of the incident that led to my suffering. I shall fight alongside you until my last breath. Duke Li Ao Rue, Kufongze Erdi Gu. Upon our return to Taquilin that evening, we discovered it had transformed into a lively hub. Several guilds had set up camp here, with players animatedly conversing around the campfires, eagerly anticipating their upcoming leveling adventures. A few individuals contributed their recently purchased drinks, sharing sips with everyone, which was quite uplifting. Greetings, we're from the One Top Guild. I greeted a nearby player. I just you few. I heard your guild has over 20 members. Actually, we're the second team of the One Top Guild. By the way, could you give me a signature from your esteemed sister when you have a chance? Gotta run by. I was taken aback. The leader of the One Top Guild stood right before me. Yet this person disregarded my presence and asked for a signature from a girl instead. How inconsiderate. After dinner, I wandered around and counted. There were approximately 70 to 80 players in Taquilin now. These players appeared to be among the faster-growing ones, as the majority of the slower ones remained in the Eversong Woods completing beginner quests. However, I felt a twinge of concern. Would there be competition for monsters with so many players around? On the second day, in Taquilin, I realized my worries were unfounded, for the minor creatures in the Land of Spirits were exceedingly abundant. That noon, Yui, the huntress, arrived on schedule to join us. After lunch, we allied with a guild called Nest. They had 18 members, while we had 6, to embark on quests in Sun Crown Village and in Noxutra, which essentially entailed hunting small spider monsters and a particular elite giant spider. At the entrance of Sun Crown Village, we indeed encountered the dying blood elf. The quest for a Noxutra was given by him. Brothers, avenge me by slaying a Noxutra. This is my party dues for this month. The blood elf struggled to pull out 50 cents from his pocket, uttered those words, and then collapsed, bloodied and lifeless. What a melodramatic plot. Support me with a 1. I end the game. The spider monsters in Sun Crown Village summed up to merely 40 or 50. But that was a simplified representation of the game scene. The reality before us was that Sun Crown Village had long since transformed into a vast spider lair, with webs strewn everywhere, adorned with the carcasses of unknown creatures, emanating a foul stench. Just by scouting at the village entrance, we discovered no fewer than 200 spider monsters. Fortunately, the quest did not require us to annihilate all these creatures. We merely needed to slay a sufficient number to claim our rewards, leaving the rest to the NPCs. What shall we do? Inquired the leader of the Nest Guild, Ancient Catastrophe, who had introduced himself as a professor from Peking University before his traversal. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling he was involved in some sort of pyramid scheme. It's simple that we will create a diversion. A portion will attract the attention of the minor monsters at the village entrance, while the rest sneak in from the side to slay a Noxutra. The monsters here are significantly weaker than those in Daisom, so it should be a piece of cake. Well said, brother, you are indeed impressive. A reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Ha ha ha. In truth, I merely replicated the strategy devised by Yubabi during the Daisom battle. Little did I expect it to be a universal tactic. I resolved to carry on with this imitation. Everyone says your One Top Guild is exceptional, and it certainly seems so. Ancient Catastrophe continued to flatter me. Oh, come now, brother, you flatter me. Hee. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of tactics. Brother Gao truly embodies the demeanor of a great general. How about you lead 8 individuals to slay a Noxutra? We will help draw fire at the village entrance. What a scoundrel! The flattery was merely a ploy to make me undertake the most perilous task. I was duped. Yet for the sake of pride, I had no choice but to comply. This battle turned out to be even easier than anticipated. Not only did the group at the village in Trance manage to eliminate over 30 spider monsters without encountering any danger, but our 8 assault team members also effortlessly dispatched a Nox Sutra. This giant spider monster was no match for us. With a barrage of arcane missiles, I shattered its carapace, while the others wielded hammers and bricks, swiftly ending its life. Before departing, we remembered to sever its head as proof of our quest completion. Otherwise, we would have suffered a significant loss. Upon returning to Taklin, I checked the time. The Sun-Crowned Village quest only took about 3 hours, which wasn't too long that if all went smoothly. We might even undertake another quest today. If all went smoothly... Hey, Dakian, on the way back to Taklin, Yui leaned in closer and whispered to me, "How will you distribute the quest rewards?" We are quite a large group. Indeed, I just recalled that our 2 guilds combined amounted to 24 individuals. Yet the rewards for quests in the game were limited, that wouldn't we end up squabbling over equipment? During the Daisum battle, Yubabi had claimed the quest rewards. I was unaware of the situation at that time. Did a shortage arise then as well? How did Yubabi resolve it? Rangers, I thank you for your contributions to Taklin. Given your numbers, I can offer you a choice between Essence and Earner rewards, said the NPC responsible for distributing rewards. The Archmage Vandiriel of Taklin. Once the NPC explained further, we all understood. It meant we could choose between quality or quantity when claiming our rewards. For instance, with our 24 members, we could opt for 2 excellent pieces of equipment or 10 mediocre ones, most of which were standard military gear from Silver Moon City. Hardly worth mentioning, but it turned out Yubabi had selected the ordinary rewards to ensure everyone received something. After discussing with the Nest Guild, we ultimately chose the ordinary rewards, 10 rather disappointing pairs of pants, which resembled denim trousers without any additional attributes, merely durable. They took 6 pairs, while we took 4. To how we divided them internally was up to each guild. These are far too unattractive. I refuse to wear them. Yui frowned at the pants in my hands. Guild Master. These are too small. I can't wear them because I have a larger build, remarked Warrior Sun Xiaoqian, while Druid Naishue expressed similar sentiments, highlighting the pressure of being a Tauren. This meant, including myself, only 3 of us could wear them. That I decided to return the extra pair as a gesture of goodwill to the Nest Guild. Seeing my sincerity, the guild leader, Ancient Catastrophe, was elated and expressed a desire to collaborate on the next quest. That I believed that having more people meant greater strength, which was a good thing, so I readily agreed. As the spoils were settled, the sky began to darken towards evening, making nighttime quests riskier. After conferring with Ancient Catastrophe, we decided to send 5 individuals as a reconnaissance team to scout the quest locations west of Taklin, testing their difficulty. Meanwhile, the majority of our forces would hunt undead zombies and ghouls at the nearby Death Scar. This was also a rather unremarkable quest, yet the zombies occasionally carried decent relics from their former lives, making them worth looting. The 2 guilds had agreed to take turns looting corpses. The zombie hunting commenced at 5 in the afternoon, coinciding with the start of the reconnaissance team's departure. Around 7, the reconnaissance team returned with torches, and we had successfully hunted approximately 50 zombies and ghouls, with no injuries on either side. The Nest Guild discovered a bracelet and bundles of linen, while we collected some copper coins and linen. The quest reward consisted of 10 very basic mana potions, and we continued to divide the spoils into 6, for ratio. Thus, the first day of quests in Taklin concluded on a remarkably positive note. That evening, we gathered to enjoy roasted pork chops and revel in each other's company, our hearts brimming with warmth. That it has been delightful to undertake quests with you all. Ha! Ancient Catastrophe raised a bowl of wine to toast with me. A few passing Blood Elf NPCs looked on in astonishment. The Blood Elf race highly values elegance, and in their eyes, such toasting should be reserved for orcs or taurens, and we're quite happy too. I spoke truthfully. After a day spent together, I found the members of this guild to be rather pleasant, at least not bullying us for our smaller numbers. You must be wondering if we would bully you for being fewer in number, right? Alas, it seems that this fellow engaged in pyramid schemes possesses an extraordinary acumen. In the vast expanse of Azeroth, why sacrifice a multitude of friendships for the sake of acquiring a few fleeting pieces of equipment? Friends are indeed the most valuable treasures. Come, let us indulge in another drink. The ancient scourge, lost in its own musings, articulated its thoughts, which I wholeheartedly endorsed, prompting me to raise another toast with it. By the way, I was unsure how this notion had surfaced, perhaps inspired by the performance of the mages from their guild I had witnessed today, that I proposed a mutual teaching arrangement, wherein our two guilds, consisting of the same professions, would allocate time each day for skill exchange, thus benefiting from one another's strengths. A splendid idea. Indeed, I found it most feasible. In this manner, both our guilds could flourish at an accelerated pace. Shall we set it for 1 hour after dinner each day, commencing tomorrow? It is a pact. With utmost sincerity. Cheers, cheers. I down the contents of my cup in one gulp. That one top guild. Someone hurry over. Your guild leader is on the verge of losing his lunch. Hey, you there, kindly pull open the tent flap. I have sobered up and wish to gaze at the stars. Guild leader, it's quite cold outside. I am accustomed to sleeping in the nude. Spare me your prattle. Hurry up. The starlit sky of Azeroth remains as resplendent as ever, imbued with a touch more reality than in the game. Some say the stars are ancient monarchs, smiling down upon us in guardianship. Others claim they are unborn children, curiously observing this world. Hey, I ask you, when was the last time you brats beheld the stars in the game? Guild leader, I've only seen them once. That IT was before my previous guild disbanded. When a leader took me to view them at Hillsbrad Foothills. Oh, what caused your former guild to dissolve? I'm feeling tired and wish to sleep. Let us not discuss it further, my apologies. Very well. You rest as you please, while I share my tale. Hee, you would never guess that the last time I laid eyes on the stars in-game was at the docks of Stormwind. You have joined the trade channel, Orgrimmar, Firefox Ribs, celebrating Christmas. The Alterac National Team's affiliated slaughter team is forming. We aim to achieve the Bear and Earn Speed M. Private Firefox Ribs. Can freshly minted level 80 players join? Low-tier FS. No one is forming parties for instances, and I'm utterly bored that I fear you might look down upon us. Private Firefox Ribs. As long as it's a living soul. It's fine. Speed is essential. Join the YY for commands. Raid Firefox Ribs. Mages, please open a portal to Stannard. Warlocks, enter first and run away. We will gather at Kael'thas and then recruit more. You have achieved. Kill the king. You have achieved. Stormwind S Storm. Raid Firefox Ribs. Everyone, hurry to the docks and assemble. We shall sail to Darkshore. Raid Firefox Ribs. What are the stragglers doing? I told you to ignore the remaining LM. Hurry to Stormwind docks and board the ship. Raid Firefox Ribs. Is everyone on board? Raid random player. Guild leader. A mage has fallen into the water. Raid Firefox Ribs. Mage, you can take a moment to admire the stars. We will pull you up when we reach Darkshore. Here lies a brave laborer, eternally resting. He attempted to resist, but only had time to let out a fart. Outland, inscribed upon a gravestone at Honorhold. You have joined the trade channel. Stormwind, Caecilius. The king has been slain. Why are there still no people coming? Caecilius. Have the alliance in Naxxramas been completely wiped out? Can someone please speak? Caecilius. The horde is preparing to sail to Darkshore. Where are the people in Stormwind? Random player B. Tomorrow, we shall transfer servers, no doubt about it. The horde can go wherever they please. I refuse to waste time with them. Merchant A. Passion alone cannot save the alliance. Friend, a 25-man TOC internal sale G team is forming. Come and work hard. All bosses, hurry up. Selling gear, weapons G up. Exceptional items negotiable. Random player C. Let us leave. The Nax server is about to become a ghost town. It's already impossible to find people for city defense. Party channel Senna. Just revived. Let us regroup. Don't rush into pursuit. Party channel Senna. Stop pursuing. Find a FS to open the portal to the Elven City. Party channel Caecilius. I'll head to the docks to take a look. Party channel Yingua. Why pursue with such low health? Caecilius has already perished. Party channel Yingua. Party channel Senna. Yingua private. Did you encounter a large group? Private Yingua. There's a mage in the water. Low health. Didn't T engage? Private Senna. There's a mage in the water. He.S. lucky. I'm low on health. Private Senna. Don't run after the corpse. I'll revive you. Private Senna. And while you're at it, help me eliminate that mage. Private Yingua. Help me take down that mage. Party channel Yingua. That FS seems to have fled. Let it be. Party channel Caecilius. What a world we live in. Just now, a shameless mage MD me, demanding 5G to open the door, profiting from disaster. Party channel Senna. Gimme Senna has become the party leader. Low reputation has joined the party. Party channel low reputation. Trade before opening the door. 5G that you have joined the trade channel. Darnassus. Low reputation has left the party. You have died. Yingua has died. Senna has died. Party channel Senna. Don't revive just yet. Wait until the horde has departed. Excited Heart Private. Thank you, Big Brother, Private Excited Heart. Who are you? Excited Heart Private. Tonight was the first time so many were willing to bring me along for an event. I just earned achievements in amount. It is also my first honor kill. I know you were being generous with me earlier. Thank you, Private Excited Heart. You're the mage at the docks? Excited Heart Private. Yes, Big Brother, that's me. Hee, Private Excited Heart. You're so ungrateful. You get a face and are still shameless. You, Excited Heart Private. Big Brother, please don't scold me that I sincerely wish to express my gratitude. Private Excited Heart. Get lost. Excited Heart Private. I was wrong. I'm leaving now. Farewell. Player named Excited Heart could not be found. Party channel Caecilius. Just now, an impudent member of the Horde created a low-level character to provoke us. He was that mage at the docks. Party channel Senna. Party channel Yingua. Party channel Caecilius. I remember his ID. It's Gao de Quan, a blood elf mage. From now on, we shall kill him whenever we encounter him. Party channel Yingua. It would be best if he appeared right before us, so we could chop him to bits, haha. Senna Private. Guild Leader. What are your thoughts on the server transfer I mentioned last time? Sister, we have already set up camp at Tacklein and even tricked a blood elf hunter into joining our guild. Yesterday, we collaborated with another guild to complete 2 quests, quite successfully. Last night, we scouted a few quest locations west of Tacklein and found the difficulty to be manageable. Thus, today we plan to undertake 2 to 3 quests. Attached is a detailed list of the spoils from yesterday, awaiting your reply. Your eternally handsome Big Brother. I folded the letter neatly, sealed it with tree sap, and dispatched the first letter to Fish Baby in a mailbox. By tonight, it should reach her, and we should also receive her letter from the morning. Maintaining a smooth line of communication. Let us rally our spirits, you rascals. Today we venture west to hunt night elves? Oh, huzzah! Huzzah! The 4 smelly otakus from the second team cheered exuberantly, while the winged sister smiled at us from the side. It is now 9 a.m. We must finish breakfast within 20 minutes, and then we shall set off with the Nest Guild. Guild Leader, breakfast is ready. Everyone, taste my culinary skills. Splendid, splendid. It's the first meal prepared by Tauren. Everyone must appreciate it. You rascal. Why is everything you cooked made of grass? Due to this little interlude, we were compelled to purchase some bread and water from the merchant, hastily finishing our breakfast. With only 2 minutes to spare before our agreed time, fortunately, we were not late. After gathering with the Nest Guild, we set off westward. The first quest location for today is Andoral, once an abandoned ancient high elf magic network node. However, it has recently become the encampment for over 100 night elf scouts. The task before us is quite straightforward, encapsulated in a single word: annihilation. For the first time, we are confronted with the night elves, a race endowed with intellect. Although they are merely NPCs, a sense of apprehension lingers among us. This cadre of scouts excels in stealth and archery. Thus, a direct assault would prove far more perilous than our encounter with the spider creatures yesterday. However, the night elves are prone to a particular flaw. They tend to establish their settlements amidst dense woodlands. Consequently, we resolve to employ incendiary tactics. Ahem, ahem, ahem. That wretched ancient scourge has once again placed us at a disadvantage, ambushing us downwind. Does he genuinely wish to suffocate us? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Rogues, keep a vigilant eye ahead. Should any enemies emerge, raise the alarm. No, I am on the verge of asphyxiation. The result of our fiery assault was that a group of approximately 20 night elf scouts emerged in a state of panic, falling directly into our trap. These 20 heads, tokens, yielded for us 5 vials of lesser healing potions and a substantial sum of silver coins. Given that a few individuals sustained arrow wounds, though not fatal, these injured members would be unable to continue the fight. After conferring with Guild, we concluded that the safety of the group was paramount. Therefore, we opted to undertake the minor task of towball supplies for our rewards, then returned to Taklin to recuperate and care for the wounded. Following lunch, with nothing pressing to occupy my time, I advanced our originally scheduled post-dinner study session, allowing players of the same class from different guilds to exchange skills and combat insights, while others practiced on training dummies. The few mages from a guild were not particularly outstanding, yet they possessed a comprehensive grasp of their skills. According to the magical knowledge imparted to me by Fish Baby, I had essentially mastered mana control. While casting relied primarily on rote memorization of various casting postures and incantations. Thus, the only aspect that impeded my skill acquisition was the crucial phase known as shaping. Shaping entails utilizing one's inner will to adjust the gathered mana into appropriate properties and forms, enabling the subsequent release of corresponding spells through casting actions. Each spell possesses its own unique shaping method. The mages from a guild meticulously elucidated the shaping techniques for spells such as Fireball and Frostbolt, while I imparted the secrets of arcane missiles and the insights shared by Archmage regarding spell affinity. Spell affinity can, in fact, be broadly applied to nearly all classes. Thus, upon completion of the discussions, each participant felt a renewed sense of enlightenment, and I bore no qualms about disseminating this knowledge among more players. However, the arcane missiles I taught to the other mages proved elusive for them to cast, suggesting that spell affinity indeed played a significant role. Our inaugural academic exchange was a resounding success, with everyone eagerly engaging in discussions for the entire afternoon, each gaining valuable insights. During this time, the conditions of several injured members improved following treatment. Hence, as night descended once more, the morale of the group soared to elevated heights, and discussions commenced regarding strategies for the following day's mission. Just before dinner, the courier informed me of a letter's arrival. This must be the correspondence penned by Fish Baby the previous night. I hastily tore open the envelope and began to read. Gautida. We have reached Cerberchal, and all is proceeding smoothly. A point of frustration, however, is that we were unable to deliver Strong Dong's confidential missive directly to Sylvanas. A skeletal officer accepted it on our behalf, and we were made to wait outside the Queen's palace for over an hour. Tragic. I had hoped to catch a glimpse of the Dark Queen, yet that dream has once again eluded me. Even more unfortunate, Sylvanas has now tasked us with delivering a new missive to Chief Thrall. I instructed the couple, Demon Kwangsa and Demon Lingling, to take the Zeppelin to Orgrimmar for the delivery, while the rest of us camp at Cerberchal, ensuring our mission progress remains intact. That I plan for Team 1 to tackle the quests at Fenris Isle and Burningwood Village. I conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of Shadowfawn Keep, and it is indeed exceptionally challenging. We shall consider undertaking it together once your Team 2 has matured. Additionally, you dimwit, not every task in the Shadowlands holds value. Avoid those low-level quests involving killing spider creatures or night elves. They waste time and yield meager rewards. That I suggest you join forces with other guilds to undertake the troll-slaying quests at the Forest Troll Village outside the Explorers' Camp. The rewards are favorable, and the loot from trolls is abundant. By the way, I have written quite a lengthy letter, and should I discover that your first letter does not exceed my word count, you shall face dire consequences. Humph. Do not forget the scar on your ear. Alas, Fish Baby's letter spanned approximately 300 words, while the letter I dispatched this morning barely reached 100. Hey, courier brother, could you help me retrieve my letter? Woe is me. It appears that Fish Baby has foreseen that we may encounter obstacles along our quest path. The rewards for the spider-slaying task at Sunfire Village yesterday and the Night Elf mission today are indeed quite disheartening. I relayed Fish Baby's suggestions to Ancient Scourge, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the mission route required adjustment. Time is of the essence. Other guilds have already commenced their tasks in the vicinity, rapidly catching up to us. I shall take a few individuals to scout ahead at the Explorers' Camp. You can follow along tomorrow. Ancient Scourge, having indulged in a bit of drink, exhibited a degree of restlessness. Is it not too late to set out now? I expressed my reservations about traveling at night. Nonsense. What do we face on this route but a few tigers and bats? We cannot afford to wait. If we allow other guilds to arrive first, we shall lose our opportunity. Ancient Scourge seemed to make a valid point, leaving me at a loss for counterarguments. Very well, brother, he continued, sensing my lingering hesitation. I shall only take our guild members, totaling 5 including myself. Tomorrow morning, you shall bring the others to the explorer's camp to find you est that it will be perfectly fine that I ask that so. Then, I could too believe the reward for the tasks here at Tacklein are woefully inadequate. Securing the quests at the explorer's camp should yield significantly better outcomes. After dinner, Ancient Scourge eagerly selected 4 capable members to form a scouting party and set off, from what I gathered. The average strength of these 5 individuals was akin to levels 20 to 25 within the game, rendering the ordinary creatures of Tacklein no threat to them. Thus alleviating my concerns, I will definitely bring the remaining members to the explorer's camp to find you before 11 a.m. Tomorrow. I called out to the scouting party as they began to fade from view. It's a promise. Ancient Scourge signaled an OK gesture to me, turning with his 4 companions to vanish into the night. Finding Korgo's Gold. Korgo's Gold, a neutral quest in World of Warcraft, takes place days ago at a humble church in the Eastern Plaguelands. This location has recently endured a fierce battle, rain pouring down in torrents, transforming the desolate land into a river of blood, with severed limbs and dismembered hands strewn about. Smoke billows from above the church, its wooden structure having been largely consumed by flames. Yet this brutal confrontation is nearing its conclusion. The last remaining resistor teeters on the brink of death, dozens of swords piercing his body, among them a blade glowing with an eerie blue light embedded in his heart, with a mere millimeter of further penetration. The light shall forsake this man forever. You know why I harbor such hatred for you. Because you are the most hypocritical charlatan I have ever encountered, when I faced utter annihilation at the hands of Taka Nubarak countless times. You stood idly on your pedestal, never offering assistance. When I fought valiantly in the 25-man ICC, it was you who slacked off, your DPS lower than that of the healers. You also hoarded our black gear. No one in Azeroth deserves death more than you. Tyrion Fordring, I am icebound. Remember, it was I who ended your wretched existence. The swordsman whispered these words into Fordring's ear, and with a mere exertion of force, the rune blade pierced Fordring's heart completely. This man, whom everyone had presumed would resist the Lich King, a hero whose life was marked by unwavering righteousness yet remained unfazed by honor or disgrace, breathed his last before he could even glimpse the banners of the Argent Crusade rising in the Eastern Plaguelands. Why did the Ashbringer, which ensured the storyline adhered to its design, not materialize as promised? With Fordring's untimely demise, a mechanical voice echoed in the ears of all players in Azeroth. Warning! Warning! The system has detected an illegal alteration. Reinitializing storyline protection function. .321 warning. Reinitialization of storyline protection function failed. Abandoning further attempts to reboot. To prevent system collapse. Unlocking storyline accessibility. Unlocking quest difficulty control. Unlocking fate control. Warning, illegal alterations cannot be repaired from external sources. The system will initiate a storyline compatibility check in 2 years. Failure will result in automatic shutdown. Warning, illegal alterations cannot. Upon hearing this proclamation, the swordsman named Icebound could only laugh uproariously, the rain drenching his already cold visage, as if striking a heartless rock. Fate unlock? Fate unlock. That is precisely what I seek. Glass shards, you worthless rabble. The fate you have imposed upon us in this game has long since made me nauseous. And you too. You are equally damned. With a fierce twist of icy gaze, I fix my glare upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. This corpse should not be dead according to the original storyline. It was meant to assume a new mission. Darian Mograine, ha ha ha. I never imagined you to be more useless than Varian. You foolish rich heir, everything you possess is courtesy of your deceased father. Are you not merely a sycophant to the Alliance and the Horde? Did you think you could manipulate our fates, as in the game? To hell with you and your destiny. Ha ha ha. How exhilarating. I directed my sword toward the body of Darian Mograine. Cleaving it with relentless strikes, I cursed and vented my frustrations until the remains of Darian Mograine were reduced to mere fragments, at which point I spat upon the ground and sheathed my rune blade. My companions watched in horror, yet one armored figure appeared, quite satisfied with my display. Your performance astonishes me. I never expected you vermin to achieve such feats. Perhaps I must reconsider. Your lives are not entirely worthless. Icebound, until I appoint a new commander. You shall serve as the leader of the Death Knight Legion at Akiris. Now, I must return with the body of Old Varian to Northrend. That Ikati will not be long before a new warrior stands beside you in battle. Remember, spread anger and hatred throughout Azeroth. This is the sole purpose of our Scourge's existence." Upon hearing these words, Icebound and the other Death Knights knelt, some of whom were once blood elves, humans, night elves, dwarves, and Teuran. In this moment, they bowed their heads and, with fervent and excited voices, responded, "Your Majesty, we shall never betray your expectations, as your emissaries. We shall oppress all beings." The figure hoisted Tyrion Fordering's corpse and vanished into the Plague Lands in an instant. He had returned to the snow-covered realm of Northrend. Report: Legion Commander, a seemingly ordinary Death Knight, trembled before Icebound as he delivered his report. "What is it?" Icebound appeared quite impatient. "Some of our members took advantage of the chaos during the battle to escape. We discovered their absence while clearing the battlefield. Count carefully who has fled and bring back their heads." Icebound issued this command with an expressionless face, showing no mercy to traitors. "Yes, Commander." The Death Knight hastily took his leave. "Commander, what now?" Icebound's irritation flared at being interrupted a second time. "That I wish to inform you. Yes. Those individuals have arrived. You wish to assign them their next task. Divide them into 2 teams. Send one to Silvermoon and the other to Stormwind to assess the strength of those foolish players." "Understood, Commander. By the way," Icebound recalled something and spoke to his subordinate. "Inform them that the primary objective of this mission is to gauge the strength of the Alliance and the Horde, not to slaughter entire cities. Killing a few dozen will suffice. Bring back their heads. My command center is in need of some decor. Everything as you command, Commander." Unlocking destiny. What a splendid phrase that is. In this world of Azeroth, anything is possible. With this thought, a rare smile of joy appeared upon Icebound's long stiffened face. The living can never comprehend how exquisite it is to oppress all beings. I watched the messenger from Stormwind right away. Caecilius hurriedly sought out Senna, for this intelligence was both sudden and peculiar, and he required Senna's wisdom. "What did you say?" "Terran Mill has vanished overnight." Senna stood abruptly from his chair, finding the news almost beyond belief. Terran Mill was a crucial stronghold for the Forsaken in the Hillsbrad foothills, perpetually at odds with South Shore, both sides heavily fortified and evenly matched. The notion that such a formidable stronghold could be obliterated overnight was indeed astonishing. Yes, this is why the garrison at South Shore urgently sought aid from Stormwind. "Senna, what is your take on this matter?" Caecilius awaited a response with bated breath. Senna rose, took a sip of water, and returned to his chair. Pondering for over half a minute before speaking, as a competent strategist, he needed to offer valuable advice, first extricating himself from his astonishment. There are only 3 possibilities. First, it was our own Alliance members who did this. That could be immediately dismissed. Second, infighting within the Horde, though unlikely. Third, the most probable scenario is an external third-party force, not belonging to either the Alliance or the Horde. And who might this third party be? Caecilius had tacitly accepted the third possibility as the cause of Terran Mill's downfall. It's too soon to say. From the game's storyline, both the Syndicate of Thieves and the Ogre clans in the Alterac Mountains could be the culprits behind the attack on Terran Mill. Or perhaps Caecilius, sensing urgency, interrupted Senna mid-sentence, speaking to himself. "But now Stormwind has directed our Moonstream expedition to assist in defending South Shore, and we depart tonight. What shall we do?" Was that messenger here to convey this order? "Indeed, I sent him off just before coming to consult you on our strategy. There's no avoiding it. We've simply had the misfortune of crossing paths with trouble, since Stormwind has issued the command. We cannot refuse." Senna lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then continued, "Commander, immediately order the troops to prepare for departure. Additionally, have a messenger return to Stormwind to issue an urgent call for reinforcements, to rally other Alliance guilds to join us in South Shore. Let it be as you say." Caecilius, who always acted decisively upon Senna's suggestions, felt his anxiety ease. Fate was unavoidable. Senna would surely devise a strategy when the time came. The travelers' camp, located beside a large lake in the southeastern region of Takerlin, served as a small outpost for the Blood Elves, primarily established to monitor the nearby forest trolls, according to my agreement with the Ancient Scourge. We set out early that day. Prior to departing, I penned a second letter to Fishy, briefly explaining our mission to the travelers' camp. The steep mountain path proved challenging, yet, as the Ancient Scourge had indicated, no significant dangers lurked along the way, merely some ferocious beasts that posed no threat to our numbers. With over 20 minutes remaining until our agreed-upon hour, we finally glimpsed the Blood Elf structures peeking above the treetops. We had arrived at the travelers' camp. Anariashla, are you the rangers from the Guild and One Top Guild? A Blood Elf guard halted us at the camp's entrance. Yes, brother, what can we do for you? Which one of you is Gaudaquan? Greetings, Gaudaquan. A friend of yours, the Ancient Scourge, asked me to deliver a message to you. Please proceed. Your friend, the Ancient Scourge, arrived here last night with 4 companions, along with another 20 rangers from a different guild. This morning, before dawn, he departed again with 4 companions, stating he needed to swiftly assess the situation with the forest trolls. He instructed that upon your arrival, you should wait at the travelers' camp for their return. Did he mention when they would be back? I thought to myself, this buddy of mine, the Ancient Scourge, is overly eager, not even waiting at the camp to greet us, but rushing off to scout at dawn. He said they would definitely return before 2 p.m., so please set up camp and prepare that he may lead everyone out for a mission tonight. The Ancient Scourge is truly a commendable example of service to the Horde. Commendable? My foot! Does he think we are mere automatons to be dragged into a task at his whim? Seeing other guilds arriving at the travelers' camp, he likely intends to pull us along for a job, treating us as if we are machines. To be candid, the Ancient Scourge's disregard for our agreement irked me somewhat. However, considering everyone's feelings, I kept my displeasure to myself and simply instructed everyone to set up tents and prepare lunch. After lunch, we engaged in light conversation while awaiting the return of the Ancient Scourge and his companions. In the meantime, I checked on the injured. Their arrow wounds had healed, the bandages removed, and they were now able to move their limbs normally. Incidentally, I inquired with the guards and learned that the guild attempting to usurp our mission is called Tanzi, consisting of over 20 individuals. It is no wonder that the Ancient Calamity was so eager to seize the task. At 2 p.m., we awaited the arrival of the Ancient Calamity, but they did not appear. By 2:30 p.m., we commenced our search for their whereabouts around the Voyager's camp. 3 p.m. Our search yielded no results, and we still had not spotted either the Ancient Calamity or the members of the Tanzi Guild. That a sense of urgency began to envelop us. 3:30 p.m. I penned a third letter to Yubao, briefly informing her of our arrival at the Voyager's camp, omitting any mention of the Ancient Calamity's disappearance to spare her worry. By 4 p.m. I left a message for the guards, instructing them to form a rescue team with the remaining members to venture into the dense jungle in search of our missing companions. Ancient Calamity. I sincerely hope you have not been captured by the trolls of Zua Amon and forced into a life of servitude. Chapter 29 finally heralded the emergence of the DK players. The DK leader, the commander of Akira's fortress, a man who illicitly altered the narrative. The icebound orc Decay, hailing from the 5th district of Theramore, journeyed to the Isle of Queldanel in pursuit of clues regarding that painting. Love and Family, a neutral quest in World of Warcraft. Icebound is an unusual player from the domestic server. He genuinely cherishes the game of World of Warcraft. As a DK player, his skills are commendable, and he stands out in the guild as a dominant force in DKP points. He can raid all night, facing numerous wipeouts without complaint, and can also engage in prolonged disputes in the main city's trading channel over trivial matters until a GM intervenes. He loves this game, yet harbors a deep-seated loathing for every aspect of it. He resents the exorbitant cost of game cards, the tediousness of questing, and the slow pace of leveling, after experiencing a brutal defeat at the hands of the Alliance in the Outlands. He developed a profound hatred for them. He despises the NPCs in Orgrimmar, who threw rotten apples and spat at him upon his first arrival, even contemplating creating an alliance alt solely to lay waste to Orgrimmar. He abhors the incompetent NPCs, particularly Tyrion Fordring, who stood idly by in critical moments, and Darian Mograine, who ascended to power through familial connections in reality, he is a disheartened painter, plagued by the injustices of life, while he struggles to make rent this month. His affluent classmates drive BMWs and Mercedes. While he frets over finding a girlfriend, his politically connected peers revel in conquests of countless women. He turned to World of Warcraft, believing he could find solace and liberation from the shackles of fate within the game. Yet, disappointment clouded his hopes, as his destiny remained clenched in the hands of glass shards, his freedom still encased in ice. Then, like others, he was transported to Azeroth. The first time he laid eyes on the Lich King, his body trembled. When he took a life for the first time, he spent the night in sleepless torment, despite assuring himself that those were merely Scarlet Crusade NPCs. However, it was not long before he ceased to tremble, no longer gripped by fear, for he had discovered power, the power to oppress all beings. He began to relish the sensation of his runeblade piercing his enemy's flesh. He anticipated the panicked screams and pleas for mercy from his foes as they faced their demise. If initially he had merely sought to complete the tasks assigned by the system, he had transformed into a masterful executioner. His growth surpassed that of all players who had traversed with him. Even eclipsing many high-ranking officers of the Scourge, he had become the most formidable player on the Naxxramas server. Provide him a paintbrush, and he could conjure a vibrant world. Hand him a sword, and he could obliterate a thriving realm. He detested the cunning of the Alliance and the treachery of the Horde. He believed the Scourge was his true home. The Lich King was a magnificent hero, for the Scourge existed in such purity, devoid of intrigue and schemes, with murder as its sole method and purpose. Empowered, he began to glimpse a flicker of hope, that pair of star-crossed lovers inadvertently colliding with the server, causing a system upheaval, granted him the genuine opportunity to unravel his fate. He accepted the quest, The Light's Sorrow. Quest details: in the Battle of the Chapel of the Light's Vow, slay Tyrion Fordring and any others who oppose the Lich King. Quest reward: unshackle your fate. Icebound was astute. Remarkably, so he understood that some of his comrades must have received the opposite quest. He began to subtly deduce who among them was the traitor. Before long, he had compiled a blacklist of DK players who had accidentally perished while executing their quests. The few who had escaped the net became traitors to the Scourge during the Battle of the Light's Vow, awaiting endless pursuit and the harshest retribution. The moment he struck down Tyrion Fordring, the heavens trembled, and a torrential downpour lashed the eastern plague lands, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The scene resembled the apocalypse. All those spiritually connected to the light felt an acute pain in that instant. That it was the light warning all beings that the fragile balance of good and evil in Azeroth had been shattered, and impending calamities could ensue. Yet, Icebound remained indifferent, for he was the victor, towering above the world. He was no longer an ordinary Death Knight. He now held the title of Commander of the Ebonblade, a high-ranking officer of the Scourge. The tasks of genocide and mass slaughter weighed heavily upon him, and he felt the gravity of his responsibilities. Thus, he summoned another faction of the Scourge, the Cult of the Damned, to probe the strength of the Alliance and Horde players as elite members of the Scourge. Death Knights were few in number. The battles against the Scarlet Crusade, internal strife, and the Battle of the Lights Vow had claimed more lives. Consequently, the Ebonblade lacked the strength to launch a large-scale offensive against the Alliance and Horde at present. Icebound assessed that the combined might of Arthas and Nuzzle's new Lich King was insufficient to simultaneously confront both factions, which explained why the Lich King was currently amassing strength in Northrend that he was not in haste to kill, for only those players of sufficient power were deemed worthy of being transformed into Death Knights by the Lich King. He planned to convert Alliance and Horde players into Death Knights, serving the Scourge once their strength reached a higher echelon, thereby circumventing the need to train new recruits. He took great pride in this clever scheme. The Cult of the Damned is a unique organization within the Scourge, primarily composed of lunatics or severely disturbed individuals who harbor deep-seated societal resentments, led by Kel'Thuzad, that, as the members of the cult, are still living. They can easily deceive the guards of both the Horde and Alliance, infiltrating cities or strongholds to carry out clandestine missions, usually involving reconnaissance, assassination, or the spread of the Scourge's plague within the Scourge. The Cult of the Damned occupies a lower echelon, still subject to the leadership of the Death Knights, who command their unconditional obedience. Currently, the cult comprises players who have defected from the Alliance and Horde. For instance, Those who once sought to slay the illustrious Gaudakian, such as Lan Yu Xiaoyan and others, ultimately pledged allegiance to the Scourge, hoping for a day when the Lich King would recognize them as worthy, transforming them into powerful death knights like Icebound. Following the Battle of the Light's Vow, Icebound divided his subordinates of the Cult of the Damned into two teams based on their allegiances prior to defection, sending them towards Silvermoon City and Stormwind respectively. The next day, the Alliance team of the Cult of the Damned, acting on their own accord, captured Terran Mill, prompting Southshore to send out a distress signal to Stormwind. On the evening of the third day, the Moonstream expedition, alerted by the signal, received orders to sail north to assist Southshore, but on that same night, the guild leader, the Ancient Calamity, informed Gaudakian that he intended to take 4 individuals to scout the Voyager-S camp. By the afternoon of the fourth day, the Moonstream expedition arrived at Southshore and commenced reconnaissance. Simultaneously, Gaudakian and his party, having arrived at the Voyager-S camp, ventured forth in search of the Ancient Calamity, who had yet to return. Before departing, Gaudakian sent a second letter to Yubao that day. Now, it is the noon of the 5th day. Boss, we have taken Terran Mill. Are we going to annihilate Southshore next? Inquired a soldier from the Alliance team of the Cult of the Damned, his voice twisted with excitement. Of course. We've already claimed over 300 heads at Terran Mill, and with a few hundred more from Southshore. The commander will surely be pleased. The speaker, known as Anri, was notorious in the game for deceiving GMs and exploiting the system for gear. More perplexingly, he was a knight elf druid who had betrayed the Alliance to join the Cult of the Damned. One could argue he was the first druid in Azeroth's history to ally with the Scourge, a true rarity. Boss, the lookout reported that a ship docked at Southshore yesterday afternoon. Could the Alliance be calling for reinforcements? What a bunch of cowards! It is indeed advantageous to have more talented individuals. Ha ha ha. Heads, the Dark Sun revels in the decapitation of foes. Wah. Leader, I am so exhilarated that I might burst. The little soldier is so thrilled that he has begun to salivate. This group becomes exceptionally invigorated at the mere thought of slaughter. Their minds are, indeed, quite twisted. Hold your horses. The leader has devised a plan to claim the heads of the League. Come, brethren, allow the leader to share with you. Once we conclude, we shall relieve ourselves. What kind of insidious plot has the perverse curse cult devised? Regardless of its nature, Cassius firmly believes that Senna must have a countermeasure. However, Senna's current demeanor is rather dismal. Ever since he learned of the need to support Nanhai Town, he has not provided any substantial responses to Cassius's inquiries. One can fathom what this man is contemplating within his mind. On the very day the Moonstream Brigade arrived at Nanhai Town, Senna merely outlined the critical points for the town's defense, leaving the rest to Cassius and Yin Guo to manage personally. After disembarking, Senna began to interrogate the town's garrison incessantly. Beyond that, he did nothing else, and Cassius had no time to concern himself with Senna's inquiries, that he steadfastly believed that Senna would devise a comprehensive strategy. The following noon, upon returning to his command quarters, Cassius discovered Senna seated in a chair, awaiting his arrival. You have a plan? Cassius exclaimed, almost instinctively. He had become overly reliant on Senna. Senna responded with a mere syllable. What shall we do? We are doomed, Senna replied with an unsettling calmness. How infuriating. Why have we yet to locate them? I am beginning to grow impatient. The dense jungle path is treacherous. One could easily stumble. Even the ordinary act of walking, let alone running, not fret. We are nearly there. I thought the hunter's tracking skills were supposed to be reliable. Yet here we are, having chased them since yesterday. And we're merely running in circles. I find Sister Yui's tracking abilities rather unreliable. Indeed. Now that you mention it, I find it peculiar. It feels as if what? I am on the verge of collapse. Gasping for breath. It feels as though someone is deliberately leading us in circles. Dizzy. Why did you not inform me sooner? Sister Yui interrupted me with a gesture to silence, simultaneously halting her pace. Observing this, we all came to a standstill. What is it? Our targets have ceased their movement. They are just ahead. They have stopped? Very well, let us charge forth. No mercy for the wicked. Let us rescue the ancient calamity. No one is born exceptional. Agram, the hammer of doom. What do you mean we are to wait for death?